Chapter 17. I ain't British. Hey all, here is the winner of the small story poll. It is kind of boring, but some important things happen during the world exploration, and I hope you enjoy it. It has been edited by Nad Destroyer and myself via Grammarly. I hope this means there aren't enough mistakes to harm your immersion. Chapter 17, A Journey Ends. Harry and Bilbo continued on their way, speeding along at a rate that made their previous journey with Thorin and the others seem anemic in comparison. Bilbo pointed this out with a laugh. My pony will become the envy of all others it meets, all this weight on it, and yet doing so little work. I have to wonder what Thorin and company would feel knowing you are so free with your spells now when before you were not. I mean, I know dwarves make light of hard work and hardship, but you are making that entire concept look silly. Admittedly, Bilbo's good humor was somewhat forced. Away from Toriel, Harry's good humor had decreased dramatically, and Bilbo could see him glancing over his shoulder occasionally. Thankfully, Harry's general demeanor seemed to shift as Bilbo cajoled him on, and soon enough, Harry was giving as good as he was getting, a faint smile on his face as he teased Bilbo about how for a hobbit who has always prided himself about the toughness of his feet, you don't seem to be using them much on this trip. Perhaps we should switch, and I can ride the pony. Their jokes ended about 2 turns of the glass later as a series of growls echoed out of the scrub nearby, causing Bilbo's pony to freeze in place, his eyes wide with fright. Only Harry's firm grip on the bridle kept the beast from bolting. I do believe that Bjorn has set an outer watch, Harry quipped, completely calm even as Bilbo fumbled with his bow. I don't know about you, but I think we'll just wait here. Truly, Bilbo agreed fervently, lifting his hand from his bow. The small army of bears that Bjorn had brought to the Battle of the Lonely Mountain was a memory no one who had seen it would ever forget. Soon, a large bear poked its head out of the woods, staring at them myopically, and Harry nodded politely at it, remembering how intelligent many of the beasts that Bjorn had kept around him were. Let's hope that extends to the bears he can command, not just the goats and ponies. Good afternoon. Please inform Bjorn that Harry and Bilbo hope to pass through his lands. This straight talk worked as the bear simply shuffled back into the woods, disappearing among the trees and scrub in a way that quite startled Bilbo. I do not like that something so large can move so silently or quickly. It isn't quite as good as a hobbit, but it is still too quiet. Harry nodded in agreement, and the two of them continued to talk quietly, waiting where they were until another animal appeared. This time, it was one of the goats, bounding through the scrub in a very obvious manner toward them. The goat stopped directly in front of the pony, nodding his head once and then twisted around before looking over his shoulder at them. With a shrug, the two travelers and their pony continued on their way, following the goat. A few miles later, they saw the first signs of habitation, a group of dwarves and men working on putting up a house between several trees Bilbo identified as apple trees. They seem bare and festooned with vines, but I imagine they can bear quite a bit of fruit with enough care. And that field over there? Remove the stones, and the soil underneath might yield a decent crop. Combined, you could have a nice tidy little farm. I will bow to your superior knowledge there, my friend, Harry chuckled, raising a hand towards the dwarves and humans who had noticed them. Only one of them broke off his work to wave back, and that kind of attention to their work continued as they passed another group of workers putting up another house. Again, Bilbo pointed out that it would probably become a farm. Moments later, they were greeted by a booming voice from the top of a small rise ahead of them. Wizard Potter and Hobbit Baggins. It is good to see you again, my friends. Bjorn strode down the small rise, reaching them quickly as the two of them made their way towards him. He clasped Harry's arm in a warrior's grip and then thumped Bilbo on the back with a slap that nearly knocked Bilbo off his feet, having gotten off his pony to pay respects to Bjorn. Never will I forget how you gave me those runic arrays, Harry. They have been a magnificent tool, hiding my house when several large companies of goblins marched past to the muster down south. And of course, there was the battle against the orcs and goblins as well. If you were not in my good graces before that, you certainly were after. I understand that it was your spells that wiped out a large portion of the enemy army. I suppose, although looking back, I think I could have done a better job, certainly in supporting the dwarves. But that is a guilt I will have to live with, Harry answered, shrugging before changing the subject. The loss of Bombur, Bifur and Ori was still too fresh in his mind. And whatever Thorin had said, Harry blamed himself for their deaths. Hearing that in his friend's voice, Bilbo looked at him sideways, a flash of concern on the hobbit's face before Harry continued. I didn't realize how many people had traveled with you. I was surprised by it as well. But several families decided they wanted to make a clean break from the past, folks who wanted to learn how to till the land, work with beasts rather than hunt them, and get away from the shadow of the Lonely Mountain and their previous lives, Bjorn explained. There are also the dwarves on loan to me from Thorin. Although I nearly turned them down but for Gandalf's intervention, I must admit they have been a massive help. My new folk are willing and know something about hard work, but there is no fighter among them bar my prime wife. Prime wife? Harry and Bilbo both echoed, confused. Bjorn chuckled wryly but didn't elaborate on that point, instead leading the two off a ways away from the others towards his house. Indeed there was a lot of space between each house, which Bjorn explained as being both room to grow and necessary. As much as I am willing to become a leader of men like this, I am not overused to the company of other folk. Having my house set far apart from the others is simply a good idea. On many levels, as you both know. Harry and Bilbo both nodded, understanding why that was a priority. After all, just because Bjorn could command the loyalty of his beasts did not mean that the bears, in particular, would take kindly to other people being around. As they approached the small outer fence of Bjorn's house, Harry paused, confused at what he was seeing. Within the outer fence, he could spot 4 women. 2 of them were bent over some item or other, working with needles and other tools he didn't recognize. Another writing things down slowly and laboriously on a tree stump as 2 men talked to her. A 4th woman, who seemed a little younger, it was hard to tell from this far away, came out of the barn leading several ponies. I thought you said you were still having trouble getting used to people's company, Bjorn. Bjorn coughed, looking a little uncomfortable but also proud at the same time. The 2 men are our small community's chief carpenters. They and Mary are writing out a list of tools they will need. When the dwarves return to Erebor, they will take that list with them. As for Mary and the others, they are my wives. The one who is seeing to my animals is Lyanna, my prime wife. The others are Clarissa and Seela. For a moment, both Harry and Bilbo were silent, then looked at Bjorn, shaking their heads from side to side in unison. What? Bjorn chuckled, still looking a little self-conscious. I am the last of my kind, the last skin changer. And if that ability dies with me, it would be a tremendous tragedy and weaken our little community as well. I met Lyanna first. She has a spirit and enthusiasm I quite admired, enough to offer my hand to her. She and I began talking, and she is not yet ready to become a mother, nor would she ever be willing to bear the number of children that could be necessary to carry on my line. So she and I agreed that I could take more than one wife. Harry was flummoxed by this, but Bilbo slowly nodded, understanding what Bjorn was trying to say. It was doubtful that his powers of skin changing would breed true with every child, after all, so the more children he had, the better the odds that at least a few children would be able to carry on his abilities. And those abilities, this close to the Misty Mountains, which would almost inevitably fill up with goblins again at some point, were extremely important. Honestly, in a way it is a sign of good solid sense that I would not have expected from one of the big people. And the other women agreed to this? Harry asked, shaking his head slowly from side to side. He wasn't entirely unused to unusual relationships. Fred, George, and the 3 flying foxes had all been in a quasi-free relationship, so he understood that relationships didn't have to be between one man and one woman. But Bjorn was talking about this as if it were a business transaction. What do the women get out of this? They did. All 3 are widows, none recent, Bjorn hastened to add, indicating without saying it that their husbands had not died during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. But their sons and daughters are of an age where they are moving on with their lives and no longer need them. All 3 were happy to start a new life here. How would that even work? Bilbo inquired, wondering both how the family dynamic worked and how Bjorn and his primary wife had brought up the subject. If he detected the multiple layers of that question, Bjorn was in no hurry to explain what had been an extremely awkward and embarrassing discussion. Lyanna is the head of that side of the house. Beyond quite a few privileges, the others have specific duties they must see to, and... Bjorn coughed, looking away slightly. There is a rotation schedule for, when they come to my bed. Lyanna comes to my bed once every 2 times for the other women. As I said, she is in no hurry to become a mother. And at her age, there is no real need as yet. Besides, doing so would take her away from other duties, and I have discovered that she is an excellent organizer and quite good with the animals, as you can see. Harry chuckled, realizing that this really wasn't a harem situation. Given the praise Bjorn continued to heap on Lyanna, it seemed as if the 2 were the real relationship in the equation, while the other 3 women were here to provide the next generation. Bjorn gets to father more children with them, and they get standing and houses to themselves, and so forth, I guess, he thought with a mental shrug. It wasn't a system that Harry would have been happy with. He was very much a one-woman type of man. But he could understand vaguely why it had come about. And how many other folks joined you? He asked as Lyanna trotted up to meet them, exchanging happy greetings with Bilbo, who seemed to recognize her from his time helping the folk of Lake Town. Harry didn't, but he hadn't interacted much with the humans before the battle. And afterward, he had only interacted with those rebuilding Dale, by which point Bjorn and his folk had left. 5 families, the young woman answered crisply. All of whom have children. Boys, men, women, 2 young girls. All of them are hard workers, and they wanted a new start for one reason or another, just like Mary, Seela, and Clarissa. Well, I suppose if all of them are happy, then who are we to point fingers? Bilbo murmured, shrugging his shoulders. I will admit it is unusual, but there is a point to it, Bjorn murmured, looking sheepish in a way that looked out of place on his large, broad face, while Lyanna just looked mildly smug. It was evident to Harry that however this highly unusual circumstance had come about, she had been one of the instigators, if not the primary planner. But come. It is near dinner time. We can put on a feast for the two of you tonight and give you some food to take on your journey, Bjorn chortled, gesturing Bilbo and Harry through the gate. Harry cocked an eyebrow and then smiled faintly. And would there be a reason you want to help us so much besides friendship's sake? While Bjorn was helpful enough, he wasn't normally that outgoing, and Harry doubted that had changed even now. Ah, the wizard has seen through me, I suppose. I would like you to prepare some more of your runic arrays if you could. If so, I would be heavily in your debt, Bjorn answered instantly. Harry nodded, then said he would work on that during the meal if that was all right, not being very hungry. Bjorn was fine with that, and Lyanna quickly brought Harry the same tools he had used when he first stayed with Bjorn. Bjorn brought back a large slab of granite about the same size Bilbo was tall. The size meant that the area covered would be larger. Once Harry made it, it would cover the entire small hamlet. With both in hand, Harry set himself up to one side of the barn where he had done similar work before while others of the community gathered. It was obvious that dinners were a communal event here. As he worked, Harry heard Bjorn and Lyanna check in with the various families, ensuring that they were working together and that no interpersonal issues were cropping up, and listening to a report from one of the dwarven warriors. This last interested Harry the most, and he cocked his head, listening intently even as he began to etch out the first rune of the new array. We have not seen any evidence of goblins throughout the mountains we've been patrolling. Yesterday we reached the high pass and only found a few signs of goblins. None were recent. The way will be cleared for you, Master Potter, Master Baggins. We also recently discovered the entranceway that we believe you and Lord Thorin and company used to escape Goblin Town. It's mostly collapsed, but we have marked it out regardless and have begun to move north and south through the hills. What is your plan there, Bjorn? Harry inquired. Indeed, what is your purpose for this entire community? Honestly, I had no idea you were even looking for more than a wife after the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Busy as you were, your lack of knowledge of my affairs is understandable. As for what I wish to do here, Bjorn shrugged. I wish to make a society here. I wish to see my powers continuing to the next generation, and I wish to see the goblins of the Misty Mountains kept at bay. To that end, I want to continue gathering men and dwarves of hardy stature to patrol the mountain passes. The farms we are putting up now will use most of the land around here that is suitable for wheat, but we can charge a toll to pass through the Misty Mountains and use that money to trade for food in the future. That made sense, and Harry nodded. Lyanna then asked Bilbo for help in making certain that they were setting up their fields in the proper places, to which he agreed cheerfully. As he did, Harry continued to work on his runic array before wondering aloud, how exactly do goblins multiply, anyway? I know how at the beginning orcs were elves corrupted by the Greater Shadow. Even Harry was unwilling to speak Morgoth's name, knowing that though gone, his name held power still, much like the names of the Vala. And goblins, no offense, were originally corrupted dwarves. And that trolls were made a mockery of the tree folk, pulled from the ground by the Greater Shadow. But how do they multiply now? Surely Sauron is not so powerful that he can corrupt the ground from so far away that it would breed such creatures? Or did Morgoth's corruption instill some kind of self-replicating feature of some kind into the very ground that then births these creatures? That's a horrifying thought. Gandalf had told Harry about the orcs and Morgoth's other creations when he ruled from Angband. The orcs and their lesser cousins were among his first creations made during the First Age, after Morgoth had shattered Almaren, forcing the Vala to choose between keeping the world whole and pursuing him. Thus Morgoth was free to act in Middle-earth even as the elves, the firstborn, woke. Morgoth captured many and experimented on them during that age, but he was eventually brought to heel in a war that reshaped Middle-earth once more, although Sauron escaped. Later, after he broke free and turned on the other Vala, destroying the two trees, Morgoth returned to Angband, where Sauron had continued his work, creating an army of orcs for his master. There was, of course, a lot more to that story, but Gandalf had told it all to Harry. The wizard found it delicious that Sauron had created that army for his master, but then they had almost lost it entirely in their first campaign against King Thingol in Beleriand when he was able to get the Nender and the dwarves to help him. Silence answered his question, bringing Harry out of his musings to look up at the head table, finding everyone there looking back at him in shock. Even Bilbo stared at him in surprise. No one has ever told you. No. As I said, I know how the evil races were created originally. Gandalf even said that doing so was Sauron's chief work under his master for a time while he worked on creating dragons. But I don't know how they multiply now, Harry answered with a scowl, a chill going through his body. Why? Trolls still reproduce in that manner. It is why their numbers are so much smaller than the other fell races, because they can only be created in places where vileness has seeped into the very ground, and even then slowly. And the majority of orcs and goblins are created in that way, though none of us know how, it is clear that places like Dol Guldur produce more orcs than they should hold. But other, smaller strongholds of orcs and goblins, most of the time. The dwarf who had been speaking, an Iron Hill dwarf who had professed to no interest in Erebor but a lot of interest in killing goblins, paused, staring at Harry coldly. Most of the time, those smaller warbands must steal away women from other species. Elf, human or dwarf, it makes no difference to them. Whatever comes out will be an orc or goblin, depending on the current torturer. They also must grow faster both in the woman's body and after, for goblins have been known to rebuild their numbers within a few decades in a way no real race would be able to. Hearing that and understanding what it meant, Harry's teeth clenched, and he very slowly raised his hand away from his present work, unwilling to let anger cause him to make a mistake. I see. That is, not something I was aware of. Now I am really wishing I could have slaughtered more of them. Damn it, Eladin and Elroer told me their mother had been captured and tortured, but they never hinted that there was anything rapine in nature about it. Thinking about it, I would wager that is how orcs and goblins were designed, to repopulate themselves by preying on the other races in some way. Damn Sauron and Morgoth to the void. Bilbo touched his shoulder gently from behind while Bjorn chuckled in a forced manner. Now that is something everyone here can get behind. Harry nodded, then bent to his work, taking it far slower now as he fought down a rising rage within him at the very idea, all too easily understanding that women so captured and used would undoubtedly face a horror that he could barely imagine until their bodies simply gave out. The very idea appalled and infuriated him so much that Harry was having trouble working his way through it as he normally could when he became angry. Of the people nearby, only Bilbo recognized the tightness in Harry's shoulders, the glare in his eyes as he continued his work. As the others began to clear away the meal and Lyanna and the other women of the household moved to prepare a place for the two travelers, he moved over to Harry, gently placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, why don't you go take a walk? Clear your head a bit before finishing your work. You have all night, no rush. And moving around like that will let you work through your anger faster. Thank you for that, Bilbo. I think I'll follow that advice. Harry finished the last of the runes he was working on, setting it aside to be activated and the blood of Bjorn and his folk to be registered in the morning. I don't know why, but the idea of orcs and goblins propagating themselves like that is. He shuddered, gritting his teeth in a paroxysm of fury. Bilbo slowly nodded, realizing that this was just one further bit of anger, and perhaps self-loathing, he wasn't certain, piled on other mental issues that Harry was dealing with. He had no idea, nor would anyone else on Middle-earth, of the term post-traumatic stress disorder. But Harry was showing a distinct sign of that mental illness. Without Thorin and Toriel around, this latest issue had definitely piled on previous ones to a degree that Harry was having trouble dealing with it now. I understand and do not feel sorry for your anger or hatred of them. Everyone has dark places in them, Harry Potter, but you have a lot of light. We also saw that the heat of your anger can serve very well so long as it is controlled, Bilbo said slowly, fumbling for the words. It worked, however, and Harry laughed, clapped him on the shoulder, and stood up from his work, cracking his neck and shoulders for a moment. I will see you in the morning, Bilbo. For now, I will be taking that advice of yours. Without further word, Harry left Bjorn's homestead, passing out into the semi-wilds beyond until, somewhat ironically, Harry found his steps carrying him to the river nearby, the River Anduin. Ahead of him, he saw a massive tor, a multi-story rock formation jutting out of the river. At first, Harry was going to follow the river, but then he spotted a ford leading to the rock and, with a shrug, followed them instead. As he did, Harry realized this was the Car Rock, the place Bilbo and the others had described as the point the eagles had dropped them off after rescuing them from Azog and his orcs. Passing through the cave at the bottom of the rock, Harry climbed up to the top and laid on the stone, his hands behind his head as he stared at the stars. The sight of the stars and moon helped to calm him, and after several minutes, Harry shook his head with a faint smile, trying to remember some of the constellations that Toriel and Gandalf had told him about, remembering fondly that the stars were supposed to be loved beyond all by the elves. I wonder if Toriel is looking up at the same stars right now? I can only hope that her mind is less tumultuous than mine at present. Oh. At the same time Harry was taking his moonlit walk, Toriel was waiting for the last members of her current force to assemble, carefully perched on top of a tree with several other members of the unseen host around her. Two of them watched the branches, another the ground below, while Toriel found herself looking up at the stars along with several others. Truly on a night like this, when violence was planned, the sight of the stars allowed the elvish soul some measure of peace. Toriel was not currently leading anywhere near not the full strength of the unseen host. Instead, this was a single band of 20 of the nearly 500 the unseen host could put in the field. Other bands of 20 were scattered throughout the woods doing much the same as Toriel's group, mapping out the areas where the spiders had spread and in what proliferation. Most importantly, the elves needed to know how far the giant spiders' webs had spread. If they could be spotted before they could attack, the spiders themselves were not a real threat to any elvish warrior. But their sticky, extremely strong webbing could be, and not only as a warning system. Over the years, several members of the host had found themselves stuck in that webbing, their movement curtailed even as the jingling of the webs alerted nearby spiders that prey had wandered into their webbing. Since Toriel had taken command, the unseen host had pushed the spiders back several dozen leagues away from Tori and Etelos. This had protected the civilians within the city, although many an archer was still incensed that the spiders had been able to skitter away after capturing 2 elven children. There are so few young around these days. Fewer by far than when I was young 4 centuries ago. The world changes, and while our fear remains strong, our will to continue to grow as a people wither. Worse, though, is how smart the spiders are fighting. The spiders were intelligent, almost as intelligent as an elf or human. They knew their advantages just as well as the elves did, and worse, they acted almost as if they were being guided even now with Sauron banished from Dol Guldur. The various nests didn't compete with one another for game and instead fought against the elves, each nest coming to the aid of their fellows. This kind of cooperation could even be seen in individual battles. Some spiders would attack or retreat on the ground, while others would try to ambush the elves from above. Spiders could move through the trees so silently that even most elves had trouble spotting them. Others would occasionally launch webbing over the attacking elves from ambush as the elves concentrated on their visible foes. And whether or not they fought during the day or at night didn't matter. The spiders might be more at home at night but could see just as well during the day. And they do not fight to the death either. We kill several in each engagement, but most of the time, more retreat before we can finish them off. The spiders build up their numbers as they retreat, which is not good. Shaking her head from such thoughts, Toriel turned her eyes away from the stars, staring towards the west, where she knew Harry would be, feeling the tug of her Fia in that direction. Having fully acknowledged both the depth of her interest in Harry and where she wanted their relationship to go, Toriel's spirit was reaching out constantly now to meld with Harry's own, as it would in an elvish courtship. But Toriel knew duty and obligation kept them apart and would not give in to her Fia's urging. But at least I have foes I can take out my irritation on. And that's enough wool gathering. It is time to see to that release of irritation. Toriel felt her lips quirked in a slight smile before banishing it from her face, knowing it had no place at the moment. She looked a little southward through the trees to the ground below, then nodded at the others, who were also looking in that direction. One after another, the elven archers slid through the trees to the ground below, silent as so many leaves. Once on the ground, they were met by 8 regular soldiers astride stags, who quietly saluted her. All of them wore heavy thick cloaks over their armor. Even elven plate mail or chain made noise when the wearer moved, so the regular soldiers needed to wear more layers to block the noise and any shine it might have had. At first, Toriel had not been happy to have groups like this seconded to the squads most likely to run into trouble. But Legolas had convinced her that if the unseen host scout teams ran into trouble, it would be good to have a group of regular soldiers nearby ready to get them out. Otherwise, the mounted elves would remain well back from the skirmishers. Toriel nodded back and said simply, "Move out." Moments later, with Toriel in the lead, the unseen host was cutting their path almost straight south, heading towards the concentration of spider nests one of them had discovered earlier that morning. The war against the spiders called to Toriel, and she would see her duty through. Oh! Harry did not sleep well that night. Rather, he was roused by a nightmare. It was hard to recall in the morning, but it had been dominated by his battle with the shade of Voldemort in the unending void. But in his nightmare, it wasn't just the two of them. Instead, Harry's friends were there too. And not just from this life, but the past one. And instead of just Voldemort, Azog and hundreds of orcs also invaded the dream. No matter what Harry tried, the tide of evil took his friends one by one, until all that was left was him fighting over Thorin's broken body as Hermione and Toriel were torn from him out into the darkness of the void by the endless horde of orcs. It was madness. It was impossible, but it was a dream, and dreams, especially nightmares, did not need to make sense to be terrifying, and Harry woke up drenched in sweat, blood leaking from where he had nearly bitten through his lip. But by the time he returned to Bjorn's house, Harry had recovered, and he and Bilbo soon left Bjorn and his folk behind, with none the wiser about Harry's nighttime horrors. The runic array Bjorn had requested now stood in the center of the small hamlet. Larger and with a commensurately larger segment devoted to gathering ambient magic, it would cover the entire area. Although Harry had warned, people who joined them would have to be added into the runic scheme. There was no way to get around that unless people didn't want to leave the wards. As he and Bilbo pushed on up the mountains, Harry reflected that having a hidden base of operations would undoubtedly help Bjorn and his folk if the goblins eventually spread through the misty mountains in strength. Especially if Bjorn can pass down his skin-changing powers. The two of them pushed hard, hoping to make the high pass in a few days. They succeeded, although Bilbo was somewhat unhappy that they had done so. The high pass was not only high up in the mountains but also extremely cold. Luckily, he had a wizard along, and Harry's use of warming charms kept them going. During this time, Bilbo also noticed his companion seemed to not be getting much sleep. But the 2 times he brought it up, Harry waved it off, and it didn't seem to affect his energy or use of magic much, so Bilbo let it rest. Harry had not desired to share his nightmares with anyone else, as the horror of what could have happened to Toriel had they lost the Battle of the Lonely Mountain or Hermione had been there was replaced by fields of dead, Voldemort coming back, and worse, including one dream of Harry himself being tortured and turned to the service of Sauron. Yet despite Harry's nightmares, they crossed through the mountains within 6 days of meeting Bjorn, coming down from the high pass to the other side without incident. Reaching the foothills in the afternoon, the two travelers were prepared to push on, hoping to make flat ground by that night. But near evening, Bilbo paused, staring into the area around them. "Do you hear something?" Harry shook his head, but a moment later, Bilbo's observation was proven accurate as from over the hills came a small band of elves led by Lord Elrond. He smiled at them from the saddle as they pulled up in front of the two travelers. "Hail and well met, travelers. It is good to see you both once more." "Well met, my Lord Elrond," Bilbo bellowed from the waist, continuing on Elvish, "the day is brighter for our meeting." Elrond and his people all smiled at that, amused by his command of their language and enjoying the turn of phrase, while Harry just nodded hello. He could speak Elvish with the translation spell but felt that would probably ruin the impact of Bilbo's words. "I would like to offer you the hospitality of my house if you wish it," Elrond replied, gesturing over towards the north with his left hand. "While we have had brief word of the battles of Erebor and the Lonely Mountain, first-hand information would be far better. And I know that the travel through the Misty Mountains is still a harsh one, if far less dangerous these days." The two travelers looked at one another, and Harry shrugged. "It's your choice, Bilbo. Personally, Elrond is not the elf I most wish to see, but I won't deny that his hospitality was amazing the last time," he quipped. Elrond smiled at that, while Bilbo seemed to think about it for a moment. While he did want to hurry home to his little hobbit hole, it would not be polite to deny Lord Elrond at the moment, and 2 days would probably not matter much. Besides, Rivendell is so amazing that it would be the height of folly to not take the chance to stay there again. "I think we will take you up on your generous offer, Lord Elrond." "Thank you very much." Without a word or command, Elrond's troops turned, and he began to lead the way back towards the borders of Rivendell. However, as he did, he looked at Harry quizzically, who had already swung himself up on a spare horse Elrond's people had brought along. "At first, I thought it was the Lady Galadriel you meant by your joke, Harry Potter. Yet now, thinking about it, I am no longer certain. Something in your face and eyes speaks of another source of your joke." "You see rightly, Lord Elrond. Harry met a young Sindar elf named Toriel when we passed through Mirkwood, and they have since begun courting," Bilbo said, speaking up for Harry could try to avoid the conversation. He blushed a bit, looking away as Elrond and the rest of his folk turned towards him in surprise. "Truly? Congratulations. I doubt not that many elves might look askance at the idea, but it would be grossly critical of me to do so. Yet you will run into significant differences in how elves go about courting compared to what you might know as a human." He paused, looking at Harry's face, then said slowly, "Someone else has already told you about the bare bones, I suspect, but not the reason why you are now feeling as if you are out of sorts on many levels, correct?" Harry blinked at that, and Elrond chuckled faintly, spoke a single word in Elvish, and then dropped to the back of the party, gesturing Harry to join him. 2 other elves took the lead, guiding the group forward as Elrond began to speak. "There is a reason why elvish and human relationships are so rare, Harry Potter. Love among elves is not a thing of the body and mind as it is among humans. It is a thing of the soul, of the fia first and foremost. I have heard of the term. Gandalf told me there wouldn't be as much physical type flirting as there is among humans and that our souls would call out to one another." Harry frowned. "I also know that elven fia is tied to Arda. That unless you wish it, your spirits, even when your bodies die, are tied to the halls of Mandus, and that you can be resurrected in Aman. Yes, our spirits are immortal. And human spirits are not. Love between our races therefore is hard on many levels. When elves court, our fia merge with one another, often long before our bodies unite upon marriage. Elves grow together, work beside one another on tasks of hand, eye, and imagination, seeing in one another the true individual beyond the physical shell. Rarely during courtship do elves part from one another once they are certain of their choice. Doing so can cause mental and soul deep pain." Elrond looked at Harry, giving Harry the impression he was looking through him at the moment. "I sense that you have changed beyond that." "I have. My presence was added into the Song of Arda, and I have sworn myself to Arion, Maya of the Sunday." "Ah. That is good. Yet while you might turn out to be immortal due to your magic, Harry, you began life as a human. The transition in your fia may be a long, drawn-out thing." He paused then, thinking about it. "Such a thing has never happened before, a human through magical means rather than that of the Vala's intervention. I cannot tell you how that will affect your mind or soul, Harry Potter, although I will advise you and Toriel to seek out Lady Galadriel as soon as you may. That you and Toriel are willing to be apart speaks to your individual strengths, but that separation will continue to be hard for you until you consummate your relationship through the vow of matrimony and more physical means. The way Elrond said those last few words caused Harry to bite back a snort as he fought back a joke at the hard comment that would have made the twins proud. But since Elrond's tone sounded almost like a disapproving elderly matron discussing sex, he held back. If Harry had any remaining doubt that courting was decidedly different among elves, that would have cured him. Because while he did delight indeed in Toriel's company and her soul, as Elrond put it, her body was not exactly second to that. More like 1A and 1B, and I think judging by her reaction to our snogging sessions, she thinks the same thing, so maybe there is more physical attraction involved than elves would like to admit. Understood. Still, I think it is worth the effort. Love always is. Even with my wife gone, I still cherish the memories of our time together, and as the centuries have gone by, I look more forward to the day I too will cross the ocean to the west to the shining lands beyond. Elrond smiled, reminiscing about his long-departed wife, having long since dealt with the tragedy of their parting. Celebrian and a band of their fellows had been ambushed by orcs more than 300 years ago now, and although Elrond and his sons had eventually saved her, the corruption of her body had been far easier to heal than the damage done to her Fia. When it became clear that Celebrian would never truly be whole once more here in Middle-earth, she had made the decision to pass on to Aman over the Great Sea. Elrond and Harry talked about courtship among elves in an upbeat, joking manner before shifting topics throughout the rest of the trip. Never did the conversation turn serious again. Rather, it was the discussion of two individuals getting to know one another better than they had previously. Despite having spent a night in Rivendell before, Harry had concentrated on Gandalf and then Lady Galadriel at the time, beyond pranking Elrond and Saruman anyway. Now he got to know the half-elven lord beyond his oft-times stern exterior. Bilbo often joined in, interjecting his own jokes or telling tales about the Shire, his longing for home obvious in his voice to everyone who heard it. They crossed the river Anduin and soon found themselves in Rivendell proper, where Bilbo's pony and the horses of the elves were taken off to pasture, as Harry and Bilbo were led through Elrond's halls. Everything beyond the river looked brand new to them despite having been there before. Soon they were ensconced in a small curving room built into the side of a tree at the center of a garden through which many different paths led off in different directions. There, Elrond gestured them into chairs, and several servants came out, speaking quietly to Elrond for a few moments before food began to appear almost magically. "We will see to your supplies going forward, and not just lembas either. Never fear, my good hobbit. You will not eat as well on the road as you would here, but it will be close." With that, Elrond took a seat at the circular table. Normally they would all have been seated at a rectangular table, with Elrond at his head as was his right as lord, but the use of a circular table made it clear to all that he saw the two travelers as equals and friends. "Now is it time for a serious discussion? Tell me about your travels. Tell me about it from when you left my halls until you returned. I have had reports from my sons about the battle of the mountain and the slaying of the dragon, but those were bland reports brought to me by the talons of the good birds of the air and my own sendings. Correct? I can sense the decrease in vileness and corruption within the Misty Mountains, but that is only the result rather than the tale itself." Bilbo nodded, and Harry began to explain the story from the moment the goblins had ambushed them in the Misty Mountains. The destruction of Goblin Town was almost glossed over despite it being such a momentous event, as it was followed by meeting Thranduil's folk. Their imprisonment by the now-deceased Elven King brought a frown to Elrond's face, which lightened into a wry smile as Bilbo said, "And it is when we were imprisoned that Harry and Toriel began their flirtations." "We weren't flirting at the time. We were just getting to know one another," Harry answered with a huff. But he didn't argue the fact that was indeed the start of things. Nor did he interrupt Bilbo as he explained his own side of that adventure, thinking Bilbo had well earned the chance to brag. The tale continued as day turned into night, and more elves came by to listen, including two who took notes, something that Bilbo noticed and requested copies of. And while the fight with Smaug won many gasps of shock and loud exclamations from the other elves, Elrond was more interested in the aftermath. When the strength of the taint showed, he simply nodded sagely, but then his eyes lit with delight at how Bilbo was able to combat it by literally burying Thorin up to his neck as he prayed to Yavanna and planted growing things around him. When the story reached the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, Elrond became concerned. The grief and guilt in Harry's eyes was apparent to him, as well as the rising self-anger. The destructive emotions roiled within Harry as he explained how the company had lost Bombur, Bifur, and Ori. "Losses among his friends have opened old wounds my mother-in-law attempted to heal, I fear. But I lack the words or touch to heal his mind. I can perhaps help, but..." Elrond was one of the finest healers in Arda, but only of physical wounds. He and Rivendell's inherent magic could also help wounded spirits recover their strength. But that wasn't Harry's problem. No, his problem was purely a mental one, his own mind having turned against Harry. Elrond lacked the knowledge of what to do, as it was a problem he had rarely seen before. Elves dealt with self-doubt and even guilt, but rarely did they spend time regretting past actions or questioning if they had done enough. And all elves knew how to let go of the grief of lost friends, more often than not channeling such negative emotions into the arts, such as music. Harry did not seem able to do that, especially with new grief piled on past sorrow. And did not Gandalf say he was actually far younger than he looked? That he had entered the void between worlds as a boy of 15 or 16 and come out a man. I should have consulted with Galadriel about him before she left. From there, Bilbo took up the tale about how Harry, the dwarves and humans had begun to rebuild and how the elves had helped by sending food for the rapidly growing population of Erebor and Dale and their ongoing conflict with the spiders of Mirkwood. There Harry interjected, the guilt and self-recriminations in his eyes disappearing for the moment. That effort is being led by Toriel. Legolas has apparently taken up the mantle of kingship very well in terms of clearing the greater corruption of Sauron from the various spells on the Western Road and elsewhere throughout the woods, but the physical war against the spiders is being led by Toriel and the unseen host. It is a trial that she is well up to meeting, although I doubt she will do so as I would. Oh. Elrond inquired, taking the bait with aplomb, happy to see Harry pushing through his roiling emotions. And how would you deal with the spiders? Fire, lots of fire and my new light-based spell. But then again, I am not an elf of the woods, so the surrounding territory wouldn't matter over much to me, Harry replied with a smirk, his tone both factual and jocular at the same time, causing Elrond to chuckle although he understood that Harry was indeed very serious about how he would deal with the threat. It was almost enough to make Elrond feel sorry for the descendants of Ungoliant. But not really. No elf would ever feel sorry for such, all-knowing of Ungoliant's despoiling of Lorelin and Telperion and the lights of the wells. No elf would ever see the giant spiders as anything less than the evil creatures they were. At that point, Elrond was roused from his musings as one of his folk spoke too loudly in denouncing the dwarves and their love of gold for Harry's taste. Elrond saw Harry twitch but decided not to intervene. A finger pointed slightly from the table, and that worthy found himself wearing a bright pink outfit that was almost too bright to look at. His fellows reared back, turning their eyes away from the travesty as Harry drawled, while I will be the first to say that the dwarves' love of contracts and gold is a little off-putting, they are my friends, and they have many good qualities that far offset the bad. I would urge you to interact with them more before coming to such a quick and all-encompassing conclusion. The elf in question stared down at himself, then around at his fellows, before looking to his lord, who was looking rather amused. Seeing that, and with no other recourse, the elf in question decided to bite the arrowhead and get it over with. I apologize for my intemperate remarks, Harry Potter. It is simply that gold is such a strangely useless metal for anything but decoration. The idea of humans, dwarves, and even hobbits basing their economies on it and other so-called precious metals is bizarre to us. That is entirely understandable, and I am certain Harry will accept your apology, Bilbo interjected, giving Harry a stink eye. If for no other reason than looking at you at the moment, Sir Elf, is somewhat painful. Harry rolled his eyes but cancelled the color-changing spell he'd used, remarking internally that spell had quickly become the quickest and most useful spell when it came to pranks in this new world. He then yawned, suddenly quite tired from retelling the tale almost from beginning to end, wondering what time it was, not having learned how to tell time by the stars just yet. Like a good host, Elrond quickly recognized his guest's exhaustion and gestured to two of his folk to guide Harry to where he would stay the night. I am certain we will speak more on the morrow, Harry Potter. For now, rest as much as you wish. Harry thanked him and followed his guides, yawning once more. Watching him go, Elrond shook his head slowly. He waited until a few of his folk began to play a melody nearby, drawing the others to them. Bilbo looked after the players, delighted by their music as he had been in his previous stay in the homely house. But before he could move over and lose himself in the music, he felt a gentle touch on his arm. Master Baggins, while it sits ill with me to talk to someone else rather than the individual in question, I have to ask you about Harry Potter's current mindset, Elrond requested. The more information I have, the more help I can give him. While I do not have the Lady Galadriel's touch with mind and heart, I do have some knowledge of how one's thoughts can turn into knives, cutting you in ways no weapon in an enemy's hand would. Bilbo sighed, his interest in the music fading for a moment. I believe that Harry was faring well enough. His helping the dwarves let him set aside his grief for our fallen, but he is taking their deaths far too much on his shoulders. Thorin, Gandalf, and I think even Dwellin at one point spoke to him about that, but without them around, any mention of the dead brings thoughts of what he could have done better. I know not how that mentality came to be, I have learned quite a bit about Harry's past in life, but it has been in snippets here and there, not a full retelling. I'm sorry I can't help more. I see. I believe that Gandalf knew more, and Lady Galadriel knew even more. But I believe you are correct, Bilbo, that the true depth of his self-guilt for the deaths of your companions comes from his past life. Yet it seems as if something new must have renewed that pain. Well, before we met with Bjorn and his folk and Harry asked, no one had explicitly told Harry about how goblins and orcs. Bilbo trailed off hesitantly, and Elrond nodded, waving him to silence. There need not be more spoken up on that score, although Elrond was surprised that neither of his sons had mentioned that to Harry. Certainly, their mother's defilement at the hands of the orcs was still a very sore point for all three of them. Still, tell me what you can of his life. Perhaps in doing so, I will learn enough to discern the words that can help Harry Potter restart the healing process. The next day, Harry slept in a bit before going for a walk on the grounds, seeing if he could get himself lost. In all honesty, Rivendell is an amazing place, he reflected, and not just the sheer feeling of goodness here either. There seems to be something for everyone here, if in a very elvish kind of way. I doubt I will find the equivalent of magic broomsticks anywhere or one of the non-magical roller coasters I saw advertised on TV occasionally. But if you take that away, this place has a little something for everyone, except excitement or real work you don't bring in with you or take from someone else. And without something to do, without something to bend his magic and mind to, Harry's mind turned inward, and at the moment, that was the last thing he wanted. He spent the rest of the afternoon trying various ways to take his mind off the friends he had lost in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain by falling into an old staple, pranking every elf he saw. Several elves found themselves itching for no reason they could discern. Others found their clothing changed in subtle manners, and colors added where they shouldn't be. And yet Harry found the reactions of the elves lacking. They simply blinked and looked around for the cause of the sudden changes. When they spotted Harry, they asked if they had done something to offend him and then politely requested that he remove the spells. Or they walked off in a huff. Neither reaction made it all that interesting to Harry, and he could tell by their placid faces not one of them even considered trying to prank him back. If I did something like that to Toriel, I would wager she would either be after me with an arrow on her string or come up with ways of pranking me back. But unless they are thinking of using the next meal time to get back at me. Eventually, Harry's wandering took him far from the areas where guests normally stayed. This wasn't a problem for the elves, as all of Rivendell was open to guests. It was simply slightly unusual for them to go so far afield, and Harry hadn't seen an elf for a while. So it came as something of a surprise when Harry heard Elrond's voice behind him. "There you are, Harry. Are you enjoying your time pranking my folk and exploring my land?" "I am enjoying the second far more than the first. Half the joy of pranking someone is the reactions, and your people's reactions are far too staid and composed," Harry answered dolefully. Elrond chuckled at that, moving to walk beside Harry from where he had intercepted him through a small side path. He subtly turned them down one path, leading further away from where the distant songs of his folk could be heard. "I am afraid you have caught us at somewhat of a low moment. Most of my most active folk are also counted among my soldiers, and there are but 30 of them remaining within the boundaries of Rivendell at present. I have sent out the rest on various tasks, scouting through the Misty Mountains, taking messages to Sire Dan the shipwright for me and other matters." Harry looked at him questioningly, and Elrond explained. "We have yet to hear from Saruman, but it is doubtful indeed that he was able to deal a final blow to the Lesser Shadow, Sauron the Deceiver. And if there is one thing I have learned as ages pass, evil does not like to be thwarted. No doubt he has sent out messages of his own to the fell folk of the world to cause trouble. I wish my folk to do what they can to mitigate that." Seeing Harry's eyes flashing with interest, Elrond hastened on. "But do not take my words as all that much of a warning. You should still have a somewhat peaceful journey towards the Shire. Nor will there be any reason for you to halt your return to Mirkwood to lend your aid to the effort. You do not, in fact, need to do everything, Harry Potter." Harry twitched at that, and Elrond knew then that he was on the mark. However, Elrond stayed silent for a moment instead of speaking, gesturing for Harry to look at some of the trees they were passing by, each marked by some artistic touch added by his folk over the centuries. This took Harry's attention away from the conversation until they were nearing a small sitting area. The chairs in question were not benches or indeed made in any manner. Instead, they were carved out of a portion of the mountain overlooking Rivendell, looking not down into Rivendell but across the lands beyond one of the rivers that marked the edges of Elrond's land. Elrond slid into one of the seats, leaning back against the rock behind him and looking inquisitively at Harry. Caught out, Harry knew he could not demur and settled into the chair beside Elrond with a sigh. As he did, Elrond began to speak. "When I was young and had yet to reach my majority, I wished to storm Angband on my own. Whenever there was a battle to be fought, I wished to involve myself. Whenever there was a deed that needed doing, I wanted to be the one seeing to it. Mahler, who raised me at the time, called it a heroic arrogance. The idea that you should always be doing more, that it is up to you to right all the world's wrongs. Looking back, I wonder how much self-loathing was in those words, but I digress." He gazed at Harry, one eyebrow rising, and Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I understand what you're saying. And I completely understand that I also have a... I wouldn't call it a heroic arrogance. My friends once called it a people-saving thing. But in my past life I..." From there, Harry explained a bit more about his life as Harry Potter, the boy who lived. And like Gandalf before him, Elrond was quick to point out that the adults in Harry's life needed to have done more. That it should not have been Harry who always needed to be at the forefront against Voldemort. "I understand that this Voldemort might have been coming after you, Harry, and I understand that the adults in your failed you badly, forcing you to take on more of that burden. But that does not mean that you need to be the one to do everything. Not here in Middle-earth. There will always be evil. To think otherwise is folly. To think you can do more than a man, be he a wizard, elf or human, is folly. It is worse than folly, it is egotistical arrogance and stupidity. Harsh, Harry deadpanned, shaking his head. Does that mean my words are untrue? You could not control the entire battlefield, even if you could affect it. You could not save Ori. You had no idea where he was. You could not save Bifur nor Bomber. You were blind to their individual plights by the chaos of battle. You could not save them from the danger all warriors face whenever they fight unless you wished for them to not fight at all. Would you take that away from them? Their ability to fight for their homes, for themselves? Indeed, their very right to self-determination. Harry grimaced and slowly shook his head. Elrond laid a hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. I understand. As a leader, whenever a battle has ended, I always ask myself, could I have done better? And most of the time, the answer is yes. But that is in hindsight. That is once removed from the event. In such a way, you will always see more than you would during the event itself. But letting that thought cut your mind to the bone is foolish. He shook Harry's lightly, repeating some of Thorin's words to him immediately after the battle. Do not take the burden of their deaths on your shoulders. They were warriors fighting a battle for their friends and homes. No one is at fault for their deaths but the enemy. To think otherwise is to let the guilt crush you, and you have pain enough already from how you arrived in this world on many levels. Harry flinched, and Elrond turned away, letting Harry compose himself for a moment. And when he spoke again, he had changed the subject entirely. Now, tell me of the work on the Lonely Mountain and Erebor. Bilbo did not touch on your work except for opening Erebor's internal farms with your transfiguration spell. And tell me more of Toriel. You did not explain much of why you felt drawn to an elven maiden. I confess I did not see that possibility within you. What did she do that grabbed your interest so much? And vice versa, for while it isn't unusual for humans to feel attracted to elves, the opposite is far less likely. Believe me, I know. Chuckling, Harry leaned back, not looking at Elrond but down at the distant lands beyond Rivendell as he responded. Oh. Near the elven lord and the human wizard, Bilbo smiled, backing away slowly down the path he had been following, waiting until he was well away before removing the ring. It might not have been necessary, but he had wanted to overhear how Elrond would try to get Harry to cease beating himself up over things he had no control over. Part of that was a bit of guilt, knowing he had been unable to come up with the words to get rid of Harry's anger, only to calm him down. But Bilbo knew his friend was broken in some fashion inside his head and needed help. But perhaps with Elrond's words, he can once more start to heal now rather than needing to wait until he can see the Lady Galadriel. Or Toriel, either/or. I am very much a fan of the idea of the healing presence of a loved one, given how Harry acted when she was around. I think together, the two ladies will be able to help him through his guilt and self-hatred. Either through healing or a slap upside the head. Honestly, a part of me wishes I was close enough to hear why Harry thinks that it is his job to solve every problem and protect everyone, and yet another part of me thinks that whatever reason it is, it will be a most foolish one. Chortling at that, Bilbo made his way back through the forests of Rivendell, stopping here and there to simply gaze at a particularly beautiful scene. And because he was doing this, he noticed movement from the corner of his eye. Turning in that direction, he saw a flash of black hair on a young body. Someone his own size in point of fact, which was so startling, that Bilbo paused in his journey back towards the music that had been calling him. He moved with the normal stealthy nature of hobbits, his footsteps making no sound as they traversed the forest, following the bobbing black hair until it stopped. Coming close, Bilbo was somewhat surprised to realize that the black-haired individual was not another hobbit, nor a young elf, as he had seen scant examples of passing through Tori and Edelos. Indeed, it was only now that Bilbo realized he had not seen any young at all here in Rivendell before this. But this was not a young elf before him. Rather, it was a young human. He was spare of frame, yet well-built, and very young-looking to Bilbo's eyes. He is certainly younger than in his tweens, for certain. And yet there was something about him, the intensity of his gaze, the way he moved that spoke of his time among the elves. Yet his very presence here was a mystery Bilbo was utterly entranced by. He took a few steps forward and then gently coughed. As the youth whirled on him, Bilbo smiled. I think, young one, you need to work on your situational awareness. While I know my feet are silent, my breathing certainly was not after running after you. And why did you? The young boy began before staring at Bilbo in frank interest. You are a stranger. And I have not seen your like before. I would be astonished if you had, although both of us are remiss in our manners at present. I am a Bilbo Baggins of Bag End in the Shire. At your service and your family's. Bilbo said, bowing grandiosely, so much that he gently brushed the ground with one hand. Grinning and somehow understanding that this was not the hobbit's normal way of acting, the human hopped to his feet from where he had been examining a small stone surrounded by white flowers. Whether it was there naturally or not, Bilbo couldn't say, but it was certainly a striking image. The youth bowed in return, going so far as to touch his forelock as some hobbits and menfolk would. My name is Estelle of Rivendell at your service. Well met, Mr. Baggins. A human youth whose name translates in Elvish to hope? Fascinating. Please, call me Bilbo. We hobbits are not fond of formality between acquaintances, let alone friends. I have never heard of your folk Bilbo, Estelle answered hesitantly. In size, you appear to be no more than 4 or 3 years my senior, yet in build, you are more akin to a dwarf if thinner and less muscular. I meant no offense, of course, it is just. The interest in the unknown compels you as it would any youngling worth the hair on his feet. How about a trade, then? Show me around this forest, and I will tell you about my folk and how I came here. Estelle thought for a moment, turning his attention back to the stone, before quickly kneeling down, picking it up, and tossing it between his hands for a moment before pocketing it, whispering under his tone about some kind of errand or test. The difference between the words was very small in Elvish, and Bilbo couldn't quite make it out. He then turned back to Bilbo, holding out his hand, which Bilbo shook. Bargain fair and well. Follow me and tell me of your kind. What are hobbits, where did you come from, where is Bag End? Laughing, Bilbo followed the youth, trying to speak through his questions to answer them for a time while wondering about the mystery of his presence here. I think Harry should meet this youngster. Now, where is the path back to where we are staying? Oh. Harry stared at the young boy who had led Bilbo back to their rooms, feeling as if he was looking through a warped funhouse mirror at his own past in a way. Either I am feeling a touch of something, some magical sense, or it could be that thing I've heard mentioned. What was it called again? Common sense? Yeah, a young human boy raised by elves and named Estelle, or Hope. Oh, dear. There's no way he doesn't have some major destiny. The question is, am I looking at another child of prophecy or something else? Still, at least I can assume that Elrond and the elves will have prepared him far better than the Dursleys prepared me. The boy scrutinized him just as much, showing a remarkable amount of maturity for an 11-year-old. Harry could all too easily remember when he was that age, and he very much doubted he would be as calm. Silent, sure, but not calm meeting another human after who knows how long. Is that his general character showing, or his elven upbringing? You are only the 4th other human I've met here in Rivendell. And yet, there is something about you, your eyes are not a usual color for humans, and you do not act with the reverence towards the elves here that most humans do. At least, judging by what Mr. Baggins told me about how you were pranking them. Yet, kiddo, I don't tend to let the fact that they are elves bother me overmuch. While their regal nature and the sense of agelessness they give off can impact others, they don't bother me. What does bother me right now, kiddo, Harry repeated, having seen Estelle twitch at the term, is that a youngster like you should have a smile on his face. Estelle blinked at that, and Harry pointed a finger at him. A cheering charm caught the youth even as he opened his mouth to ask what Harry meant by that, and an instant later, he was laughing aloud, falling to his knees and clutching his side as he lost control of himself. Harry kept the spell on the youth for a moment as Bilbo chuckled nearby, shaking his head. Just remember, Harry, people do need to breathe. True. Harry cancelled the charm and grinned down at the kid. Never take life too seriously, kiddo. That is one thing the elves around here tend to do a lot of. It's hard to blame them, given how many tragedies, reversals, and dark times they have seen. But don't forget that laughter can be just as important as music, poetry, quiet reflection, and all the rest. Growling, Estelle came up off the ground in a lunge, slamming into Harry, trying to take the far larger man off his feet. But despite his well-trained, tough frame, Estelle was still just a young child. He only succeeded in pushing one leg backward. But then he tried to swing for Harry's privates with one of his small fists. Watching from the sidelines, Bilbo didn't think he was doing it on purpose, but the 11-year-old's head came up to that point on the taller man's body. For his part, Harry didn't bother thinking about why. He just dodged, causing Estelle's clenched fist to thump into his thigh rather than his boy bits. Reaching down quickly with a hand, Harry grabbed the kid's head, pushed him back, and held him at arm's length. None of that. The kid ducked, pulling his head out of Harry's grasp as he crouched, grabbing up a handful of dirt. This he hurled upwards into Harry's face. Harry ducked away, but Estelle kicked out, trying to upend Harry as he stepped backward. It didn't work, but it was a good effort, Harry thought. Then Estelle was whirling away, grabbing a stick and shouting, "Have at you." Harry laughed and used an oxio to pull a stick to his hand, taking a stance that Thorin had taught him. "Come on then, let's see what you've learned, kiddo." Growling again, Estelle came at him, and Harry smiled, blocking his attempts, while Bilbo shouted encouragement for Estelle from the sidelines. He also asked questions, as did Harry, as they dueled. The youth had been here for as long as he could remember. Elrond had told him he had come from the north and that Elrond had taken him in from his real family when his mother brought Estelle to him. His father had died while he was a baby, leading a small warband of their folk against orcs. His mother had brought him here to live among the elves. My mother usually stays apart from the elves. She is rather shy around strangers. Else I would introduce you. Locking their blades, Harry looked at him, then ruffled his hair. That's something we both have in common, Estelle. His voice was serious and almost sad, causing Estelle to pause in his attempt to break through Harry's guard. We both lost our fathers when we were babies. My parents both died defending me, and I have no doubt that your father felt he was doing what he had to defend you and your folk. Estelle nodded back, and then Harry used the hand he had ruffled the kid's hair to push him away a bit. I think I'm done with sword practice, he drawled. Tell me more about yourself, and then you can continue to give Bilbo and me a tour. What are your favorite spots? For the rest of the day, Estelle showed Bilbo and Harry around, while the two spoke about their adventures when asked and their pasts when prompted. The youngster was curious, intelligent, and seemed to be taking their words in with a certain amount of gravity, yet after the earlier moment with the cheering charm and the impromptu duel, he was also wearing a wide smile and seemed to evince a certain amount of energy rather than the gravity that had marked his initial meeting with Bilbo. That was all to the good in Bilbo's mind. A youngster of Estelle's age, so young, and he was human to boot, should be more smiling and happy-go-lucky than serious and stern. Eventually, Estelle's stomach and Bilbo's began to argue with one another over who was hungrier. The three of them turned their wandering back to the hall, where they were intercepted by Elrond. Ah, there you are, Estelle. Your tutors informed me that you had not shown up for either of your lessons today. You know you will have to make up the work, do you not? Although I will thank you for showing hospitality to our guests. Elrond said, smiling faintly at the youth, before looking at Bilbo and Harry. I trust that you are not going to be too bad an influence on our young friend here, Harry. I think everyone needs a little bit of a bad influence in their life, but I'll try not to overdo it, Harry drawled, cocking an eyebrow in silent inquiry at Elrond. Seeing this, Elrond laid a gentle hand on Estelle's shoulder. Come. If you can concentrate on eating and listening to Levantil about your numbers and writing, perhaps I will tell you a tale of the elder days tonight. Eyes lighting up at what must be some kind of treat, Estelle nodded rapidly, but he didn't forget his manners, which brought another faint smile to Elrond's face as the youth turned and bowed from the waist towards Harry and Bilbo. It was nice meeting you, travelers. If you are staying, perhaps we could meet again tomorrow. We will be staying for one more day and then leaving the next, Bilbo said. As we told you, we've both been on a long journey, and I feel the call of home. But I think I speak for us both when he would greatly enjoy your company tomorrow. Later that night, Bilbo and Harry met with Lord Elrond again at a small table in one of his many halls, listening to the music nearby as Elrond explained who Estelle truly was. Harry listened attentively, placing the story among the rest of the history of Middle-earth that he had learned from first Thorin and then Gandalf, haphazardly gleaning further bits and pieces from other sources. He knew he still didn't have the whole story, but he understood that the Dúnedain were among the descendants of the Men of the Sea, just like those of Gondor. Long ago, the island of Elena was raised from the sea for the Elen, the three noble families of man, to settle on by Ulmo. Set between Aman and Middle-earth, it was a gift for the three tribes of humans who had stood with the firstborn throughout their history before that point. Elros, son of Arundel and Elwing and brother of Elrond, had chosen to become human and became the island's first king. The Númenóreans, as they came to be called, grew into a mighty kingdom and eventually went to war against Sauron alongside the elves of Gil-galad and Lorien. Several times they were successful in this, and while Eregion was destroyed, the elves were saved, and Sauron's forces shattered in a war that culminated in the Battle of the Guatlo. At that point, Sauron fell back on his oldest tool, guile. For hundreds of years and several kings, Sauron used intermediaries, whispers, and his hidden will to turn the Númenóreans against the Vala and the elves. In whispers, he told these mighty men that it was their right to rule, that the elves and Vala feared the gifts of men. This was so successful that many of the Númenóreans had turned so far away from them as to create a cult of Melkor. This subtle warfare culminated in the usurpation of the kingship by a cousin of the line named Pharazôn, who led a coup against the last king to attempt to steer their folk back to the Vala and the elves. When he sailed out to defeat a resurgent Sauron, Sauron continued to plot, submitting to the usurper and eventually becoming his chief advisor. It was Sauron who finally convinced the Númenóreans to try and wage war against the Vala, sailing for Aman, from which men were barred by the word of Eru Ilúvatar. Ulmo and the other Vala reacted in wrath, destroying the island and changing the world's geography. In so doing, they destroyed Sauron's physical form for the first time, turning him into a disembodied wandering soul for a time. Elendil and his son Isildur, direct descendants of Elros, had long since led the faithful among the Númenóreans away, knowing they were vastly outnumbered by those who had begun to worship Melkor. After the destruction of the Empire, Elendil craved out the kingdoms of Gondor and Arnir, setting himself as High King while his sons ruled each realm. Harry had already learned the events from then on, the War of the Last Alliance as Sauron rose once more. The war smashed Sauron's power and disembodied him again, this time for good, as he lost the One Ring, which he had crafted in secret in the Second Age and imbued with much of his power. But in so doing, the elves and men of Numenor had spent themselves, and when Sauron used intermediaries the Witch King of Angmar they could not defeat them. Arnir was shattered, and the line of Elros and the Númenórean kings eventually descended into the Dúnedain, a wandering clan in the north. I have watched over my brother's line since the days of the last alliance when I was the second in command of Gil-galad, the last High King of the Noldor. It is a duty that has often been painful, as humans are such short-lived creatures, but it is one that I have taken up readily both in memory of the past and hope for the future. As Harry and Bilbo smiled slightly at the wordplay, Elrond went on. Every male of that line has been reared here for his youth, trained and educated under my direction since Aronarth decided not to try and rebuild the kingdom of Arthedain. And because of their leadership, the Dúnedain still survive and continue their ancient duty of fighting against the darkness. I think it is a little too soon to know how well Estel will take to becoming a ranger, let alone the leader of his folk, yet he is a good lad at least, far calmer of disposition and far more discerning if I than his father was. Arathorn was far too impetuous and hard-headed, although it is sad to speak ill of the dead. Harry nodded and asked some more questions about the Dúnedain and the men of the sea, their rise and fall, wondering how much of it had been Sauron's fault and how much had simply been human nature. He could not discern a proper answer from what Elrond told him, although he knew at least the final blow had come from Sauron's words. Bilbo was also interested and showed how much he had read about history and his overall knowledge of elven lore more than once to bring out more bits of the story. But for all of his reading and knowledge of the past, Elrond had lived it. Indeed, he knew more about the history of the area where the Shire resided than any hobbit could. He spoke of Arnir, the battle between them and the Witch King of Angmar, and then the petty kingdom of Arthedain and its final destruction in turn. How after that, the Dúnedain of the north had lost any dream to rebuild their glory in the north, instead clinging to the memory of the past and their lives with equal fervor. Never have they forgotten that their line can claim the descendants of kings, and always there is the hope that eventually, circumstance and the individual will come together and bring them back to the crown that is theirs by right, that they can ascend to the heights their ancestors achieved. Before Harry knew it, it was deep into the night, and this time, it was Bilbo who was beginning to nod off in his seat. Seeing that, he stood up, gently helping Bilbo out of his chair, nodding to Elrond. It has been fascinating to listen to such history, Elrond, but while high elves don't need sleep, hobbits and humans do. We will see you in the morning. With his concerns about whether or not Estel was another child of prophecy having been laid to rest if he was, there was no sign of it just yet, and Elrond at least would have his back in a way that no authority figure had ever had. Harry slept well that night. Indeed, for the first time since leaving Toriel behind in Mirkwood, he slept without any nightmares waking him up. He woke up and spent most of that morning and afternoon having fun with Estel. While his life here in Rivendell was idyllic in many ways, it was a fact that the happiness of elves was not quite synonymous with the happiness of a young human child, no matter how smart, and he grasped onto Bilbo and Harry and their more down-to-earth nature with both hands. It is somewhat sad. I understand the secrecy and that Sauron has ways of finding out information I cannot comprehend. Yet I believe he should still have some playmates here, perhaps others from his tribe? I know there are not any elven children here, Bilbo said somewhat sadly on the morning of his and Harry's departure as the two of them watched Estel race ahead of them up a small hill to a series of rocks that were set to look almost natural, and yet also give an amazingly good vantage point all around. True. Still, Elrond is doing as good a job as I think we could ask. We could suggest that, although if he hasn't already thought of it, there might be a reason. For now, let's just make sure that he has as much fun as we can while we're here, Harry said, shrugging philosophically, although internally, he thought that Aragorn's life here in Rivendell was certainly a lot better than his own had been. It was not a kind thought, and it wasn't one he would have her voice, but Harry had to admit to a certain amount of jealousy at how well Aragorn was being looked after. Moments later, the three of them were standing on top of the pile of rocks, staring out in every direction across Rivendell and beyond the rivers that marked its borders on two sides. They were silent for a moment taking in the view, then Estel said hesitantly, "Are you sure you must leave? I understand you wish to get home, Mr. Baggins, but..." The youngster floundered, trying to come up with a way to make them stay didn't seem too self-centered or childish. "I'm afraid we must. Lord Elrond mentioned this morning a feeling that I had to get home by a certain time to stop something from happening, and though he gave no details, I am almost scared of what it could be. Besides that, I miss my little hobbit hole," Bilbo said with a shrug. "Rivendell is magnificent, but it is too magnificent for such as me to feel altogether at home here. Depending on the weather, it will take us at most 5 days to get there. And as we learned on our way here, some of that route can be quite dangerous and slow us down. So yes, we need to leave," Harry said with a shrug. For his part, he was more than eager to get on the road. The sooner Harry could see Bilbo home, the sooner Harry could start his feet back on the path to Toriel and, from there, to see the Lady Galadriel. While Elrond's words had helped a lot with Harry's guilt and self-hatred, he was still dealing with bouts of anger and stress and knew he needed mental type healing. "I am almost afraid of what my nights will be like when I leave here. For a moment, Estelle was silent. Then he blurted out. I envy you. Not for the hardships you have faced, or well, not totally. But I would love to see the world beyond the borders of Rivendell. It is not stifling or anything like that, but it is too staid, too controlled, maybe. The youth faltered again, having trouble getting the words out to express how he wanted to explore, to see what was beyond the borders of the last homely house. Harry suddenly grinned, staring down at the kid rubbing his hands as he thought of one last prank to play on Elrond and Rivendell in general. Really? You think you're ready for your first adventure? Yes. Estelle exclaimed while Bilbo was looking a little concerned. Harry, what are you planning? Shrugging, Harry ruffled Estelle's hair again, having discovered that the youth didn't dislike it as much as he tried to act. Well, I just remember that I had my first adventure when I was 11. Several of them, in fact. I also remember the twins kidnapping me for my relatives the next year. So there is precedence. Bilbo looked at Harry, seeing the mad light in his eyes and sighed, shaking his head. No matter what I say, you're going to do this regardless, aren't you? I am indeed, Harry said, while Estelle began to bounce in place, understanding what Harry was hinting at and more than willing to go along with it. We can the three of us go to the Shire, and I can escort Estelle back here on my way back to Toriel. Bilbo chuckled dryly, shaking his head for a moment before sighing theatrically. I see you have it all thought out. In that case, I suppose I should help. The key will be to get Estelle onto my pony without the pony having time or willingness to tattle on us. Later that day, Elrond bid Bilbo and Harry farewell, watching the two of them go across the river's ford Anduin with a faint smile. The rest here had done both of them good, Elrond could tell. Most importantly, Elrond hoped he had helped stave off Harry's insipid self-doubt and guilt. Further, his meeting with Aragorn could not have gone better. Whatever else happens, having another wizard involved in Aragorn's rearing can only mean good things in the future. Elrond had not been totally honest with Harry and Bilbo when he explained how he had been looking after Aragorn and his parents for as long as the Dúnedain had been a tribe. He had done so, of course, but something was telling him that Aragorn truly was the one that would eventually become High King as Isildur and his ancestors had been. Why that was, he could not say, perhaps a whisper from all beyond the ocean. Perhaps the recent troubles with the necromancer and Sauron's reappearance? Wherever that feeling came from, it was telling Elrond that Aragorn was destined for greater things. Still, we will take it slowly. We will rear Estelle just as we have his father and his father before him. We will not pressure him more than the world itself will do. Let Aragorn make himself great rather than have greatness foisted on him, as Harry was forced to deal with. Hours later, Elrond had cause to question whether or not Harry's influence in Aragorn's life would be entirely a good thing. He looked up from a bit of writing he was doing, a message to King Thorin, telling him about Harry and Bilbo's safe arrival and asking if there was aught Rivendell could do to help Erebor as one of Estelle's tutors coughed gently, grabbing his attention. My Lord Elrond, I regret to inform you that Estelle has not appeared again for his daily tutoring. I doubt he is somewhere sulking about Harry and Bilbo's departure. Let him have the day off, but ask Lady Gilraine to make certain that he is presentable and fit to dine with me tonight, Elrond ordered. The other elf bowed in acknowledgement, and Elrond returned to his note, finishing it quickly and turning his head towards the open window, where a bird appeared. The hawk would carry his message to the lonely mountain far faster than anyone could on foot. However, Elrond was to be disappointed. You still cannot find him? He asked that evening. Has he found some new hideaway you do not know of, Lady Gilraine, Triasval? The other elf was Estelle's chief tutor in history and decorum and was among the best with working with the youth, having retained that position even when Rivendell had been taking care of Arathorn, who, as Elrond had mentioned, had been a very willful and impetuous sort. Yet like his fellows, he was looking somewhat at a loss, while Gilraine, a young human woman with long dark hair and a self-effacing personality, looked distraught, wringing her hands worriedly. I'm sorry, Lord Elrond, but he is in none of his normal hideaways, and we have searched for him most diligently throughout all of Rivendell. Unless he has mastered the ability to hide in plain sight, we have no idea where young Estelle is. Frowning, Elrond leaned back, staring over the heads of the three tutors for a moment as he concentrated on his connection to his realm. Everything within Rivendell from the river inward owed allegiance to him, and he couldn't sense where within that boundary people were. There were few minds or powers that could hide in his presence and his realm. And yet, after a few moments, he opened his eyes, his expression one of shock. Estelle is no longer within the bounds of Rivendell. A memory came to him then, a memory of Harry showing his invisibility cloak, explaining how they had used it occasionally on their adventures. And the twinkle in Harry's eye as he shook Elrond's hand and bid them farewell, saying they would be seeing one another again soon. Elrond gritted his teeth for a moment, almost becoming angry at the danger of letting Aragorn go so young into the wilds, but then, he began to laugh instead, shaking his head as a full-belly chuckle went through him. The tutors and the worried mother looked at their lord in bemused shock, and Elrond waved them off. Never mind good folk. I know where the youth is. I think I will let him have his little adventure, but when he does return, Lady Gilrain, feel free to tear a chunk off his kidnapper's hide. I rather think that will be a more than fair price. Oh. Estelle grinned from his position behind Bilbo on the pony, staring around him with interest. The forest might well be nothing unusual to him after his time in Rivendell, yet it was the first such forest he had seen beyond Rivendell's borders, which made it fascinating. Having used a lightness charm on the boy, Harry had bundled him into the invisibility cloak. He had already been on the pony as Bilbo mounted, and thanks to how small both passengers were, no one had been the wiser, not even the pony itself. Well, I have to say, for my final prank in Rivendell, this will take some beating, Harry mused as he walked beside Bilbo's pony once more. I hope Lord Elrond sees the humor in it rather than the danger, Bilbo said obliquely, not hinting to Estelle how special he and his line were. Why should you care? You'll be safe at home in Bag End. I will have to face his anger when I return this way, Harry joked. Bilbo chuckled at that, admitting the point, and then turned to answer a question from Estelle. For the next few days, the three made excellent time, again thanks to Harry's spells. It was also an extremely fun time for Bilbo, who took time out of every day to show Estelle the Hobbit method of moving quietly and gave him some pointers on how to shoot a bow. He was already being trained on one, but they hadn't brought it along. Instead, Bilbo crafted him a sling and a pouch, and Harry helped collect sling stones. Harry also had fun with the youngster. Estelle's curiosity and energy added quite a bit more fun to travel, and Harry also learned a lot from Bilbo about various plants and soil during this time. Things that Harry himself would never have thought to learn without Estelle being there. Indeed, it almost made him think of herbology and potions back in Hogwarts, without Snape looming over him. Harry still wasn't interested in potions overmuch, but learning about the various plants could undoubtedly help in the future in various ways. Even better, his nightmares had yet to return, which was great. On their third day out from Rivendell, Harry and Bilbo began to recognize the area they were passing through, and Harry chuckled wryly. I believe I know where we are, Bilbo. I believe I know as well, Harry. There should be 3 very sad-looking trolls around here somewhere. Perhaps we can stop by and give them a good kicking. Bilbo joked. Estelle looked at them in confusion, then up at the evening sun above them. Before looking back at them with a deadpan gaze. If you're trying to trick me with the tale of life trolls during the day, it won't work. I know they can only come out at night. The 2 travelers grimaced, remembering the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf had been very interested in the trolls that took part in it and how they had been out during the day. I wonder what he found during his research of that oil or whatever it was they used. Harry mused even as Bilbo began to lead the way down a small side trail. That night, as Harry and Bilbo decided to delve into some wine that Elrond had sent along with them, the 2 took turns explaining the run-in with the trolls in greater detail than they had previously. Doing so in the shadows of those very trolls added a certain impact to the story as Estelle listened avidly, occasionally sipping at a small cup of wine the 2 travelers had agreed to share with him. Given the youth's scrunched-up expression whenever he took a sip, it was evident that he did not see the allure of alcohol. Instead, he kept staring at the 3 frozen troll statues, the intact, the poisoned, and the crippled one. As the story wound down, Harry stood up and began to make his way around the camp while Bilbo cleaned up the fire and laid out the bedrolls. Estelle helped Bilbo, but mostly he was staring in fascination at Harry and his work, laying out runes at various places around the area. Estelle had seen Harry do this every night after leaving Rivendell behind, and the wizard explained the runes to him. He had even learned a few, but watching Harry set the stones down and activate them was still amazing to watch, reminding Estelle of how Mithrandir had shown him a few tricks with wind and smoke for his birthday the year prior. But Estelle knew they were serious business and didn't bombard Harry with questions until all of the rune stones were set up. At which point, he refused to go to bed until Harry answered his questions. But later that night, the runic arrays proved their worth as noises nearby roused all 3 of them from sleep. Harry was the first to move as the noises nearby registered, standing up quickly and grabbing at his sword, which was always in its sheath by his side, something he had learned on the trail. He quickly clamped a hand over Estelle's mouth as the boy stirred, mumbling under his breath. The 11-year-old's eyes widened, and he stared up at Harry, who held a finger to his lips. Understanding, Estelle nodded back, and Harry slowly moved away, turning to wake Bilbo only to find him awake, staring out into the darkness. Out beyond the edge of the wards, several goblins moved, chattering to one another as a few more followed them, tugging on the reins of, well, Harry thought of them as fox wargs from the moment he saw them. They were smaller and thinner looking than the wargs the orcs and goblins had ridden he had previously seen, but they seemed almost skittish, moving this way and that with nervous energy. They can't hear us, Harry explained, gesturing towards the rune stones he had set around the camp. The notice me not will cover our noises as well. But it's best not to get used to that kind of thing unless you 2 can make runic arrays, understand, Estelle? Estelle nodded, staring out at the goblins in fascination. I've never seen goblins in real 4. The pictures don't really do them justice. He wrinkled his nose. And nowhere did it mention how bad they smell. I think that's one of those things you learn for yourself, Bilbo muttered, looking over at Harry. What should we do? I'm rather torn, actually. The goblins can't find us, but those animals with them probably mean they would be able to follow our trail tomorrow. And I don't know about you, but hiding us magically would be a bit more effort I'm not willing to spend. Furthermore, I want to know if they are hunting us specifically or any travelers that come along. Yet, we have young Estelle to watch over. I'm not certain we should get into a fight despite my curiosity, Harry admitted. Anything can happen in a fight, and I don't want to put him in danger. Bilbo was about to speak up, but Estelle took the decision out of their hands. He grabbed up his sling and, before either of the other two could stop him, hurled a stone out through the edge of the wards to smash into the face of one of the goblins. Death to the races of the Greater Shadow. Estelle's target fell backward with a cry, and all the goblins turned their attention towards where the stone had come from, their intense interest enough to overcome the wards. Not that any of them survived over long to make use of that knowledge. Bilbo instantly let fly with an arrow, killing one of the small wargs, as Harry lashed out with a wide-angle cutting spell, slicing several goblins in half. A fire spell flashed through the night next, lighting several of the foul folk on fire. So hot was the flame they died too quickly to do more than shriek for a second in pain. That fire panicked the fox wargs, and several of them bolted, tossing their riders. Two more quickly died to Bilbo's arrows, while a third found himself without a head from another spell from Harry. Only one of the fox wargs remained under the control of its rider at that point, and he charged forward. Estelle, showing far more bravery than sense in Bilbo's opinion, stood his ground and hurled a stone directly into the creature's eye as it closed, pulping the eye and sending it caterwauling to the side, its paws going to its ruined eye, where a slice from Harry's sword took in the side as another spell cut the goblin's head clean off. The venom on the blade instantly began to do its work, and the creature convulsed on its side, spasming, a long, drawn-out whine of agony escaping from it. Then, as quickly as the fight began, it was over. If the party had been attacked unawares, perhaps the group of 7 or 8, it was hard to tell in the dark at present, could have been a threat. But probably not. Still, it was a fight that need not have been, and Bilbo admonished Estelle, shaking his head. That was a remarkably foolish thing you did just now, Estelle. It is brave to fight, but knowing when to do so is just as important as having the courage to fight in the first place. I would urge you to remember that in the future. Agreed. I'll admit to some annoyance now that we have fought, and I forgot to keep a prisoner alive so we could get some information out of this fight. Still, a dead goblin is a dead goblin. Harry shrugged philosophically, sending Estelle a wink. Just try to rein in your Gryffindor tendencies in the future, would you? What is that supposed to mean? A tale for another time, I think. Unless either of you fancies trying to sleep with the smell of the dead around us like this. Let us get moving, Bilbo ordered. Estelle nodded and moved over to help gather their belongings, pausing to stare down at his hands as they began to shake. Then he suddenly found himself on his knees, his legs having lost any strength they might have had. Oh! Bilbo noticed this and instantly moved to his side, putting an arm over the young human's shoulders as Harry moved to clean up the camp. There now, lad. The first fight can always take you aback like this. I remember how I acted after the run-in with the trolls. I had the shakes for hours. It's not a sign of any lack of courage, so don't let that thought enter your mind. It is just a body's reaction to being in danger in a life-and-death fight for the first time. And in this case to also taking a life, no matter how foul. Under Bilbo's soothing words, Estelle's reaction to his first fight passed slowly but without him throwing up or giving in to the shakes. By the time he was ready to stand once more, the pony was loaded, and all of their belongings put away in the various packs festooning the animal. Harry's moleskin pouch was entirely dedicated to their treasure at this point, but regardless, the animal was just as eager to move on as the three of them. That turned out to be the only true threat they faced on the trip, and a day later, the trio of travelers arrived in the Bree land. This territory bordered the Shire, the chief town of which was built on a crossing between the Greenway and the East Road. The area was peopled by men and hobbits in almost equal measure, and as they walked, or in the hobbits' case, rode, up the road to the main town, which was also called Bree, Bilbo explained that some of the hobbit folk here claimed that this was the oldest settlement of hobbits, settled here before the Brandywine River had been crossed and the Shire colonized. Estelle listened earnestly, although Harry could tell he was only doing so because it was Bilbo who was speaking. The three of them garnered some looks as they entered the town of Bree, the capital of the area, but Bilbo's welcoming smile and waving to the hobbits he could see among the folk and the likeness between Harry and Estelle, both of them were black-haired and trim of frame, caused that interest to fade slowly as they made their way to the town's massive inn. After all, anyone traveling with a child couldn't be up to anything suspicious, could they? When they reached the inn, Bilbo spotted some hobbits sitting outside around a table and moved over to them, ordering a pint of ale, eager for some good old-fashioned hobbit gossip. Seeing this, Harry turned, patting Estelle on the shoulder. Come on, lad, I saw a market back there. It's time to introduce you to the fine art of haggling, something my dwarven friends taught me about. After all, we need to think of some gift for your mother, so she doesn't get too angry with me for kidnapping you." Nodding rapidly, as that was a concern that had been growing in his mind the past 2 days, Estelle followed Harry away from the inn. He looked around as he went, keeping his surprise and some disgust off his face with difficulty. This was the first time Estelle had been among humans, and the simple layout of the town, the dirtiness, how close all the houses were, and even worse, how crowded and noisy it all seemed, took him aback. Yet as Estelle watched a gang of children race around, shouting to one another as they played some kind of game, he smiled. "I don't think this is the kind of place I would like to live. It doesn't seem the type of place to find good books or history," he whispered to Harry as they came upon the market. "Yet I can see the appeal." Harry nodded, agreeing with Estelle. "I have to say it's a bit too loud and crowded for my tastes as well, but to each their own." He watched as Estelle looked away guiltily, knowing that had been what Estelle wanted to say, he'd just been too polite to do so. "And in the future, when you are old enough to travel on your own, I urge you to get to know folk like this and others. They may look simple, but places like this will also have trials and dangers they must face. There is more to humans than elves can teach you on their own and more to the world than humans can tell you. Learn from both, and I think you won't go far wrong." "And dwarves too," Estelle joked, although it was clear by his slow nod that he also had listened to Harry closely. "And dwarves too," Harry agreed with a laugh. "Now, would your mother like a ribbon, you think, or a cooking knife? Or perhaps a shawl? You know her best." Back at the inn, Bilbo suddenly became a minor celebrity when he introduced himself, for these folk had heard of him. Rumours from the Shire had spread across Bree about Mad Baggins and how he had rushed off one morning, disappearing with only a message left behind on Bag End's door in the company of 2 humans and a band of dwarves. No one knew where you'd gone or what madness had gotten into your brain. But if you are truly back, that is a tale of itself. And in the company of 2 humans who look almost related? What have you been up to, Mr. Baggins? Asked one old grandfatherly hobbit. There is a tale, there is a tale. Looking back on it, I cannot tell you how I made the decision, but I decided to travel with a group of dwarves, heading over the mountains. Bilbo began, shaking his head. The full tale of my journey would take many days, but suffice it to say that at the journey's end, no matter how far I went, I wished to return home. That earned him some murmurings of approval, although the hobbits did try to weasel his story out of him. Bilbo didn't tell them the entire tale, of course. He left out Smaug, and he left out Thranduil and his imprisonment at the Elven King's hands, as well as the final battle. News of that would no doubt spread, especially to the dwarves in the Blue Mountains, but the full import would not interest the hobbits around Bilbo. All hobbits were insular, thinking more of their own troubles than the world at large. As it was, the tale of trolls, orcs and goblins they met on the road to Mirkwood was more than enough to make the story almost too amazing to be believed. Indeed, if he had been in the Shire, Bilbo would have been dealing with many a scoffing face. But here in Bree, orcs and goblins were all too real a threat occasionally, whereas the Shire had only rarely faced such threats in its history. And travelers had already shared the news of the 3 troll statues, corroborating Bilbo's tale. Up to that point, anyway. As the afternoon wound on, Bilbo began to turn this story back on the locals, asking them about their histories. He began making notes on paper as he did something. This fascinated and flattered the hobbits, and more than a few of them were gleefully wondering aloud if perhaps their names would wind up in a history book of some kind. However, at that point, another hobbit joined them, and when introduced to Bilbo, he stared around at his fellows, shaking his head sternly at them. "Why, Benji Banks, Root Longholes, Tries Mugwort, I am surprised at you. I understand the interest in Mr. Baggins' story, but if he is heading home, he needs to be on his way right sharp, judging by the latest news we've heard from the Shire." Bilbo looked at him in concern. "What do you mean? You are the Baggins who owns Bag End, yes? A tidy little hole it is. And, according to the latest gossip from the Shire, it is being sold. On auction it is, with the Took having taken possession of it after no one has been living it for so long," the other hobbit explained. "It's going up for auction any day now." His eyes widening in horror, Bilbo hopped to his feet, slamming a mug of ale down so hard he splashed 2 other hobbits with its contents. Ignoring the now drenched hobbits out of annoyance, Bilbo bowed to the newest hobbit, then around at the fellows as he placed several gold coins on the table. "Thank you for your kind words, sir. You have earned a debt from me I cannot take a moment to pay right now, but if you are ever in the Shire, look me up. It has been lovely meeting you all, and I will make the trip out this way again to finish taking down my notes on your family's histories, but I must go." His polite words and the gold on the table doused the surprise and annoyance Bilbo's hasty actions evoked, and Bilbo raced away, the good wishes of his fellow hobbits on his ears. Finding Harry and Estelle nearby with a few small purchases in hand for Lady Gilraine, he quickly explained to both humans the need for haste, and after paying for their dinner, the three of them were on their way once more with a somewhat recalcitrant pony, who had been looking forward to a night in the stables and apples for his dinner. Pushing through the night, the three travelers made it to the borders of the Shire in the late morning the next day. Estelle was dead to the world asleep against Bilbo's back, and Bilbo wasn't much better, although Harry didn't seem bothered overmuch by going without rest. In actuality, the night before, Harry had once more been roused by nightmares, so sleep was not something he looked forward to. And the faster he got back to Toriel, and they moved on to Lady Galadriel, the better. Harry roused Bilbo as he spotted the Bounder guard post ahead of them. Outside the post, two hobbits were taking their ease, smoking around a small table on which cheese and bread were laid out, their weapons, long cudgels, on the ground nearby. But they hopped to their feet as they saw the travelers coming up the road towards them, trying to make themselves look presentable. Their shock at seeing a hobbit traveling with two humans was next to nothing when Bilbo told them his identity. The presence of two humans with him might also have caused some issues. Big folk were not welcome in the Shire for long. But Estelle was obviously but a child, and one of the Bounders recognized Harry from when he and Thorin passed this way. And as before, his polite manners helped soothe the hobbits' worries. Soon Harry was allowed to enter, and the three of them hurried on, passing through into the Shire proper. Soon enough, with Bilbo urging his pony, they came upon Bagshot Roll leading up to Bag End, where a large crowd had gathered outside Bilbo's home. Most Bilbo didn't know, but a few he did, and his face hardened. Oh no! I will be buried in dragon dung before I let anyone, especially the Sackville Bagginses, take my home. With that, he paused the pony and told Estelle to get off before kicking it into a gallop, or as much of a gallop as a pony could perform. Harry also helpfully obliged by casting a sonorous on Bilbo. What on earth is going on here? Bilbo shouted as he raced forward. The shout and the galloping pony forced the crowd to part for him as he raced up to his green-painted door, where he slid off the pony's back, turning and glaring at the crowd, who, to an individual, stepped back. The hobbit standing on the auctioneer's block, a member of the Took clan, almost tumbled off his perch in shock. But he was made of sterner stuff, and he rallied, glaring back at Bilbo. Here now. There's no need for that. If you're a bidder, you've come too late. The auction details have been circulating for more than a month now. If your name's not on the list, then... Auction? Bidder? This is my home, Bilbo barked, pulling out some paperwork from one of his satchels. I am Bilbo Baggins, and this is my home. This is my handwriting on a contract to Thorin Oakenshield and Company to help them travel through contested lands. Bilbo held the paperwork out to the man. And if you need someone to recognize me, I dare say Master Hamfast, or even the Took himself can do so. This whole auction is invalid. That caused a clamor from the crowd, especially from two of the hobbits in particular. These were Litho and Lobelia Sackville Bagginses, relatives of Bilbo who he would rather never meet on a walk, let alone at the door, as the saying went. The feeling was undoubtedly returned, as Lobelia had coveted Bag End since Bungo built it. Bilbo turned, staring them down, and the auctioneer waved the crowd to silence, staring at the contract and then reaching into a pouch at his side, pulling out another piece of paper, the deed of ownership passing Bag End down to Bilbo from his father, Bungo. He stared at the two pieces of paper, the two signatures, and then slowly nodded. This seems legitimate. I'd like you to wait for Master Gamgee to join us before taking the keys back, but this is definitely enough of a claim for me to halt the auction here pending his word on your identity. The man's bewildered and curious look hadn't faded, but he knew the laws here. The two hobbits that Bilbo had been glaring at started to shout at the man instead, but he shouted them down in turn and sent a young hobbit running down Bagshot Row to find Master Gamgee at the bottom of the hill. That worthy paused, staring at Harry and Estelle, who waved cheerfully at him before the young hobbit rushed off. At this, more took notice of the two humans, but once more, their appearance, and Estelle's very apparent youth, helped them. Soon the runner returned with Hamfast Gamgee, whose eyes lit up at seeing Bilbo. Mr. Baggins, sir. It's good to see you. Bilbo smiled at seeing the old garden hand. It's good to see you as well, Master Hamfast. You and your father have seemingly done a magnificent job around the place. Yavanna herself must have helped your efforts here as it looks even better than it did before I left. While the use of Yavanna's name drew a lot of odd and even confused glances, that was next to nothing to Bilbo's arrival. But now, with his identity firmly proven, the auctioneer quickly began to break the crowd up, sending everyone away to their homes except for Bilbo's neighbors. They clambered in, asking him where he had been and what he had been doing. Bilbo laughed and told them he would invite them over in a few days but had to first set his hole in order. And I must say farewell to a few friends before they leave. This drew further attention to the two humans, but Harry's jocular tone and words of indeed, I am here just to make sure that Bilbo arrives home safely, and to buy some pipeweed to take back with me. Nowhere else can pipeweed be found save here among hobbits, and the Shire stock is easily the best, softened the glares their way as outsiders. The only exceptions were Litho and Lobelia, who glared at Harry as if he was to blame for Bilbo suddenly popping up out of nowhere again. Eventually, the last of the Gawkers had been escorted off the property, with Bilbo talking with Master Gamgee as he, the representative of the Took clan, and Bilbo herded them all away. Hamfast soon left as well, quite pleased to not have Lobelia as a neighbor and for Bilbo's good manners and desire to help around the place in the future. For several moments, Bilbo stood by the outer gate staring after them all before sighing and looking up at Harry. Well, I did not expect that kind of reception when I returned home. At least it's over now. Please, come inside. I can at least give you and Estelle some food and tea while we store everything we brought away before we say our farewells. As it is barely noon, I know you will want to be on your way quickly. Bilbo was not about to use the words treasure or money just yet. He didn't need nosy folk coming around trying to search for hidden rubies or gold in Bag End, no thank you. However, almost instantly, Bilbo realized his error. Even as he and Harry began to pull out chests of gold and the rest of Bilbo's share of the treasure from Harry's moleskin pouch, Estelle returned from a mission into the basement to report that the larder was completely empty. Drat it! Thorin and the others, they ate my larder bare. And it will take me hours to shop for. No need, my friend, Harry said, pulling out the last trunk of gold from his moleskin pouch. Next came the chest with Bilbo's shield, sting, and the jewelry he had chosen as part of his share of Sauron's hoard. He was still wearing his mithril chainmail under his jacket right now. I think at this point, it's better if we make a clean break, yes? If you offer me your hospitality, who knows how long it would take to tear myself away. I will instead take a rain check on spending a second night leaning on your hospitality. Bilbo snorted at that, understanding that Harry was more interested in getting back to Toriel as quickly as possible rather than any concerns about his wanting to stay. Very well, Harry. I'll not keep you longer. Tell Thorin and the others that I arrived home, and give my regards when you see them. Perhaps in the future, when the roads are safer, I might make a trip back to them, so I can see the wonders they have made of Erebor. Harry nodded, and the two of them worked to transfer Bilbo's dragon-gotten gains into his cellar, with Estelle helping by carrying a small lantern. Soon it was done, and Bilbo took out the shield and sting, carrying them back up and setting them by the fireplace. Eventually, they would go over the lintel there. For a few moments, Harry and Bilbo stood there in the main sitting room of Bag End, somewhat awkwardly looking at one another in a way. Leaving one another's company after they had been through so much felt wrong in some way, but it needed to be done. Bilbo was home, and Harry needed to find his own. Eventually, Harry moved forward and wrapped Bilbo in a hug, which Bilbo returned tightly. It has been the adventure of a lifetime traveling with you and the others, Harry. I hope if your feet ever do wish to wander again, that you and Toriel wander here to my little hobbit hole. Bilbo snickered. I would dearly like to see my neighbors' reactions to my hosting an elf here in Bag End. And if you are ever abroad again, get in touch with Lord Elrond. I'm certain he can find a way to get in touch with me in turn. Harry replied. The two held the hug for a few more seconds before Harry slowly stepped away, clapping Bilbo on both shoulders. Be well, my friend. And you? Bilbo returned before looking over to Estelle. And you as well, young one. My offer of hospitality also extends to you if you are ever in the Shire again. I look forward to seeing what kind of man you grow into with interest. Maybe when we see each other next, you will have adventures of your own to share. Estelle grinned at that, giving the hobbit a thumbs up, a gesture he had learned from Harry over the past few days. He moved forward and gave Bilbo a hug then, before following Harry out the open door. Bilbo walked with them, holding the door open and then watching them move down the trail for a time. Then with a sigh, Bilbo straightened his shoulders and decided he needed a cup of tea before seeing to anything else. Are all partings like that, Harry? Estelle asked as he and Harry walked on, looking up at his taller companion. You want to leave, but you also don't, not quite certain how to put one step forward. As rather a good way of putting it, Estelle, Harry agreed with a sigh. And I suppose between friends who care for one another, partings can be very difficult. For one reason or another, he added, the faces of his friends back in his old world flashing through his brain for a moment despite his best efforts to not summon them up again. Shaking his head, Harry asked for a stone from the youngster and held it in his hand as he wondered aloud, and now, without Bilbo and the pony to worry about, I am wondering if the two of us can do better going cross-country rather than following the road. The east road makes a long winding curve before heading back to the direction we wish to go. So. With that, Harry cast a point me spell on the stone, using Rivendell as the target. It pulled in a completely different direction from the road, and he looked down at Estelle. Well? Do you think we should take the east road again or go our own way? Estelle grinned. Is that even a question? Harry laughed, clapping him on the shoulder and turning down the next road in the direction the stone was pulling. End chapter. Initially, I had thought about having Elrond show up and escort Aragorn away before they entered the Shire. But I realized that didn't make much sense since Harry would have to pass Rivendell to get back to Toriel. And he would also trust Harry to look out for him, given his magical powers. So at least half of the next chapter will show Harry and Aragorn's meeting with Tom Bombadil and the River Daughter, after which Harry's journey will continue back to Toriel, which will mark the start of what I will term the romance arc. LOL. Harry's mental state, a lot is going on here. His years of warring with Voldemort in the Void, remember folks, he's in his 20s now, when he was 15/16 when he body-checked Voldy into the Arch. That is PTSD-inducing. His guilt over dead friends in his past life and on Middle-earth. The changes his mind is currently going through as it and his body becomes of Arda rather than alien and Pseudomai rather than human. That is a lot of strain on a mind that has already been through a lot. The story of how orcs and goblins keep their numbers up simply added another segment of horror, his mind going in natural paths there. On orcs and goblins, some of you might think this is too grim dark. But beyond the original creation of their species, there is no mention of how either race, which was originally one in Tolkien's writing, rebuilds their numbers. And I refuse to believe that they can just rise from mud anywhere they have previously been. Too much like the orcs of Warhammer fame, and way before that broken universe, and I would think that Elrond, Galadriel and the rest could figure out how to stop it from happening anyway. So that method only works in Mordor. Elsewhere, they have to fall back on other means. Chapter 18. I am not Amazon, I have an imagination and can write. Tolkien, I would never assume to reach so high, or Rowling, I have some understanding of romance. Hey, folks. As you can see, this is the winner of the small story poll. It is one of 2 FICS updated here on fanfic this month. ADP is still being gone over by Observant3, and he has done such a great job editing it since he began that I am happy to let him keep it as long as he needs to. Observant3 has told me he is nearly finished and I would say next week is a likely time frame to shoot for. For those who have been wondering, once ADP is done, 3 or 4 chapters more, FIL-Fi teacher will return to the polls. In no way should you take this FIC being updated as a shot at Rings of Power. It's shit, and Galadriel offends me greatly. The dwarves are good, some of the background is good too, Elrond and his interaction with the dwarves are funny at least, and some of the outfits are okay, if you ignore some of the armor, that's about it. Oh, wait, some of the responses on YouTube are hilarious, and I have loved seeing the pushback from fans, but that in no way made me vote in my own poll. There was no need to do so. This chapter has not been beta read by anyone save myself and a smidgen of Grammarly work. Now, without further ado, let the journey continue. 10/1, corrections pointed out by various reviewers, Anakin has now disappeared, and the one place where I used Bilbo's name instead of Estel's have been changed. Lore mistakes have also been changed. Thank you to PR2 for pointing them out. Fate touched, every step forward, a new note in a song. Despite having been traveling through the Shire for most of that morning, Harry was amused to note the 2 humans still got some odd looks from the short denizens of this land. More than one mother shooed her children away from them, and many a farmer turned their heads away. Yet most were quick to notice Estel and calm down somewhat, and just like before, their thoughts were obvious. Though big people might be automatically dangerous, there was a difference between a single, unpredictable, and dangerous human and a father traveling with his son. Hearing that comment more than once was a little strange to Harry even now. Oh, he had long wanted a family, both to have parents and be a parent or maybe even a big brother to someone else. But hearing it about someone who he honestly wasn't all that close to despite the fact they'd spent several days together was a bit strange. Still, for now, he was willing to use the locals' prejudices for his own interests and several times, he had them pause so he could talk to farmers who looked slightly more friendly than their fellows. As they near the river Brandywine, those answers became less and less brusque and dismissive, which was a good sign in Harry's opinion, and he commented on it to his young companion. Either rumor has gone around that you and I are utterly harmless despite being big folk, or we're getting near where the Brandy Bucks held sway. According to Bilbo, they are more open and adventurous than the rest of Hobbit kind. That wouldn't be very hard, Estel muttered, shaking his head and looking a little annoyed. It's not going to be like this all the way back, surely? I wanted some adventure, some exploration, not this nice land with its standoffish people. Harry blinked and looked down at him, one eyebrow cocking upwards. Why do I get the impression that someone skipped out on geography lessons? Estel flushed a little, looking away and whistling in an effort to look innocent, failing miserably. Nice try, kid, Harry snorted, gesturing towards where he could now see a small band of blue through a break in the hills. That, I believe, is going to be the River Brandywine. On the other side of that, we'll enter Brandy Hall. I think it's an actual hall delved out of a hill, although I'm unsure. And from there, we'll head into the forest, where your exploration will begin. Cross out the other side, find and follow the River Bruin and straight to Rivendell. Great. I'm looking forward to it. With that, Estel ran ahead, waving cheerfully at all the Hobbit children he could see, who waved back, some of them with happiness, others a little warily. Staring after him, Harry sighed. Damn me, was I ever that eager for adventure? I hope you can keep that thirst for exploration and innocence as you grow, Estelle. But I rather think this world might pound you flat in time. What you make of yourself then will be interesting to see. With that, he hurried his steps, catching up to his young charge. Soon they came to the river, where, after exchanging a few coins and some stern injunctions to be on their best behavior in Brandy Hall, the two of them were ferried across the river. As they did, Estelle looked over the side, commenting that, "It looks like it's very deep here. It is not as wide as the Bruinen, but it looks deeper than most." But his attempts to make small talk only evinced a few short answers, and Estelle was happy to leave the surly ferryman behind on the other side. The ferry deposited them at the center of what looked like the outskirts of a small town, indeed built into the side of a hill. There were dozens of small paths and roads leading up to various doors of various sizes, with only a few houses built up out of the hill rather than inside it. But there were more houses out to either side of the main Brandy Hall, spreading out of sight in either direction. This was Buckland, which was, according to Bilbo, an almost separate colony from the rest of the Shire. The number of hobbits that were visible as they walked through seemed to prove that out. Moreover, these hobbits were slightly taller, their eyes a little more fearless than other hobbits as they looked at the two big people with interest rather than wariness, although their shoulders were not as broad as other hobbits. Still following the direction of his initial spell, Harry and Estelle moved through Brandy Hall, exchanging greetings with those who gave them a few questions and, at one point, buying food for a few days in the form of meats, cheeses, bread, and even fruit and vegetables. Although Harry's attempt to buy mushrooms failed horribly as he could not find any farmer willing to part with them, something that had him laughing after his third attempt. It was after that third attempt that Harry and Estelle first spotted the high hay. This was a large, thick hedge set between those parts of Buckland which abutted the old forest, which ran for 20 miles. The thickness of the hedge and how well it was kept surprised Harry, and what surprised him even more was, as they came closer, to see it was being patrolled by a group of bounders. They were armed with bows and arrows, and having seen Bilbo with his bow and arrow, he knew that hobbits were pretty good shots, so that made sense. Yet it seemed to Harry that the number of torches held on their backs was just as important as the bows, given how many each hobbit had. "Ho, there, tall one!" One of the bounders, a slightly older hobbit but one with a long bird feather in his cap, shouted to the two humans, sounding both wary but curious. "Now, where do you think you are going?" Harry shrugged his shoulders and upon reaching a comfortable speaking range, opined, "The roads leading us back home meander greatly, and Estelle and I wish to take a shortcut." "Shortcut is it?" The hobbit laughed while one of his fellows who looked older frowned, shaking his head as if at a bit of prime foolishness. "Going through the old forest and calling it a shortcut? Best you be thinking twice about that. I'm not willing to stick my nose at others' business, especially one of you big folk, but if you're thinking about taking yourself and the young lad there through, I will urge you to think again. I'm not young. I'm over 11. And I'm as tall as you." Estelle protested. 11. That one more shock among the hobbits than Harry's original statement. "Why, you're but a babe, not even into your terrible tweens." Estelle snorted. "I'm also human. We age way faster than you short folk." Still. The leader of the bounders on watch of the high hay shook his head. "Well, as I said, your business is your own. Seems a darn shame. If you could explain that." Harry inquired politely. "Well, this might sound unbelievable to you big folk, but the old forest, it is a dangerous clear place. The trees there are alive and don't like people. As in, they will block out the sun, drop branches on you, and even attack you. At one point, they attacked the high hay, grew up right against it and tried to pull it down years ago. We had to create a firewall to push it back." Estelle frowned, thinking that sounded like a spell a group of elves could perhaps have cast on a portion of the forest, but when he brought this up, the hobbits laughed. Several said elves didn't exist, a statement that had both Harry and Estelle widen their eyes while the other hobbits were quick to start an argument on that point. The leader held himself aloof for now, simply saying, "Nay lad, if all that has been said of the elves is right, this is not an enchantment that comes from them. The feel of the forest is foul indeed and will fill you with fear. It is not a forest even elves would find welcome in. Regardless, you're not saying there are orcs or other evil creatures within, just that the trees attack you. That and the general feeling of the forest. It's a very tree-ish forest, the trees are alive, and they are filled with malice. I know that sounds odd, but if you go in there, you will discover what I mean. I urge you not to, but again, if you big folk want to kill yourselves, it's no business of mine." Somewhat annoyed by the hobbit's passive-aggressive tone, Harry waved him on. Fine, it's our choice to go through. Now, unless you are going to tell me fire doesn't always work on these scary trees of yours, we'll be heading on." Estelle winced at that, looking a little affronted at the idea of someone setting fire to trees, but the hobbit simply snorted, gesturing for Harry and Estelle to follow him. He led the way to where a small tunnel had been dug through the ground, leading under the hedge. He opened the heavy metal reinforced door there, gesturing them through. On the other side of the tunnel, Harry and Estelle came out in the cleared zone before the hedge, which even now looked scorched and blackened, despite the fact that the fire was years past. That was strange to Harry, but he still didn't see the point of being scared of a bunch of trees. Now, if they were those Ents that Gandalf mentioned once, I would be scared. But so long as they aren't that alive or mobile, I don't see the threat. Harry and Estelle entered the forest, and at first, neither of them saw anything unusual about it beyond the burned-out areas near the high hay. Indeed, Estelle quickly found them a trail heading in the general direction Harry's point me spell was pointing, and Harry was forced to hurry after the kid as he bounded ahead. When Estelle was about to race out of sight, Harry used a spell to trip him up and drag him back. Staring down at the now bedraggled youth who had just been dragged through the loam of the forest, Harry shook his head. While I might not be worried about the danger of these woods, that doesn't mean I'm going to let you borrow trouble like that. Stay in sight, all right. Somewhat cowed, Estelle nodded, and the two of them walked side by side for a bit in silence before the youth stated, "This doesn't feel like Rivendell, not even the outskirts of it. I am not certain I have felt the like. It isn't quite as dark and dank as Mirkwood was passing through the first time. Nor is it as open as the second time," Harry mused, feeling a pang of pain going through him as he remembered traveling with Toriel. "Instead, this reminds me more of the forbidden forest around Hogwarts," he said aloud, shaking his head with a chuckle to banish that pain. "I wonder if there are any spiders here too? There certainly were in Mirkwood, and I loved how they burned. Am I becoming a pyromaniac? Hey, oh well, maybe if the list of things to burn was smaller, I'd be more worried than that," Harry chuckled internally. His words caused Estelle to stop in shock, and he turned back to Harry, face both interested in the story and concerned about the topic in question. "What do you mean? I know about giant spiders, and you've mentioned Hogwarts before, but not the Forbidden Forest. Do you really think that there are spiders in here?" "Well, it's either spiders or a Ford Anglia," Harry chuckled, shaking his head as Estelle just looked more confused. "A kind of magical cart, I suppose you would call it, one that very accidentally was given something of a personality." Estelle's eyes widened, and Harry told the story about how Ronald Weasley, one of his on-again, off-again friends as they walked deeper into the woods. This led to an explanation about house elves, a story that horrified Estelle, as house elves were as far away from real elves as possible to imagine. "Those are not elves. Those sound almost like magic using good goblins somehow enchanted to do good around the house if such a thing was possible. No one quite knows where they came from, I don't think, and I have mentioned a time or two that I'm not native to Arda, Estelle," Harry answered with a snort, ruffling the kid's hair. "Now come on, our telling slowed our pace down too much. Let's push on." Once more, the two of them fell silent as they made their way through the forest, with Estelle still looking around at the trees in interest as they passed, the look segueing into awe as they pushed deeper into the old forest. While this forest doesn't feel like it, some of these trees look as old as the trees in Rivendell, maybe even older. Truly, this forest could be a remnant of one of the original forests, the ones that covered Middle-earth before even the elves awoke. "I wouldn't know. I'm not much of a woodsman myself, although I tend to think that I will gain that skill as my life here in Middle-earth continues," Harry answered drolly. While he couldn't call himself a city boy, Harry had not spent much time out of the woods, primarily because, as he had told Estelle, the Forbidden Forest had been forbidden and was the only forest he had any knowledge of before coming to Middle-earth. Since then, he had indeed developed a lot of woodsman skills if not much knowledge, despite his talks with Toriel. For his part, Harry was slowly becoming aware of a subtle pressure, something building just outside of his senses. He couldn't tell where it was coming from, but Harry reckoned it probably came from the trees if the hobbits' tales about them were accurate. Estelle started to slow his pace as well, his gazes towards the trees turning from admiration to worry as the trek continued. The sun above was now almost entirely hidden behind the green foliage above, and it was hard to tell the time of day beyond the fact that it was still day rather than evening or night. And the trail they had been following how to properly end a time or two, forcing them to double back and try and figure out another way through the trees, which were now far closer together than Estelle felt was altogether natural. They were still able to make progress forward thanks to Harry's spells, keeping them pointed in the direction they wanted to go. This grew harder and harder until it felt as if they were making no real progress in the direction they wanted. "This is getting annoying," Estelle muttered, his admittedly limited woodcraft somewhat insulted at how abruptly, how unnaturally the trail had just ended. He was also looking around warily, keeping close to Harry as he stared apprehensively around at the trees. "Do you think we should continue to follow this and double back?" Harry frowned, staring at where Estelle was pointing behind them to a trail to one side, an offshoot of the one they had been following. Or perhaps that was the original trail, and they had been following an offshoot. It was very hard for Harry to tell with his limited woods knowledge. What was certain was it was not going in the direction they wanted. Indeed, it looked almost to be going in the west rather than north and east as they wanted. What was also certain was that Harry could not remember having passed it. So the trees were very certainly playing silly buggers and were determined to block their way forward. Still, I am a wizard, and magic can be seen as the ultimate multi-tool. He held up a hand to one side, holding it out into a small beam of light that came through the foliage above, and with an effort of will, crafted a spell that concentrated the light around one of his fingers, pointing it towards the large boulder that seemed to be blocking their path forward. No. I think it's time this wizard made his own path. Before Estelle could say anything, the laser spell flashed out, slicing around a hole through the foliage ahead of them as Harry directed it with his fingers, grimacing at the faint exertion this caused. For a moment, there was no sound other than the faint sizzling sound as the light-based spell did its work. Then there was a series of crashes as the bits of branches cut away fell to the ground. Come on, let's get moving, Harry smiled. But even as he and Estelle stepped through the cut Harry had made, the feeling of the forest went from being only slightly felt at the periphery of their minds to an almost oppressive feeling. Where before the forest had been somewhat unaware of their presence and only automatically antagonistic towards them, now it was very aware, and that antagonism had risen to the fore. The anger, the sheer oppressive air of the forest pushed it on them hard, and Estelle stumbled, staring around him as Harry scowled. But the trail was ahead of them again, and he pushed Estelle to keep moving as he stared around them, nearly shouting the words. In the name of the Vala Yavana and the Lady of the Sun, Arian, I ask you not to interfere with us again. Let us pass, and we will be on our way with no further violence. The names of the Vala and, in particular, the name of the mayor from whose mind all growing things had sprung should have evoked a response from the woods, if there was any kind of underarching intelligence there and if it was any way good or touched by the light. If it had been something of the dark, the naming of Yavana should have weakened the presence within the woods as all evil things feared the Vala. Yet there was nothing like that. Indeed there was no response to his words at all, which was quite odd. Still, it proved that whatever was in this forest was not something of Sauron's working. Something of Morgoth's maybe, or peripherally created from his actions. As they continued to travel, that oppressive feeling slowly redoubled. What light there was now was the greenish, shadowy light of the deep forest rather than unimpeded sunlight. The humidity in the air also began to rise, causing both Harry and Estelle to start sweating profusely. And once more, the trail ended ahead of them, twisting along to one side away from the route they wanted to go. Estelle was all for following it, but Harry paused, staring around them, his eyes narrowed. Again, that doesn't lead in the direction we're trying to go, Estelle. In fact, I would wager it bends almost entirely away from the direction we need to be pushing toward, just like the first one. But we can't just go around cutting into the forest willy-nilly. You can feel it, can't you? The forest is rejecting us now. We don't want to give it any more reason to start actively attacking us like that Hobbit told us about. Or you'll be using your magic from now until the time we get to the forest's outer limit. Somehow Estelle's words roused even further anger towards them, the oppressive feeling beating into their skulls so much that Estelle gasped, while Harry simply stared around them in rising anger of his own. They apparently don't like that talk about forest limits, Estelle. But if they anger me further, the edge of the forest is going to be the least of its worries. He held up a finger, shooting up a fire spell a few feet into the air above him, being careful not to hit any of the intervening foliage between him and the sun. I have warned you already, forest. And I am not feeling somewhat silly addressing a forest like it was a single living being, but given my recent experiences, I suppose this is not the oddest thing I could think of. I am not willing to destroy willy-nilly, but neither am I going to be led around by your false trails or let your continued interference go by without a response. Estelle shivered as the trees roused themselves to yet a higher degree, becoming angry one and all at the fire Harry had conjured, the movement of leaves and branches becoming oppressive, the heat rising further. Harry felt it too and was about to release his fire, but Estelle stopped him, grabbing his arm and pulling it back to his side. No. You can't just go around burning whole forests, Harry. That's not right. That smacks of something the great enemy would do, not something those of the light should consider. These are just trees. They're not smart enough to truly form personal enmities. They're just trying to protect themselves. Feeling the pressure building up in his mind, Harry didn't agree, and the two of them started to argue about it while the tree-ish feeling of the forest pressed in on them from all sides. Harry maintained that simply cutting their way through would not do much harm. I won't let the fire get out of control, Estelle. But these trees are obviously not intelligent enough to be reasoned with, and whatever spirit or spirits are driving them, we will need to push through. Heck, I don't even need to use fire. I could use cutting spells. Even a wizard can't promise a forest fire can be controlled. Estelle answered incredulously. Besides, what would Elrond think if we just went around burning forests? There has to be a way to calm the trees down enough to let us go. Harry scowled and was about to argue back, but Estelle glared back up at him, showing a fierce glare that took Harry aback for a moment, making him wonder if this was what he had looked like occasionally on his adventures back home. Looking back at the youth, Harry eventually sighed, then the fire in his hand went out, taking with it quite a bit of the light. Somehow as they had traveled it had pushed into evening, making the forest seem even more unnatural to Harry. Still, he asked Estelle, "All right, so long as my solution remains on the table, you tell me what we should do. I don't have much knowledge of woodcraft to find us a way forward without just cutting our way through their branches at least, and no knowledge whatsoever about any magics to try and appease tree spirits." Estelle faltered, not having realized that the decision of what to do would fall on him. But he bore through it quickly, far quicker than Harry would have perhaps in his place with none of his friends around him and instead an odd adult who had just thrown the problem back at him. Another pang of pain went through Harry at that, but Estelle surprised him, coming up with a solution quickly. "All good things love the elves for the gift of language, for the elves gave it to them long ago. You used the name of the powers beyond the sea, but that is different. Only those plants and animals with enough intelligence to recognize the names would know of them. But all know the elvish language, and perhaps can be appeased by it." Harry's eyebrows rose, but he shrugged his shoulders and gestured for Estelle to try whatever he was thinking. Breathing deeply, Estelle prepared himself and then began to sing, his voice more sonorous than a youth his age should have been able to produce yet untried for all of that. Still, as he sang in Elvish, there was a power to the words that Harry could feel, just as he had initially felt the oppression of the forest. The song was the lay of Fingolfin and spoke of the first High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth, his heroic stand against Morgoth, and his death at the hands of the evil Einar. As Estelle sang, it was as if a fresh breeze had moved through the forest, with much of the tree-ish nature that had been pressing in on them fading away. But it didn't last for very long. As Estelle paused between songs, the feeling returned, more directed this time, angrier and fouler. Estelle's song faltered, fear beating against his mind even with Harry grasping his shoulders. As he did, the thought came to Harry that some of the youth's strength had been poured out into that song somehow to give it power, and he was no less defended than before. But a moment after Estelle fell silent, a response came in a way that Harry had not anticipated. In the distance through the trees, there came an answering song, not in Elvish but in the common tongue. And it was far less formed as well, more about noise than tune, even if much of the words rhymed. "Oh, Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow. What do I hearken hear a voice on the wind? Welcome here, oh elf friend. Now let the song begin. Oh, elfin friend, welcome to my home. Fear not tree or land, for Tom Bombadil and the river daughter welcome you." From the same direction, a female voice rose as well. "Let the song begin. Let us sing together for this merry meeting. Elvish touched, sing to us of the springtime, of glades far away, of elvish doings and learnings." Harry and Estelle turned in that direction, only to see the trees had begun to part ways all around them, no longer crowding in, and Harry touched Estelle's shoulder again, gesturing him to resume singing. This he did, belting out the lyrics now of a song he had learned from Elrond himself, the Song of the Great Hound. As he sang, both of the voices in the distance began to make strange, almost instrument-like noises, the woman's voice rising into a lilt, a sonorous drone, while the man let out booms and loud laughter as if both were as musical as the mysterious Tom's words had previously conveyed. Soon out from the woods came the man himself, Tom Bombadil. He was shorter than Harry, and yes, his jacket was bright blue, his boots yellow. They looked almost like rain slickers but were made out of leather-colored yellow rather than rubber. He had a short but luxuriant beard that even a dwarf would have approved of, shaggy hair, sticks in his hair here and there, and a hat on his head. Between beard and hat, he wore a merry grin, and his eyes were a sparkling blue, a sky blue that gave him an innocent yet mischievous cast. "Oh ho!" he shouted as Estelle fell silent, and the strange man danced around them. Normally Harry wouldn't like to be circled by someone like that, especially after the fraught journey to and from the mountain, but this man didn't give him any kind of impression of danger. Rather, what he felt most from this man was welcome and protectiveness. "Oh, ho! Do my eyes deceive me? Humans now come into the forest singing elven songs. Yet old Tom Bombadil is not so old as that, nor so blind. He can see beyond the surface, to the truth within, and can tell there is more to both of you than can be seen on the surface. Now, tell me, good fellows, where do ye be coming from, and where do ye be going, coming through the woods like this? Do you not know its truth, the power that remains here along the Withywindle?" "Greetings, master," Estelle said before Harry could do anything, bowing grandly to the man. "I am afraid you have the right of it. While we know which direction we should go, this forest has started to fight us. Now, let us not be hasty, my little fellow. No bowing now, not for such as you nor to such as me. I am the master, but only here in this place. As for this forest, the forest will is that of Old Man Willow. Deep his roots are, mighty like the spring is his strength, yet gnarled is his heart. Still, old Tom Bombadil has a song for him, naught will harm you so long as you are in my protection," Tom answered, dancing back from the young man. He stopped in front of Harry, looking up at the slightly taller man, his grin widening. "And here he is. Here he is." The new note to the song, the new refrain added. You come from outside in the dark beyond the world, with the light within you, now Harry Potter, be welcome in my hall. Follow me to my home. I must be returning. There my pretty lady is, river woman's daughter, slender as the willow wand, clearer than the water. Goldberry, Goldberry, can you hear her singing? With that, he turned aside, heading in a different direction, towards the female voice shouting over his shoulder, his voice still the same sing-song it had been. Be welcome in my hall, for the night is calling. Food and drink will be waiting, hearth and home will be open for you, ring-a-ding-dillo. At that, the distant female voice joined in adding its words to Toombs, and Harry and Estelle hurried after the odd man. If he was a man at all, Harry wasn't certain, but he definitely gave off a feeling of strength, not like Lady Galadriel or Elrond or Gandalf, but something more primal, maybe? Harry wasn't certain how to describe it, still very much learning about the new senses he had developed since connecting to Arian and being connected through her sponsorship into the Song of Arda. The man raced off so quickly that if not for his continuing songs and shouts of old Tom Bombadil, they might have lost, but soon they came out into a small clearing in which a small house stood, well maintained and clean. At the entrance to the house stood a woman, taller than Tom Bombadil, fair and pretty where he was wild. She had golden hair falling down to the small of her back in long ringlets, with flowers in her hair and a necklace of flowers besides, which seemed to still be in bloom in the light of the house within. Her eyes were a light green shade, like a green leaf being looked at up into the sky. And when she moved with a distinct grace, unlike Tom's overdone, seemingly wild, uncoordinated stomping. She seemed a little more ethereal than most of the elven women Harry had met like Toriel, although she wasn't as good looking in his opinion, although Harry knew he was somewhat biased. She also had far less presence than Galadriel but more than Toriel or any of the elven women that Harry had seen in Rivendell. Her good looks and presence were enough to awe Estelle as she spoke. Welcome, welcome elf friends. We did not look to see any such coming into our woods this day, but welcome you are beside. Harry simply nodded his head and said, I thank you for your welcome, Lady Goldberry. Beside him, Estelle seemed almost smitten, as he too bowed, far lower than Harry had. Fair lady, your welcome is humbling, your kindness as touching as your beauty is daunting, O fair river daughter. Your eyes are as a forest, your hair like the sun, and your smile worth 1,000 days of singing. Goldberry laughed, reaching out and ruffling the youth's head, before shifting her hand underneath his chin, forcing Estelle to meet her eyes. Elf touched and elf friend I name you, and forever you will be welcome in these halls. I thank you for your kind words, young man, but now do come inside. We are so fond of parties, though we have them seldom in this age. Yes, yes, inside now, come along with you. The night is upon us, and food and ale are calling. Tales and stories we will share, songs around the hearth and warmth against the darkness. Tom sang, clapping both of them on the shoulder, then dancing around all three and entering the house with a mad clatter of his boots on the floor and still more musical noises. Goldberry gestured them in and closed the door behind them. Even as they entered, Estelle couldn't take his eyes off the Goldberry. Seeing this and deciding to have some fun, Harry leaned down with a smirk on his face as he whispered, just remember she's taken, lad, and you're probably a few ages too young for her. Estelle's spluttering response to that was all Harry could have asked for, and he easily caught the youth as he stumbled, causing Harry to laugh, along with Tom who had overheard his words. Now don't be sour, the youth has yet to his lady, and afterwards, all others shall pale. Little I can see of the future, little I would care to, I have my own doings, my own work here, not for me are the grand doings of men or elves. But that much I can see, Tom sang, winking at Estelle. Estelle blushed but took the cup that Tom handed him, as Harry did the same, and Goldberry and Tom bowed over their own cups towards them, formally offering up their hearth, before the formality fled like a frightened bird as Tom set his cup down and clapped his hands loudly, dancing over towards the table laden with food. But come now. This is not a time for seriousness. It is time for parties for tales. Tell me of your journey, young Estelle, and you too, Harry Potter, for you are a new note to the song, and I must know of your nature. Despite feeling as if there was far more to that request than the words could convey, Harry laughed, and Goldberry led him and Estelle to the table. Scene break. As the night flowed over the old forest, the evening had reached Gandalf as he rode through the outer wall of Orthan. This was an ancient tower sitting at the southernmost feet of the Misty Mountains in a pass between Dunland and the lands of Rohan, once called Calenard Han. Built in the Second Age, it still stood, a reminder of the power of the Dúnedain at the height of their power after the fall of Númenor, before much of their knowledge and strength had fled, been diluted or been overcome in turn by the strength of Sauron. There were a few servants nearby, tending to small farms scattered throughout the interior of the mighty outer wall of the fortress. Gandalf knew that they served Saruman for the occasional gift of glasswork or other items of his craft. As a mayor of all, Saruman was immensely skilled, his hands dexterous and his mind quick when it came to crafting anything from wood to steel, although he specialized in metal and glass. Saruman could work wonders with both that would be the envy of man, dwarf or even elf. Yet he had no knowledge of food, animals, or growing things, hence the need for servants. After all, he and Radagast, the wizard with the most knowledge of such things, didn't particularly get along. Their personalities were too different to mesh well. Gandalf didn't exactly approve. The Istari had not been sent to Middle-earth to rule, after all. But Gandalf knew himself to be far more of a wandering sort of fellow to understand the need to have a single home like this that had driven Saruman. I am of the heir of Manwë and he of all, to each their own. He needed a home to practice his craft, and he chose well. More, Gandalf had never seen or heard a rumor of Saruman using such people as more than farmers or occasional messengers, and he knew all were well paid for their service. An item from the tower was worth its weight in gold, was a rule of thumb followed in Rohan, among the Dunlendings and even further afield of Orthan. And while Saruman did occasionally put on airs, Gandalf himself did much the same when dealing with humans occasionally. Nor did any of the men come into the tower. Saruman did not have personal servants. This was proven as Gandalf strode up to the tower and heard a booming voice from above rather than someone else announcing his presence. Up here, Gandalf. Join me in my room if you please. I regret to say that I am in no shape to travel back down those drat stairs to you. I will be up presently, my friend, Gandalf replied, his own voice carrying quite far, as he turned to the nearest farmer and asked politely how long it had been since food had been sent up. The farmer quickly made up a basket for him, and Gandalf carried it up the steps to the tallest interior floor of the tower, looking around the interior with a tiny bit of sadness. Once again, I am reminded Saruman served all here, not Yavanna or any of the others. The interior of Saruman's living quarters was quite austere, in a way. There were a few potted plants here and there, but they seemed more to provide scent, lest the smell of coal and melting metal overpower, for a massive forge and a large kiln sat to either side of the central room, dominating it. To one side, a small entryway led into a bedroom, where a metal bedstand could be glimpsed. Here in the main room beyond the forge and kiln, there was a high-backed, extremely ornate chair set on a small dais. Gandalf knew from previous visits it could be turned to stare out over the horizon from a balcony set behind it or various windows situated around the room. When Gandalf entered Saruman's bedroom, he found his fellow wizard lay abed, propped up against the back of it. One arm was held out to the side on a small table, a sling around it tied tightly, something which could be said about his ankle and foot as well. Some of his luxuriant hair had been burned away, leaving a ragged-seeming burn mark on his head, currently covered with what looked like a freshly replaced poultice. The expression that glared back at Gandalf looked annoyed, acerbic, and unhappy about being stuck in bed. But given his body, it was clear Saruman wasn't in any condition to leave it any time soon. Seeing all this, there was only one thing Gandalf could ask. How in the world did you get up those stairs with a wounded foot? Through great perseverance and the help of a hastily carved crutch. Alas, I came back on market day, and the two youths who had been left behind to pay for some transgression or other were not up to helping me. Still, they did race off to their folk, and one of their healers followed my orders as I told him what was wrong with my arm and foot, so I should be on the mend soon enough, Saruman answered dryly, gesturing Gandalf to sit at the foot of the bed opposite the wounded foot. I suppose you are here because Radagast told you I had returned. He did, and I had hoped to ask you how your pursuit of Sauron went. But looking at you, I am certain I can divine the answer. Indeed. I was harrowing that foul spirit as much as I could, weakening him, trying to force it away from a straight run back to Mordor. Yet even so it must have communicated forward in some fashion, for I was ambushed. He looked sternly at Gandalf, his eyes troubled. Yet not by orcs or trolls. No, it was Easterlings who ambushed me. An organized company, as if they were patrolling the woods and had simply seen me from afar. I do not think they could feel the power of Sauron as he passed them by, but he certainly had power over them, as my voice did nothing. The implications of that is... Gandalf rubbed one hand down his face and stood, looking around as he set the basket on the bed by Saruman. Understanding what he wanted, Saruman pointed in the direction of the cupboard, where Gandalf found some pipeweed and a barrel of ale. He poured them both a generous mug, handed Saruman one, and took a long sip of his own before leaning back in his chair and propping his feet on the bed as he considered. That is grim news. Have you sent word to Gondor? I have sent a messenger, yes, both to them and to the Rohirrim. They will be warned of the rising power of Mordor, although I do know if Gondor has the strength to do all that much against the Easterlings. The terrain would be very much against any kind of preemptive invasion there, I fear. And you say they were under his sway. The timing was too much to be a coincidence for certain. And as I said, my voice did nothing. Of all the Ishtar, Saruman's voice was easily the most powerful when it came to influencing the minds of those he focused it on. The only reason I was able to get away only partially scathed after the initial ambush was because they did not anticipate some of my surprises. Gandalf nodded, knowing Saruman always carried a few of his own creations on him. These were bags of some kind of explosive mixture he made that with the right touch could create loud noises or dangerous explosions. Tell me how they fought then, and where did you meet them? Meet them, such a polite phrase, Saruman muttered, but he gestured, and a map flew out from another alcove, along with a second folding table of ingenious design. This went over his legs, folding into place to create a table with enough room for map and food alike. The two of them pored over the map, and Saruman pointed to where he had been ambushed, which was well within Mordor's ancient borders. They then talked about the kind of numbers that the Easterlings might have, where Gondor would have to prepare itself for them if they proved to be truly under Sauron's sway, and where Elrond and the rest of the White Council would have to be on the watch for Sauron's creatures in the future now that he had escaped and would no doubt be able to rebuild his personal power once more. Both agreed it would be centuries before the Ringwraiths could reform and more before Sauron himself could push his influence out too far through earth and air. Saruman was quite proud of how hard he had harried the former Maya, but when Gandalf pressed him, Saruman acknowledged that the watch on Mordor had ended centuries ago, so who knew what strength could have been remade at the old fortress of Barad-dûr. Its foundations had ignored all attempts to destroy them, and given time, it could be made horrible once more. Neither of them touched on what the fact the Easterlings were under the sway of Sauron might mean for their fellows, the two brothers Blue. Eilitar and Paul Ando, two of their fellow mayor, had gone east to combat the rising strength of Sauron there. Neither Saruman nor Gandalf could say how they had fallen, as no news reached them even through the winds of Manwë. Yet fall they must have, for the Easterlings to be under Sauron's sway, or swayed to his side. A horrifying thought, one Gandalf was loath to even contemplate. Eventually, Gandalf began to answer questions Saruman posed to him intermittently as they continued to talk, speaking about Erebor and the dwarves. This slow shift in the conversation continued until it had turned entirely to the Battle of the Lonely Mountain and the death of the dragon Smaug. So subtly had this occurred that Gandalf didn't even notice that he was now giving information, some of which he might have wanted to keep to himself, while Saruman fell silent about his own dealings. Scene break. Harry and Estelle spend the night and much of the evening with Tom Bombadil, talking about their adventures and learning bits and pieces of knowledge from him. Tom knew more about woodcraft, plants, and the movement of animals than anyone Harry had ever had such a long discussion with before. Indeed, he almost reminded Harry of Radagast, and when he mentioned this to Tom, Tom boomed out a laugh. Oh yes, oh yes. Radagast is a wise one. His eyes are clear and discerning, concentrated on the world around him, and there is dirt under his fingernails. Not for him are great things, much like Tom himself. But Tom is older by far. He was here before the river and the trees before the first rain came. Tom made paths before the big people came and the Dark Lord from outside, when the night was fearless. Oldest and first I am, and I have forgotten things that Iwendile has never learned. Tom seemed almost to fall into a funk as he mentioned his ancient age, staring not at Harry or Estelle but into his own fireplace as he hummed and Goldberry moved around the place. He shook his head then, turning back to Harry. But enough about maudlin thoughts, enough of deep thinking and worries. Come and sing, sing of stars and water, flowers and stone, and trees. From there, Tom Bombadil launched into a song about the Withywindle and how he'd met the river daughter Goldberry on its shores, how the lands had changed in the distant past when Numenor had been sunk beneath the waves, singing sadly of how many types of birds and animals had been washed away in that great tragedy, never to be seen again. Of how the forest had come to be as dangerous as it was, of the spirit he called Old Man Willow, a tree touched by the greater darkness whose roots had spread throughout the valley. Eventually, Estelle fell asleep and was gently carried by Harry to a bed, but Harry stayed up listening to Tom singing some more about the trees of old, about the Ents and of the first songs of the elves when they were first awoken under darkness and learned to love the moon and stars above all else. About the time the Noldor returned to Middle-earth to combat the darkness which was yet before them, growing stronger with time. About Fëanor, and his madness, the oath that pitted elf against elf and shaped everything that came thereafter. Yet even Harry eventually became tired, and after thanking Tom, who Harry was now certain was at least a Maya, maybe more, Harry retired to his sleeping bag for the night. He fell asleep quickly, lulled by another song from Tom. That night, although they did not speak of it then or indeed ever, Harry and Estelle shared a dream. Up to a point, at any rate. Fueled by Tom's tales of ancient days, the dream started the same for both of them, of two massive trees the size of which dwarfed any red oak planted in Valinor, which gleamed silver and gold, lighting the world. From there, elves could be seen, and Harry recognized one of them instantly as Galadriel, her hair almost the same color as the two trees, her face more boyish than he had ever seen it but wise beyond her years as she spurned another elf. Black-haired he was, grim of face but fast of hand and quick of mind. As the dream continued, he captured the light of the trees in jewelry. Almost like pearls, they were but enhanced in some ways. And then, both of them saw the encroaching darkness, the giant spider Ungoliant and Morgoth. Both beings of evil yearned to dominate the light yet instead destroyed it as they approached. The twin trees died, but for a single sapling, while the jewels, the Silmarils, were clasped in Morgoth's hand, burning it. Yet he could not let them go, so precious were they. Staring at that dream Harry could only scoff in disgust. Why in the hell would anyone care so much about baubles? The light within them was important, to be certain, but even so, they were just pretty jewels. Harry had not understood this the first time Gandalf told him the history of Arda and did not understand it now. And as that thought came to Harry's unconscious mind, laughter seemed to reverberate all around, and the dream changed. For Estelle, the dream then flashed forward, where he stood on the prow of a magnificently huge ship leading a fleet that stretched from one hot horizon to another. In his hand, he held a tree branch, glowing like the trees he had seen earlier in his dream. Estelle, or whoever he was in the dream anyway, pointed ahead as he led his people away from the island and those who had persecuted them for cleaving still to the Vala and the elves. Ahead were new challenges in a now changed world. Harry's dream was very different. Instead, he kept following the original characters, so to speak. He saw images of the kinslaying, fueled by Fëanor and his mad hauteur. He saw the two sides fighting and many a Noldor turning against their fellows, led by Galadriel and another golden-haired man. Galadriel and many others were then left behind by Fëanor and his followers in their mad pursuit of Ungoliant and Morgoth. A pursuit that ended in tragedy as Fëanor and much of his host were slain by the Balrogs of Morgoth. As Fëanor died, the dream changed, diving almost into the very spirit of Arda. Harry's dreaming mind dove into the magic of the ground, the air, the wind, and saw how that magic had already been fundamentally corrupted long before even the elves were awoken. He saw the end of each age consecutively then, the creation of the world, which he had seen before, Melkor being imprisoned, Morgoth destroying the trees, then being imprisoned in the unending void, and finally, the rising of the ocean under Ulmo's command as Sauron instigated the Númenóreans against Aman, the land of the west. At each point, the magic of the world changed fundamentally, shifting, becoming more or less, as Middle-earth and Aman split every wider apart. Then that extrasensory view reached the moment of his own arrival, affecting the magic of the world like a flash of thunder and lightning across the sky. And then, once more, he was back almost to the beginning of the dream, where he watched the dark-haired Fëanor work on crafting his greatest work. Not the capturing of the lights of the tree. No, the dream concentrated on the creation of the outer shell, the material that contained those lights. Meanwhile, a voice whispered into his ear, speaking a word out of legend. Silma. Only upon waking did Harry realize that although he didn't really feel refreshed, he'd had no nightmares, something that had not been the case since he had left Elrond's halls, but his spirit was drained as if he had been exerting himself mentally the whole night through. In contrast, Estelle bounded out of his bed with a gleam in his eye as Tom sang from the doorway, his voice a boom of joyful noise. Up, up you get, the day has well begun. A day of happy wind and merry light awaits us on this morning. Hey now, hoy now, you must be on your way, for Tom has much to tell you. But first come and eat. We will not send you on your way just yet, Goldberry announced from behind him. Bacon and potato, mushroom, and bread we have for you. But hearken to the master as he speaks. That is right. Tom will escort you to the end of his lands, but after that, you must be on your way. This forest is no home for man or wizard, whatever their lot in life. Yet even beyond the forest, old Tom has some kernels of wisdom to share. Tom waited until Harry and Estelle were sitting at the table before he began, pointing in the direction they would be traveling. That way lies the straight path to Rivendell, but between hither and yon, you will face danger. The Barrows they are called, where the restless dead resides. Wights and their dread song, which can ensnare the minds of folk big and small. Tom looked at Harry with a gimlet gaze, smiling slightly as Estelle tucked into his meal with all the gusto of a growing boy. Bringing light into those places would be a good deed, but make certain you keep young Estelle close by. The dead may call, and although you may be immune, he will not be at so young an age. Harry nodded, wondering what kind of undead these spirits would be before Estelle began to ask Goldberry and Tom questions of his own. Both of them took delight in his questions. Indeed, despite the fact they were both hurrying the two travelers out of the doorway, they seemed to enjoy having them around. It was a strange dichotomy, but Harry didn't call them on it. Instead, he pondered the snippets of the dream he could recall from last night and who Tom Bombadil really was to awaken such visions in him. A wild surmise was growing within him that Tom might be a bit of the original song of Eru Elevator somehow given life. He didn't know how such a thing could be possible, yet Harry somehow felt that Tom had not said a single word of falsehood when he spoke of how long he had been around. Harry didn't know how he knew that, but he did. Which meant that Tom Bombadil really was the first, here long before the elves awoke, here before the Mayor or Vala, which should have been impossible. But if he was part of the song itself, then many things made sense. The dream Harry had, the music he was even now subconsciously humming under his breath, the power of Tom Bombadil's songs and the depth of his knowledge, along with how little he cared about things beyond his borders. Regardless of his origins, however, there was no denying Tom Bombadil had a way about him, imparting bits of knowledge to both an absent-minded Harry and a very intent Estelle that both would remember for years to come. And just like the evening before, Tom Bombadil's presence and booming nonsense songs seemed to calm the woods so that the three of them made excellent time. It was a little past noon when the forest began to end, and Tom called a halt. This is where I leave you. Beyond this border lies your journey, but here old Tom will remain. I have my singing and my walking. And Goldberry is waiting for me. Estelle sighed at that, and Harry very deliberately ruffled his hair just a little harder than he needed to. Enough of that, boyo. Remember, she's married. He muttered under his breath to the young boy. And probably older than humanity. Louder, Harry said, I thank you for your help, Tom, and for the gifts of knowledge you passed on. Are you sure you don't want some recompense, some ward stones? Tom Bombadil burst out into laughter, loud and infectious as always, waving off Harry's offer, as he had last night when Harry had made the same offer during dinner. Oh, Tom Bombadil is not so blind as all that. Tom was not saving the wizard Harry Potter so much as saving his own forest and maybe young Estelle's sensibilities. Then he shook his head, waggling a finger in Harry's face. But wise is as wise does Harry Potter, and oftentimes the wisest thing one can do is to know when not to use a power. Walk your own path, the pair of you, but always be aware of what is around you and that sometimes, the straight path isn't always the best. With that, he clapped them both on the shoulders one after another, turned, and raced off once more through the woods. He was soon out of sight, although it was quite some time before the sounds of his passage finally faded out. Harry and Estelle stood there for a time, staring after him before Harry shook his head and gestured out over the lands beyond the forest, which here turned into green scrub and brush. Come on. Back to Elrond and your mother. And then back to Toriel for me, as fast as my feet can take me. The two of them travelled quickly, hiking through grassland and scrub, the land around them changing as they went. Soon the trees were long gone, and the grass became a memory soon after. They were replaced by small bristly bushes here and there among the stones that seemed to take over the land from one horizon to the other. Here, Harry began to see fog occasionally and little pockets coming up out of the ground despite the fact that NR was high in the sky. Stay close to me, Estelle, he ordered, glaring all around them. We must be coming close to the barrows Tom warned us about. What was that? Estelle stated, suddenly staring all around them, his eyes widening as he locked on a ridge in the distance, trying to peer through it to what lay beyond. I can hear other people, and the sound of a fight over there. Let's go see. Only Harry, using a spell to make his feet stick to the ground, kept Estelle from running off. While before Harry had taken Estelle's impetuosity in stride, Harry now upbraided him, shaking him slightly from the shoulder. What did I just say? What did Tom Bombadil? And you're just going to rush off? Now admittedly, this makes me feel a bit of a hypocrite, but at least I knew the adults in my life were blind shits more often than not or just lazy gits. And I never ran to the sounds of a full-on battle. Estelle had the grace to look abashed and made no further move to leave Harry's side as they continued on, which Harry was pleased to see. You'll get your adventure in a bit, lad. Never fear. If the Barrow-wights are so foolish to attack, we can deal with them then. Just keep your wits about you and your eyes peeled. With a mission to think of, Estelle calmed down further, and he stared all around them, frowning. Eventually, the patches of fog rose all around them, connecting to one another and flowing over the two travelers. With that came the sounds of violence to Harry's ears as well. This came in the form of a distant horn call responded by a series of drums, the shouts of men fighting one another. Some of these shouts echoed Harry's memories of the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Others were larger, more violent. Almost at certain points, words could almost be discerned on the wind as the fog grew ever deeper. If Harry wasn't gripping Estelle's shoulder, he doubted he'd know where the boy was, so deep was it. Soon the two of them began to feel a chill, and it was then that Harry's still scarred hand began to clench in agony from the wounds that Tom Riddle had given him in the beyond. That was a certain sign that whatever was causing this was connected to the dark or death, and the chill touch began to drain both youth and man of energy. This was proven soon after as both of them felt presences rising all around them. And Estelle cried out as hands reached out of the ground almost, eager to trip them, feeling a dread power washing over him, direr than the chill, yet creating it at the same time. But Tom Bombadil had been correct. Harry's various abilities made him anathema, undead or creatures who could not stand the light. Clenching his teeth against the pain in his scarred hand, Harry thrust out his other hand as he pulled all of the fun memories from his journey with the dwarves and Toriel, with Bilbo and Estelle in this new life of his, as well as from his old. Expecto Patronum! He shouted, his voice reverberating with more power than Harry had wielded before this save in the battle against Smaug. Only this time, it was not accompanied by the feeling of creeping exhaustion. His voice echoed around them, crashing like waves against a cliff, blasting the fog away from them, and a moment later, a giant stag appeared in front of the two travelers. It stood several feet taller than Harry, blazing with white light and golden color, reminding Harry very strongly of the two trees of Valinor that he had seen in his dream. Regardless, the spirit or spirits that had summoned up the fog could not stand the light, and the fog instantly began to dissipate, accompanied by several screams. Estelle's eyes were wide as he looked at the stag and then around at the dissipating fog, but rather than simply staring, Harry was surprised to see that he was looking for something. Over there. There are a series of caves over there, one to a hill, and the fog is still thick there. Those must be the barrows. Good eyes Estelle, Harry said, not having noticed that. He gestured, and the stag began to circle them, and Harry started to summon light down from the sun into his unwounded hand. The one still scarred by his fight with Riddle White was still clenched at his side, made useless by the pain he was feeling. The fog and a kind of pressure began to build against them as they moved through towards the barrows, but unlike Old Man Willow, the spirits had no defense against Harry's abilities, and he smiled grimly as he moved forward into the first of the barrows. The light of his stag blazed all around, keeping the white of this barrow at bay, but not, he was annoyed to see, dissipating it. So not like a Dementor then. What is a white anyway? Harry had assumed they would be like the spirit of Riddle, like a Lethafold or Dementor. But now he was wondering if there was some other component to their power. An undead spirit kept here on Earth by oath or by curse. The curse would be on some object, maybe, Estelle muttered, then pointed forward. There. In the light of the patroness, both Harry and Estelle could see several small piles of refuse, bits or broken weapons, and a few pieces of jewelry and gold. Instantly, Harry ordered his stag over, and although the white, now invisible, screamed all around them as the stag stamped its feet into the mounds, it didn't dissipate. Estelle shook his head, charging forward and grabbing up armfuls of the stuff. With the white suppressed, nothing happened and he turned towards the entrance. Carry it outside. Get it all into the sunlight. The sunlight has ever been the bane of dark creatures and magic alike. Good thinking, Harry answered, impressed again by Estelle's calmness in a strenuous moment, as well as his insight. With Harry concentrating on keeping the patroness going and making certain the whites couldn't somehow attack them despite its presence, much of that work fell on Estelle. By the time they had gone into 3 barrows, he was sweating. By the time they were done with 5, he was looking ragged but persevered, going into a further 4, leaving none of the whites they could see from their starting point uncleaned. The stuff they had brought out had all been separated into different piles, with Estelle pointing to some of them and saying with a look of revulsion, "Those are weapons from the evil kingdom of Angmar. Lord Elrond has shown me some examples of those before. And these are different, Numenorian design maybe? Or later but from the same kind of style." Harry looked at them all and then very deliberately had his stag move among the piles, stomping hard on the weapons of Angmar, turning them into so much trash, touching his horns against the weapons of Numenor. Once more, there was a series of screams, but Harry could still feel the whites around them, hiding in what shadows there were or in the earth itself. "What should we do now?" Estelle asked, somewhat stumped now that his idea to remove the treasures from within the barrow had not worked. Harry looked up at the sky, seeing Anar in the distance and smiled. "This time, Estelle, it's on me. Step back for a moment." Seeing his wizard acquaintance raising his hand and the stag slowly dissipating as Harry drew power from it, Estelle did so with alacrity. A moment later, Harry shouted, "In the name of Manwë and Arion, vanish in the light." A flash of light passed towards them, impacting the now far more diaphanous stag. Harry hadn't expected that. He'd expected the sunbeam to hit the pile of treasure. But as that beam hit his patroness, it exploded, the light coruscating like a rainbow all around them, passing into and through the ground, the nearby barrows, and the treasures all as far as Harry could see in every direction. There was a loud thunderous crash as the barrows collapsed inward. Each hollowed-out hill fell, stone crushing upon stone as there seemed to be a bubbling noise near the center of this destruction. But louder by far was a shriek, not a chorus of shrieks on the wind that faded out quickly, replaced by a voice in Harry's head. "That is what I wanted. This is what I hoped to see. Banish the darkness wherever you may find it, Harry Potter, and never will I regret taking you on as a follower." Harry chuckled quietly to himself as Estelle blinked the glare out of his eyes, gasping at the scenery around them, which had changed dramatically. All of the barrows around them had collapsed, shattered one and all, spreading out in every direction from them. Instead of hills, what remained were small wall-sized clumps of rock shaped like so many crowns sticking out of the ground. Close by, the weapons of Angmar had been destroyed utterly. Sword, broken bow, axe, or shield, it didn't matter. All had been made into greasy smears on the ground. Much of the jewelry had also been destroyed, melted into puddles that were even now continuing to spread along the ground in every direction, creating strangely colored puddles that had yet to begin cooling. But a few pieces had been left behind. The weapons Estelle had identified as Numenorian and a few pieces of jewelry. Harry let Estelle sift through this, putting them in his pouch for now, but Harry would leave it with Estelle when he left Rivendell. The youth instantly grabbed up a sword, too long for him at the moment, but well made and finely balanced. A belt studded with silver discs and a gem at the clasp for his mother was next, and finally, he began to look at the various daggers that remained. Harry turned away from the weapons as Estelle began to test them one after another. Instead, a single jewel called out to Harry, a green gem cut to fit into a pendant. He held it up, turning it this way and that as the last rays of the setting sun hit it, reminding him of his dream from the other night. In particular, seeing a gem like this reminded him of the image of Fëanor at his smithy in the Silmarils. And, alas, the trouble they had caused. How long he stood there, Harry didn't know, but eventually, Estelle came over to him and poked him in the side with the now sheathed dagger he had chosen for himself. Come on, Harry. Even with the barrows destroyed, this is not a good place to spend the night. We have to push on. Harry nodded, setting aside the dreams of Fëanor and of Silma for now, looking back down at the jewel as he lowered his hand, realizing only now that he had been holding it up for so long that all the blood had long since left the limb. He then looked towards the sun, laughing to himself as he put the jet jewel away. I much prefer the sight of the world from my own two eyes rather than through the lenses of a jewel, but it is a pretty enough gem, I suppose. If the elves have things like wedding gifts, I think I just found one for Toriel. That brought Harry up so short he nearly stumbled, and only a giggling Estelle's hand on his arm kept Harry from taking an ignominious tumble. God, am I actually thinking of that far in the future with Toriel? The answer to that was yes, and Harry smiled before gesturing to Estelle to find them a path through the shattered barrows. Alas, true to Estelle's prediction, they'd spent too long loitering over the destruction of the barrows, and they were not yet through that territory when night fell entirely around them. However, Estelle had been well trained by the elves, and he knew how to pick out landmarks easily. He spotted a tree through the darkness in the distance and pointed them towards it. The two of them rested there for the night, hidden once more underneath Harry's runic arrays. They slept in the next day, their spirits exhausted by the ordeal of the day before, even if their bodies were not. Yet they were pushing on hard before morning fully ended, and another half-day's worth of travel brought them to the edge of the river Bruinen. We follow this, and we arrived back in Rivendell, Harry nodded with some satisfaction. Soon, this little venture of yours is going to be over, Estelle. I trust you got enough fun out of it for a time. I think that my mother is going to require lots of those pieces of jewelry to get over my running away to have an adventure with you and Mr. Baggins, Estelle answered, looking worried. We could throw Bilbo under the cart, Harry said hastily, changing what he had been about to say just a bit. After all, he's not here. Precisely. Which means my mother won't want to blame him. You and I will be right there. In yelling range, Estelle shook his head. No chance she would ever believe us, even if you hadn't left behind the impression of being a trickster. That caused Harry to wince inside, debating for a moment whether or not he could leave Estelle at the edge of Rivendell and just push on. Estelle's growl of, "Don't even think about it," made Harry realize that he had spoken aloud, and the two of them continued on their way for a time bickering with one another as they went, one eager to get this over with and move on, the other dragging his heels in childish fear of the tongue lashing to come. Scene break. Attack, Toriel ordered, her voice no more than a whisper on the wind, as she waved in every direction, including directly above into the foliage of the trees. At her command, 4 elves moved through the forest nearby, firing ahead of them into the webs that festooned the forest so thick you could not move before hitting one of them. So thick that if you did hit one, it would ensnare you rather than allow you to break through it. The arrows of the elves struck several spiders deeper into the warren of webs, and soon a great chittering went up from the spiders holed up within their webs. At a sharp noise from Toriel, those 4 elves retreated back along the way they'd come. When the spiders raced out after them, 10 more elves appeared, 5 on the ground and 5 in the trees, firing at the spiders as they charged after their former quarry. Those 2 squads each faded away into the woods, with the spiders still chasing after them. A moment later, they ran into still more elves. The same action occurred once more, elves attacking and then fading away in smaller groups, which in turn led the spiders to break up in turn. Without the great enemy guiding their tactics, the spiders were quite easy to lead by the nose. Above in the trees, however, was where the most vicious fighting occurred. Spiders could simply move through the foliage of the trees faster than the elves could, and if the elves attempted to use the same hit and fade tactics up there, they would swiftly be overwhelmed. Instead, the members of the now reinforced unseen host stayed together, and every 4 rangers had a single elf who had originally been part of the regular army with them. These groups of 5 defended single trees throughout the forest, acting almost like small towers, firing out through the woodlands at the spiders trying to make their way through the foliage as their fellows retreated. And now, as the spiders were dispersing through the forest, the other half of the unseen host attacked their dwelling from behind. In the light of the moon and the stars above, they moved forward, arrows killing any spiders still on guard until they closed, using dagger and spear to finish off the adult spiders before doing the same to their young. For the Get of Ungoliant and servants of the Lesser Shadow of Sauron, there would be no mercy. Toriel killed several spiders herself but, in the main, kept more of her attention on the doings of the various teams. Each team leader had a whistle with them, which let loose a distinct noise, the sound of which she could discern and discover through the darkness. It was this bit of organization that allowed her to direct the troops this way or that, assist or retreat as need be. Throughout the night and well into the morning, the battle continued, the elves ceaselessly working showing the endurance of their folk, as they first fought the spiders in their preferred nighttime and began to finish them during the day. This vast, Acres-wide warren of webs was the last vestige of the spiders within Mirkwood. Never again would the unnatural giant spiders make their home so flagrantly where elven arrows could reach. Eventually, all of the team leaders announced that they had no threats in sight, and as several of them began to tear away the spider webs, others began to gather the bodies in small lots. This was an order from Legolas. Although it is not the elvish way to use fire in warfare, for these foul creatures we must make allowances as we would with orcs and goblins. Place them in small lots to control the flames so it does not spread through the forest, but make certain that no spider remains alive to harry our folk ever again. This wasn't just to take care of the physical bodies of the spiders. Rather, it was a way to destroy the taint within those bodies instead of letting it enter the ground. The creatures of Sauron were unnatural, and gathering enough of their dead in one place could poison the very ground underneath them. Not to the point where the ground would spawn orcs, as the ground did in areas where Sauron himself resided, or, it was whispered, the other fell lieutenants of the greater darkness which still remained hidden in the dark places of the world. But it still could have tainted the ground, made living things unable to grow there, or perhaps poisoned and twisted them in turn. This effort to the rest of that day and well into the night, and then the next day before Toriel and the other leaders of the unseen host were satisfied. Toriel ordered most of their force to disperse back to the elven city, while smaller bands continued to spread out, making certain there was no trace of the spiders. Toriel led one such, but once she was certain there were no more threats to Torien de Edelos, Toriel returned and formally relinquished command of the unseen host to Legolas. That very day she left the city, heading out into the woods alone with naught but her bow, arrow, and dagger. Unencumbered by her fellows, Toriel ranged from one segment of Mirkwood to another, listening to the spirits of the trees and air, trusting them to bring her word of the one she was waiting for. One night, as she rested under the stars, Toriel found her dreams were no longer her own. Normally, Toriel dreamed of her personal past, most particularly interesting hunts that she had been on, or one or two battles. Since meeting Harry, her dreams had been dominated by the discussions they'd had, even, although it was somewhat painful to admit, when Harry was still in his cell, and they were just beginning to get to know one another. Even then he had left an impression on her, and it had only grown since. Such dreams were a part of the elvish manner of courtship, as she well understood having seen it several times. But tonight, Toriel found her dreams were not entirely her own. Her presence was somewhat more solid than in most of her dreams, and Toriel found herself in a forest, but it was not a forest she had ever seen before. This was a little less wild, the trees far older, and there were rivers running through it in various places that looked so clear as to be made of crystal, with a few stones stabbing out of the ground here and there, worked into fantastical shapes, written language covering them or written into various trees. Over everything was a golden light which seemed to filter through the trees, turning the ground green and gold in interspersed patterns. More important than how it looked though was the fact Toriel had never seen anything like it before, and she frowned as she looked around, before nearly gasping as she felt a presence move through the woods towards her. It was a presence Toriel had never felt before, yet the warmth, the inviting, welcoming nature of it, put Toriel at ease, and the bow she had been reaching for dropped to the ground, along with the arrow Toriel had found in her hand. Pulled from her imagination, both disappeared back into nothing. The individual who walked around the trees towards her was also someone Toriel had never met before, but even so, Toriel knew her. Indeed, every elf still in Middle-earth knew her, the Lady Galadriel. Tall she was, taller than Legolas or indeed most men of elves and men that Toriel had seen, her face the picture of elvish beauty, yet beyond that her silver and white raiment, her hair drew the eye. Falling down her back and chest, Galadriel's hair glowed with silver and gold light, a light that seemed to cover her entire body in an aura here, in the dream realm. In her eyes was wisdom, and in her aura the strength of one born in Anar, the realm of the Vala. For a moment Toriel simply stared, and then she bowed profusely from the waist towards the other woman. As she bowed, Toriel felt herself thinking about what she had been taught about the woman in front of her. Never having left Mirkwood in her nearly 5 centuries, she had never personally met anyone from Lothlorien, let alone one of its leaders. Yet when learning about her role in history, there had been something that had always struck Toriel as odd when she had been taught of Lady Galadriel. Why was Galadriel simply called Lady? Why was she not called Queen? Indeed, as daughter of Finarfin, king of the Noldor who had remained in Valinor, and niece to Fingolfin, High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth in the Second Age, and great-aunt to Gilgalad, who she had helped raise to High King in the Second Age. Surely, then, she was a queen, or at the least, a princess, many times over among the Noldor? Galadriel was also married to Sealborn, only surviving family member of King Thingol, king of Doriath and the Sindar, Toriel's own people. So again, why was she not a queen? Especially now when she led Lothlorien, one of the last elven settlements in Middle-earth. And yet, it was rumored that Lady Galadriel had never wanted to be called such. That simply being lady was enough for her. Now in her astral presence, Toriel thought she might understand. While King Thranduil had always had a certain regal air about him, a stern, cold command, there was nothing cold in Lady Galadriel. Regal yes, commanding certainly, but beneath that was a warmth and understanding, a discerning gaze that looked through you and understood you, accept what you were in a way that perhaps a queen could not, needing to put the welfare of her people over that of any single person. There was a great deal of strength there as well certainly, but it wasn't the kind of martial strength that a king or queen might wield even among elves. Lady Galadriel led because she was wise. Not because she was strongest, although she was that too, and Toriel well knew it. Few indeed on this side of the world could project their thoughts into the minds of one that they had never met before like this. And as such, had no need of crown or sword. Lady Galadriel, I am honored, Toriel said still with her head bowed in profound respect. Raise your hand, daughter of the Sindar. If you know aught of me, you know that I do not require such obeisance, Lady Galadriel answered, a faint smile on her face and in her voice. And as Toriel raised her head, she reached forward gently, taking the far younger elf's chin in her hands as she looked into her eyes. Whispers on the wind and chatter of birds have reached me speaking to me of a connection between you and the one called Harry Potter. A young individual I have already taken some interest in. As such, I wished to see the elvish girl who had apparently made the incredible decision to connect her life with his. We haven't gotten that far, my lady. I cannot deny that it is moving in that direction, but we have barely known each other for a few months, Toriel protested. But it was the protest of a weak branch in a gale, and by the widening smile on Lady Galadriel's face, she could tell as well. I found myself drawn to him, Toriel admitted. His sense of humor, his drive, his energy. Say no more, my dear. The energy and drive of humans have been fascinating to elves at times. Indeed, neither you nor I would be here if not for such unions. But, you must understand what this means for you going forward. Galadriel sighed, letting her hand fall from Toriel's chin, and walking off through the woods. Toriel fell into step beside her, walking in awe through the golden trees around them, listening raptly as Galadriel spoke. Though their willingness to interfere in events in Middle-earth has grown small, do not think that the Vala, even as high as Lord Manwë himself, have turned their gazes away from us here in Middle-earth. This includes Harry Potter's arrival. When he was injured in the Misty Mountains, I helped his fee across to Valinor so they could know his worth. He told me of that, my lady, when my former king had imprisoned him and the dwarves. Toriel grimaced as she admitted that. But Galadriel simply nodded, seeming to not care overmuch, for that was the case. Far too often in human and elven history were the living held accountable for the actions of the dead, and that was a mistake she had no desire to repeat. I understand. But even with that meeting, Vala are still somewhat confused about Harry's presence. He is neither fish nor fowl as the humans would say, neither totally human and thus mortal and bound to Middle-earth, and nor is he totally a Maya, immortal, tied to Arda as a whole. Nor does he have any knowledge of Eru Elevator. Galadriel paused in her walk, turning to gaze at Toriel. Yet the Vala have long decided that Middle-earth should be for humans alone eventually, and that we elves are all to journey into the west. Every year that call grows stronger. Even among your fellow Sindar elves the call has grown, so strong that children are no longer being born in Lothlorien. Galadriel's realm held both Noldor and Sindar in equal measure, and even some Teleri, the seafaring elves. When was the last child born in Mirkwood? Toriel thought about it for a moment and realized with a start that the youngest elven child she knew of was in his 20s. That was still young for their people obviously, but the fact that there were no other younger children, that was startling. And some of those young children were lost to the spiders, curse them. Toriel's last thoughts must have shown her face, as once more Lady Galadriel gently touched her chin, forcing Toriel to look into her eyes. My question caused you pain and I am sorry for it. But you see what I mean. There are only 12 children below 70 in Mirkwood, 2 in their 20s, the youngest of them all. Toriel murmured. I have heard some of the older elves, I am only in my 500 as myself, speak of the call to the west, but I did not put that together until right now. Yet what has this to do with Harry and I specifically? Do you think I will feel the call and he will not? Although it is odd for us who have seen how far their eyes can see, and how wise they are, truly, the Vala are deeply uncertain of what Harry's presence might mean. They have studied him and have determined that he did not meet with the greater darkness in his journey to our realm through the void, and that he is of the light as much as any of them. Yet he is an anomaly, whose impact is beyond even their ken to understand. Galadriel's gaze sharpened, and once more Toriel felt as if she was being studied, and she was reminded of the stories that told of Lady Galadriel's ability to discern a person's truth and worth at a mere glance. And here, we also must speak of you, Toriel of the Sindar. For as uncertain as Harry's place in this world is, so too will become yours if you tie yourself to him. I wish for you to understand this. But now, having seen you, I do not think you fear that uncertainty, do you? Toriel's eyes flashed, and Lady Galadriel released her chin and let loose a laugh. The sound was like the tinkling of bells and sent a shiver through Toriel, but she bore it, staring back at the older woman. Indeed not. You see that is a challenge to you, not? As much as you are concerned about the uncertainty, you wish to push forward, to strive. Excellent. At that, Toriel's face turned away with a faint blush on her expression. Hearing the approval in Lady Galadriel's voice was an immense boost to her ego, so much so it embarrassed her. In that case, my dear, nothing more need to be said. I sense that Harry Potter is on his way back, and when he arrives, he will wish to travel on to meet with me once more. I have felt his nightmares or time or two when I have looked in on him away from Rivendell, and I sense that he has learned some other bits of information that interest and disturb him for reasons I cannot quite discern. Nonetheless, he will come into my woods, and you will come with him, will you not? That was even a question, and as Herphia soared at the idea that Harry would be back with her soon, Toriel nodded firmly. Lady Galadriel looked at her once more without approving expression on her face. Good. I look forward to meeting you in the flesh. She stared out into the distance for a moment, her eyes seeing beyond the horizon of this strange vision. And perhaps there will be someone else here to meet you as well. As I said, the Vala are still considering the future. I wish to warn you against that sending too. Gird your mind and will, young elf. You will have need of it. Although confused by that, Toriel simply nodded, wondering what the woman meant but sensing that Galadriel would not, or perhaps could not say more. So she simply bowed once more and replied, I look forward to that moment as well, Lady Galadriel. A moment later, the dream shifted, and Toriel somehow knew subconsciously that Lady Galadriel's presence had faded away, returning to her own body in distant Lothlorien. The dream was now entirely her own, and so, when spiders and orcs appeared, Toriel bellowed a warcry and charged them, bow and arrows appearing in her hand as she did, a fierce smile on her face, but a glad laugh on the wind. Harry was coming back, and Toriel was finally finished with her own duties. They could once more be together, and thus, all was right in her world. Scene break. In Lothlorien, Galadriel smiled, her eyes remaining closed. It is done, my Pangaloa, teacher. Thank you, my Nalemo, student, another voice replied, its mental tones equally feminine, but deeper, stronger, older even than Galadriel, yet filled with grief in equal measure. While it is not yet certain, I think the hunter, at least, will jump at the chance. And if so, I would rather like that young elf to be prepared. You have not explained why as yet. I sense there is more here than a fear of Sauron. Galadriel began. I will in time, but only when I am given leave. Preparation is one thing, speaking of such even mind to mind is another, the voice answered, and Galadriel sighed, feeling the presence of the Mayor Melian leaving her once more. She would get no answers from that quarter just yet. But Galadriel was patient. An answer would come in time. And in the meantime, I have Harry Potter's arrival here to look forward to. That will be interesting indeed. Scene break. How dare you? How dare you abscond with my son? Do you make a habit of stealing away young boys, or was this just a crime of opportunity? An angry female voice bellowed in the halls of Rivendell. An oddity to be sure, but most of those watching believed that Gilraine, the mother of Estelle, had a right to being angry. In front of the normally placid woman, Harry stood stoically, taking his verbal lashing with stoicism, while Estelle stood hangdog to one side, his head bowed as he too took his lumps with a surprising amount of courage. Harry likened it to being yelled at by Professor McGonagall back in Hogwarts, only Gilraine had a louder voice and far more anger in her tone than disappointment. The amount of righteous indignation is about the same, though. Nearby Elrond was watching on with a faint smile on his face, while several other elves watched from around corners and windows. Despite the semi-silliness of such ancient beings taking delight in watching a man being chewed out by a woman, their faces were neutral. Yet their eyes showed the amusement they felt at seeing the pranksters' comeuppance. None of them had forgotten Harry's little pranking spree when he last passed through Rivendell, and while elves were hard to rouse to anger, they were not quick to forget slights either. But Harry simply took it, letting his mind wander, keeping only enough attention on the actual remonstrances coming his way to apologize dutifully at the appropriate points, saying no ma'am, yes ma'am, I'm sorry ma'am, when the occasion warranted. Finally he sensed that the woman was beginning to wind down. She had called him a poltroon at least twice in a row now, and he deftly nudged Estelle with his knee. Taking his cue, Estelle spoke up, his tone humble as he looked up at his mother from under his long eyelashes. I understand why you are angry, mother, and looking back I suppose we were kind of too lackadaisical about our trip. And cowardly for not telling me that you wanted to leave. Especially you, Harry Potter. You are a man grown and you should have at least notified me you were taking my son away like that. Gilraine answered sharply. Yes, that. Booted we could at least come back with souvenirs, the young boy he went on, holding out the scarf that he had bought in Brie, and the belts he had found the barrows. Here mother, a sign of my affection for you, and a promise to always listen to your advice going forward. His mother smiled at that, shaking her head. You have developed the silver tongue of Lord Elrond and his people at least. Still, show me what you have that you think will assuage my anger. Stepping forward, Estelle reached into Harry's moleskin pouch and, having been couched on its use, to put the belt around her waist, holding the scarf as she looked at it with a smile on her face. The scarf Estelle had found in Bree was a far more normal make than the belt, which had inlaid silver discs here and there on the surface, with the tiny red ruby set into the clasp. Though the belt was ancient, the leather was still supple to the touch. The scarf, in contrast, was simply a scarf, made of blue and white cloth, but was soft on the skin at least. Rubbing it against her skin, Gilraine smiled a bit, before looking down at her new belt, one cool eyebrow rising as she smiled at her son. I suppose if you had decided to bring back something from this foolish trip of yours, these are fine gifts at least. Yet I do not recognize the style of the belt. Where did it come from? Behind the youngster, Harry grimaced and was about to kick Estelle in the back of the leg to try and get him not to say anything, but he was too late. We went through the barrows, Estelle said excitedly. We saw strange ghostly figures in the fog, and they tried to attack us with the cold and these skeletal hands, but Harry has this spell that was able to make them all run away. And then he cleared the barrows, we pulled out all of these old skeletons and the weapons and everything else that had been gathered there, and that was as far as the excitable youth could get before his mother exploded, rounding on Harry once again. You took my son through where? Those ghosts are the dead of our ancient enemies, they are death on everything with Dúnedain blood. You, wizards are supposed to be wise, but all I see in you is fool not fit to be a jester. Harry sighed and endured another lengthy histrionic bout of shouting. Eventually, however, he was able to target the mother onto her son, mentioning that they were never in any danger in the barrows. Except that Estelle tried to rush off, leaving me behind at the start. I mean, really, we had Tom Bombadil's words still in our minds and he decides to ignore them in my order and rush off? That is the only thing that really... At that point Gilraine quickly turned on her son, her eyes wide and wrathful, and Harry hastily made his exit, walking past the snickering group of elves. Outside he found Elrond, who had earlier removed himself, no longer finding amusement Harry simply allowing the woman to shout at him. Did you actually learn anything from her shouting at you? I thought that I sensed your thoughts wandering more often than not, Elrond teased. She certainly gave me a lot of food for thought. I will think very, very carefully if I decide to try and kidnap Estelle again. I will probably still do it after I think if I want to, but I'd stop and think rather than simply do it on the spur of the moment as I did this time, Harry replied dryly, before shaking his head, asking seriously, Tom Bombadil. Who is he? Wayne Benedar. Elrond answered, humming thoughtfully under his breath for a moment, as if recalling an ancient song he had heard in times long past. Harry and Estelle had explained their adventures to Elrond as they were escorted through Rivendell to where Estelle's mother awaited them, but the woman had come to meet them so quickly that they hadn't gone into detail on their meeting with Tom. Yes. He is indeed the master of the woods and fields as he says he is and is as old as he says too. Wayne Benedar was there when I was young and wandering the world, and was a master of the wood even then, deep in knowledge, powerful in song, mysterious by nature. Indeed, many an Noldor or Sylvan has thought on his true identity. With Tom Bombadil, it is very hard to discern where one ends and the other begins. Much like you elves, then? Harry questioned archly, becoming more certain on his theory about Tom Bombadil's real identity. It would certainly explain the breadth of the dream I had, even if I can only remember bits and pieces of it now. I get the impression it was very important. Elrond chuckled at that, nodding his head as if indicating a point. For me it was not so much the mystery of the elves that made me decide to follow that aspect of my heritage, but the music and art they had created. Still, I am not immune to the fact that at times when dealing with humans and even dwarves, we elves do come across as mysterious and all-knowing. Would that I could say that truth matched that reality. Rather it is simply that we have a far longer history of mistakes, triumphs and tragedies to call upon when discerning the flow of events. And even so, we are as often wrong as right when dealing even with predicting the actions of other elves, let alone other races. Life wouldn't be worth living if you always knew the answer to every question, Harry answered. Truly spoken. The two of them walked for a time, and then Elrond asked quietly, so how long will it be before Estelle forgives you leaving him to be lectured on his own? He threw me under the cart first when he mentioned the barrows. And even before that when he said it was my idea for him to run away with us. I think we can call it even now, Harry answered virtuously. The two of them looked at one another, with Elrond giving Harry a very deadpan look, then shared a quiet laugh. Harry looked around at that point, even as he answered a question Elrond posed about Bilbo, and whether or not he would really fit in again with his fellow hobbits, realizing that Elrond had been leading him back to the edge of his land heading up into the misty mountains. He looked over at Elrond, who was now looking at him, a faint smile on his face, a smile born of memory as much as anything else, and nodded in thanks to the elvish lord. Thank you. Well, I understood that you would not be tarrying here any longer, that you had to. I would like to question you about your cleansing of the Barrow Downs, but I can wait. That is most certainly not something I could replicate. Keep darkness out, yes, I can do that well enough. And here, Elrond touched a ring on his finger gently with a finger from his other hand, before shaking his head from side to side. But cleansing the darkness already there, one powered by the ghosts of the dead? I cannot do that. And from what I understand, even hobbits could only perhaps cleanse the ground, not banish the spirits there even with the help of the Sunday. The spirits were bound to their armor and weapons. When we melted them with Arian's power and shattered their ghostly forms, we broke the enchantment. Harry shrugged, looking pensive. It was Estel's idea to be so thorough as to take everything out of the caves. I was at a loss when cleansing them with my patroness didn't work. But he had the right of it there, and the barrows fell once the whites were destroyed. He paused then, looking at Elrond thoughtfully. There is a certain amount of willpower in that young boy Elrond. He showed it then and with his song before when he tried to calm the old forest, a magic within him. Maybe not enough to learn true spell work, but perhaps. I hope you can cultivate it in the future. I believe I can, yes. And truth be told, although he is young for it, I see quite a bit of Elrose in him already. And a bit of Isildur, too, Elrond answered, smiling fondly now. Snorting, Harry turned his attention to more serious matters. Has there been any word from Gandalf or Saruman? Elrond sighed, his good humor vanishing as if it never been. Saruman was able to follow Sauron's spirit and wound him several times apparently, nearly dissipating it. Killing him however was beyond Saruman's abilities. Saruman was then ambushed in turn, and Sauron escaped to Mount Doom. I have ordered a watch placed on Mordor, and Saruman has already passed word to Gondor and Rohan. In these parlous times, we needs must rely on the shields and swords of those two nations above all else. Still, it is hopeful that as weakened in spirit as he is, Sauron will be licking his wounds for several centuries. Trying to keep his eyes from crossing at the idea of thinking in terms of centuries between conflicts, Harry nodded, knowing enough about Mordor to understand why Elrond wasn't calling for a general assault on that land already. It was protected by mountains that were literally impassable even for elves, and the orcs would undoubtedly know the land better and be numerous enough to defeat armies of men or elves. They wouldn't be organized thankfully, and they shouldn't have sufficient numbers to break Gondor's watch over their lands. But they could defend their own well enough. Then too, as Elrond had said before, the elves' military strength is far less than it was in the past. In a similar vein, will you join the council? Your disparate skill set and your ability to fight the darkness is something we would all be very happy to see among our number. No, Harry's answer came immediately as he shook his head. I don't exactly consider myself wise, nor experienced as you all would measure things. I'm more than willing to give my opinion on the tactical level if asked, but I have little to no knowledge of the geography of Middle-earth beyond what I've walked, so I would not be any help on the strategic level. I have heard of Gondor and Rohan, but I have no knowledge of them. I have heard of Sauron, but I didn't fight him, only a single army of orcs. Ask me again in a few hundred years and maybe I'll have learned enough not to make a fool of myself. The very idea of actually around in some 100 years was startling to him. Wizards could live that long, sure, but to think in terms of century-long conflicts or any kind of plans. No, that was not something he was used to thinking about. Yet despite knowing that he might live for several hundred years or several thousand years, Harry still anxiously glanced towards the river and out past it up into the mountains, still felt himself anxious to get back to Toriel, and to start getting to know her better, to start traveling with her and see where that led. Elrond could see this in his face, it was why he had led the two of them to this place in the first place. Elrond half-elven could well remember how his very soul had been pulled towards Celebrian upon meeting her, and how any time apart in those first few years of courtship had seemed a hardship like onto a battle. And for all that Harry might have been human at one point, it was very clear now that his Fia was being affected in much the same way as an elvish soul would. Truly, Elrond wondered why that was. Should he not have a soul more like that of the mayor, like the other Istari? Yet that kind of thinking was well beyond even his knowledge. He could help heal fear, but understanding why Harry's had become more elven than Maya was beyond him. All he could do was facilitate Harry's departure. With that in mind he held out a small bag of square pieces of lembas. Take this, my friend. Well, I know I cannot keep you here any longer, and truly, you have answered all the questions I have for you that are pressing. The knowledge that you can banish spirits like the barrows is a fascinating one, but one whose usage is not immediate at present. And if it is something that can be learned, my wife's mother will share it with me. Go with the blessings of my house, and the knowledge that you are always welcome back in Rivendell whenever you have need of rest or advice. Thank you for your words, my Lord Elrond, and for your friendship. Both are more precious than my weight in gold. Perhaps in some distant time we will see one another again. In fact, I can almost guarantee it. Harry said, his tone somewhat mocking, but his face and eyes serious as he clasped arms with the elven lord. Give my regards to Estel, when his mother is done with him. I think I'll see him again too sometime in the future. Without another word Harry raced off, actually running now, rather than just hiking, his feet splashing across the ford in the river and up into the path that would take him through the misty mountains. From that point on Harry rushed through the mountains, barely pausing to eat lembas, so eager was he to see Toriel once more, and so decidedly not eager to have further dreams as he'd had on the way to Rivendell again. He only paused once when he got through the high pass as night fell. He decided to spend some time that night on the project he had put to himself, creating his own, somewhat more versatile pensieve. He wished to share some of the music he could remember from his own world with Toriel. Indeed, he generally just wanted to share more of that world with her, and maybe Thorin and his other friends eventually, seeing it as a part of his own story. Unfortunately, so busy was he on working through a particularly hard portion of the array that Harry had completely forgotten the need to put down ward stones to defend his camp. The first Harry knew of his danger was an arrow slamming into his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain and topple sideways. The rock he had been leaning on was hit by 2 more arrows from behind, which bounced off it and into the darkness. Bloody fucking, grey. Reaching up, Harry tore the arrow out of his shoulder and used a quick episki spell to close the wound, ignoring the fact that the wound was a bit too deep for that kind of spell to really work on, and the blood was still flowing down from his arm. Glancing over the rock he'd been using as a chair, Harry saw several goblins rushing towards him with clubs or swords in their hands. They didn't have any armor and looked somewhat sickly even for goblins, but were still moving quickly. Grabbing at his sword, Harry pulled it out of the sheath just in time to block a blow from the first goblin who had been sneaking up on him before his fellows prematurely fired at him, battering his dagger to one side and cutting him across the chest with the sword of Gryffindor. Lucky for me you lot suck at working together sometimes. Harry then dodged backward, leaving that goblin to die screaming as he used sword and finger to aim. Several cutting spells clashed out from him, slicing the 5 archers into pieces as he dodged from cover to cover. 3 more goblins charged him, and Harry idly had a moment to be very thankful they weren't riding wargs before he became far too busy dodging strikes from small clubs and swords, blood still trickling from his arm. Harry finished 2 more off with slashes from his sword, then dodged away as they fell screaming, tangling up the legs of the other 2 even as one other sword nicked his leg. Quick stabs ended their lives in turn, and then Harry was looking around, a spell on the tip of his mind as he made certain that there were no more goblins in sight. When he was certain that was the case, Harry began to heal himself in the only way he could given the fact that he didn't have any medical supplies. While the second wound he took was small enough an episki could work, the large wound to his shoulder where he had torn the arrow out needed to be closed via a fire spell instead. This obviously gave him a small burn scar there, but otherwise dealt with the wound. Of course, for most the wounds themselves would be the least of their concerns since goblins routinely used poison on their weapons. But Harry had been bitten by a basilisk and had developed an immunity to it after a phoenix cried into the wound. No poison was going to bother him overmuch, and the heat would have gotten rid of any actual germs. Once he had seen to his wounds, Harry went around, bringing the goblin bodies, muttering to himself all the while. Let this be a lesson to you, fool. Even a wizard can be overcome if he's too damn confident, and too damn stupid. Put down the damn runic arrays first, every damn time. With a sigh, Harry packed up his belongings and pushed on forward several more hours, only to find himself running into a snowstorm, which caused him to seek shelter. Magic could keep him warm, but he couldn't do that and see where the hell he was going, and up here, what you didn't see could very easily kill you, even without goblins around. A small area underneath 2 rocks which created a small triangle free of snow became a tiny igloo, warded away from anything seeking him out, and he stayed there until the sounds of the storm abated, finishing the work on the runic array he wanted, before pushing out into what amounted to a mountainous winter wonderland, the storm having left several feet worth of snow. Well, there's a thing, Harry muttered, hitting himself with another warming charm, before starting to trudge through the snow, grumbling about how he needed to figure out how to make snow boots. But since he'd never actually seen any, he had no idea what they looked like. Several hours of travel later, Harry finally left the last of the snow behind just in time to see a group of men and dwarves ahead of him. They were working together to gather the bodies of goblins that they had apparently ambushed. Or at least Harry assumed that as he came closer, seeing as none of their own were even wounded. One of them hailed Harry, and Harry slowed his progress down, speaking quietly to them. I ran into a group of goblins up near the high pass. Have they already begun to reclaim their territory? Nay, none of the bands we have seen are looking to create goblin holes, the dwarf said gruffly, shaking his head. It's only been in the last 3 days which we've seen any goblins all, and they are but roving bands, going hither and yon, looking for something we think, then heading back south. They can traverse the mountains as well as we can, better in some cases, but they aren't numerous enough to matter just yet. And as long as we keep pressing them, they won't be able to reclaim their old dwellings and repopulate them. Grimacing, Harry scowled, having a feeling where this was going. You say they are acting as if they are searching for something? Someone perhaps. The dwarf answered, looking at Harry with one eyebrow raised. Think you they could be after you? The goblins somehow heard of your part in the great battle. More like Sauron wants me as a prisoner or at worst removed, Harry thought grimly, agreeing aloud with the dwarf's words. He added that he had been attacked similarly by a band of warg riders in his travels to bring you back to the Shire. The dwarves promised to be on their best watch as the humans nodded grimly. Harry spent about 10 more minutes talking to them about the goblins in the mountains, before pushing on, leaving them to their fell work. Deciding she didn't really want to deal with Bjorn and his folk, Harry turned southeast, making his way through the foothills to reach Mirkwood at a different point than the path would intersect it. He didn't run into any more goblins thankfully, and as evening began to fall the day after, reached the edge of Mirkwood. While the sun began to set, Harry moved under the eaves of the forest. He was still traveling as night fell, the woods lit by the light of the stars above, the moon not making an appearance just yet. Staring around him however, Harry realized there was a small problem. He didn't know where the elvish territory began, or where Toriel was. The first time, the elves had been on the lookout for him and Bilbo, and so Toriel had been waiting for them at the edge of the forest. Now that was no longer the case, unless somehow Elrond had sent word ahead faster than Harry had traveled. Which, given that my trouble with that snowstorm is possible, but not very likely. However, Harry need not have worried, for as anxious as he was to see her, Toriel was anxious to find him too, and unlike Harry, Toriel had both access to the King of Mirkwood and his Legolas's spell work and knowledge of woodcraft. So it was that Toriel came upon Harry, leaping down from the darkness of the foliage above into a moonbeam ahead of the young wizard. Harry stopped, drinking in the sight of her as she did the same, holding out her hands to him. Harry enfolded her in a hug, a tension he had been feeling since leaving Mirkwood first time at the back of his head even in Rivendell disappearing as he could feel the same tension leaving her, the meat song of the musical in the background. Toriel, he breathed, and then, her lips were on his, and Harry once more fell at peace. End chapter. Now, the end of this was a bit rushed, but really, I didn't want to get slowed down by travel time again. I also don't think it's necessary to go into further detail on Harry vs Goblins. Once the initial ambush was blown, they didn't really pose a danger to Harry. Still, he and Toriel are now together, and are off to see the Lady of Lothlorien. While in the background plans and powers are moving, including several plans that even the wise could not foresee. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this, and again Rings of Power? Given the lack of respect they show Tolkien, I reject it utterly. Chapter 19. I am not Disney or Rowling. I know world building, apparently better than the first, and romance better than either. Hey all! This, obviously, was the winner of the small story poll, bringing in 2,663 votes. It beat out Magic of the Force and Horse for the Force which brought in 2,638 and 1,681 votes respectively. Somewhat annoying considering how long it has been since Magic won, and how close Horse is to completion. But whatever. This is the first chapter dealing with time normally skipped over, thanks to the huge time skip in canon. I won't promise to not use huge time skips on my own, but this is prime world building territory. That is why this chapter is both as long as it is. But it still doesn't cover the events in Khazad-dûm as I had hoped. I underestimated the amount of time it would take the two to arrive and the territory HNT would have to cover. After 2.5 tortuous days this has been edited by me via Grammarly. I hope this cuts down on the number of mistakes you all see. Chapter 19, A Romantic Walk Through Middle-earth. Eventually, Harry and Toriel pulled back from one another, and Toriel frowned slightly, noticing a rip in Harry's clothing that he hadn't bothered to repair from his run-in with the goblins. And what happened here? Did you find some trouble again? I remember you mentioning how often that seemed to happen in your past life. Oh, I just ran into a few bumps on the road back to Mirkwood, Harry replied blithely. It turns out that while the orc and goblin threat from the north and northernmost Misty Mountains might have been shattered, there are still a few scattered groups moving around out there. That statement demands more of an explanation, Toriel drawled back, shaking her head, before gesturing to a nearby tree. I suggest we both get comfortable for a bit. Biting back his lip to comment on how that line could be taken, Harry nodded, linking arms with her as they moved over to the tree she had indicated. When they stood at the base of the trunk, Harry was surprised to note that there weren't any hidden handholds or anything like that, and the branches began well above his head. How exactly? He paused as Toriel easily ascended the tree, her fingers and toes finding small crannies to propel her further until she reached the first branch. With a single hand, Toriel flipped herself upward like one of the best gymnasts in the world, soon disappearing into the tree's boughs. That is going to be a very hard act to follow, you know, he muttered, staring up at where Toriel had disappeared, watching her push her head down into view to look at him expectantly. It gets easier with practice, Toriel encouraged, amused that Harry was taunted by the idea of climbing a tree. It turned out that Harry wasn't so good at tree climbing, partly due to it being night and partly due to not having much experience. He had climbed rocks before and had experience making his way through the mountains with the dwarves, but tree climbing was a bit different, requiring greater use of handholds and the ability to discern where to put them. Still, eventually, he was up on the tree branches, where he could make much better progress. Soon, the two were both sitting on the uppermost tree branches, very well hidden from below and almost hidden from other people on this level of the forest, a rather neat trick. Especially given how many leaves have fallen already. Strange that I haven't noticed any chance in the temperature, even if the signs of autumn are all around me. Setting that aside, Harry put his first observation into a question asking, is this habit, or are there still spiders around? I would have thought. Toriel interrupted Harry with a headshake. Watching her red hair flashing in the moonlight and seeing the faint smile on her face caused Harry to pause, simply drinking in the sight of her. Toriel's lightly tanned skin gleamed in the moonlight, her red hair set off by the light almost to the point where it looked like it had caught fire, framing her angular face, the faint smile on her lips, painted red at the moment. That amused Harry somewhat, that while there didn't seem to be a lot of cosmetics in this world, there was still lipstick. No, the spiders are gone, dead or fled to the misty mountains. We burnt out their webs in carefully controlled fires and wiped out the numbers they had amassed. It was not easy, but Mirkwood is free of that filth. And Legolas is continuing his work on moving the more subtle taint from the forest entirely to the old road in particular. Toriel's smile widened slightly as she finished speaking, aware of where Harry's mind had gone for a moment and thinking that Harry also looked quite handsome in the moonlight. That's good to hear. Although I think it was kind of cheating of you to climb up here as you did. I can't go around without shoes like you can, you know, Harry said mock angrily. My shoes don't let me grip as well as your toes seem able to. In response, Toriel merely waggled her toes at him lightly, snickering. Well, you're not walking around any longer, are you? Harry's eyes drifted down to her feet and Toriel's lower legs for a moment, tracing them back up to her thighs, before quickly looking away with a faint blush, whereupon he reached down and began to undo the lacing on his own shoes. He looked at them ruefully as he pulled them and his socks off, shaking his head. I think I might need to look into better footwear in the future. While these have served me well, they are most decidedly coming to the end of their lives. Perhaps, but that is for later. Humans might need shoes for walking and war, but there is a time to allow the grass between your toes to feel the world beneath. Feeling somewhat daring, Toriel reached out with one foot, gently tapping Harry's foot lightly, then running her foot up the inside of his pant-covered leg. Now, does that not feel better? I feel as if that is further cheating, my dear. But yes, it does feel good to get these off my feet, Harry replied. His feet freed, he answered in kind, rubbing his large toe up the inside of Toriel's leg to her knee, causing Toriel to shudder, wondering at the sensation of someone stroking her leg like that, even if it was only with his own foot. For a few moments, they simply sat there, talking quietly about how they spent time apart, their legs gently intertwined between them. Toriel's part of the tale was simple enough, although when prompted, she did go into greater detail on the tactics that the unseen host and Torienda Edelo's regular army had used against the spiders. Harry was impressed and noted how effective hit-and-run tactics could be when run by elves in the future. More importantly, he was somewhat shocked that Lady Galadriel had sought out Toriel's dreams in her spirit form. Not that she could, Harry understood that such things were within her power given his interaction with Galadriel's sending when Harry's Fia had been pulled to Ilmarin, the Hall of Manwë on the peak of Tanaquedel. It had been Lady Galadriel who had helped Harry's spirit find its way back to his body. No, what surprised Harry was that she had both learned about his budding relationship with Toriel and had decided to seek her out. There are many ways I can take that. The lady could be simply, in her own way, looking out for me by checking in on you, or, as the lady said to you, she could be concerned you did not understand in full what you were getting into with me and my impact on Arda. Something I don't fully understand myself, Harry mused. Then he smiled, reaching forward to take Toriel's hand in his. And I think her acceptance of your response could be seen as a blessing upon this relationship. Although I hope our relationship does not become a challenge as you seem to be looking forward to facing in the future. That is how I took it as well, Harry, Toriel smiled back at him, then smirked. But tell me more of your journey, please. For her part, Toriel was somewhat annoyed that Harry had run into not one but two bands of goblins who might have been sent out specifically in search of him. After the Battle of the Mountain, there shouldn't have been any goblins left in the mountains to provide the manpower for such. So the fact goblins could organize themselves to do longer rangings from further south in the Misty Mountains, or even the lands beyond was annoying. How far south would we have to push them to stop that kind of thing? Or is the concept of the Beernings keeping the passes free and not spreading further ourselves a better idea? The news that the lands on the other side of the mountains were sparsely populated, and thus the only place they would get help for such a thing was Rivendell was also somewhat annoying. Not just in the news itself, but that Toriel hadn't known that before. Her knowledge of the world beyond Mirkwood left much to be desired, something she was looking forward to correcting with Harry by her side. But of more interest to her than the goblins was learning of young Estelle and the fact that some men of the north still survived. I wasn't a member of the host in the last battle of elves and men, but I have heard the songs of that time. The men of Numenor, of the fallen north, feature highly in some of those legends both to show how high and proud men could become and how far they could fall. The fall of Numenor, yes. I heard about that from Elrond. It's somewhat horrifying to think about. What Sauron could not do militarily, he could do with his own voice and charisma, Harry answered sadly, shaking his head, before relaying what Elrond had told him about that time. The fall of Numenor was a direct result of Sauron's actions, his use of his greatest tool in the past, his voice and his charisma. Ar-Pharazôn had long since usurped the kingship from the rightful line, the line that led back to Elrond's brother, Elros, by forcefully marrying Myriel, the last king's daughter, who had also been his cousin. That disgusted Harry on many levels. But even after that, Ar-Pharazôn had been a rational human being, arrogant and vile, sure, but rational. He had even come to the aid of the elves of Middle-earth, and for a second time, the armies of Numenor had shattered Sauron's military might. When his martial strength had been proven to not be up to facing the Númenóreans, Sauron used his skills at deception, convincing him to take Sauron as a prisoner. And from then on, Sauron became Ar-Pharazôn's advisor, then chief advisor, until finally, Sauron had convinced the arrogant fool to turn to the west, to Valinor, to conquer the realm of the Vala. This broke the Edict of the Vala, which stated that no mortal man could come to their lands. At that point, Manwë had asked Iluvatar what they should do, not willing to act directly against men, as that too would have been against Iluvatar's will. But then Iluvatar had acted on his own. He broke the world, sinking the island of Numenor and swamping Middle-earth, completely changing its geography forever. Valinor was almost entirely cut off from the rest of Arda, and there was even another continent beyond Middle-earth that had once been part of Rhûn, the far east of Middle-earth. Having learned of all this in some detail, or as much detail as any elf had, Harry was somewhat of two minds on this event. On the one hand, the Númenóreans had been moving away from worshipping the Vala for quite some time. Elrond had been very clear on this, having spoken in person to many true believers who had fled to the island before the usurping king's expedition under Elendil, whose name was revered even now by the men of Middle-earth. They had been practicing human sacrifice, and the cult of Melkor had been instated as the island's official religion. Hedonism had spread along with it, and the colonies they had started on the mainland had become more enslaved subsidiary states than true colonies. So, their fall from grace had been building for a while, and their destruction could be seen as necessary. On the other hand, Harry didn't particularly understand why the edict that stopped humans from going to the west had been put in place. He had theories, basically built around the idea that humans couldn't really live in so magical an area without being changed physically and mentally, which would be against the will of Iluvatar, or the general fact that human spirits were more easily swayed to evil. But even so, Harry felt that perhaps Eru had overreacted a bit by sinking the island and a large portion of the lands beyond. But Elrond was also perfectly clear about how the wars against Sauron would have gone without their aid before that moment. Even Ar-Pharazôn first smashed Sauron's military power before taking him captive. As for Estel himself, he was fun, amusing to be around at times, and extremely willful. And by that, I don't mean arrogant. I mean, Estel had a lot of willpower. That's about the only way I can put it. I rather think he'll go far, even if he isn't the one destined to reclaim the kingship or whatever. Toriel nodded thoughtfully, saying she would like to meet the youth eventually. Perhaps in a decade or so, when he has made something of himself as humans measure such things. You realize that he'll be in his 20s then, which is a young man's age rather than a young boy's, right? By that point, he will most certainly have made something of himself, Harry said dryly, causing Toriel to exclaim almost mockingly about how that was far too short for such a change to occur. She watched then as Harry's laughter broke off into a yawn. I am sorry, Harry, I know that humans hurt to sleep at night. Would you like to bed down here with me? Harry looked at her blankly for a second, then decided he couldn't let this one slide. You do know how that could be taken, correct? When Toriel looked at him in confusion, he elaborated, when a man or woman asks someone else if they would like to bed down with them, it usually means more than just sleeping. Ah. Toriel blushed a bit at that, then shook her head with a laugh. It is far too soon for such things, but I thank you for the lesson in human courtship. I've enjoyed some of your lessons before this. She teased gently, but I would prefer we mainly keep to the slower elvish manner of courtship if that is all right with you. Perfectly fine. Flirting is fun, but I don't want to pressure you in any way for more, Harry answered before becoming slightly more serious. Besides, I need to change my way of thinking in terms of time. After all, my lifetime isn't a human's any longer. Then he smirked, leaning forward to run a finger up Toriel's lower calf. Not that the human manner can't be fun. Still, would you like to be the big or the little spoon? Thrown off by his touch, it took Toriel a moment to register the question, at which point she frowned in incomprehension. What do you mean? It's a way of describing how two people can sleep together, one is in front of the other or behind, the big spoon is behind, little spoon front, one wrapped around the other, Harry explained, standing up from where he had been sitting on the branches and moving slightly around Toriel using the other branches for a moment. Understanding his intent, Toriel scooted forwards on the branch a few feet, saying dryly, while I would prefer to be held by you rather than vice versa, I'm not sure I can trust you to keep us in this tree if you fall asleep. Even I could not catch myself fast enough to avoid injury if I am awoken by our falling off the branch. I will use a sticking charm, then, Harry said philosophically. With Toriel laughing at that, Harry sat down on the branch behind her, finding it more than wide enough for him to sit comfortably, his back against the tree trunk, his legs on either side of hers as his arms wound around Toriel's waist. Even as she leaned back against him, Toriel's head was already turning, and the two kissed, not intensely, simply longingly. Their separation had, as Elrond had told Harry, hurt them both more than a bit, and this kiss, like the one they had shared back on the ground, made that perfectly plain. Eventually, Harry pulled back, instead going to work on Toriel's neck, gently moving her hair to one side as he kissed her lightly along where her blouse began. Toriel recaptured his lips for a few moments, and then, by some unspoken signal, they pulled away, with Toriel laying her head against Harry's chest, humming happily to herself. While in Elvish courtship Harry and I would still be composing poems and songs by one another or walking hand in hand through the woods, I think that going back to that much slower courtship after feeling the pleasure he can give me with those lips of his would be most annoying. Meanwhile, Harry was simply reveling in the feel of Toriel in his arms, feeling something deep inside him becoming satisfied. It went well beyond the feel of her muscles shifting under her clothing, her smell, or the sound of Toriel's voice. No, it was as if a soul-deep part of him was now being satiated. Again, just like Elrond said. So whatever I am becoming, in terms of relationships, I'm following the Elvish model. But then Toriel's humming reminded Harry of the work he had been putting into the Pensieve array, and he spoke up again, eager to see what she thought of it. I have something to show you. Hold on a moment. Harry removed one arm from around Toriel, reaching into his moleskin pouch, thinking back to all the mistakes he had made in terms of using or not using that pouch. Still, he had learned, the pouch had survived, and so had he and his cloak. At this point, that was all Harry could say about that. Reaching in, Harry pulled out the Pensieve he had been making, handing it to Toriel, who cupped it in her hands in her lap, looking down at it and then over her shoulder at Harry quizzically. Whatever question she was going to ask went unsaid as her eyes widened, watching as Harry reached up to his head with a finger and slowly drew something out. The grimace of pain on Harry's face concerned Toriel more than what it was, however, and she was about to stop him from doing whatever he was doing when the process seemed to come to an end. What did you do? Are you all right, Harry? I think maybe I did that spell wrong. I researched it a lot, but maybe there's a trick to the visualization I missed, Harry muttered, only the pain his head was already in stopping him from shaking it as he tried to blink away the pain. Still, it worked, I think. Hold the bowl steady for a moment. Toriel did so, and Harry placed the memory into the bowl before gently tapping one rune on the side of the bowl for a second, letting his magic flow into it. Now, if this worked correctly, there should. Harry stopped as white light began to glow all around the bowl's edge, then down into the silver liquid-like substance of his memory before suddenly exploding upwards as if a projector set into the bottom of the bowl had turned on. In the sky above the bowl, directly in front of their faces, there appeared an image, moving slowly. It was somewhat grainy, but the sound came through excellently, and Harry reflected that might be because the music had dominated his mind and memory of that moment far more than the actual play had. Toriel's eyes widened, and she flinched back, almost rolling off Harry, and the branch before the music accompanying the image halted her. Harry's arms went around her again as he whispered into her ear, I did mention that I wanted to show you some of the music and plays of my world, remember? You did, She stared at the image. I cannot understand what they're saying. But oh, the feeling of it comes through. Oh my! The young Sindar elf fell silent then as Harry mentally cursed himself, having forgotten that while he was so used to speaking in the common tongue, his memories would all be in English. Would you like me to tran? He was interrupted as Toriel shook her head quickly, staring at the image as cassette of L.E. Miserable sang Castle on a Cloud. By the time the song ended, Toriel was nearly in tears, staring at the child in the image. She lacked a lot of the societal knowledge needed to really understand what was going on here, and yet, the emotion of the young child came through easily. She gently pushed Harry's hand away from the Pensieve, causing the projection to flicker out, although Harry's memory resided within the bowl. She wondered idly how that was possible, how quite a lot of the things she had just seen were possible, before deciding to put it down to magic and whisper instead, now that the music is finished, Harry, what was she actually singing, and why? That explanation needed several dozen smaller explanations tied into it, with Harry reminding Toriel of his attempt to explain a revolution to her before, as well as serfdom and poverty. Eventually, Toriel understood enough to realize that the young girl had been singing and dreaming of a better life, a life where she had a family and didn't live in poverty, something that was an entire explanation in itself. Yet despite all the background knowledge needed, the song itself had been extremely impressive. It is short, as is the way of all human song, but you say it is part of a greater play, which would offset that. And the emotions it can evoke for being so short are amazing. If you can perfect this Pensieve of yours, I believe that any elf would be astonished at how far humanity has come in the realm of music in your world. Mission accomplished then. Although I don't think I would ever share this pensieve with anyone else. Maybe make one for Thorin to use, but other than that, I think I'd prefer to keep such memories between you and me. Toriel smiled at that, although her smile turned into a frown when Harry returned the memory to his head and let loose a small groan of pain. Yes, definitely doing something wrong there. He muttered, grimacing. Seeing Harry shake his head slowly from side to side and not return that head to around her waist instead rubbing at his forehead, Toriel turned her body slightly, reaching up with one hand to gently touch his forehead, rubbing it with her fingers, gently moving over her scar. Toriel watched as the pain of whatever he was feeling faded, then smiled slightly as he leaned forward to kiss her again. This one was more passionate, and Toriel allowed her mouth to open when Harry's tongue gently tapped her lips. However, this did not go on for long before Harry had to pull away and yawn, and Toriel was pleased to note that Harry's arms were once more around her. At no point had his hands moved to rise up or down her body. Toriel was grateful that he was willing to continue the slow courtship, despite the obvious sign of his desire she could feel pressing into her back right now. Thank you for sharing that with me, Harry. But for now, I think it is time for you to sleep. Harry cocked his head, frowning at her. What about you? Do you need some rest as well? I will close my eyes once I am tired. Never fear. When Harry made to protest, she shifted back around so that her back was once more to his chest as she stared up into the stars, humming softly under her breath. While she could sing, Toriel was not very good at it, as Sindar or even older elves would rate such things. But Toriel could keep a tune at least, and soon, Toriel felt Harry's body slowly fall asleep behind her. At that, she turned her head slightly, nuzzling into his chest, closing her own eyes, dreaming as elves were wont to do, colored somewhat by Harry's presence and the song he had shared of his world while still aware of the world around her. The next morning, after an intense make-out session that nearly ended with them falling off the tree branch and a makeshift breakfast, Toriel and Harry debated whether or not to go straight to Lothlorien or to check in with the dwarves first. After discussing it, Harry decided they needed to stop and speak to Thorin and the dwarves, knowing that he would probably spend several months with Galadriel. At least the rest of autumn and maybe winter, depending. Toriel agreed, saying, "My folk are still sending them food but not so often. From that, I believe they are becoming much more self-sufficient, as I know that more dwarves have arrived since you and Bilbo left the mountain." Harry and Toriel hiked through the woods of Mirkwood. Occasionally, they stopped as Toriel pointed out a few trees she knew or small glades of specific beauty. One or two times, they even saw other elves. With the spiders exterminated, more of Toriel's people could now wander abroad through the woods and were taking advantage of it. But even so, those sightings were few and far between compared to the leagues the two covered. For his part, Harry had more fun watching Toriel than learning about the forest. The forest itself was interesting, but watching Toriel in her natural environment, racing ahead like a gazelle only to turn and race back just as quickly to point out some tree or glade that caught her attention, was enchanting. The young couple arrived at the Mirkwood side of the lake 3 days later, after which the twosome had some fun finding and tying together abandoned barrels. Previously used to transport wine to the elves and then be floated down the river to the lake, as Harry knew, many of them had been abandoned here, left to float in the water since Lake Town was no longer in the wine business. Once Harry had used his magic to stick all of the barrels together, and they had placed the platform on top, the two of them had a very makeshift, extremely rough barge, somewhat like the one that Bard had used. Although, as Harry put it, only in type, nowhere near as good in terms of construction. As it will only need to last us up to the other side of the lake, and going across is much easier than going to either side, I believe we can trust it. But if the worst comes, I can swim at least, and given your adventures down the river, I know you can too. Harry snorted. I won't say I can win any races, but I can float with the rest of them, at least. The Tellery have competitions at about that kind of thing all the time, I believe. In the havens, Toriel answered almost absent-mindedly as she helped Harry push the makeshift barge out onto the lake. Once it was floating and not obviously sinking, she hopped aboard lightly, a makeshift pole in her hand. Harry had a slightly less elegant time getting onto the barge, but eventually, they were pulling it out into the lake. Once away from the shore, they began to use paddles, but although they were going straight across, which was much shorter than trying to reach the northern or southern sides of the lake, by the time they were within sight of the other side, both of them agreed that they had severely underestimated how difficult it would be. Yet they were still in a good mood by the time they arrived. The sun was up, and although it was slightly cold out on the lake, neither complained. The pair had been spotted coming into the shore, so Harry was not surprised to find a small welcoming party waiting for them. The fact that Thorin was there with them was a surprise but a good one as Harry exchanged hand clasps and backslaps with him, and Boffer had come with the king. Are you back to stay, Harry, or are you simply checking in before you head on to see the Lady Galadriel? Thorin questioned, gesturing Harry and Toriel to follow them. On his head was a new crown and an iron, steel, and gold circlet. It would have been subtle if not for the rubies and diamonds, which gleamed in the light of Anar above them, set around its front. Many of the dwarves had come with them as an honor guard, despite, in Thorin's words, his own attempts to tell them he didn't need one. These were mostly newcomers who looked at Toriel with anger or disgust, influenced by past dealings with the elves of Mirkwood and others, but Boffer moved among them, whispering words into their ears or grabbing at the backs of heads and squeezing. Soon those looks faded or were turned away. Harry had seen all this and nodded thanks to Boffer even as he answered Thorin, saying they would only be staying for a few days. I wanted to check in with you and see how work was going on with Erebor before heading to see the lady. I got the impression that I will be spending several months there, so I would like to know that you and the others are doing well. Bah, as if we need a wizard to mind us. Just because you were the reason we could overcome smog is no reason to think we need you around to hold our hands all the time, Thorin answered, his tone jovial despite the words, shaking his head. But if you look around, you can already see that we have been hard at work. Harry could indeed see that. Some further work had begun on his and Toriel's house, although only a little, which was more than fine to both of them since he wanted to be involved in that process. But elsewhere, a road had been cleared entirely to the lake, tapped down and even lined with stones. Further stones from the battlefield had been set up around the hill under which the dragon's corpse had been buried. Far more astonishingly, when they reached the entrance to Erebor, Harry could see that the rocks which had fallen from the dead drop onto Smog during their battle with the dragon were gone. They had previously haphazardly blocked the entrance into Erebor. Now that way was open, allowing them easy access into the main hallway of the mountain's vastness. As they passed through the massive entryway into Erebor, the changes within the mountain were so dramatic that both Harry and Toriel stopped in placing, staring around them. Gone were the cobwebs and dirt that had washed out the colors of everything. The flooring had been cleaned almost to the point of shining under their feet. The damage done to it during the fight with Smog had also been repaired, and the mosaic helped give the cavern more color and life. It was helped in this by the small, makeshift lights festooned the entire cavern, although they were each separate things, whereas Thorin had said once each chandelier should be tied together to allow for the replacement of the candles or dwarven lights within. But that work is ongoing, as is replacing candlelight with dwarven lights. Ha! You will like looking at those, Harry. They are an open secret of our folk that none have succeeded in copying. In several places on the sides of the main cavern, long buntings had been hung along the walls of the vast cavern. These, which had either been in storage somewhere they hadn't faded or been made by the humans or dwarves since, added further color to Erebor it had long missed. And everywhere Harry looked, there were dwarves. Thousands of dwarves had arrived since Harry and Bilbo had left. They moved around all over the place, on the small roads set into the sides of the massive cavern, in the entrances to smaller house caves, on the floor of the main cavern, and in the distance, moving up or down the stairs barely visible at the far end of the cavern. This included hundreds of their womenfolk. To Harry's surprise, he could only pick them out because they wore skirts and were, in the main, slightly shorter than their male counterparts. Good grief, they really do have beards. I thought Thorin and the rest were having me on about that. Thankfully for Harry's sensibilities, their beards were far shorter and less dense than those of their men. Even better and somewhat astonishing was the fact that while there was a vast amount of noise, it wasn't as loud as it should have been. Somehow the acoustics of the cavern had been changed so that the noise didn't overwhelm. The best Harry could think of was that it had something to do with the stalactites in the ceiling. Thorin stood beside Harry, letting his friend and Toriel take in his city for a moment, smiling faintly at the exclamation of shock that Harry couldn't quite repress. Bloody hell! Your folk have been quite busy, King Thorin, Toriel said, speaking far more formally than Harry was wont to do. But then again, Harry was Thorin's friend, and Toriel was merely Harry's girlfriend in human parlance. She and Thorin got along, but they were undoubtedly nowhere near as close as Harry was to Thorin, so formality served best. We have indeed. And it is not just my clan, my people who have returned to reclaim their homes. Nor are the others made up entirely of our cousins from the Iron Hills. Several families have come from other houses, from as far east as the Stonefoot house. Their ways are slightly different than ours, but they have a touch with stone and stone shaping that is beyond what my own folk can do. We are good at mining, finding minerals and seams, but actually shaping stone, no. You should see some of the arches they had begun to put in on the lower levels of the mine, both functional and decorative in one. Harry cocked his head at that quizzically. You have already begun to mine. Only for iron ore, admittedly. We need tools and weapons far more than we need jewelry right now. The goldsmiths who have arrived are already complaining about that, but we have so much gold on hand from the hoard, then there really is no point in introducing still more into the economy for now. I have decreed that no new gold seams will be worked until all of the outstanding Bear's Lock agreements, Jockolock, and grievances built up in the decades since we fled Erebor have been seen to. Harry didn't quite understand that, but he figured it was some kind of economy thing going over his head. Considering Thorin had used several dwarven words in there rather than speaking entirely in common and words that Harry had never heard before, he figured that was fair enough. But come, let me show you what we have been doing in the throne room and the royal living quarters first. Naturally, considering your house isn't fully built yet, you'll stay with my family and me, Thorin continued, gesturing them to the side entrance. There, Harry noticed that the trees that Bilbo had planted were still there, growing quite well despite the lack of direct sunlight. He was pleased by that and was equally pleased with the changes made in the throne room. It had also been completely cleaned, and several tapestries had already been hung to replace the ones that had decayed after Smaug had taken the mountain. As they entered the throne room, they were hailed by a loud irate-sounding female voice. There you are! Herring off almost entirely on your own, giving poor Balin even more work to do as you go to see your old friend returned. Some king you are! Thorin flinched a bit as Harry and Toriel looked in the direction of the voice to see a dwarfish woman marching down the hallway towards them, her hands on her hips. She was shorter than Thorin, but not by much, and had the same lustrous black hair that he had and long mutton chops rather than a full beard as Harry had seen on the women outside. Her clothing was businesslike and somewhat drab in comparison to the colors of the throne room, but Harry reckoned they were also of extremely good quality. Such was certainly the case with the small circlet on her head. The tiara looked as if it had been molded out of a single piece of silver, entwining itself around a series of small jewels. Harry, Toriel of Mirkwood, be known to my sister, Dis, Thorin introduced them, smiling faintly at her. Her husband has yet to join us, having some business to complete in the Iron Hills before you can do so. Dis has been invaluable in organizing the throne room and palace redecoration program. That and more. Whatever this oaf might tell you when you're alone, I am the one that rules in this palace, his sister said with a smile, shaking her head. I'm the one that organized both the cleaning and the moving, and now, I'm dealing with the female side of rebuilding Erebor in our own fashion. If it were not for me, Thorin here would have concentrated on food and defense rather than housing, inter-family ties, and cleanliness. She looked up at Harry thoughtfully, cocking her head to one side as he bowed toward her. So you're the human wizard I've heard so much about, not just from Thorin but from Balin, Gloin, and the rest. I heard you were invaluable in reclaiming our home from the stone-blighted Smaug and again in the war against the orcs and goblins. More importantly, I've also heard that you and my headstrong, obstreperous brother are friends. I like to think we are, certainly, Harry said, wondering if Dis approved of that. From her tone, it was rather hard to tell. Good. Thorin needed friends before he claimed the throne. Now that he has them, he will need them even more. But more important to me than even his place as a king is Thorin, the man. For helping Thorin the man fight the darkness in him, that I thank you the most for. With that, Dis held her hand out, clasping Harry's forearm with her own. Be welcome to my hall and my home. Thorin rolled his eyes but did not object to anything Dis had said, which was somewhat telling, in Harry's opinion. That, and Harry felt he remembered that the dwarfish ladies controlled the household to a large degree. They weren't quite the equal of their menfolk. They couldn't go to war or learn how to fight. There were just too few of them to waste like that. Only 1 out of every 4 births was female among dwarves, and not all female dwarves married. But in terms of their rights and privileges, the female dwarves were either equal to their men or, on the whole, better off. I will expect the both of you to join us for dinner, but for now, if either of you has any interest in tapestry work or works of art, I could use another pair of eyes, particularly non-dwarfish eyes. We're clearing the ambassadorial suites today, and I am uncertain what to do with it, Dis admitted. While Harry had no interest whatsoever in that, Toriel said she would be interested in giving her own opinion. Although I will warn you that if you think these rooms will be used by elves, you will automatically fail. Few elves would be willing to spend time underneath the ground like this. Perhaps if the entrance to your city was bigger, and there was more natural light, that would be different. But as it is, no. After all, the elvish city of Mirkwood was somewhat like Erebor in that it was mainly underground, hidden beneath a hill. But there was a lot of natural light throughout the city. Even the palace had large windows letting in the sunlight in the main hall. You see, that kind of information is important. For all your talk of elves, you never mentioned that they don't like being underground for long, Thorin. Honestly. Dis exclaimed, reaching out to thump her brother on the shoulder lightly. Take your friend and go do something. Leave me to the important business. Smiling at the byplay, Toriel whispered, I quite like her, I think, before leaving Harry and following Dis back down the hallway to the far entrance into the royal living quarters. Shaking his head, Thorin looked up at Harry. Do not mind Dis. Like with all dwarves dedicated to their craft, Dis seems to believe that her craft and skills are the most important things in the world. But she well understands to not press the issue too hard. Although I will say that Dis will probably push to have us create some sort of exterior housing for visiting elves. That could be interesting, I suppose, if we are visited by elves often enough to make the expense of time and labor worth it, anyway. Chuckling at that, Harry asked, and what about you and politics? Or would you act any differently if you were in charge of the forges and the smiths? Certainly not. But the difference there is I would be right, Thorin laughed, and Harry laughed too, noting that it was more of a self-deprecating laugh than simple amusement. But come, speaking of forges, let me show you what we had done down there recently. If you were surprised by the amount of bustle and change you saw in the main hall, the forges will shock you out of your socks. I do need more of them regardless, Harry quipped, following after his friend. While Toriel went with Dis, Thorin showed Harry out the door back into Erebor's main cavern, and the two of them retraced the steps they had taken during the battle with Smaug for a few moments, reminiscing about that victory, talking more about the impression they had both gotten at various points during the battle than anything concrete. The phrase "I honestly thought we were screwed" was used by both of them several times, by which point they had reached the stairs leading down into the area of Erebor devoted mainly to industry. From where the stairs split, they went right down another wide set of stairs to the level of the cavern devoted to the forges. But even as they walked down those stairs, Harry was again struck with signs of the work the dwarves had been doing. Prior to his escorting Bilbo home, this area of Erebor hadn't seen much in the way of restoration. But it was obvious that it had seen quite a bit since. The safety railings on the various stairs had been replaced, and metal stakes were driven into holes in the stairs, connected with still further beams. Several dwarves were working on them, and placing still more railings than Harry could see going further downward and another moving along them, carving out an intricate pattern. Thorin noticed his interest in this work and moved over to the dwarf in question, clapping him on the back. This is journeyman woodcrafter Coral. He is inscribing direction patterns into the wooden frame. We routinely do this in our cities just in case something goes wrong with the lighting at any point. This way, even children will understand where they are and where to go in such an emergency. Harry nodded, understanding this wasn't hyperbole. Most of the lighting in the main cavern was made from hundreds of medium to large torches and lanterns spread through the stalactites. The original system of lights Erebor had in the past had been larger chandelier-like constructs, each attached to chains that allowed them to be wheeled in to be repaired or changed. At present, the lights were mostly near the edges of the caverns or the entrances to the repair tunnels set into the ceiling. Only an even dozen were further away, placed there by brave dwarves who had climbed out onto the cavern ceiling to place them. Well, regardless, your skill is amazing, Master Woodcrafter. Ha, not a master yet, wizard. But I'll thank ya for the compliment, the dwarf, who looked around Boffer's age, snorted, then waved both of them off, uncaring of the fact Thorin was his king. Now, away with ye. I have a dozen of these lengths I need to finish carving today. As they rounded a corner, the strange acoustics of the main cavern came into effect, deadening the noise of the main cavern, which had been a low thrum of noise in the background, the pair of them having come down the equivalent of 3 stories. There should still be noise, and Harry wondered how the dwarves had achieved this, only for his thoughts to cut off as a new noise replaced the background noise. To Harry's surprise, the new noise was not just the tumult of men at work on the forges but an actual song. A chorus of bass voices fit to shame any human bassist positively thrummed in the air ahead down the stairs. How Harry had not heard it before moving around that corner in the stairs, he didn't know. After all, while they were several floors below the main floor of the cavern, they were still technically in the main cavern. There were no intervening walls or anything like that. But he hadn't, and a moment later, after another bend in the stairs, the volume of it rose again, the deep basso profundo voices so deep they were felt just as much as heard. The noise staggered Harry, and Thorin laughed, grabbing his elbow with a light grip. And here you listen to one of the secrets of my people, Harry, although it isn't so much a secret as talent. Since no one else can use their songs as we do, even if they know of the technique in the first place. Come, I will show you. Harry nodded, following along. The music was so deep and strong that it rattled his bones and was in complete dwarfish. While Harry understood several phrases in that language, he didn't understand the total picture. He looked at Thorin, asking if he could use a translation spell on himself as he had when they first met to understand what was going on. But after a moment's hesitation, Thorin shook his head. It is not a matter of trust, Harry. I do not think the words and phrases would translate well into common. Indeed, there are words here that common does not actually have any equivalent. Phrases to describe the heat of the metal, words to describe various points in the process of crafting that. He shrugged his shoulders. I just don't think it will work. It would probably just confuse you more. Fair enough, oh Master Smith, Harry said with a laugh, reminded of a time Harry had brought up the idea of cars to Thorin before they had reached the Shire and met up with his folk. The looks of confused annoyance Thorin had worn for most of that discussion had tickled Harry's funny bone at the time, but he was grateful that Thorin was willing to not let Harry confuse himself this time. And really, Harry didn't need to understand the words, for just like Toriel the night before with his Pensiev, the power and meaning of the song came through. And as they exited the stairs onto the first platform devoted to metallurgy, that became even more literal. The forges on this level were fully lit up, although Thorin had mentioned that they weren't at full capacity yet. Harry could see beyond this platform to several other stairwells leading further down, and he knew from his memory of the battle against Smaug they led to still more areas devoted to smithing of various types. Here, it was working with steel that was the objective. The same braziers that the dwarves had filled with coal before to create the smoke they had used to choke Smaug were now simmering with molten metal as two dwarves stood on either side of them, their voices raised in song. Below the braziers, that molten metal flowed down into culverts to end in molds that could be switched out at need. Besides those, the dwarves worked on anvils, their hammers ringing out to the beat of the song, making Harry realize it hadn't been drums he'd been hearing underscoring the song but those hammers. The whole area was lit by the light of the fires far more than the overhead lighting, and the sight was impressive. Many of the dwarves had shucked off their shirts entirely, and for the first time ever, Harry saw dwarves actually bundling their beards, tying him down in little nets so that they were out of the way of their work. As Harry watched, one of the dwarfish voices rose, a signal through the song. Instantly two other dwarves moved, almost as if they were marionettes moving to the strings of the first dwarf, so quickly were they moving. Harry watched as specific amounts of different kinds of metals were added into the mix, listening to Thorin whisper, "Currently, most of the workshops down below need to be cleaned and brought back in working order, an ongoing task and a thankless one, although we have already removed all of the bodies, praise be to Mahal. But that forces us to all work in larger work gangs to work on anything, be it chains or tools or the chandeliers like this. Normally, you wouldn't see as large a work gang as this working on a single project, but with the needs of Erebor driving us, we've had to adapt." "Tools?" Harry asked, nearly swaying once more as the noise of the song and the work being done hammered his senses. Nor was that just a physical thing. Rather, Harry could see a lot more going on underneath the surface here. There was a reason why the idea of the two dwarves moving like marionettes had occurred to Harry. Most of the dwarves here, Harry? Bar their weapons and gold, they decided to leave much of what they owned behind. Particularly the Stiffbeards and Blacklocks. They need tools. Erebor needs tools. We need scissors, needles, hammers, nails, saws, stone chisels, everything. We also need protective stakes as you saw for all of the stairs. For some reason, Smaug pulled most of them out. We found hundreds of the damn things on the lowest levels, piled together from where they had fallen, rusted together thanks to water from one of the aquifers, which had burst its banks for some reason. We need chains to replace the lighting system, we need. And all of it must be made vrile, or not at all. Harry had heard that word before and mentally translated it to the phrase right and proper in common, although it didn't quite fit. Something you could take pride in might be a little closer, in Harry's opinion. Which was more than backed up by the look of pride on Thorin's face as he watched his people work. But regardless, it simply meant that dwarves would take as much care and trouble in creating different types of tools as they would in creating swords. And that, and the song Harry was listening to, was perhaps one of the dwarves' greatest talents. As Thorin had said, secrets wasn't quite the right term because Harry doubted that any other race could do what the dwarves were doing. Because, along with the song, there was power in the air. Indeed, there was an astonishing amount of magical energies. Harry could almost call it ritual magic, although it wasn't directed by a single individual gathering the magic of several others. Rather, all the individuals involved could call on the power of the Gestalt. I have felt something similar in Elvish music in Rivendell, but there, it is not the voices that produce the majority of the power but the words being sung. And moreover, each individual is alone. There is a Gestalt of purpose but not of power. Not like this. Harry could feel it tingle across his body, just as much as the noise of the song buffet senses. There was a connection Harry could actually see, like a network of wires connecting each of the dwarves as they sang. Each one worked perfectly in harmony with everyone else, the dwarves on the forges taking turns bringing their hammers down, the dwarves on the braziers working together to stir the metal and add new ingredients into it at the appropriate time, others working on bringing that metal out of the molds, knowing precisely when to open them and when to hand them on to others at the anvils. It was like a choreography, almost everyone working together. No actual commands were needed, simply a change in tempo and rhythm. A choreography that had all of the dwarves via working together. And imparting, Harry realized suddenly, some of their life essences into their projects. He watched in shock as some of that energy was slowly added to the final project, the gathered energies dipping slightly before being refilled. No wonder dwarven-made objects are so much better than humans or even common elvish tools. They've figured out a way to add just a little bit of magic into everything they make, Harry thought, astonished. Is this normal, or is it something they only do as a group? He sat down on the steps for a moment as Thorin looked at him in amusement, a wry grin showing through his beard. You know, occasionally, when you and I were traveling, I heard about how dwarves were only out for themselves to make the most gold they could, to hoard their wealth and whatever. As if greed and being out for yourselves was the soul of your people. I would dare anyone who thought that to come here and see this. Because I think from where I'm sitting, the soul of your people is community. Thorin laughed, slapping him lightly on the shoulder. Well, proving your own worth is important, as is gold. Gold and contracts form a portion of the bedrock of our society. There was a reason why Philly and Balin could keep people from trying to barge past Bilbo's trees so well after all. But we dwarves are not as one-dimensional as humans like to make us out to be. When it comes down to it, it is what we can make of our own hands that we dwarves love the most, and when we work together like this, it is the group that takes pride in a job well done. Harry nodded, and they sat there for a few moments, the forge's heat causing Harry to sweat profusely while Thorin explained what they were doing. Currently, the main job being worked on was the chandeliers. This means both lots of different parts, all of which needed to fit, or rather be merged together into a greater whole. Not for dwarves was the process of rivets. Rather, they would be welded together, the chandelier growing almost from the central segment outward. When it was finished, the chandelier would be one contiguous piece. Which was, obviously, very difficult. But no dwarf would be satisfied with less. The song was imperative for everyone to keep time and work going at the right pace, linking all 4 stages of the work together. After a few moments, Thorin led Harry on heading further downward to look at the other forging areas. There were a total of 12 different platforms and 7 smaller caverns that connected back into them, each of which, Thorin explained, had been devoted to a different type of smithcraft. These were in much worse disrepair than the one above, and a group of dwarves was going around, turning over the various items left behind during Smaug's initial assault on the mountain hold. Somewhat confused as to what the dwarves were doing, particularly a group with what looked like parchments full of lists, Harry asked, "What are they up to?" Thorin pointed to a few other groups first. "They are on cleaning duty, something of a punishment detail. Their own dams or clan had sent them down here, bar 1 or 2 who tried to steal food. Food is still an issue thanks to how many mouths we have to feed, and sending them down here is for first-time offenders. 2-time offenders have to go around with Dory in wrestling. Third time they are expelled from Erebor. Such hasn't happened yet, but Dory has gotten a bit of a workout pounding some sense into more than a few idiots." While Harry snorted at that, Thorin went on, pointing to the dwarves with the lists. "The scribes are taking notes for the appraisers, I suppose you could say. You know full well how many skeletons we found, Harry." Harry nodded grimly, remembering that work, although he had only been involved peripherally. Even then, the sight of Boffer and his band of helpers carrying the desecrated skeletons of dead dwarves out of Erebor for proper burial, including the skeletons of what had to have been children, and stuck with him. Then it should be no surprise that whole families were wiped out, including families or even whole clans who ran forges here. Each family or clan would have a particular symbol or maker's arc. Only masters in their craft could have their own personalized mark completely disassociated with that of their clan, as they would be eligible to start a new family. And let me tell you, Harry, becoming a master crafter of any school among dwarves is serious business. I am not a master smith. I could not create a personal symbol and mark my work with it, king or not. And each mark is known and catalogued, Harry guessed, his tone serious and sad. As is any clan or family they have filial relations with. For dwarves, the words clan and family were defined by the size of the familial unit. A clan had to have at least 15 members. A family was for any group smaller than that. Whereas house signified which subrace the dwarves were a part of, each one going back to one of the 7 fathers of the dwarves. Thorin's people came from the Longbeard house, the House of Durin. Exactly. Thus the symbols here will allow us to see if we can find someone still among the living who wishes to reclaim their family's position. Family rights and property like that are an important part of our society. Again Harry, what we make with our hands, our craft, is what dwarves love the most, Thorin answered, emphasizing his earlier comment. After a few moments, the 2 of them made their way back upstairs, passing through the forges quickly and heading up mountain to the territory Harry was more familiar with. The areas where the dwarves lived were, if anything, even busier than the main hallway. Here more youngsters could be seen sitting outside their specific home caverns, talking and arguing, wrestling, or learning. Harry and Thorin passed by one group, being shown the proper way to hold a tool of some kind. There were also far more stonemasons here, repairing or replacing family marks over specific caves, signifying this or that family lived there. This liveliness continued several levels above the main cavern floor through a dozen caves and tunnels. Several extremely well-made set lanterns with candles in them sat at the corner of every passageway. Those will be replaced by proper dwarven lights eventually, with the lanterns begin passed on to the poor among my folk, Thorin explained. Again with the dwarven lights, Thorin? Are you going to actually explain those at some point? In truth, I only know about their proper shape, Harry, Thorin admitted. I know it has something to do with oil, any kind of oil really, and fire, but how the lights retain their glow is based on working runes into the makeup of the lights. That almost sounds like some kind of everfull spell or array, Harry mused, his knowledge of runes coming to the fore. Interesting, but maybe not what it appears to be. If you dwarves could do something like that, space expansion charms, or even a runic array to do the same thing, would not be too far off. At Thorin's confused look, Harry replied, think of my mokeskin pouch. Only maybe carrying one item. Like, putting an array like that on a quiver for crossbow bolts. At that, the king's eyes positively gleamed. Oh ho, now that is indeed interesting. If you can help my folk make that leap, if it is possible, then it would be a mighty addition to our armament. Heck, think of it in another way, putting those kinds of arrays on the basket on a catapult. One catapult could then throw as many small stones as a dozen. I will bow to your greater knowledge of creating carnage, Harry drawled, putting action to words. This earned him a light thump on his arm as the two continued on their way, heading upwards once more, ignoring the confused, amused, or angry looks they were getting from the dwarves around them, who were all startled to see their king being so friendly to a human, despite the rumors of that friendship had spread among them by this point. The farming sector was also heavily involved, with dwarves hard at work. Mushrooms and other legumes were being grown there now, along with several new types of plants that had been transplanted within by the dwarves. Whatever they were growing quickly, which was undoubtedly a good thing, given the population they had to feed. All in all, Harry was deeply impressed with how much work the dwarves had been able to accomplish in the short amount of time Harry had been away. It might have seemed longer, but Harry had only been gone less than 2 weeks, thanks to quickly he and Bilbo had been able to move due to his prolific use of magic during both sides of the journey. He said so to Thorin as they headed back into the throne room, shaking his head in amusement. I don't think humans would have been even past the planning stage. You dwarves might have gone at it haphazardly in terms of organizing everything, but damn if the sheer amount of work you've put into everything hasn't been paying off. We're still having issues with food. We're almost entirely dependent on the elves' largesse in that area, although the problem hasn't grown despite the growth of our population thanks to the farms above. Meat will continue to be an issue for weeks, but when Dane returned to the Iron Hills, he brought several contracts. Soon we'll be bringing in goats in here, along with sheep. Both animals are perfectly happy being underground like this. We used to keep them in several special areas around the city. Those larger caverns you showed me today, the ones with the wooden paddocks which had turned to dust. Those had somewhat surprised Harry, as he hadn't seen them before. The tunnels to them had apparently collapsed, although how and why, Harry didn't know. The animals will start off as communal property, with dwarves being assigned to look after them. But if any dwarf shows skill with the animals, they will be able to step forward and take over the project. Dane may even be sending the humans cows and pigs for Dale, although I don't know if he'll be able to. As such are not in good supply in the Iron Hills in the first place. Still, we sent him further writs of exchange just in case. For a moment, Thorin fell silent, then continued as if the pause hadn't happened. Our alliance with the humans is growing strong. Indeed, we still have several hundred dwarves helping them rebuild Dale and scouring the lands around us. And even with sheep and goats within Erebor itself, we will probably always need an exterior source of foodstuffs, particularly fruits. Harry could tell from that pause that there was something about the Iron Hills or something to do with them, which bothered Thorin, but as Thorin didn't explain, Harry decided to let it lie. Setting that aside, he followed Thorin to the head of a long table, exchanging hand clasps and hugs with Gloin, Dori, and Oin, who were there, while also hearing the murmuring of the other dwarves who at first looked on him in confusion, then in growing approval as neighbors whispered to them who Harry was. The tale of the wizard companion to Thorin and his return to the mountain had apparently gotten around even to these people, most of whom didn't recognize Harry on sight. On the other hand, Toriel was still getting a few negative looks when she sat next to Thorin's sister. To this other side, 2 other dams sat. Judging by their sparse silver hair and accumulation of wrinkles, they were among the oldest dwarves Harry had met, as old as Oin or older. Thorin's voice pulled Harry's attention back to him for a moment. I'll ask your apologies now, Harry. I must deal with petitions and contracts. As will Dis, although the ones she deals with will be quite a different type than the ones I will be dealing with. A working lunch then? Harry asked, pushing Thorin's shoulder playfully as they sat down. The stocky dwarf didn't budge, simply grinning at his human companion. Among dwarves, lunch is very much a working meal, not for things of the hand but things of the mind and voice. Breakfast is a serious business, so we can concentrate wholly on the food in front of us. And dinner is family time unless it's an emergency. Thorin's eyes went far away, and his smile turned somewhat bitter. I remember how often my father missed such dinners, but I will not allow myself to fall into that trap. This crown on my head is heavy enough without knowing that I have sacrificed family in my enslavement to it. Harry nodded at that, raising a flag in a toast to the king, which promptly caused everyone else around the table to do the same, much to both his and Thorin's chagrin and Gloin and Boffer's caustic snickering from nearby. Harry had spent a few moments with both earlier that day, learning that Gloin's family had yet to arrive. They hadn't wanted to abandon everything, as many had, and were planning a more organized transfer from the Iron Hills. Gloin would soon be heading back that way to join them. Boffer would also be returning to where his family had settled in the Blue Mountains. News had yet to reach the former refugees of Erebor who had settled there that the kingdom had been reclaimed. And frankly, having lost both Bomber and Bifer in the last battle, Boffer wanted to be the one to take word to his clan, to be with them in their grief. True to his word, Thorin was quickly approached by several dwarves, two of whom held long parchments in their hands. On his other side from Harry, Balin too was dealing with several others. The young king's seneschal had greeted Harry earlier that day, but he was one of the chief logisticians within the mountain, and his time was most decidedly filled. Dis was dealing with much the same, herself and her two companions, who Toriel informed Harry in a whisper were her Drak. They are the keepers of knowledge about heredity, property, lands, and so forth within the cavern system. I think I saw some of their helpers earlier, Harry mused. Quite probably. The dwarves have a very split way of dealing with things. The men are in charge of warfare, crafting and generally speaking, in charge of the money, although there is a major caveat with that last point. The dams handle the rearing of their children to a certain age, control of the home, general education, and courtship. They are also heavily involved in law, safety regulations, debt, and the payment of such. See what I meant by caveat? Toriel said, smiling faintly, a sign she was greatly enjoying learning about the dwarves. It wasn't as interesting as traveling, but it was still fun. Harry nodded, indicating he understood. Dwarven society wasn't exactly a completely equal society, but it definitely was a society where the two spheres of influence balanced one another. Considering how few womenfolk there were compared to the menfolk, that was perfectly understandable in Harry's opinion. Indeed, he idly wondered if, perhaps in times of great war, where thousands of male dwarves died, it wasn't the stability that the womenfolk offered that kept dwarven society going. Currently, they are discussing whether or not the growing town is up to lifting some of the regulations on food that Thorin and Dis have put in place. Thorin mentioned that meat is still very much at a premium and that the farms can barely feed the sheer number of dwarves that have arrived despite ongoing aid from your folk. Speaking of, Harry turned his attention towards Thorin as he finished with one petitioner before the other could come forward. You mentioned needing help clearing out more of the farmland up top. Do you want my help with that? Indeed, Harry had some thoughts about those farms. He wasn't certain how long the transfiguration spell he'd used on the hundreds of yards of solid stone to make it translucent would last. Once it reverts, the dwarves would need other means to light the area with natural lighting. And the quartz crystals the dwarves had used previously were, while decent, were not perfect. Harry felt he could maybe develop a rune-based solution to that issue. And if so, the possibilities are quite intriguing. Thorin rolled his eyes. I will accept Harry, but in the name of Mahal, you truly need to consider the value and work of your hands. He pointed at Toriel with one hand while motioning with his flagon towards the next petitioner to come forward. I hope you can teach him this, Toriel. Toriel smiled slyly at the Dwarven King. Does that mean you want me to write a formal contract covering Harry's aid in this endeavor? While such a thing would not be necessary in Elvish culture, I understand you dwarves have a love for such things, and I am a fast learner. Thorin laughed, as did the nearby Balin. If you wish it. For all that we owe HarryPotter, mere gold and jewelry is nothing to the debt we have accrued with them. There were some shocked gasps and exclamations of shock from nearby dwarves, but the members of the Fellowship in attendance and many of those warriors who had been part of the battle against Azog's army all simply nodded their heads, as did their immediate family members. While dwarves would be hard-pressed to admit it, there were just some things that gold could not buy. After that, Harry turned back to Toriel, learning more about the female side of the dwarfish culture. Dwarfish women were immensely precious to their menfolk, and while the power they wielded was more subtle and based more on family and convention than strength or personality, it was very much there. Dis, for example, would have the final say in distributing daily food for every meal until Erebor was self-sufficient. As part of that power, she could punish or reward good work, and no one would gainsay her. While that kind of power would fade over time, the power to make arrangements between different families, to reward incoming families with houses within Erebor, would not for a while. And even once the mountain was fully restored to its glory, the womenfolk would be in charge of educating the young, as Toriel had said, keeping the homes. They were also in charge of everything involved in textiles, selling and trading of said. Although that profession was made up of mostly men, it was controlled by the women. Something that had Harry chuckling to himself since, in the wizarding world, women were always far more interested in clothing than men. But again, that was the women's duty, to ensure that everyone had enough clothing, just like it was their obligation to ensure no one went hungry. Furthermore, thanks to the need to make a dynastic marriage, Dis would have almost as much say in who Thorin married as she would her own sons. The succession had to be secured, and ties between the houses strengthened. Normally, relationships would be a very personal thing among dwarves. Many a dwarf would pursue a single woman, but it would be the woman who would have the final say, and if a woman took a liking to a man and declared him her one, that was it. Or at least it was if the dwarf in question was amenable. If not, and sometimes a dwarf was so busy with his trade or craft he had no desire for companionship, then the woman would have no other. The only way outsiders could interfere in that kind of courtship would be if the woman or the man's family, specifically the family's record keeper, believed that the relationship struck too close in terms of consanguinity. Such things were important obviously and had become even more so given the upheaval after Smaug's initial attack had destroyed so many records. And so many families. Near the end of the meal, two familiar-looking dwarves came into the throne room, making for where Harry sat next to Toriel. One of them scowled a little at the sight of the elven woman, but the other spoke sharply to him, the words unheard by any other through the tumult of the meal and the crowd within the king's throne room. Toriel tapped Harry on the shoulder, looking over his head towards the two dwarves. "I believe you have some admirers incoming, Harry." Harry glanced in that direction and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't be roped into anything immediate. And I surely won't sign anything without you or Balin looking it over for me." That caused his lady to chuckle under her breath, while Thorin also noted the two incoming members of the extremely small community of rune scribes. Indeed, only 4 other rune scribes had joined the initial 2 that Harry had met prior to his and Bilbo travelling back to the Shire, and all of them were journeymen or apprentices. In all of the scattered house of Longbeards, there were perhaps only 8 rune scribes, and even that might well be a generous statement. "Harry Potter, you mentioned at one point that you would be willing to share or trade knowledge with us about runes. If you are back then, perhaps we can start that project now," one of the rune scribes said, his tone almost making the question a demand, something that caused Harry to stiffen. It also did not make Thorin very happy, and he looked over at the 2 rune scribes before being called back to his duties for a second. However, Harry handled it with aplomb. "Gentlemen, I'm not in point of fact back for very long. I simply wish to tell my friend Thorin that our former scout, Bilbo, had been safely seen to his home. Despite the fact that some of his relatives were trying to buy it at auction, which was quite amusing at the time." While Thorin had heard that story before, all the dwarves nearby hissed at that. The idea of going around a contract, or perhaps, being caught doing so openly, cut them to the quick, as did the idea of treating a relative so shamelessly. "After that, my lady Toriel and I have been invited to the elven realm of Lothlorien." Harry held up his still scarred hand, remembering with some amusement how his other hand had healed itself, burning under the gaze of Arion as he came out of the mountain only for new flesh to have appeared underneath. Even without the scars, you could still tell which one is which thanks to how pale the new skin is, he thought with some amusement. "Lady Galadriel believes that she could heal my hand, which is something I am most interested in having." 1 or 2 of the nearby dwarves that didn't know Harry sneered a bit at the human, wanting to get rid of battle scars like that. One of them even whispered, "Leave it to the poxy elves to care so much about the scars of battle honorably won." Harry heard that, of course, but he wasn't about to explain what needed healing or why. Beyond those of the fellowship in the crowd, these dwarves were practical strangers, even if Harry recognized the 2 rune scribes by sight. They had no right to know his mind needed healing. "However, I will eventually be returning here with my lady." He looked at Toriel, who nodded in the affirmative, a faint smile on her face as Harry reached under the table to take her hand in his. "Thorin and others have already begun to put a nice house together for us by the lake. It would be churlish in the extreme to ignore such efforts on our part," she opined. "Exactly so. So we will return to live here for a time after our trip to Lothlorien, possibly in the spring. Until then, I will not sit down and start talking shop. That would be a full-time project, and I've already volunteered to help with something else to her time here. Time which will be very brief, I'm afraid, before my lady and I head to Lothlorien. We wish to arrive there before autumn fades after all. We can agree to that, I suppose. But we would prefer to put something down in writing, Harry Potter. So we can trust you will not share your runic knowledge with others before sharing it with us." The rune scribe who had spoken like this had chosen his moment poorly. Thorin had just finished with his last petitioner and now turned, clapping Arya on Harry's shoulder, his grin showing quite a bit of tooth as he looked at the 2 rune scribes. Although the rune scribes were an extremely honored trade, indeed, many of them had become as honored as kings in their time or become kings themselves. At the moment, they were bothering Thorin's friend, and Thorin would have none of it. "I am sure that when it comes time to do so, my advisor Balin will have an appropriate contract written up, and we can trust you 2 masters, Vorni and Rorn, to not be skinflint in your happiness at having such an agreement in place. Further, when it comes time to share, I am certain there will be no talk about Harry simply sharing his knowledge with you. That river will flow both ways equally." This was something of a problem in many a profession among the dwarves. Dwarves were, as Thorin had pointed out several times, prideful of the things they could create with their hands more than anything else. When that was also built on secret knowledge, the urge to keep such achievements to themselves doubled. Or, as in this case, the skill to create such items in the first place. Master rune scribes sometimes didn't share techniques with their own apprentices, let alone rival masters. There was a major downside to this: if one rune master died before he passed on his knowledge, then that man's knowledge was lost. This had inexorably weakened all of dwarfdom, particularly from the time since Hezeddum had fallen. The oldest rune scribe straightened his shoulders and glared back at the young king, but Thorin was having none of it, simply staring back at him coolly. And while the older dwarf was learned in his craft and extremely respected both within the Longbeard house and in nearly every other house of dwarves, This was Thorin. Thorin, whose band of erstwhile dreamers had slain Smaug, who had claimed Erebor for dwarvenkind once more. And he was the king who had reclaimed the Arkan Stone, binding to it by the grace of Mahal, their creator. Even now, the stone resided in its special pouch under Thorin's clothing. And even if it hadn't, being the one bound to it by Mahal gave Thorin authority and strength that no other dwarf could match, regardless of whether it was in sight. This Master Vorni found out quickly, looking away within moments, bowing his head in submission as he spoke, his voice a low growl of anger. As my king says, we will make certain that we share as much information as we learn from you when we get our discourse Master Wizard. I have no doubt. And I am looking forward to learning as much as I am to teach, Harry said politely before getting to his feet and looking at Thorin. But for now, there is still a lot of work to be done. That was a pronouncement no dwarf could argue with, and the meal quickly came to an end. Later that night, Harry and Toriel met again, joining the royal family for dinner. This dinner was a very different affair regarding everything but the food involved. It wasn't open to the public and took place in the royal portion of the palace. Toriel had been outside with one of the hunting parties and met Harry and Thorin outside in the main cavern, at which point Thorin had left them to have a few moments on their own as he hurried ahead to change and bath for dinner. Toriel spent a few moments talking to Harry about the land on the eastern-facing side of the mountain, just holding hands as they stood, nearly hidden among the trees Bilbo had planted to guard the entrance to the treasury. They'd not had much time alone since arriving in Erebor, a marked contrast to the days they'd spent traveling through Mirkwood, but just holding hands like this was nice. Even if neither of them was looking to sleeping alone again. Although Toriel had no one but herself to blame, something she was lamenting now. Since unmarried dwarven men and women would never sleep in the same bed, Toriel had decided to go along with dwarven sensibilities as long as they remained in Erebor. They were about to move on to the entrance to the throne room only to stop as a cry of Harry, Toriel practically ambushed them coming from the main cavern. They turned to see the brothers Philly and Keely moving towards them from the open gateway to the city, waving off Dwellin and several other dwarves who they had entered with. The two brothers clasped forearms with Harry gleefully and slightly more chastely with Toriel. Are you here to stay or just visiting before your next journey? Philly asked, tugging at his blonde beard. Here for a few days, if that. I have an appointment with a certain elvish lady to the south, Harry answered with a grin, exchanging backslaps with both young dwarves. And what about you two? I was over in Dale, dealing with an issue that had sprung up between our folk and the humans. I had to smack some very hard heads together the past few days, Philly snorted, shaking his head. As for me, you know the mission I was sent on, I was sent north to Gund Abbot. I ran into this reprobate outside just as good to be back, and seeing what our folk have done since we left has been phenomenal, Keely added. Philly nodded in agreement despite having been here for most of the work. Now he turned to his brother, smacking him on the shoulder. But come, our mother arrived a few days ago, and you have yet to pay your respects. Moments later, Harry watched as Keely greeted his mother with a tight embrace, which was returned so hard that Harry feared for both of their ribs while Philly looked on with a wide grin. It was very obvious that both dwarves loved their mother greatly. Indeed, there was a shocking amount of emotion on Keely's face as he hugged his mother, and Harry had to remind himself that it had been many, many months since the two of them had seen one another, from before the start of the Fellowship's journey from the Shire. They all sat down for the meal and then around a small, homey table, reminding Harry of the one Bilbo had in Bag End. Despite being cooked personally by Dis, the food was the same as it had been at lunch: fish, legumes, mostly the kind called earth bread, and mushrooms. All of it was in smaller portions than the dwarves would have preferred. Royal family or not, Thorin and his family would not eat any more than his folk until the food situation was solved. Keely explained his mission, which had succeeded. He, Dwellin and the dwarves they had led northeast had been to Gund Abbot, where their ancestor Durin had first awoken on Middle-earth. Since then, Gund Abbot had become the capital of the northern orc tribes. Azog had come from there originally. But they had poured forth their strength in the Battle of the Mountain, leaving nothing behind. Keely and his men had fought a few sharp battles against the remnants but had lost only one man among them in doing so and had brought down numerous tunnels and walls, ruining the mountain's fastness for future use. It was so empty. The party of dwarves had even brought back proof, a small yellow-banded red crystal that could only be found within the caverns of Gund Abbot, so thin it almost looked like an eggshell, but so hard it almost was impossible to mar or shatter. As the dwarves had it, this was the shell Durin had been encased in, preserving him and the other fathers of the dwarves before his awakening. What truth there was to that Harry didn't know, although he did know how the dwarves had been created by all. But they had lacked the fire of life when he had given them up for destruction to his master. Or father. Iluvatar's connection to the Maya and Vala was unknown to Harry. But instead of destroying them, Iluvatar had given them life. But if they had been allowed to live from that point on, they would have come before the first race, the elves, which Era had forbidden. So they had then been put to sleep and sealed away. So there might well be some truth to it. Regardless, that knowledge and the Arkenstone would raise Thorin and Erebor to even greater standing in comparison to the various other dwarven nations. Even Dis, who had initially remonstrated with Thorin and Fili both for assigning such a serious and dangerous mission and then undertaking it, seemed awed by the sight of the gem. Once Fili had finished his reporting, Thorin asked Harry and Toriel if there was anything they needed for their journey. Harry instantly asked for a pair of boots, while Toriel admitted she would like a small buckler. Harry here has run into 2 goblin patrols, once going to the Shire and once coming back in the Misty Mountains. That is not good odds for our journey being a peaceful one. And it is a clear sign that the servants of the great enemy are hunting him. All 3 dwarven men around the table shouted at that until Dis bellowed them all down. With that done, she demanded Harry explain, before these 3 explode with their own curiosity. Harry quickly explained, and Thorin began grumbling under his breath. I think both of you need armor as well. Not chainmail, as even the best we could do now with the materials we have would still make noise. I am surprised you do not have your own set of armor, Toriel. And what you are wearing now is most decidedly not armor. Metal is somewhat of a premium among my folk, which will make trading with Erebor in a greater capacity than before under Thranduil most interesting, Toriel replied before shrugging, ignoring the comment on her leather cuirass since it was quite accurate. Obviously, if I was a member of the army rather than the unseen host, I would have armor, but as it is, I do not. Nor would I like the heavy plate mail that you dwarves seem to like the best. There's a kind of armor, one which is tiny metal plates covered by cloth, I can't remember the name of it, but I saw pictures of it back in my old world, Harry mused. It's supposed to be both defensible and allow for a wide range of movement. Thorin hummed in thought while Keely nodded. Brigantine, we have that here as well. Perhaps we could come up with something similar. I will work on it when I can, although I doubt I will have even an outline done by the time you and Toriel wish to leave. You said you would like to leave tomorrow or the day after. That is far too short a time. Take our measurements then, and you can work on it in your free time before we return or pass it on to one of your blacksmiths, Harry answered. Free time, yes, I remember that, like a distant dream in the ancient past receding behind me with every day that goes by, Thorin answered dryly, chuckling. The crown of kingship not all you thought it would be? Harry asked somewhat solicitously, even as his lips twitched in amusement at Thorin's acting. Heavy is the heart that rules justly, Thorin replied simply, a dwarven phrase. It's done me some good to take time off for meetings and more meetings and delegations and orders today to help with the farming complex and showing you around, Harry. But such things will have their revenge tomorrow. Harry shook Thorin lightly by the shoulder, smiling now a little wider. Well, you were the one that wanted to be king. Just remember, you are my friends too. And when Toriel and I return, regardless of my discussions with your rune scribes, you will have access to my magic and mind once more. I thank you for that, Harry, and your advice when the time comes. Although hopefully, by that time, Toriel will have taught you the value of such things. Friendship can be given freely. Time, effort, and craft must be paid for, if possible. So does that mean you don't want some pipeweed? Or do you want me to pay me for some? Harry asked, halting the process of pulling out a small barrel from his pouch with a sardonic eyebrow raised. Now, let us not be hasty. I have some good ale on tap, and you didn't drink any at lunch. It doesn't quite match Gloin's best, but it is certainly up there, Thorin answered quickly. An even trade, I feel, is no imposition. Harry laughed, and as Toriel engaged Dis and the 2 younger dwarves in conversation, Harry and Thorin sat by the fireplace set into the wall of the sitting room in the royal quarters. With one smoking and the other drinking, they talked about Thorin's plans going forward once Erebor was fully restored. For then, as Thorin said, the true work would begin. Oh. Harry and Toriel stayed with the dwarves for 3 days, during which they were outfitted with clothing and for Harry, boots. This included winter garb for both. While Harry might have his heating charms, there is much to be said about having clothing that can keep you both warm and dry, Thorin had pointed out when that came up. Harry thoroughly approved, remembering how miserable being wet could be while on the road. The jacket that the dwarves gave him was extremely warm, made from wolf fur and leather, the brown and grey coats hugged their shoulders, and the upper body then fell to below Harry and Toriel's knees, which were open at the bottom to allow ease of movement. The coats also had small hidden pockets inside. The dwarf who had made it for Harry explained that these would normally be used for what they called heating globes. He held up one as an example, a small ball made out of steel bands with a small clasp at the top, which he opened. You can put pieces of heated coal within to warm the inside of the coat without fear of being burned or smoke showing. Now, that sounds pretty useful, Harry mused. Can I get 2 of those as well? I might prefer heating charms, but if it's winter and there's a reason to not use a spell, this could be useful. And having some coal in the mokeskin pouch could be a good idea too. Heating charms had to be renewed too, and if they were in a fight, that might not be a good idea. While Toriel also enjoyed the idea of being warm while traveling, she liked the multiple pockets more. The elven ranger spent an hour exchanging the items she had in her small backpack. This included herbs from the forest, salt, lembas, and a pouch of seeds she liked to munch on. After that, she spent several hours modifying how she carried things, so there were no rustles from within the coat, and playing hide-and-seek with Keely and several other young dwarven warriors. If I can hide from them now when it is only autumn and Keely, and the rest know I am around, then I know they will work well during winter. Similarly, Harry's new good leather boots were hardy, thick-soled boots that rose to mid-calf of brown leather and, surprising Harry, buttons instead of laces hidden under a flap. Buttons keep better, the shoemaker announced gruffly. Harry liked them a lot and spent the rest of his time in Erebor breaking them in, although he felt the button thing was more dwarven sensibilities than anything else. They were also given a set of dwarfish camping gear, much like the kind Thorin and a few others in the Fellowship had at the start of the journey: tinder packets, salt, a fire starter, and a tent for the two of them. On top of this, Harry found good cooking gear, which was made of light tin and could be fitted one item into another, all of which could then be placed in a special carry sack, which in turn went into Harry's moleskin pouch. If I can't make a suit of brigantine armor for you and your lady, I can at least make certain that you are sent on your way with as much in the way of traveling comforts as possible, Thorin said before smirking and smacking Harry on the elbow. And I note that you did not pay my artisans for their work. You're learning. I thought that I could lean on the largesse of the local king for that kind of thing, so I saw no need to mention it, Harry answered mock haughtily, causing Thorin to burst into laughter. If there was one thing Harry would probably never be, it was haughty. And so it was that on the fourth day of their return, Harry and Toriel were again on their way, heading straight south. They would move around the long lake, then follow the river running, or the Silduin as it was called in Elvish. The Silduin would take them to Mirkwood by the end of the old forest road. At that point, Harry wasn't certain where they would be going, which was one of many questions he had for Toriel, although as they left the last sign of dwarfish habitation behind, he decided to ask another question to start with. You know, we spent 3 days in Erebor, and absolutely none of that time was devoted to the house that Balin and the others had begun to build when Bilbo and I left. Should I take this as a sign? Toriel looked at him quizzically for a moment, then after a few steps, understood what he meant. I actually quite liked that spot. It was just there were so many interesting things going on within the mountain, and speaking with Dis was fascinating. Very few non-dwarves have spent much time around their womenfolk, if they even meet them at all. That was an understatement, as both of them knew. Harry could probably count on one hand the number of non-dwarves who had been able to spend any time at all around dwarven womenfolk. She slowly shook her head, her face scrunched up as she tugged at her long hair, which she was wearing in a ponytail today. It is interesting to realize how much of dwarven society is so rarely seen by outsiders at all. She shook her head, turning back to the present topic. But if we are not going to live there, it will be through no wish of mine. I quite like the idea of living on the long lake, so close to my old home in Mirkwood, but distant enough at the same time to symbolize this new stage in my life. The look she gave Harry at that line made Harry very certain what exactly she meant by that new stage line, and he nodded, linking arms with her for a moment. She nuzzled into his side, her arms going around his waist as they continued, but Harry had another concern he wanted to bring up. I know you said that you and your parents do not move in the same circles any longer, that you're not close to them. But when I was in Rivendell, I learned something about elvish courtship, and I'm concerned about giving insults where insult wasn't meant. Are you sure we shouldn't stop in and talk to them? Harry could easily have said courtship and weddings there, since he understood that among elvenkind, courtship almost always led to weddings. Very rarely did elves have an attraction to one another that wasn't fia deep. Sex and marriage were inextricably tied for elvenkind. There were exceptions, of course, where a man pursued a woman who wasn't interested in him or even already in love with someone else. Such tales wound through the troubles and horrors of Middle-earth, such as the fall of Gondolin, caused by the elf Maeglin, who had fallen in love with his cousin Princess Idril, who in turn had fallen in love with a human male, Tuur. And there was also the case of Luthien Televiel, who had also fallen for a human man but had also been chased by 2 of the sons of Fëanor at one point. Odd how that always seems to work. I wonder if there have ever been any cases where human women fell in love with an elven man? I haven't heard of any such stories yet. Although I should count my blessings that Legolas was willing to take no for an answer and had never pursued Toriel as persistently as he could have. Toriel simply laughed. You're not as subtle as you think you are, Harry Potter, she whispered, leaning in to give him a kiss, which Harry returned. The kiss turned into a lengthy make-out session right there in the middle of nowhere, with Toriel smiling happily as she ended it. Yes, she mused to herself. I greatly approve of these moments of human passion. I don't think I would be happy with that being the emphasis of our courtship, but a few moments like this every day is quite nice. She turned forward again, smirking slightly at the glazed look in Harry's eyes as she linked arms with him before Harry could recover, staying silent until he did, feeling his arm pull out of hers before winding around her waist. When Toriel spoke, it was as if the passionate moment had never happened, throwing Harry off for a moment to her continual amusement. We haven't even known one another for a year yet, Harry Potter. Perhaps in a year or 2, or 10, I will send them a message when we get to that point. Among humans, she knew that it would have been if they got to that point, but elvenkind did not think like that. Indeed, the longer Toriel spent around Harry, the more certain of her path she became. I understand, but they are your family. I'm not about to stick my nose into your business. I simply wanted to bring up the idea and point out that I had no problem stopping in if you wish to. But if you don't, do you know where we're going? I know where the Lady Galadriel said Lothlorien was, but I'm no master of the land or even reading the local maps. Of which, I hasten to point out, I don't actually have. Thorin had a map showing the route to the Lonely Mountain, but it didn't cover much to the south of the Long Lake. There is not, in point of fact, any map of the total of Middle-earth, as far as I know, at any rate. Perhaps Lord Elrond has commissioned something of the sort. Toriel frowned in thought. It actually might be a very good idea. I know that we in Mirkwood have maps of the forest, and the dwarves have maps of their lands and so forth. But a map of the total of Middle-earth. Harry let Toriel mumble to herself for a few moments, amused and intrigued by the amount of interest with which she had suddenly grabbed onto his idea. He even fed her mumbling with a few tidbits about some of the things he had learned about maps in his old world. That wasn't much, and most of it came from talks with Hermione and her father, who had been something of a hiking enthusiast. The idea of topography showing elevation and incline fascinated Toriel, who could see the military benefits immediately. She had not heard of such a thing except when speaking to some of the older elves who had worked on large-scale construction projects back when the Noldor kingdoms had reigned here on Middle-earth or when the human nations of the north had been at their height. To Harry's amusement, this conversation went on for a noticeable time, the sun moving through the sky as Toriel probed him for information, thinking about how she would have to change the map of Mirkwood to make use of the new term topography as well as a few other bits of information that she came up with on the fly as he described a few maps he had seen in his world. This segued into a conversation about the secret to the Marauders' success, the Marauders' map of Hogwarts. The idea of a living map, one that could show the movement of people on it, fascinated Toriel even more than the idea of a more descriptive map of Middle-earth, but at first, she was distracted by the name of the Marauder. A marauder is not a good thing, Harry Potter. What was your father doing to earn such a moniker? That took some explanation, and after a few fits and starts, Toriel began to get into the story of pranks and teasing, although she was quick to point out that some of their pranks seemed to take a little too far. However, Harry had her in stitches when he spoke of some of the pranks he had played on a few bullies of his own, even if she was also quick to point out that such things, both bullying and pranking them, would be highly frowned upon in Sindar society. Indeed, even among Noldor society these days, such things would not be seen as amusing. I know. I pranked several dozen people in Rivendell, and it got old quickly. They never tried to retaliate. Harry mock-whined, shaking his head from side to side. They'd react for a few moments, then get over it and move on. Where is the fun in that? Toriel laughed, shaking her head with a faint smile, and Harry, feeling a sudden urge, leaned over and kissed her lightly. The suddenness of the moment caught her by surprise, and she smiled at him. What was that for? You're beautiful, you know. He asked instead of replying directly. Still, that was answer enough, and Toriel's smile widened, and she was leaning in to kiss him as well. Eventually, they continued moving on, and Toriel returned to Harry's question about knowing where they were going. I know in general terms where the kingdom of Lothlorien is. The woods are near the far southernmost portion of Mirkwood, separated from the Great Woods by a wide area of scrubland and brush. In ancient times, that land and the land of Mirkwood were all connected, a forest whose name translates into Greenwood the Great, but Mirkwood is now the largest segment of that forest still remaining. She frowned and thought for a few moments. It will take us several weeks to get there, I fear. Do you think winter will be fully upon us when we do? Harry asked, glancing around them. When Harry had been traveling with Bilbo on the other side of the Misty Mountains, the change in weather hadn't been all that apparent. Now it very much was. Indeed, Harry was very thankful for the new clothing that Thorin and the dwarves had given him, although Toriel didn't seem to feel the weather as much. Toriel frowned for a moment, going over the details of what she knew. The problem is that going straight there will take us through the deepest portions of the forest. To start with, we will go through the same areas where the spiders dwell. And while the unseen host slaughtered the spiders wherever we found them, we never pushed them directly back to the ruins of Dol Guldur. Legolas once said that Lord Sealborn had launched a punitive campaign of their own into the woods, although they had quite a bit of a harder time of it given the difference in terrain. There could still be enemies about. Did Legolas open up communications with Lady Galadriel? Harry asked, surprised. He had to reach out to the lady and Lord Elrond for help understanding the spells placed on the old road. As I understand, I was busy at the time, you understand, but Lord Elrond sent his sons as messengers back and forth, Toriel explained before shifting back once more to the troubles ahead of them. So we can either move westward on Old Road when we get there and then follow the river Anjuan down. That land is mostly bog and hilly fields, and doing so will put the Misty Mountains on our right, and... She hesitated and looked a little worried. That had only previously happened when Harry was captive in Thranduil's cells, and he had hinted that the great enemy was still around. This could be simply my knowledge failing us, but I think the river skirts close to the foothills of the Misty Mountains near Moria. If there is any place in the Misty Mountains which is certainly under the sway of evil, it is that place. A part of me wants to see what precisely about Moria is so dangerous. Is it just orcs and goblins? Harry mused. I know not. The fall of Moria is a mystery among my folk, a tale of horror, of fire and death coming for the dwarves from something within their own halls. But if even those of Lothlorien hesitate to go near it, I think it behooves us to be very wary, Harry. That rhymes. Harry murmured, thinking, and then shaking his head. You're right. And the other route? We pass over the old road and head southward, following the forest's edge. It will be much easier going there, and then, when we come to an area called the Bight, we cut westward. Doing so, we'll be skirting directly above where Dol Guldur resides. But again, from what I understand, it has now been torn down. Although, I do not doubt that there will still be some remnants of vileness there. Regardless, it will take us weeks at the best speed you can manage. She did not mean this as an insult, of course. Even though neither was overburdened, it was a simple fact that a human like Harry couldn't run all day tirelessly as Toriel could. Even with his spells, Harry couldn't move as quickly, although he wagered the difference wasn't as great as Toriel thought. Regardless, he shook his head, his voice a drawl as he replied. So this jaunt to Lady Galadriel's place of residence isn't exactly as easy as I have been making it out to be. I wish she had hinted that might be the case when last we spoke. Toriel laughed. I rather take it as a sign of her faith in your abilities, Harry, and perhaps mine as well. Harry's lips quirked, remembering the discussion they'd had about the dreamlike meeting that she and the Lady Galadriel had, the hints of something more than the lady had dropped in that meeting. True. I think I will follow your lead in how exactly we deal with any threats we come upon. But I think the second option is the one you would prefer. A part of me would actually prefer to go still further south, making a large circle around the former area around Dol Guldur, but if we do that, it will add weeks to our journey and will take us into lands tainted heavily by past wars, where no one dwells. No one save bands of orcs and goblins, perhaps. Varenor is not a land any elf would willingly tread, Harry Potter. She scowled then. Although once more, all this could be wrong. I have never travelled farther south than the very start of the Bight and never out beyond the edge of Mirkwood. Nodding at that caveat, Harry pursed his lips, trying to remember where he had heard the term Varenor before, then remembered he had heard the name from Gandalf when he described one of the wars of centuries past, during the War of the Last Alliance. They had been the site of Sauron's use of scorched earth tactics. Previously an area of great fecundity, the evil mayor had ordered them burnt to the ground, adding his own powers to the destruction so that even now, the lands were brown and dead. Indeed, that was what Varenor translated to in common, the brown lands. So we have a choice of an uncertain but extremely dangerous place being very nearby to our route, an uncertain and slightly dangerous route, or an uncertain, dangerous, and far longer route. Harry sighed faintly, then shrugged his shoulders. The middle one, I think. Between us, I doubt we will find anything in areas that an elven army has already gone over that can endanger us. But I will be putting out runes every night to help defend our camp just in case. You will get no complaints on that score from me, particularly after we hit the Bight, Toriel answered fervently. My journeys down to that realm with my fellows were never pleasant. Through the rest of that day and several more after, the two hiked across the land, which was mostly flat, with several boulders here and there and scattered bushes with few trees. With Toriel's help, Harry developed the same kind of ground-devouring lope that allowed small bands of elves to cross long distances far faster than any other force could afoot. Thanks to the elvish bread that Harry had been given in Rivendell and that Toriel had as part of their supplies, they didn't even need to stop to eat for every meal, simply pushing on at midday, talking amongst themselves, getting to know one another further as they had when Harry had been a prisoner without any of the angry or regretful overtones of that time. And even with those, that time helped solidify the interest and connection between them. Now with both time, nothing serious occurring and the chance to concentrate totally on one another, that connection grew greatly, although very rarely did they take their flirtations further than intense making-out sessions. Harry allowed Toriel to set the pace on that kind of thing without any issue. Although he did have a hard time of it occasionally when Toriel was ranging ahead of him. Even when covered by her new coat, the shape of her tight rear and hips could be easily seen. Beyond Toriel's elvish beauty, Harry found a soul wishing to explore, wishing to understand and then push her boundaries. Toriel wanted to travel, she wanted to see the world, both things that Harry was also very interested in. Her sense of adventure was also something that Harry understood and shared. He was also fascinated by her training as a member of the unseen host and lapped up everything she imparted on how to move silently and how to read the weather and the land. In contrast, Toriel's sense of humor wasn't quite like Harry's. She didn't particularly enjoy practical jokes, something Harry blamed his father's side of him for. She wasn't above poking fun at Harry, and she seemed to greatly enjoy explaining the languages of some of the animals they saw on their journey, mainly birds and other things to him, amused by his crestfallen expression in that few indeed among the animals had anything interesting to say. As Harry had previously seen, Toriel enjoyed listening to Harry's stories about cranking other people, seeming to take more interest in planning the pranks than the actual execution. And if she didn't often laugh aloud at his tales, she always smiled at them, and Harry found that was enough, as was her own verbal jokes and teasing. Toriel was also a bit of an amateur poet. However, she decried her own abilities in this area. She was also a good teacher for the history of the Sindar elves in the Second Age, going into greater detail on matters that Harry's education of this new world of his Elrond, Gandalf and Thorin had only touched on. Many a night they spent sitting around the fire, as Toriel explained this or that moment in Sindar history in greater detail than Harry had heard of before. And if Harry understood more about the sorrow of the elves in Middle-earth during those retellings, that was no fault of hers. Rather, her upbeat attitude and desire to explore stood as a sharp contrast to the typical elvish attitude of insularity, sadness and waning willingness to interact with the world beyond their lands that dominated this age. In turn, Toriel found Harry a delight to be around. His sense of humor was fascinating to her, all too used to her folks' more staid, dry sense of humor. She didn't quite share it, but she greatly enjoyed it, nonetheless. Toriel found his desire to explore and see beyond the next horizon to match her own, and Harry's sheer energy drew her in. More than once, Toriel lost herself in his emerald eyes as he laughingly told a tale from his old world or something he and the Fellowship had seen or done on their journey. Before this, she had only heard about their battles and the dire straits they had faced. Now he spoke more about times around the camps, or his learning the sword from Thorin or the time he had sat outside Bag End with Gandalf, staring up at the stars in this world, listening to Gandalf explain the making of the world and the First Age and making a friend of the older wizard. And, of course, attraction was there between them as well. More than once, Toriel found herself simply watching Harry move. When they practiced with his sword against her dagger or a makeshift staff at night, Harry moved so fluidly, so quickly, it was almost like looking at an elf but in a human's body. Harry was wider in the shoulders than elves tended to be and broader in the waist as well. And occasionally, when they were done, and Harry pulled off his sweaty undershirt to set beside the fire to dry, Toriel found herself flushing a bit at the sight of his muscles. While her people were routinely in excellent shape, that rarely meant visible musculature, but Harry did have that, a decent six-pack, visible muscles on his arms and powerfully built shoulders, and they were fascinating to her. More than that, Harry's affection for his friends, his devotion to them and even the love he seemed to have for his parents he had never known, drew her. The strength and openness of his emotions were astonishing, again a sharp contrast to how most elves acted. The little things he sometimes did for her, ranging from helping to roll up her bedroll of the night or finding a particularly pretty flower and pointing it out to her as they went, caused her to smile, whereas when Legolas had tried the same kind of things, she had found them annoying. However, there was a growing issue that caused Toriel some concern. Sometimes, Harry had nightmares. Dangerous ones. More than once, his thrashing had awoken her at night, and he had to soothe him back to sleep, but when questioned, he wouldn't remember much of anything about them, only looking pained, shaking his head with a hand to his forehead. And occasionally, when Harry had nightmares, he spoke. Not of battles as he had described to her previously or of anything from his past life. Rather, what dominated his nightmares was the battle that had brought him to Arda in the first place. Dark, everywhere, I'm blind. Fangs in the darkness, coming for me. Break his teeth, beat him back, but the whispers, always whispers, Harry once nearly shouted, so loud Toriel had thought they were under attack and was already reaching for her weapons before remembering the rune stones Harry had put out before they had settled in for the evening. No, no power, no whispers. These were hints that his dreams were about the battle in the dark unknown, the battle against the creature called Riddle. And after hearing that, Toriel realized there was much more to that battle than the brief description she had heard before. The next day, as Harry was nursing a cup of elvish tea she had brewed for them during breakfast, Toriel put an arm around his shoulders and spoke of what had happened during the night. I realize that some of that must have been very personal, Harry, and I'm sorry to have overheard it without your permission. I probably would have told you about it eventually. You have a right to know that part of the battle against Riddle in the Beyond was mental as well as physical. Harry sighed, leaning against her for a moment before reminding Toriel about what he'd already explained about the battle in the void. Ever he clung to me, and ever I tossed him aside. So Riddle used his words, attempting to attack my mind and my conviction to battle him. Riddle wasn't always eloquent about it, but he was persistent. How long it lasted I don't know. Harry shuddered, his eyes far away as pain racked his head. Why can I remember this all now when I barely could before? I didn't remember this when I spoke about the battle to the Vala or Gandalf. Why am I remembering this aspect of it now? Toriel frowned at that but had no answer for him, simply continuing to cuddle into his side, feeling his arm around her waist. But you never gave in. Harry cringed, shaking his head. There were a few times when Riddle grasped for a few minutes, or whatever, when he seemed to finally understand that his promises of power weren't going to be enough, that his threats didn't work. When he tried to offer things, not power, or glory, or gold, or knowledge, but when Riddle truly seemed to understand me as an individual and that family and friends were what I hold most dear. When he started to offer to help me bring back Hermione, to bring back my parents somehow, despite it being nearly 2 decades since they had died. Toriel nodded, leaning against his chest. They had spoken about Hermione several times, and Toriel did not begrudge the fact that Harry had been in a relationship with a human girl in his past life. That was in the past, his past life, his past world. To do so would have been churlish in the extreme. But those were even worse lies, yes? Evil cannot create true life nor bring it back. Exactly. Even in my old world, there is no power to truly bring back the dead. There are monsters I read descriptions in some of the forbidden books in the library at Hogwarts called Inferi, which were undead bodies given some semblance of life. We hadn't learned about them yet in class, but they were supposed to be utterly mindless creatures that attacked anything moving. He waited for Toriel's snort at having a class about magic pass by. For some reason, the idea of teaching magic like that in a set of classrooms amused Toriel greatly, as, while magic obviously was well known among her people, there was no certain or set way to learn such. If an elf had abilities with magic beyond the normal elvish ability to speak to animals and move silently regardless of terrain, it was almost always a very personal thing. It was much the same with the wizards. Each of them had its own very distinct different abilities. Even in terms of varieties types of spells, they were different. Radagast rarely used offensive magics, but when he did, they almost always dealt with the earth, growing vines, and making the plants around him attack for him. Saruman was known to use fire, as well as wind attacks. Gandalf, wind, and lightning. But not only are such creatures mindless, but they would also be controlled by the individual who brought them back to life. The souls would have long since passed on, even if the individuals hadn't died to the soul-killing spell. Toriel made to object at that point, elves believing firmly that Fia, even those of humans, could not be simply destroyed. But Harry tapped her side gently, indicating he wanted to continue speaking. Riddle kept pushing on that, trying to convince me to stop fighting to let him in. And every time he did, it made me angrier, more certain I needed to defeat him. It's ironic to think about, but if he had just stopped talking, I think the sensory deprivation would have driven me mad, would have broken my will far more than his words could. Harry shivered, remembering the void, the blackness, the feeling of nothingness, the feeling of being so very alone, so very cold, even as Riddle cut and slashed at him. For a few moments, the two of them sat silent, then Toriel turned to kiss Harry on the jaw, then the neck, then back up to the jaw and finally his lips. They continued to kiss for several moments before Toriel pulled back, leaning her forehead against his. Whatever tribulations brought you into my life, Harry Potter, I am thankful for it. I'm sorry you had to face that trial, and I am sorry you have lost so much. But you are here now, and we are together. You will never face that darkness again alone. You will never face being alone at all. Not if I have anything to say about it. Thank you, Harry said, pulling her into a tighter hug, then slowly releasing her from his arms. But since it looks like it's going to rain, I suggest we start our day. Unless you want to put up our tent and just spend inside. Toriel snorted. The rain will not actually start until mid-afternoon. But at that point, it will be heavy, and we will need more cover than just our tent, Harry. We should head into the woods for now and use the trees to block as much rain as possible. Unfortunately, those dreams continued, despite Toriel's soothing touches. It was as if Harry's mind was at war with itself. Memories that he had previously suppressed it was getting worse. The sunlight seemed to imbue Harry with a certain amount of energy, so regardless of how much sleep he had gotten the night before, he was always ready to go the next day. And while Toriel would have preferred to travel by night, as most elves would, she was perfectly happy to simply travel, day or night. Every day brought new sights to her, things that she had never seen before, things beyond the realm of her home in northern Mirkwood. Eventually, as they skirted the edge of the forest in the distance, always keeping it on the horizon to the right, they noticed it disappearing and turned their feet in that direction. This quickly led them to the Bight, a segment of Mirkwood that had been deforested over generations of human deforestation. The people who had lived here had long since moved on. Harry remembered something about them moving south and became some country named Rohan, but Harry didn't know more than that. Yet despite it having been several hundred years since the people here had moved on, evidence could still be seen of their residence here. A well dug here, left in place for who knew how many centuries. Remnants of wooden and stone houses, their walls long collapsed, leaving only the flooring or stone walls. And at one point, Harry spotted, before Toriel could, something that had her pouting a little, a piece of some kind of doll that had been left somehow preserved underneath a rocky outcropping protected there by the passage of time. But the greatest sign of human habitation was deeper into the bight, where there were still stumps of trees left uncovered by other growth. Trees that had stood the time test of time for thousands of years had been cut down here by humanity over generations. This area physically pained Toriel to see, as, like all Sindar elves, she revered trees. To see the evidence that so many had been chopped down physically pained Toriel, despite the knowledge that had occurred over centuries. And it was here that Toriel first spotted signs of goblin tracks. Between one step and the next, she veered off, signaling a halt with one hand raised, clenching the fist in the sign that Harry had discovered meant a need for silence. Obeying, Harry moved after her without a word, crouching down beside her, keeping his eyes moving around the area as Toriel examined the ground closely, staring at a few broken grass marks where they stuck out through the dirt of the ground in front of them. "Goblin marks," she whispered, shaking her head slightly. With a gesture, she set them moving again, following the marks for a few moments before they started to fade, and she frowned, turning back the way they had come to pick up the trail once more. They must have made a loop into this territory coming from the south, then heading southwest. I wonder why. Maybe hunting. Possible. Orcs and goblins need to live off the land as much as anyone does, more so considering they don't eat plants or much bread. Orcs and goblins need much more meat than even humans do. Toriel scowled as she spoke, and both tried hard not to think about the nature of that meat if the orcs or goblins could get it. If they could not be certain of finding such, then perhaps. She scowled a little. Once more, my knowledge of what is out here is failing us, Harry. If we knew more about the terrain out there, perhaps I could tell us more about what the goblins are up to. Regardless, this one was moving in the same direction we are going. I thought it was the opposite at first, but it is not. Heading to Dol Guldur? Just to check what was left after Lady Galadriel and Sealborn finished with the place. That is as likely as anything else, Toriel murmured, trying and failing to bring the terrain ahead of them to mind. But as she had told Harry several times, her knowledge of this area was poor at best. Regardless, they are somewhere in the woods ahead of us. Should we skirt wide to the north or south? How ahead of us is ahead of us? We could enter this portion of Mirkwood anywhere along the bight, couldn't we? And still be on the path to eventually come out the other side and heading on to Lothlorien. If we skirt too far north, we will then come out the other side of Mirkwood into moorries and bogs, Toriel disagreed. We could go south, but if we do so lightly and still pass through Mirkwood in the doing, we will travel directly through territory controlled by Dol Guldur. If we go entirely southward, we will enter Barenur. The winst in her voice and face told Harry what Toriel thought of going that route, but he had to ask. Will Barenur be dangerous or simply desolate? Toriel hesitated, then shrugged her shoulders. Desolate for certain. Dangerous, quite possibly. I know not if any actually live there, but it is almost certain that it is patrolled by both fell men and goblins, at least. I would not have assumed it so before finding these tracks, but now, yes. Harry frowned a bit, understanding now that the destruction of the army that attacked the Lonely Mountain had only really dealt with the forces gathered at Dol Guldur and to the north of that fastness, while orcs and goblins were still scattered south. South and east, anyway. From what I remember of the maps I've seen, Rohan and Gondor are to the south and west, and they would certainly not allow such creatures past their borders. Then skirting directly around Dol Guldur to the north seems to be the smartest option. Better to go through lands we know are highly denuded of enemies rather than the reverse. Toriel agreed with a shrug, and the two continued on, pushing through the bight and into Mirkwood proper the day after. Their first night in this segment of Mirkwood proved without a doubt that there were still enemies about. The two of them were camped against a rock, which had an almost ovoid shape, its sides smooth to the touch as if it had once been part of a river before being tossed here in some forgotten age. A large magnificent-looking tree grew beside it, and Toriel had spent several moments climbing through its boughs while Harry had made them some food from their travel in packs. She had shot a rabbit earlier that day, and Harry wanted to work it into a stew. However, before they could start eating, howls in the distance interrupted them, the noises bouncing off and around the trees in a way that made it possible to discern which direction it was coming from. As the two tensed and readied themselves, the howls were joined by the noises of several creatures moving through the woods. Harry, you did remember to put down the runes, correct? Toriel thought she had seen him do it while up in the tree, but despite whatever was happening to his long-term memory, Harry's short-term memory sometimes fizzled out in his own words. Where the phrase came from, she didn't know, but Toriel quite liked it. I did. The problem is I only have a normal human sense of smell. Using runes to hide smell is incredibly difficult. There just isn't any rune specifically designed to block out the smell of something from an animal's nose. Block in the air, yes, but that would slowly suffocate whoever was inside, which is not a good idea, Harry mused analytically. Deaden scent enough to block out a foul odor, sure, but wargs and other animals like them have far better noses than humans, and you can't just double the number of runes to increase the effect. He then smirked. However, the notice me not will cover everything but the smell, so while they can smell our meal, they can't concentrate on it and can't see us or the area within the array. So it is like the smell is coming out of nowhere. Those are some very confused animals right now. The same thing happened on the way to the Shire. Moments later, a group of 4 wargs came out of the woods, and Harry studied the creatures closely. Beyond their general shape, Harry had to admit they didn't really look like wolves. Wolves were sleek, well-proportioned, and, most importantly, didn't slather. These beasts slobbered, their jaws distended, their fangs not fitting together right. Their proportions were all wrong, their front paws and shoulders larger than those at the back. Their fur was strange and matted instead of sleek. You know, now that I get a good look at these beasties, they are most decidedly not natural-looking animals. You would think the Big M would have come up with something prettier, Harry quipped. Unnatural, more than you know. Toriel practically growled, a sound most un-elvish, as she glared out past the wolves, ignoring their confused-sounding snuffles or the growls and yips they shared. Attacking from within the array will break it, correct? That's how it works. Your intent and that level of movement will combine to cause the array to collapse. Is there a reason we're not just sitting back and watching the poor wargs become ever more confused until they go away? I rather think it would be funny to see these wargs try to decide. Toriel shook her head and placed not 1 but 3 arrows to her bow, holding her hand in a very odd manner as she did, each arrow between a few of her fingers as she turned her hand in the other direction. He sighed then and shrugged his shoulders, working out his hands and fingers for a moment. I would prefer to let the animals go, but if you want to fight them, I'm fine with that. Toriel jerked her head forwards as she stared out towards their left flank, not releasing the string for a moment, the strain visible in her arms. There are 3 goblin riders past this first group of 4. I can't hear their words over the growls of the wargs very well, but they seem confused. It won't last. Standing up, Harry was somewhat amused that they were about to consciously do the same thing that Aragorn had done so foolishly when the goblin riders had found his, Aragorn and Bilbo's camp. You realize this entirely defeats the purpose of Notice Me Not, right? Whatever are you talking about, Harry? Using a Notice Me Not to get the first strike in is a perfectly acceptable use of it, Toriel quipped, then seeing that her paramour was ready, she let fly. 3 arrows flew from her bow, zipping over the heads of the wargs, striking the riders behind the animals who hadn't had riders before. They all fell, skewered in the chest, neck, and head. At the same instance, Harry's magic flashed out. The cutting spell caught all 4 of the wargs who had been prowling around the camp, cutting them into pieces. The last 3 growled and charged forwards riderless, but by that point, Toriel had another arrow on her string. One fell with the arrow between the eyes, and Harry moved forward, a quick strike from his sword slicing into the snout of the leading warg as it crossed the former border of the Notice Me Not array, which Toriel had not targeted, having seen Harry already moving to engage it. That warg yipped and fell back before whining, collapsing, and beginning to spasm in place, green froth coming from its mouth due to the effects of the poison on the blade. The last warg had circled around them, and Toriel's arrow flew over its head as it tried to get away, but before it could, another cutting caught it from behind, cutting straight through in a welter of blood that stained the ground and nearby trees a dark brownish-red color. I realize what you're saying, and yes, it seems to work quite well in that capacity, but that is a secondary effect. The Notice Me Not is to make sure we are not noticed, full stop. Harry continued the previous conversation, his tone turning somewhat prim for a moment. And while we were able to deal with these creatures very well, what about their bodies? We'll have to move camp to escape the smell and stop us from retching. And what if they are found by others of their ilk? Toriel shook her head. This is Mirkwood. Meat like that will not go to waste for long, trust me. Already I can see a family of scavenger foxes out there. As for moving camp, that you are correct about. She frowned, then sighed. I apologize for my abrupt action, Harry. But I simply cannot stand the sight of goblins and orcs, knowing what foul things they have done throughout the ages. Not least of which is twisting the wargs into creatures that are more dark monsters than an animal. She sighed again, moving to join him by the campfire, gently pushing his hands away when he went to help her, cleaning up almost as if it was a penance for her earlier action. You have no doubt heard that elves taught animals to speak long ago, each in their own way. And that all animals thus pay us some respect for it. But the wargs of the enemy have been so twisted over the centuries that they do not even recognize us as anything but enemies. Moreover, their voices are completely silent. When I hear the voice of an animal like a fox, or a regular wolf, I can tell what they are speaking, as I have mentioned before with birds we've passed. Toriel shook her head, glancing over at the corpse of the animal which had died via Harry's poisoned blade. But when I listen to the growls and snarls of wargs, that is all I hear, growls and snarls. There is no intelligence there, only twisted hatred of everything else in the world, including their dread masters. By this point, Toriel had finished dousing the fire and placed the top on the small, extremely well-made pot, handing it up to Harry, who promptly placed a sticking charm on the top, and a lightning spell on the pot which would allow him to carry it along without any issue. He could have put it in his moleskin pouch, but it would probably have still spilled, the top not being completely airtight. As he was doing this, Toriel finished speaking, taking down their tent briskly. Only Luthien Tenuvel's songs ever worked on beasts of the enemy, lesser or greater, and her songs were so powerful they enspelled even the great enemy. Even were I a singer, I would never be able to speak or communicate to wargs, nor would any elf alive, not even one of the wise. It is best to put such animals down for the better of the world. Well, what is done, is done. Let's just move on, Harry answered philosophically. But, if we are in an area where these creatures still patrol, or once more patrol. I'm uncertain of the nomenclature there. Regardless, we'll need to be more careful. Toriel nodded firmly, and Harry picked up the ward stones he put down, placing them in his pouch before gesturing her on. Ladies first. You're the one with the amazing eyes and ears. Toriel nodded with aplomb, but her aplomb disappeared as Harry traced a finger very, very lightly over the tips of one of her ears as she passed him. And such pretty ears too. Which are very sensitive. Toriel almost whimpered a bit at the touch before resolutely taking several more steps, putting distance between them, a blush on her face to match her hair at what she had just revealed. Behind her, Harry's laughter followed, causing her to blush an even deeper rouge. Despite that moment of levity, the two of them were serious as they moved on. And when they found a place to make camp, they ate quickly, with Harry putting down the notice me not runes quickly. And then, Toriel insisted they move on after eating just in case the lingering smell of it brought more wargs instead of putting up their tent. They set up camp nearby, within sight of where they had eaten, so that Toriel could see if any more wargs were in the area. Thankfully, there weren't any. But over the next few days, as they continued to travel through the forest, they began to see signs of past battles, and not that far past either. Toriel estimated that much of the evidence they saw, crushed loam here, broken branches there, blood splatters and bones in more than a few places, and several times they found broken orc or goblin weapons, pointed to a series of small battles that occurred around the same time as Harry and Bilbo began their journey back to the Shire, or directly before. This is the way an elven host would fight in the woods, Harry, she explained as she crouched on a large boulder sticking up at the bottom of a tree, pointing to where several arrows had been left behind, picking them up one after another to examine them carefully before adding them to her own even as Harry examined the remnants of corpses left behind nearby. Range through the forest, find the enemy, strike from one direction, then another, then another. Pull the enemy's attention every which way until they don't know what is happening. Elves can move through terrain like this unseen, unheard, and, if we have time, even scentless. Certain unguents can cover your smell, or enough mud and dirt can do it in a pinch. I'm more concerned that you have mentioned spotting signs of more recent movement, Harry muttered, shaking his head tiredly. Last night had been a bad one, and there were bags under his eyes now. Indeed, Toriel had argued against them moving on that morning, given how tired he looked, but Harry's energy seemed to return as the sun rose despite it being a very cloudy, overcast day. But now that it was pushing nighttime once more, his exhaustion was catching up to him. True. What movement we have seen though is coming from the southeast and is most decidedly patrols of their own scout groups sent out on long rangings. She hopped down from her previous perch, gesturing for Harry to kneel beside her a moment later as she knelt beside an area of loam between a tree and a bush. Look here. These orcs are going north and west towards where I believe Dol Guldur is. Or beyond that, Moria. They are heavier, the goblin or orc. Toriel paused, frowning faintly, running her finger lightly over the bruised surface of the loam, where apparently she could see some sign. After a few moments of silent contemplation, she shook her head. Orc. At least on this beast, anyway. Regardless, they were heavier going north and west than they were coming back, the signs we saw earlier today. They are using up their supplies, despite living off the land as much as possible. So they're doing what you predicted earlier, checking to see what is left of Dol Guldur? Makes sense, Harry grunted, his own attention on the forest around them just in case. But no spiders. No. Spiders would not be sent on a scouting trip of any sort. They can't move quickly over open terrain and would not be comfortable doing so. And I do not doubt that the forces of Lothlorien did as good a job as my folk in clearing out this segment of the forest of that filth. A single brood would be able to rebuild the numbers within a decade. Within 2, they would be a threat to any who traveled within this area of the forest. Within 30, they would be stretching northward. No, Lord Sealborn will have had certain that they were thoroughly expunged, Toriel explained fervently. Harry nodded at that, and the two of them moved on. With Toriel in the lead, they continued on their way, wary of being ambushed. But Toriel's readings of the signs they'd been seeing seemed accurate. They were moving almost straight east and had seemingly passed through the area least likely to have living enemies. They still saw signs of battle but no new signs of enemy movement. And within 4 more days, they had reached the edge of Mirkwood and were facing the open rolling hills beyond. Toriel smiled faintly, although Harry knew her by now to know that she was extremely pleased. We have done it. By crossing the forest at an angle from the Bight, we are now just a bit north of Lothlorien. If we keep heading towards the Misty Mountains, we will run into the River Anduin, and then we can follow that river until we see signs of a forest to our right. That almost makes me wish I knew how to make a riverboat or even just a barge like we did before without barrels around to use. I'm uncertain what the impact of that kind of thing would be on a notice-me-not, but it would be fascinating to see if we could be both mobile and unseen, Harry murmured, linking arms with Toriel. She laid her head against his shoulder, and they looked out over the vista before them of rolling grass hills. Shall we be going? Toriel nodded, and the two moved off, moving across the land as quickly and silently as a cloud. For the next few days, there was nothing much about the terrain that grabbed either of their attention. There were a few clumps of flowers here and there, but mostly, it was rolling hills, merging here and there hidden marshes, the land visibly shifting around such places. But that was it. It was strange to think that this area was so close to the Gladden Fields, an area made infamous by the death of the last Númenorine king, Isildur. As they neared the river, the land became slightly flatter, allowing them to see further away. It also brought them out into the weather beyond the forest, and Harry felt a greater chill in the wind than before. Autumn was continuing its inexorable march. Once they reached the Anduin, they camped alongside the river for a day as Toriel fished for them. The elven woman simply stuck her fingers into the water and whispered something in her own language that Harry, at work nearby on making a fire pit, couldn't hear. Then she pulled a fish out of the water by its gills, placing it on the ground next to her, before repeating the action twice more. Harry made them fish fillets that night, pasted in leaves from a tree called Lavaralda, which had given rabbit meat previously a spicy and fragrant flavor. This and half of the last bits of lembas from Toriel's supplies made for a great meal. The next day, the two pushed on. 2 days later, they saw trees in the distance on the other side of the river. By mid-afternoon, they saw the edge of a forest slowly moving toward them and the river further south. Should we cross now and make our way through the woods? Or cross the river at its closest point to the forest? Is the forest named something, or is it all Lothlorien? Toriel paused mid-step, frowning thoughtfully. Tales say that the city of Lothlorien is in the meeting point between the rivers Anduin and Nimrodal. But the tales never mention what the rivers look like at those points. Here, the river banks are low enough that we could perhaps swim across. We might not be so lucky later on. Her lips twitched, and she shook her head. As for the forest, I believe it is just named Lothlorien. Or Laurelin Dorelin. Harry looked at the river, frowning. I think you might be underestimating the current. Still, we need to cross somewhere. This proved to be much more difficult than Toriel had first thought. The Anduin deepened and sped up past the point where the two of them had first made camp on its shores. There, perhaps they could have crossed easily. The river had widened and slowed at that point, coming out of an area that looked like a decent-sized marsh. Here, on the other hand, it was flowing through quickly and deeply. Harry nearly drowned within moments before getting his feet under him, and only a hastily thrown rope coupled with a sticking charm had kept Toriel from being swept along by the current. Still, through adroit use of ropes, Harry's spell work, and Toriel's archery, they eventually made it across, wet, bedraggled, and tired. By mutual agreement, they put up a fire almost immediately upon finishing the crossing, cuddling together in the tent as Harry once more used his heating charms to keep them warm. Unfortunately, heating charms could not dry them out, and Harry didn't know a specific spell for that. The fire would have to do for that. The efforts to cross the river had taken them most of the morning. However, they still could have covered at least 15 leagues before the sun started to set. Toriel continually apologized for this until Harry laughed, kissed her until she fell silent, and said, "It makes me happy somewhat to know that there are some things even elves struggle with. Your eyesight and hearing are so much better than mine, and your dexterity is phenomenal as well. So to see you struggle with something physical is actually quite nice. Brings you down to earth, so to speak." Toriel laughed at that, then suddenly smirked. "Well, if we are speaking of bringing someone down to earth." She kissed Harry again before pushing him onto his back, laying down on top of them, and nuzzling into his shoulder. Much better. As she lay on top of him, Toriel could feel Harry's reaction through his wet clothing. The knowledge that he still responded to her like this despite how exhausted they were sent a thrill down Toriel's spine, but she had no desire to take things further than that. Perhaps in a few months' time, though. Having set out runes first after getting to shore, the two of them were safe enough that night that they didn't bother leaving their tent until the next morning. Indeed, Harry was so tired that he didn't even dream, something Toriel was extremely happy for. They pushed on with the dawning of the next day and, by mid-morning, were reaching the outskirts of the forest of Lothlorien. There, Toriel paused momentarily, staring at the trees in wonder. Here, at the outskirts of this realm, were trees as old as some of the oldest she had seen in their journey through Mirkwood. It was a clear sign that this area had once been part of Greenwood the Great in ages past. She gently ran her fingers along the bark of one tree after another as they moved, eager to explore this new wood, as even at the outskirts, she could tell the feel of this portion of the former Greenwood the Great was different than Mirkwood. The portions of Mirkwood they had been moving through had been the signs of recent battles, of recent corruption. The shadows underneath the trees were still lengthy, deep, and forbidding, and both had occasionally felt it. Even in the north, it would be some time before the land recovered from the shadow Sauron had cast from Dol Guldur. Here, there was no hint of that kind of thing. Indeed, within a few moments of entering the forest, Toriel could already feel the impact of elves on the area, as if she stood on the outskirts of Tori-Enda-Edalos. Where to now, do you think? Should we keep trying to keep the river in sight or go deeper? Harry asked, smiling faintly at how Toriel was acting. Toriel smiled back, shrugging her shoulders. I would suggest that we push deeper into the forest and then turn to our left. I further think you should lead for a time, Harry. You are the one after all that the Lady Galadriel would most wish to see, and she will no doubt have spread your description to the guardians of her realm. Harry looked at her quizzically, knowing that Lady Galadriel would have also given them a description of Toriel from their shared dreamscape. But Toriel simply waved him on, taking a few steps to the side and disappearing around a tree from his line of sight. Taking that as a cue, Harry shrugged and moved on, wondering if he was playing bait. It will be fun to see if so. And here I thought Toriel didn't like pranks so much. But she's fine with jump scares? In a way, Harry was right. Toriel had spotted signs of recent movement in the foliage above their route and had gone to investigate. She moved quietly, silently even to elvish senses, shifting only minutely between one moment and the next. She followed Harry at a distance and then skirted around and about where he was walking. Soon enough, she spotted more movement ahead of her and went still, watching. Several trees away, an elf appeared, barely visible even to Toriel's eyes, staring down at where Harry was walking through the woods. Harry was currently whistling something under his breath as if he had no care in the world. As soon as she sensed the elf was going to move, Toriel did the same, bounding from the tree she was into the next one, landing with not even a leaf disturbed in her passage. Not that there were many leaves on the trees at this point. Most of the oak and other deciduous trees had lost their leaves. Which, now that Harry wasn't trying to be silent, had made Harry's passage through the woods all the louder. Greetings, human, the elf said, leaping downward. Seeing as you were allowed through Lady Galadriel's veil, I imagine you are Harry Potter, correct? The elf had obviously been expecting Harry to stop, startled by his sudden appearance, but he was greatly disappointed. Harry simply nodded narrowly at him and said pleasantly, Are you here to escort us then? Us? Who is us? The elf asked, thrown off by Harry's poise and the question. A gentle tap on the shoulder caused him to flinch. Whirling around, his hand flashing towards a dagger at his waist, his bow falling to the ground at his feet before he paused, staring at Toriel. Us, Toriel said with a pleasant smile, bowing from the waist, having taken several steps back after tapping his shoulder. I am Toriel of Mirkwood, Harry's companion on this journey. This journey of life, Harry quipped, causing Toriel to smile at him as she moved around the somewhat flustered elf to rejoin her companion. I thought you said you didn't like practical jokes. Harry murmured outside of the corner of his mouth. I don't. But I know my folk Harry and members of the unseen host would be hard-pressed to avoid a chance to show off, especially to a human, regardless of what our lord or lady has ordered. I decided to remind the local elves that they should remember the old adage that there is always someone better. And if they had spotted me, I would know there was much I could still learn. Ah, the famous two birds with one stone concept, Harry chuckled. The elf had gotten himself under control by this time and stared at Toriel for a second before his manners reasserted themselves, and he bowed from the waist. Be welcome young elf, to Lothlorien. And I will admit to being impressed. I am a Gaeliser, and I have served as a ranger to my lord Sealborn since the time of Erithingall, and rarely has anyone been able to sneak up on me like that. Your words do me great honor, and I will apologize for my moment of levity. Well, do I understand the importance of your position, Toriel replied magnanimously. I was part of the unseen host of Tori-Enda-Edalos. Egalisar nodded at that. There is no harm done, Toriel. I would say rather that your sneaking up on me like that is a good cure for complacency. But come. The Lady Galadriel wished for you to be brought directly to her upon your arrival, Harry Potter. With that, Egalisar turned, leading the way deeper into the forest, engaging them in small talk as they walked. The change from woodland to an elvish kingdom was gradual, at least to Harry's eyes. Perhaps Toriel was seeing more signs than he was, but he didn't think so. The trees grew larger, for one thing, older even than the ones they had previously been passing through. So old, in fact, that Toriel began to murmur in surprise at them. Many of the trees also had small carvings on their branches and trunks, and at times tiny markers of rocks appeared, with small elvish letters carved into them. There were a few scattered wooden bridges high up in the boughs of the trees and a hidden grotto occasionally well camouflaged among the roots. But really, the main sign of the difference was the trees, growing larger and then turning gold and silver. Harry stood stock still, staring as the first of the gold-leafed trees appeared among their more normal-looking brethren while Toriel let loose a peal of laughter, her face utterly delighted, the sound loud and bright like a spring brook on a bright day to Harry's ears as she exclaimed, "Malorn trees!" Rising like kings among even the largest of their brethren, these trees were smooth, almost like beech in terms of their branches and trunks, but their bark was silver, their leaves bright golden. When Harry approached enough to look straight up at the boughs of one of them, Harry could see the trunk dividing 800 or 900 feet above his head, spreading out so that each tree looked almost like a crown from below. Each Malorn tree was also huge, as wide across as a redwood, their branches reaching out to cover what looked like half a city block to Harry's eyes. And it was among those branches that the city of the elves resided. "Be welcome to Karazgaladon, city of the Galadrim," their guide said as more elves appeared above them and in small, scattered areas around the base of the trees. Pushing forward, they found a river flowing through the area, slow but deep, with a few bridges crossing over it at different points. Those bridges and several houses scattered through the area were made of stone, with each stone fit so cunningly against their fellows that no mortar was needed. Moreover, the stones were crafted to look like they were covered by leaves of different types of trees, maple, beech, oak, rowan, and others Harry had not seen before. The houses were almost molded around the trees, their sides shaped to look like natural rocks piled together. Houses were also visible high in the trees above. These houses worked with the wood as if the trees themselves had been molded by the magic of the elves to create these living spaces. When Harry asked about this in a hushed tone, something about this city, perhaps the overall feel of the place or the low background music, the song of an elvish choir, made him want to keep his voice down. "There is more background magic here than there is even in Rivendell, amazing. And what was that veil that Agalisar mentioned? Is that Galadriel's equivalent of the border Elrond maintains around Rivendell? I didn't notice anything, but then again, I didn't entering Rivendell either." Their guide nodded, as did Toriel. "Never enough to harm the trees or their growth, but yes, our tree singers have worked on the Malorn trees since well before the start of this age, Harry Potter." As they continued on, still more of the city could be seen. Stone walkways were built into the trees, somehow merging with the wood of the main trunk and the branches below, creating platforms and walkways called Tellane according to their guide. Some of these were so large they had small houses on top of them. Bridges of intricately woven ropes of various colors and textures connected one tree to another. And as they passed, murals could be seen facing inwards from the city's outer edge on various stones or portions of the trees. Things Harry knew were elvish musical notes carved into the lower branches of trees. Landscape artwork of distant mountains, the image of a sun rising over an ocean. On a few trees, there was a painting of a river multiplied, one painting on each tree. In turn, each painting was slightly different bar the last one. It was as if they were meant to show the same river over various ages, with the last showing the impact of some cataclysm or other. Nowhere could Harry see a sign or a scene that showed anything of warfare or combat. That somewhat surprised Harry. In Rivendell, there were several murals of ancient battles and rooms for training with swords, bows, or spears. Here, if there were such, they were hidden. And in the background was the sound of elvish music. Flutes, violins, and singing in Sindarin came from the far right as Toriel and Harry were led towards a ramp leading up into the city. All the while, the elves above and around them continued their business. There were more such here than Harry had seen in Elrond's halls, although to his eyes, they were very different, or at least more varied, something he had to think about for a moment to explain away. Then it came to him. Elrond's folk are mostly Noldor, right? They were the most warlike of the elves, which made sense given Elrond's history, having been healer aide and commander in war under Gilgalad after being trained and raised by Malar, the only one of the sons of Fëanor that most tales Harry had heard of the old days of Middle-earth treated remotely kindly. Not that it is saying much, considering how much Uttershite the rest did. And while a few Noldor were within sight of the newcomers as they ascended into the main city, they certainly did not dominate. Here instead, were elves of the Moriquendi, Sindar elves who had never seen the lights of Valinor or been in the presence of the Vala. While their hair color was mostly the same, silver was more predominant among men and women. The Sindar were not as tall as the Noldor nor as nearly human in the size of their shoulders. The coloration of their clothing was also very different. Whereas the Noldor preferred brighter colors, red and deep blue or white, the Sindar preferred more natural browns and greens. Yet the designs were far more varied among the Sindar, and the clothing was more detailed in a few ways. Yet regardless, all the elves who spotted Harry and his companion greeted them, some with confusion, others with happiness, speaking the common elven tongue of Sindarin. Harry and Toriel responded politely in the same manner. Within moments of their starting their slow, and for Harry, gawking way through the city, Galadriel herself appeared, moving towards them on quick feet, coming across one of the rope bridges to them. As the lady approached, many of the elves around them nodded their heads to her or curtsied, while Toriel bowed from the waist profoundly, trying hard not to show how awed she was at the lady's presence, which here in the mortal realm was almost as powerful as in the dream they had shared. And her hair was even more striking. It truly was as if someone had captured the lights of Telperion and Laurelin, the great trees of silver and gold that brought light to the land of the Vala, within her hair. She was also tall, several inches taller than all of the elves around her, and her eyes piercing. Despite being faint, the smile on her face seemed to bring joy to the day. Harry. Be welcome to Lothlorien, my young friend. And you as well, Toriel of Mirkwood. Seeing Lady Galadriel in person had much the same impact on Harry now that it had back in Rivendell. This despite his traveling with Toriel and being very aware of how beautiful she was. There was nothing sensual about it. Indeed, Toriel was far more attractive to Harry than Galadriel as a woman, although objectively, Galadriel was more beautiful. Her beauty, like her aura, was otherworldly, much like that of the mayor or Vala she had lived among in Valinor. Bowing deeply from the waist, Harry found his words once more coming out almost in a poetic manner. No matter how fair, the beauty of Lothlorien pales in comparison to that of the light in your hair and eyes, Lady Galadriel. Galadriel's lips quirked at that into a slightly wider smile, then she took several more steps forward and embraced Harry Potter, her arms around his shoulders. This shocked several elves around them, many letting out quiet gasps. The lady was never known to give out hugs like this. Touches on shoulder and hair, perhaps to those she was closest with. But hugs were only ever given out to her granddaughter, husband and daughter Sealbrain before she left Middle-earth. Seeing Lady Galadriel hugging a human, even one rumored to be a wizard, was astonishing. For his part, Harry quickly returned the hug, keeping his arms chastely around Galadriel's shoulders as well, having to reach upwards a bit from his own shoulder height to do so, given how tall the woman was. Galadrim. He whispered into her ear. Really? Galadriel's lips twisted into a small sneer as she shook her head, pulling back from the hug to hold him at arm's length before replying. The people of Lothlorien have been called that for far longer than my husband, and I have led them, Harry Potter. I did not choose that name. Never think that of me. That would smack too much of hubris, and I will not be accused of that. Pride, yes. Hubris, no. Harry laughed at that, but his laughter was interrupted by another woman's voice coming from nearby, a note of surprise and confusion audible within it. Belegnanath, grandmother? Who is this? The two newcomers turned in the direction of the new voice, only for their eyes to widen slightly. A young elven woman stood on a nearby terrain looking down at them, and she was gorgeous. Long flowing black hair flowed down her back in a cascade of hair so dark it almost looked like someone had made it out of the nighttime sky, within which could be seen tiny silver stars hanging from chains in her hair so fine they looked almost like spider webs, making it look like she had actual stars in her space black hair. Her dress, much like that worn by Galadriel, flowed from her shoulders down to her ankle, covering her entirely, yet showing an extremely fit athletic form underneath. Her face was almost like that of Galadriel, but younger, softer, her eyes a little bit wider, a little less discerning and powerful, which did not take away from her ethereal beauty. Grey were those eyes, like that of an overcast sky, as she looked on in some confusion at the meeting between Galadriel and Harry. Toriel was not one to feel jealousy at the looks of someone else. Few elvish women were. Jealousy of that sort simply did not occur to most elves. But this woman had Toriel want to brush her hair back and find a better dress than her traveling clothing. Or drag Harry right back out of Callus Galadon. For a moment, she was worried that Harry would become entranced by her beauty. After all, he was still mainly human in his sensibilities, whatever was going on with his mind and body. And human men were supposedly more driven by the beauty they could see with their eyes than anything else. Yet as soon as that thought came to her, Toriel realized how foolish it was. No. Harry is not like that. No one who holds friendship and family as high in their esteem as Harry would ever be so easily swayed by the physical. Certainly not when already in a relationship with someone. True to this thought, Harry was not looking at this young elven woman with desire or any hint of attraction. Instead, he murmured, I prefer red hair. It must be a Potter thing. As Toriel bit her lip to keep from laughing, Harry bowed from the waist towards the new girl, grinning cheerfully. You would be Arwen, wouldn't you? Your brothers described your eyes and hair to me. You have my deepest sympathies to be related to those two reprobates. This caused the other young woman to blink in surprise, now very much off balance. Galadriel laughed, her laughter almost otherworldly. Harry Potter, be known to my granddaughter, Arwen. Introductions continued for a time, with Arwen's confusion only slowly disappearing to be replaced by bemused wonder. Galadriel had not mentioned Harry to her, although she had spoken of him to her husband, for while she wasn't one to enjoy physical pranks all that much, moments like this were quite fun to her. Arwen's continued confusion and surprise were all she could have wanted. And it's good for her too, Galadriel thought virtuously, amused inside while she didn't show it physically. While her poise and self-control are something I take great delight in, Arwen needs to be shocked occasionally. Indeed, most elves do. We tend not to be able to roll with chaos as much as humans can in our daily lives. Once Arwen had recovered suitably to banter back, Galadriel showed them through the city for a time, with his granddaughter joining them, questioning Toriel and Harry about her brothers since Arwen had not been home to Rivendell in more than a century. She had come to Lothlorien to learn from her grandmother and had remained ever since. Of course, among elves, a departure of a century or so wasn't all that much, but it was nice to hear that her brothers were doing well, even though she had not heard that they had taken part in a war before this. That caused her to frown faintly and excuse herself to write out a message to the two of them, the tone of which Harry was uncertain about, but he quickly turned back to Galadriel and Toriel as Galadriel continued leading them on through the Telain and wooden bridges. They passed by several other elves, and then Harry looked to the side, seeing a wider, flatter Telain set between two trees. So wide was it looked like a small amphitheater. At present, an orchestra was playing, their instruments moving in time with one another as several of them sang. Soon they were coming to a series of steps leading up to an even higher platform, one directly below the topmost of the largest Malorn tree, covering at least 2 city blocks with its boughs. Far below them was a well of water, its sides made to look almost like a natural spring, but the depth and clarity of that water were most definitely not natural. Harry felt that if he tried, he could stare straight down through the clearness of that water to the bottom. Nearby, another ramp led down to it, winding around a single tree to that point. On that platform, they found another man, who turned from where he had been speaking to 2 other elves, both bowing and moving past the newcomers, nodding their heads towards Lady Galadriel as they passed. She nodded back, then gestured to the elf who had remained. Harry Potter, Toriel of Mirkwood, be known to my husband, Sealborn of Doriath. This elf was the first male elf Harry had seen since arriving in Khazad-dûm or even back when he had first met her that matched Galadriel in height. His hair was silver, falling below his shoulders to the middle of his chest in a straight pattern, his eyes deep and black, and he wore a robe of silver and green, broad in the shoulders in a way that few Sindar elves were. Sealborn examined them calmly, not seeing as deeply, perhaps, as Galadriel but still seeing more than most would have. He moved to his wife's side, and Toriel smiled faintly at the softness in their eyes as they looked at one another, the faint upticks to the mouth, the warmth she had heard in the Lady Galadriel's voice as she called Sealborn her husband. These were obvious signs of love between the two of them, signs that would have faded between most elven couples after thousands of years. But such was not the case here. More than that, Toriel was trying hard not to gape in awe or make a fool of herself in some other manner as she bowed deeply to the man. For while the Lady Galadriel was revered among all elves, among the Sindar, her husband Sealborn was almost as equally revered. A nephew of Erethingal, one of the first 2 leaders of their Morikwendi back in the dawn of the world, Sealborn was revered as a wise ruler and a deadly swordsman. Indeed, he was one of the deadliest alive in this age. Quick of eye and hand, he was a fantastic musician, a great orator and a leader of warriors. Like any of the Sindar, Toriel knew of Celeborn's history. He had fought in numerous small engagements at the edge of the Vale of Melian while it still remained, then fought the dwarves during the sacking of Menigrith. Having left the ruins of his kinsman's lands, he remained aloof from the troubles following the Silmarils thereafter, unwilling to have anything to do with it or the sons of Fëanor. In the Second Age, he fought under Gil-galad as his wife helped carve the High King his kingdom. There he served until the fall of Eregion under Sauron's assault, joining his wife in carving out the realm of Lothlorien. Lady Galadriel might make many of the decisions here, but these two are very definitely a marriage of equals. I am greatly thankful for your welcome, my lord, Toriel responded as Harry silently bowed from the waist. And it is a joy to meet you as well, Toriel of Mirkwood. I have heard my wife speak of you and have had reports of the Battle of the Mountain. And it is a similar joy to meet you, Harry Potter, Sealborn said, staring at both of them thoughtfully. I thank you for your welcome for me and my lady, my lord. Khazad-dûm is magnificent. It flows and works with nature in a way that no human construction could ever match and is all the more fantastical for it. Sealborn nodded in response to this, then gestured with one hand to another rope bridge leading into the royal quarters. Come, my folk will have prepared a meal for us. There we shall share our tales. I would like a first-hand account of the battle against Smaug and against the orcs. And I know my wife would like to hear tales of what the dwarves have accomplished in Erebor. And I'm certain you have questions about what we were doing at the time. After that, we will show you to your rooms for as long as you stay here, Galadriel added, moving to lead the way. End chapter. Fun fact, Galadriel is, at the time of this work, more than 8,000 years old. In ROP, in the Second Age, 5,000 years old. She is not young. She stopped being young during her time as the Maya Myriel student in Doriath and, even then, had experienced things well beyond what that shallow, bitter creature from Amaz-Earth has ever raged about. In other news, one of the problems in terms of the original Lord of the Rings was that several of the ring wraiths had been sent back to Dol Dol Guldur to command forces there, which pinned the forces of Galadriel in place and kept the elves further north at bay. However, this was decades after the necromancer had been ousted. So why wouldn't the good guys have been more proactive? In the original, it could be argued that elves were rarely willing to put forth the effort to be proactive at this time. However, that really is a little silly. I'm not saying that in the 70+ years between the events of the Hobbit and the events of the Fellowship, the forces of evil couldn't have rebuilt the place or that Sauron couldn't have sent troops there in small packages, building them up over time. There isn't much between Mordor and Dol Guldur beyond sheer distance, and the Black Gate is facing toward Dol Guldur in the distance. This site letterproject.com is a tremendous resource, and if any of you are thinking of trying your hand in Tolkien land, I will urge you to use this map. It is an excellent map in terms of what the land looks like during the time between the Hobbit and the Fellowship. I don't agree with where Dol Guldur is to the edge of Mirkwood and Lothlorien beyond. I think it would be more to the center and further north. But beyond that, I think they got a lot more right than wrong. Regardless, here at least, I mentioned that Galadriel and her husband were much more proactive in making certain that the ruins were precisely that, ruins. Since in the original, they eventually led a campaign against it, and Galadriel did tear the place down at that point, slew the 3 ringwraiths there? It isn't that big a stretch. Chapter 20. I don't own JKR, nor would I ever think I am equal to Milord Tolkien. He was a pioneer, and all of us are but trying to build on the massive foundation he left us with his work. February 27, 2023. This has now been edited by one of my patrons. He noticed the Natalie mistake as well as several others. I attempted to Grammarly it, but I did Grammarly stallion of the line, and have ADHD folks, going through my own work like that drains all my forward momentum away, I just want to blah AAAAA. Chapter 20, Healing and Learning. The meal was pleasant, although Harry reflected that the amount of food offered was barely enough for afternoon tea back home. He wasn't surprised by this. Elves did not eat nearly as much as humans or dwarves, let alone hobbits, the bottomless pits they were. He had noticed this with Toriel as they traveled together and was already resolved to eat more snacks as the days went on or munch on lembas once a day at least. In terms of how they ate, elves ate slowly, savoring each bite as it came, and amusingly to Harry, elves never mixed things. For example, you would not see an elf using bread to sop up a bit of sauce from a fish or chicken dish or dip bread into a stew. Toriel had been a bit confounded by watching Harry do that while they were traveling. Instead, an elf would eat the bread and stew each on their own, regardless of if it was their special travel ration of lembas or regular elvish bread. The elf would then finish that segment of the meal before going on to the next. It was as if the elves believed every aspect of the meal was an entirely separate entity that should not be mixed. Although their bread is pretty fantastic all on its own, Harry thought, as he took a nibble of his own piece of bread, having finished most of what he had been given already, a small steaming cup of soup that was intensely flavorful despite its seeming simplicity, a cup of wine, with more on hand nearby, and 2 small flat meat cakes. It's not made of wheat, not alone. They certainly don't have enough farmland for that to be a major segment of their diet. And I wonder what kind of seasoning they use on the bread and meat cakes? The taste is similar, but there's some other added spice to the meat that makes it almost like a pepper flavor, while the bread tastes of rosemary. Of course, Harry's observations had just been on the food. And as he watched Sealborn shake his head slowly from side to side as he questioned Toriel about the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, Sealborn sat back, filing one certain observation away for now. Sealborn truly doesn't like dwarves, does he? It's subtle, but the way he frowned whenever any of the dwarves came up in Toriel and my tale, the faint twitching of his fingers, showed his true feelings there. Then again, should I be surprised? Like Galadriel, Sealborn is more than old enough to have been part of some of the darker moments between dwarves and elves, and who knows, he might even have been involved in some of them. Creating the forts was an excellent move, and I approve of putting the elven host on both flanks. Attempting to weld the dwarfish and elvish contingents into a single whole by using mixed units would have been impossible. Even elves of different kingdoms often had a hard time fighting together in the ancient wars against Morgoth, let alone in the wars against Sauron, Sealborn murmured, leaning back in his chair and gently tapping his fingers against the back of his other hand as he sat there. And yet, the elvish army should have performed better. He looked over at his lady wife, and Galadriel looked back at him before shaking her head at an unasked question, thankfully answering verbally for the others at their table. Currently, that was Harry, Toriel, and Arwen. The table was set on a small private terrain which served as a private balcony. Nearby, music could still be heard playing elsewhere, threatening to drag Harry's attention away. But thanks to his time in Rivendell, Harry was somewhat used to elvish music. No. Sauron was in full flight by that point, although I do not doubt he had already set a portion of his will to set the weather in motion, to darken the skies. Sauron certainly summoned the birds to the battlefield. But that was set in motion before time. Saruman had pursued Sauron far from Dol Guldur by the time this Azog creature and his forces arrived at the Lonely Mountain, far to the south and east. It was not his will that was weakening our fellow elves. Further, husband, consider how well the dwarves and humans fought. Sealborn grimaced very slightly. Like most elves Harry had met, it was clear he wasn't very effusive in his emotions, unlike Toriel once you got to know her or even Legolas among friends. Which Harry reflected was something that had worked to help attract Harry to Toriel, as Sealborn answered. True. If it had been the will of the dread enemy, all would have been afflicted. And, both Mithrandir and I were there. I can't say I would have been able to have done much against some kind of background feeling of that nature, but Mithrandir would certainly have noticed, Harry interjected mildly, wondering what Sealborn was getting at. At least I assume you're speaking of something more subtle than the feelings of the Barrow-wights. Yes, you mentioned those in your most recent adventure. Galadriel smiled at Harry, a smile full of approval. That was well done indeed, both your role and young Estel's. It speaks well of the man he might become. It will be good for a ranger to rise so high. But no, the feeling of the great enemy is far less visible than that. It affects living things far more subtly, empowering his creatures and sapping the will, energy, and courage of those they face. A dreadful feeling of exhaustion and fear slowly fills your thoughts, deadens limbs, and clouds minds. But it is a technique that would take a great deal of concentration to use over any range without a creature nearby to direct it through. Sealborn spoke up then, his grimace deepening in memory. That is what several of the ring wraiths were used for in the last war. The elves were forced to face them repeatedly, keeping Sauron's influence at bay, and more than once, the ring wraiths still caused trouble. Especially among the human forces. Only Elendil and his direct family could drive them away with their will, although the other Númenóreans who had come to Middle-earth could at least withstand it to a degree. Hence your comment on his not being able to do it while on the run from Saruman. Harry nodded in understanding, reflecting internally that none of his listeners had been surprised by Estel's name or his heritage. Arwen had seemed surprised but not all that interested, while it was obvious Galadriel had been brought into Elrond's confidence on this point. All of which means there must be some other reason why the elvish host did not perform as well as it should have, Sealborn murmured, tapping his fingers slowly against the back of his hand again. They were facing trolls. I dealt with the 20 or so that we faced in the center, but the majority of the trolls were forced to the sides by Azog early on in the battle. I know the dwarves turned their ballista to help, but even so, it's no surprise that the trolls broke through the forts and closed as they did. He looked over at Toriel. Although I didn't face any of them in close. Toriel still seemed to be in awe of meeting Lady Galadriel and Lord Sealborn in person. The feeling of Lady Galadriel physically was far more powerful than in her sending, and Sealborn was the equivalent of a legend among the Moriquendi, the elves who had never crossed the sea to Valinor, be they Sylvan or Sindar. But now she spoke up in defense of her countrymen. None of us expected to face trolls during the day, nor so large a force of them. Once they broke through the walls, we only had our shield wall against them, and it failed due to the terrain and the trolls' reach. Trolls during the day are indeed a somewhat worrisome sign. And you say that Mithrandir was most interested in that he scraped off some kind of paste or salve their skin had been covered with? The last person sitting at the table asked. Harry and Toriel both turned to Lady Arwen, and yet again as Harry looked at her, he was amazed by her beauty. Her dark eyes and darker hair seemed to shine under the starlight above and the few silvery lights nearby that the elves of Khazad got on. Her face, far younger looking than Galadriel's, was almost the definition of beauty, a small mouth made for smiling and expressiveness, high cheekbones and black eyes currently narrowed in thought. She truly is like night to Lady Galadriel's day, Harry reflected. And yet, despite her beauty, I can't say I'm attracted to her. That was strange to Harry. He had been attracted to beauties before, including several that he knew were well out of his league. Professor Sinistra was one such. An older, gorgeous black-skinned witch, she had been the subject of many a young student's fantasies. Fleur Delacour was a second. While her Vila allure had never mattered to Harry, she had been a gorgeous young woman regardless, and her accent had been tantalizing, to say the least. But looking at Arwen, Harry didn't feel any stirrings of arousal or anything similar. Instead, he looked at her as if she was a magnificent statue or a painting, perhaps. She was simply too good-looking to be attracted to, if that made sense. Or perhaps too much beyond human beauty. Comparing Arwen to Toriel, Harry felt he much preferred Toriel's beauty. She was just as beautiful in his opinion and far more approachable. The way her eyes lit up when she was telling a story, the memory of watching her move on the trail next to him, the way she bit her lip when Toriel was excited or looked as if she was sniffing the air when on the hunt. All these things combined attracted Harry to Toriel far more than he was attracted to Arwen. There was also the fact that Arwen and Toriel were very different in terms of temperament, which Harry had observed throughout the conversation to this point. Arwen listened intently to everything but hadn't commented on anything before this. She apparently was something of a healer, learning both from her grandmother Galadriel and from her father Elrond occasionally when she was in Rivendell, although Arwen had not spent nearly as much time there as she did in Lothlorien over the past 2,000 years since her mother had travelled across the ocean. Further, Arwen was not a fighter and had no wish to be one. While he had no issues with that, Harry knew he had something of a type. A girl who could look after herself and was willing to get her hands dirty fit that far better for Harry than Arwen and her softer touch, no matter how gorgeous she might be. I did. Gandalf took 3 or 4 jars worth of samples, I think. Harry looked over to Toriel again, and she nodded in agreement. Don't ask me what he did with them. Hey, thinking about it, I have to wonder how much room Gandalf has under his robes or if he somehow has his version of my moleskin pouch. Toriel laughed at that, but the joke passed the others by until Harry explained what he meant. If we find what is in now, we might be able to discover counter-agents to it, Arwen murmured, leaning back in her chair as her grandfather had a moment ago, her eyes turning far away. Harry wondered idly how that would matter in a fight but reflected that he probably could do something with that knowledge if he had to. Gandalf too. But without wizard aid, it probably wouldn't be much use. Not unless we can find whatever ingredients they use and stop the orcs and whoever else from getting those ingredients. Doubtful. Regardless of trolls, though, you are still looking as if you are displeased by something Sealborn, Harry said, turning away from Arwen to gaze at her grandfather, not noticing Toriel smiled slightly as he did so. The fact that Harry showed no trouble turning his eyes away from the raven-haired beauty once more gratified her deeply. I am. Even against trolls, a force of elves that large should have been able to do better. Even after our lines were broken during the last battle against Sauron, trained elvish warriors could fight 3 or 4 on 1 against trolls. There are techniques and tactics that members of our shield wall learn. And if we have been properly supplied with long spears and other weapons can make fighting them relatively easy so long as you can concentrate the numbers needed. Sealborn sighed faintly. I was worried when you mentioned how many losses the elves had taken, and beyond even the use of trolls during the day, I had feared some kind of new weapon, some spells magic or other. I still do, as I cannot see why the elvish host took such losses. Toriel had told Harry that the elves had lost 400 dead and another 140 crippled. Gandalf and their healers had done their best, but even Gandalf could not heal utterly crushed limbs or missing eyes. Recall, Sealborn, that it has been many centuries since the forces of Mirkwood went to war, Galadriel murmured. They still lived on Aman-Lak then and were ruled by Thranduil's father, Orifer. Celeborn's brows drew together briefly, then he nodded, sighing faintly. Of course. I had neglected to consider the full ramifications of my distant kinsman's passing. Their losses in the War of the Last Alliance were far greater than our own, and they did not take part in the wars of the north as we did along with Elrond and the folk of Rivendell. The elves had lost most of their fighting strength in the last war against Sauron. They and the humans, particularly the northern hosts under Elendil, had been decimated in the last battle at the foot of Mount Doom when Sauron took to the field personally. Never since had either race been able to field such a host, despite it having happened around 2,500 years ago. And with how isolationist the former king was, I doubt he even trained his host beyond the minimum or even thought of doing so. There is only so far that training alone can account for. Sealborn shook his head slightly, but not in condemnation, rather self-recrimination. We should have thought of that in the past 1,000 years and opened a dialogue with Tori and Daedalus. That we did not is on my shoulders just as it was on the shoulders of Thranduil. We did try to make overtures, my love, Galadriel gently touched her husband's shoulder. It is not your fault nor mine if King Thranduil turned us away then, nor is it any burden on you to realize how poorly his troops would fare in open battle. Torienda Edelo's unseen host was the only measure of his folk's combatability we had, and they acquitted themselves well, did they not? They did, Sealborn agreed, while Toriel smiled very faintly, the elvish equivalent of preening at this praise. Still, there is no reason why we could not ask the new king if he would wish to house some of our folk and have them train with his main army. It is to be hoped that such will never be needed again, but far too often, life in Inner falls well short of hopes. Inner was the Sindarin term for Middle-earth. Sealborn, Harry would learn, often dropped in such terms, a holdover from ages past. Galadriel nodded at that, but Harry was confused. Why do elves even bother having a regular army at all? If you can hide the location of your main dwellings as well as Rivendell and Lothlorien or somehow keep the enemy from finding it magically, you could turn a forest like Mirkwood into an entire battlefield. Hit-and-run attacks, even on a large scale, would be devastating. We here in Khara's Galadon do have a version of the unseen host to be certain, and you are correct, Harry Potter. That portion of our military makes up the vast majority of it. Which is yet another strange sign of Thranduil's foolishness, Sealborn answered, trying hard not to speak ill of the dead but not wishing to let him off the hook for something Sealborn saw as gross stupidity. After all, Thranduil was a veteran of the War of the Last Alliance. He should have known better than to wholly hang up his blades as he did. And if he knew he could not combat the darkness in the south of Mirkwood alone, letting pride dictate his actions rather than sense was also foolish. Aloud Sealborn said, yet always in war, there is a time when you must stand and fight. And in that, our shield walls, group training, and tactics have always served elvenkind far better than even the sharpest blades. But it is indeed a way of warfare that needs intense training and experience. If the forces of Mirkwood did not have the experience or the training in the harder tactics, then we see what occurred, the losses that the elvish host sustained in this battle. A battle, I will tell you now, that would be quite small in terms of the scale of the wars against Sauron, let alone those against Morgoth. Many times in those wars, forces of several thousand elves were forced to face 11 or 12 times their number in orcs and goblins. As Harry visibly tried to wrap his mind around battles on an even larger, more violent scale as the battle for the Lonely Mountain, Sealborn examined the young human closely. Although like his wife, Sealborn was no longer certain that human was the right term for what Harry was. He was still mainly human in thoughts and mannerisms, though. And that was enough. He was a smart fellow, very observant and quick on the uptake. At first, Sealborn had been concerned that Harry would set aside his interest in Toriel to pursue Arwen at the cost of all three. Far too often, it seemed humans were driven by their desires, whether for land, money, power, or women. But while it was clear that Harry recognized how beautiful Celeborn's granddaughter was, it was just as obvious that he preferred Toriel. The little glances her way, the subtle touches of hand, and how closely they sat at the table told Sealborn this. Sealborn was happy to see it. Even setting aside the fact that despite possibly being as immortal as elves, Harry still thought and felt like a human, Sealborn did not think that Harry and Arwen would be a good match, but he knew that humans placed far too much emphasis on physical beauty and could be swayed by such. And, although I am loath to admit it, there have been times in elvish history when that was true of us as well. And rarely have such moments ended in less than tragedy. Still, there seems to be a true connection between Harry and young Toriel. Indeed, as my wife mentioned, that bond is almost like that between an elven couple. And speaking of training, Toriel asked hesitantly. I would request that I be allowed to train with your own rangers, Lord Sealborn, Lady Galadriel. Unless Harry wishes me to be by his side as you help his mind to heal, I would prefer to use my time constructively. When Sealborn nodded at that, Harry spoke up quickly. I would also request sword lessons once Lady Galadriel is done with me. If I'm not being too presumptuous, I presume you have some equivalent of a human master-at-arms somewhere around here. If he or she would prefer not to train with an outsider or human, I can understand and accept their opinions. I would viciously prank them during my stay for it, but I can understand it. Sealborn chuckled at that, shaking his head. I am my own, as you put it, master of arms, which I assume is some kind of human title for someone in charge of training. I will agree with that. He looked over at his wife quizzically. How long exactly do you envision healing young Harry's mind to take? Considering that I only have a vague idea of the problem beyond the emotional turmoil he has been dealing with since arriving on Middle-earth, I am afraid I cannot tell you, my husband, Galadriel answered, her tone making Sealborn bow his head in apology. Galadriel took it gracefully and continued. I doubt it will take long enough for Harry's muscles to begin to atrophy, but I would prefer that Harry can look after himself better when he leaves us than how he came. And once your healing is finished, Harry, Galadriel went on, turning to gaze at Harry, who felt mildly put upon by that comment. You and I will discuss magic, senses, and perhaps some new abilities that you might have come into now that all and Arian have sung your life into the song of Middle-earth. So I won't be learning anything about the sword from you, then? You're not some kind of secret warrior queen on an age-long break from leading from the front or something. Harry teased. Honestly, he could barely see Galadriel strike down anyone in her anger, let alone fighting at the front with a sword or even a bow. His joke fell flat, however. Galadriel shook her head, looking away for a moment. I do not know how to wield a sword, Harry, and only once in my life have I ever fought someone face to face, a spear in my hand. And it is a time of my life I do not look upon fondly. The kinslaying. Toriel guessed while Arwen looked on, having heard this before, a pained expression on her face. Not at hearing it again, but rather at the topic. Yes. The kinslaying at Alqualund. When the Noldor used swords and other weapons long prepared as they fell upon the unsuspecting Teleri. I was not in the vanguard. Like my brothers, I came after with the host led by my uncle, Finrod. We arrived as the fighting and slaying were going on. It took us far too much time to realize who was in the wrong, and it was the only time I ever wielded a weapon, taking up a spear in defense of my mother's folk against those of my father. Of all of his acts, since it is the one act that I will never forgive Fëanor for. Not in spirit, and not if he came back to life again, Galadriel said, her eyes far away, her voice sharper and angrier than Harry had yet to hear from her. For a moment, the table fell silent as Arwen gripped her grandmother's hand lightly, squeezing it once before letting go, as the others left her for a few moments to her remembered grief and despair, turning the topic to Harry and Toriel's journey to Khara's Galadon. The kinslaying was one of the darkest moments in Elvish history, indeed, it was the first major such. The tale went that the Noldor had been swayed by Fëanor's words to leave Valinor behind, to pursue Morgoth for his murder of their king and the theft of the Silmarils and to raise new nations in the lands of Inner they had left behind. But to get there, they fasted way to travel was by ship, which meant dealing with the Teleri of Alqualund. But the Teleri, although close to the Noldor, refused to help. They did not wish to disobey the Vala. When this became clear, Fëanor and his house tried to steal the ships. The Teleri fought back and the Noldor drew steel. Never before this had elf fought elf. Indeed, never had elves fought at all. Weapons of any kind seemed useless to the Teleri and the Vanyar. But the Noldor had long been poisoned by Morgotha's whispered warnings, and many of them, Fëanor chief among them, had forged and hidden weapons away. The fell black blades of Fëanor's house drank deeply of elvish blood that day in Alqualund, but the host under Fëanor, the ones most eager to leave or led directly by his house, did not have numbers enough to prevail against the bows and makeshift weapons of the Teleri. The second host, of which Galadriel had been a part, had come upon a battle already occurring within the city, and had assumed that the Teleri had attacked their fellows on orders of the Vala. With their aid, the battle had quickly turned into a massacre. One that Galadriel at first attempted to quell. The Teleri were her mother's folk, and she had spent decades among them in the past. It was one time however that her voice had not been strong enough. And when that did not work, she, along with a few others, refused to take part in the battle. Instead, Galadriel worked with the Teleri, protecting some directly with the spear that she had been given from her oldest brother's stores of such. Looking at Galadriel's hard, cold eyes as she stared out into the night around them, Harry realized something then that had eluded him for this. Or perhaps, he had known intellectually, but it hadn't really sunk in. The first kinslaying was literally ages in the past. Thousands upon thousands of years in the past, when Galadriel was still probably considered a somewhat young lady among her folk, the equivalent of her mid-20s. And yet, Galadriel could still remember events all that way back as if she was there once more. Elves could not forget, not as individuals, and not, Harry realized now, as disparate societies. They would always be looking backward rather than forward, and with the tragedies they had suffered, they could not simply move past them. Even dwarves were better at forgetting ancient wrongs, grievances and trials than elves, let alone humans. Who would have ever thought that it is our ephemeral memories that let humans keep on growing as societies and individuals? Harry reflected, wincing a little at the irony of that statement hitting him, as it was his memories that Harry's nightmares were dominated by. Oh. After Harry had agreed to let Galadriel start her examination that night, he found himself laying out in a small sofa, one without a back. Indeed, it looked almost like something he had seen once, an image of a Roman household, except it was entirely made of wood and looked almost as if it was a series of branches magically wound together. His head was set on a soft pillow, his laces untied and his boots set aside. Harry stretched, sighing contentedly as he felt the softness of the lounge underneath him. Even the best of sleeping bags still has to be set on the ground, he murmured in a mock philosophical tone. This caused Toriel to snicker, a sound Harry had yet to hear from any other elf, giggles being the closest sound. You could figure out a way to make the ground soft as loam underneath us, or simply travel with an actual mattress in your moleskin pouch. Hey, good thought. So long as I wouldn't be alone on that mattress, it might be worth the effort, Harry teased back, causing Toriel to flush and look at the two elven women with them. Sorry, too much. Perhaps in front of other ladies, Galadriel interjected smoothly, shaking her head, while Toriel looked torn between annoyance at the ill-timed flirtation and blushing a bit at the fact she was not nearly as adverse to the idea as she should be this early in their courtship. Arwen looked mildly scandalized but also amused. I would approve of the turn of phrase, but only when alone. Gotcha, Harry responded, sitting up and bowing from the waist towards Toriel, then the others in apology, while Galadriel looked down at him, a wry smile on her lips, holding a small carafe of water in one hand. She had gone to retrieve it from the well personally, and spent several minutes holding her hand over it, doing something to the water. Not that Harry was going to comment on that just yet. Now having removed his foot from his mouth, Harry began to joke once more. You know, this reminds me of a play I once saw on my world about what therapy is supposed to be like. I have to tell you though, if you're going to ask me about my childhood, or show me images and ask me what I should think about them, this is going to get very boring and very grim quickly. Hush. I will not be trying to walk you through your emotions or thoughts yet, Harry Potter. You have already begun to heal and talk through your most horrible memories with Toriel. And such things are but much better handled by loved ones. Galadriel watched with some hidden delight as Harry and Toriel both flushed a bit as she pointed this out. Good, very good indeed. I was still somewhat concerned about how quickly the two of them seemed to be coming together, but their relationship is very clearly one that can last. She glanced at her granddaughter, who was also watching on, her eyes showing a certain amount of confusion. Come to think of it, Arwen has not been around any newly bonded pairs, has she? Nor humans in general. Having Harry here could be good for her in the long term, as could making a new friend in Toriel. She coughed gently to bring everyone's attention back to her, continuing smoothly. No, I'm going to be examining your physical brain to start with. After that, perhaps we will need to talk about your emotions and the turmoil you are facing with them, your flashbacks and ill dreams in conjunction with your talks with Toriel, how to compartmentalize your mind to keep the fell memories at bay. But first I want to make certain that there is no underlying physical damage to your mind. I know that contact with the Vala can harm the unwary mortal. That thought horrified Harry, and he nodded rapidly. What do you want me to do? Drink this and lay there comfortably. Harry took the small glass from Galadriel as she poured a cup, setting aside the silver chalice to one side, watching as Harry drained the water slowly. The magic she had imbued into it almost instantly began to take its toll, and Harry laid down quickly, his eyes swiftly closing. Why, you might have to look into that spell, it's pretty power. Before he could even finish the sentence, Harry was asleep. Galadriel bent to her task while an interested Arwen looked on, and a worried Toriel looked on. She held her hands out to either side of Harry's face, fingers spreading across his face and forehead, into his hair as she slowly felt out the brain within. She had known as far back as their first meeting that Harry's mind had been damaged by his time in the void. He had been hurt not just emotionally by what had occurred before that, something Harry had tried to hide or even ignore with humor. But his mental faculties had been hurt, his mind damaged by the sensory deprivation and nature of the war Harry had waged against the creature known as Tom Riddle, and then his close contact with the Vala. She knew that Varda would have healed him of much of the damage that close contact had created, but there might still be lingering issues, as Harry was only the third actual mortal any of the Vala had, to Galadriel's knowledge, interacted directly with on a mental level beyond the halls of Mandus. Sending dreams and whispers was one thing. Pulling Harry's spirit to them on their distant height on Tanaquetil was another. What Galadriel hadn't planned for was the basic nature of Harry's brain changing. Galadriel was a past expert on healing both minds and bodies. She had literal ages of experience healing both, and in particular after the War of the Last Alliance, Galadriel had gotten a lot of experience healing the minds of humans who had been in the presence of the ring wraiths or taken some other mental damage, be it physical or spiritual. And not once had she seen a mind actually in the process of changing like this. Such a thing should not have been possible, but as Galadriel used her magic to map out Harry's brain, that is, his physical brain, it was shifting, altering as the magic of Arda continued to flow through him. Pulling back, she shook her head lightly, which caused Toriel to bite her lip in worry. Oh, dear. The Vala are at work here, but they know not what they do. Lady Galadriel, / Belegnanath, grandmother. Toriel and Arwen asked as one. Shush. I will know more anon, Galadriel answered, once more pushing her mental presence into Harry's mind, waving off Toriel's worry and Arwen's interest. Within mere moments, Galadriel knew that her first instinctual reaction was correct. The Vala were integrating Harry into the world around him, but instead of simply letting the magic of Arda flow through him, as they would a born mayor, they were using that magic to change him physically and mentally. Perhaps to them, treating Harry as if he was a cross between an elf and a mayor, like Luthien the Fair, Galadriel's old and long-dead friend, made some sense. But it was also wrong. Such a statement should have been almost unthinkable, but here, Galadriel knew that the Vala were, with the best of intentions, messing Harry's mind up in a very large way. The human brain and that of an elf were on the surface somewhat similar, but in practice they were very different. Elvish minds changed but slowly, and had a far greater ability to take in memory, and moreover to keep memories fresh and usable than humans did. Their emotions were a little closer to humans, but even there, humans could feel emotions to a far greater degree than most elves could. Elves could hold on to their emotions for longer, but humans could also get over their emotions more easily. But Harry's mind was being slowly changed by the magic of Arda under the Vala's direction to deal, Galadriel presumed, with the fact Harry would live as long as an elf. Certain segments were being enlarged, their functions streamlined, memory in particular. His emotional section wasn't changing similarly, perhaps because of all the portions of the brain, the Vala could understand it the least. Yet living that long did not mean that Harry's mind could handle these changes. Worse, it was evident to Galadriel almost immediately as she began to examine Harry's mind that while some of the damage from his time in the void had been healed naturally over time, other injuries to his mind had been somewhat sealed in by these changes. All of this meant that Harry's own memories were attacking him as he and Toriel had seen on their journey. His memories that his very human mind had suppressed, were, as Toriel had seen, becoming clearer, sharper as his physical brain changed under the impact of the magic of Arda pouring through him. But Harry could simply not deal with them. Indeed, Galadriel doubted even an elf would be able to deal with so many years of memories, what amounted to sensory deprivation interspersed with moments of mental and physical torture. I had thought I would need to help Harry through some mental changes along with his continuing issues from leaving his past life behind. But not this much, nor so many physical changes. Thus, I will need to both stop that process, heal the mental damages done to those portions of his mind, and then guide Harry through how to control his own mind and thoughts. Things that come easily to elves will be difficult for him, I am afraid, but it is better than this mess of good intentions and lack of understanding, Galadriel grumbled, shaking her head as she pulled her hands away from Harry's face. How much of that will Harry be aware of, and will he be able to help you in that task? It is after all his own mind, Lady Galadriel. While I of course trust you, and I do not doubt that Harry would, it is still worrisome to hear of anyone having such power over another, Toriel worried at the problem. Galadriel paused at that, then nodded. Yes, you are correct there. I will need his permission, this goes well beyond simply repairing any physical damage he has sustained in the past. Waving her hand over Harry's face, she murmured "Awaken Kenya," dispelling the spell. He woke up quickly, blinking as he looked around him, then began to frown as he looked up at Galadriel. I take it that I haven't been asleep for very long. And that this is not in fact a good thing. You would be very correct on that, I am afraid, Galadriel answered, before going into detail on what she had been finding as she probed his mind. Glorious, permanent PTSD, and concussion-like syndromes occasionally permanently burned into my mind by well-meaning demigods, Harry grumbled, looking around now with more suspicion. Can I get a refund on this whole immortality lark? It seems to come with a lot of hidden pitfalls. Once more Galadriel knew that Harry was using a tiny bit of humor to try and deflect his real concerns, and she shook her head. Tell me, is using humor like that a learned response, or a societal more? A little bit of both. I told you about my father and his marauders, and my own friends too. But I can admit there is also something called the British stiff upper lip that occasionally comes into play. But make no mistake, I fully understand how dangerous this is. Harry scowled, looking down at his one scarred hand worriedly. Why exactly are the Vala trying to do this? In the past, no human has achieved physical immortality, although several have achieved it in terms of memory. Galadriel smiled a bit at her own joke, although it went over Harry's head for a second until he figured out what she meant. I believe the Vala assume that a human mind will simply not be able to survive the millennia, and perhaps they are correct there. Recall, Harry, you are a singular existence in Arda in practically every manner that truly counts. Your arrival, your magic, your way of achieving immortality. Galadriel shook her head, thinking deeply. I think they are making the mistake of comparing you to Tuer. Who? Harry asked, confused. I know of Beren and Elrose, but not Tuer. Beren was the name of the human who had fallen in love with Luthien the Fair, and had gone on numerous adventures with her, leading to many tragedies but also reclaiming the Silmarils from Morgoth and, through their daughter, the birth of Eärendil the Mariner, who crossed the sea and whose arrival in Valinor convinced the Vala at last to go to war against the dread enemy. Elrose was Elrond's brother, who became the king of the Edain, those men who would become the Númenóreans. Tuer the latter, Arwen explained as her grandmother sighed faintly, almost becoming lost in memory again, and few of them good ones. Tuer was the father of Eärendil, and a hero in his own right. Through him and his elven wife Idril, were the remnants of Gondolin saved when Maeglin the Dark betrayed the last free realm of the Noldor to Morgoth. Thereafter only scattered, hidden settlements survived, but it was only thanks to the heroism of Tuer, Idril, and Glorfindel the Bold that any of the Gondolindrim survived. The more I hear about the history of this world, the more I want to learn more, Harry grumbled. I had known of Eärendil, obviously, but somehow his father never came up in conversation. Ugh. Anyway, why? I will willingly speak to you of the histories of this world at a later time, Harry. As for why I mentioned Tuer and how the Vala might be comparing the two of you, he and he alone is the only human without elven blood in him to ever be allowed to cross the sea to Valinor and live there anon with his wife, Idril. He travelled there physically with her across the ocean, and for his deeds, he was welcomed and changed to live among the kindred. Wait, if that is a possibility then. Beren was not offered a similar fate because he had already died once due to wounds taken on his fell journey to recover the Silmaril, Galadriel answered, somewhat amused by how Harry kept on getting distracted. Luthien too died out of grief for him. Both were returned to life, but mortal life, as it is beyond the Vala's powers to stop a human soul passing on from Arda entirely. Galadriel shook her head slowly. In that, your magic sets you aside, Harry, making you more than human, just as much as your foreign origins. Eventually, they lived out their days together. Eärendil already had elven blood within him before choosing immortality to remain with his wife, so as I said, Tuer is the closest comparison. I see, so they are trying to change my mind to become like his. Exactly so. But Tuer did not have years of sensory deprivation or battles against a wraith to deal with. Further, your mind is simply a bit different to even that of a normal man of Middle-earth, Galadriel explained. There are parts of it that I assume have to do with your magic, as they have no equivalent. So, while the Vala might believe, and they could be correct, that your mind needs to change, they did not take into account those differences nor the damage you had sustained. We will need to halt the process and then repair the damage before guiding the change further. Harry fell silent, sitting up and staring down at his hands for a moment, breathing in deeply several times. Toriel came over to rest one hand on his shoulder and he looked up, smiling at her for a moment before looking back at Galadriel. I am not happy with anyone messing with my brain like this, no matter how well intentioned. I had thought that the physical side of things would be the smaller part of my healing here with you, lady. This does not please me at all. Can the Vala reverse the changes they've made? I do not think so. As I said, Harry, there are aspects of your mind beyond the scope of Arda, and further, none of the Vala were involved in the creation of our minds. Our minds, Arfia, come from Elevator. The Vala do not quite know what they are doing here. And, and if the changes continue. You spent untold years in the void fighting the riddle creature, Harry Potter. If we do not do something, those memories will subsume your nightmares to the point they eventually invade your waking mind. Even your magically assisted constitution will fail, Harry. But do not be concerned, Galadriel soothed. We caught it early enough, and I believe that once I can halt the magic of Arda from flowing through you for a short time, we can still repair the damage done. However, due to the damage to your brain, and the nature of the ongoing process, Toriel pointed out that I should get permission to continue to work on you before going on. Harry smiled gratefully over at Toriel, which turned far more tremulous when he turned back to Galadriel. Thank you, Lady Galadriel. There is a lot of this I don't like, but I can understand the necessity. I knew coming here I needed help. Not taking the doctor's advice would be foolish. Still, this is. I will give you an oath to do no harm if you wish, Harry, Galadriel said softly, understanding his concerns all too easily. I will bind myself to do no further damage to your mind or change it in any way you would not approve of. Harry knew that from someone like Galadriel even mentioning doing so was paramount to taking the oath itself, and after a moment he reached up, squeezing Toriel's hand, which was still resting on his shoulder. I thank you for that, lady. And if you do help me in this manner, I will be deeply in your debt. Galadriel chuckled faintly, shaking her head. You have spent too much time among dwarves, Harry, she teased. Let there be no talk of debt between us. Do you wish to take time before I begin to think on this further? Harry shook his head. A time to meditate a bit, perhaps, to gather my courage for this. Will I be different afterwards? I will do my best to ensure that no great changes occur to your personality, Galadriel assured him. I think it is important you keep your base human nature, I suppose is the best way to say it. Your drive, your passions, and your desire to get things done are what make you human. Thank you, Harry said again, nodding his head and wishing he could help in some fashion. But while he obviously would be involved in the process of dealing with his emotional trauma, the physical damage would be well beyond him. You can't just cast a reparo spell on your bloody mind, he thought, trying to keep his spirits up. But the knowledge his own brain was basically eating itself had horrified him. He fell silent, as Arwen asked Galadriel some questions about her past experiences with healing human minds, wondering where the influence of one such as Sauron ended and the mental trauma began. This was actually a relatively straightforward question for Galadriel, who answered easily, waiting for Harry to gather himself. Eventually he was ready, and after kissing Toriel's hand, he took another draught from Galadriel's well, leaned back, and was once more asleep within seconds. Tell me truly, Beleg Naneth, how difficult will this be for you? And for Harry? Arwen asked, frowning as she looked between them. Tough for both of us, although I believe I can keep Harry from feeling anything. I will have to keep him asleep through all of this, however. Once begun, this process will not be one I can simply halt and take a break from. Still, separating his mental presence from his brain will be somewhat easy thanks to the spell I placed on the water. Galadriel shook her head, staring down at her hands, then to Harry. The rest? There is a reason why it was only the second generation of Númenóreans who seemed to truly be set apart from other men in terms of longevity, becoming closer to Elros than the Edain they descended from. A grown man's mind and brain are very different from a child's. It will be a long, delicate process. Subtlety and control are needed here. Lady Galadriel fell silent, then after a second, she raised her hand. On it a ring lay suddenly glowing with a clear white light, as if a star had fallen from the night into her hand. More light flashed from that ring than any of the lights around them, and a feeling of overwhelming magic flowed from it. This was a ring of power. Toriel could tell almost instantly, one of the 3 rings that had been created by Celebrimbor which Sauron had never touched. Now Galadriel pulled it off her finger, setting it aside as Toriel watched on in surprise. Even Arwen was somewhat bemused by that act. Beleg Naneth, if the work will be so difficult, then why? Seeing the younger elf's expression, Galadriel chuckled quietly. Yes, it is a ring of power. The ring of adamant, Nina, in fact. Yet, this is a task it would not help me with overmuch. Arwen nodded, but still looked confused, and Galadriel chuckled once more. I also like to set Nina aside occasionally like this, as a test for myself. To know that I can stand back from the power, that it is simply a tool like any other. Toriel and Arwen both nodded at that, understanding the point, although both younger elves looked at one another, wondering if they could so easily discard such a tool. Seeing that look, Galadriel shook her head. It is often harder to turn away from power than use it. I could indeed use that power to do great food. I have in the past. But one always needs to consider the cost of such things. And the implications for you and your folk in using them. That caused Arwen to nod, while Toriel still looked a bit conflicted, understanding her point, but not seeing as deeply as Arwen. With the girl's confusion dealt with, Galadriel turned back to Harry. For some reason, Galadriel found herself almost looking forward to this. Not to the necessity of such fiddly work, of course. But the challenge of it. It had been a long time since Galadriel had needed to work on something so intricate. The last time I did was on a much larger scale, recreating Melian's veil around my realm, she thought, as she began to project her presence into Harry's physical brain and mind. Arwen, I trust you can look after his body's needs. Blood replenishing herbs and lots of water, correct? Her granddaughter asked. From my experience helping to heal blunt force trauma to the head, he might start bleeding from the nose as you start to work on the physical brain. Toriel, for some reason that eluded Galadriel at present, had started at Galadriel's words, but Arwen hadn't reacted, so Galadriel nodded, ignoring it for now. Exactly. I am also afraid that he might start thrashing about once we start working. I cannot be nearly as subtle as the Vala can be in this, being able to see only so far into a person. You may have to use your magics to keep him calm. Arwen answered in the affirmative, and Galadriel left her body behind for a time. Oh. Harry found himself floating in a sea of grey, the shape of trees all around him, distorted by the fog. In the distance, a sound like seagulls on the wind accompanied by the crashing of waves. So, is this ascending, or a lucid dream? It certainly isn't anywhere I've ever been. I've never heard a bird make that noise before, or waves crashing. As a British bloke I feel ashamed of myself for some inexplicable reason. A bit of both, Harry Potter. Galadriel's voice made him turn, and once more, he found himself stunned by the vision of the Lady of Lothlorien. Here, in the realm of the mind, her raiment of her physical form was gone, and in its place stood the magnificence that had always been there underneath. If Harry had not seen her like this before, he might well have been blinded. As it was, he had seen others of even greater power in a similar manner, and so could still deal with it relatively well. This realm is but a dreamscape, one with little connection to the reality, but it is within your mind. Nodding at that, Harry looked around. Judging from that, I suppose this is where my mental presence will stay, I suppose, as you work. When Galadriel nodded, Harry chuckled dryly. So, my mind gets to sit it out in the waiting room, while my brain's being operated on. It might get a touch boring, but it's certainly better than the alternative. Galadriel laughed at that. I do apologize for that, Harry, but mayhap you forget that you have all your knowledge and training to call upon. Perhaps you can figure out a project to work on, Hey. Harry thought for a moment, then as he gestured, a black-haired man with a long, billowing cloak, a sharp-beaked nose and deep-set, coal-black eyes appeared there. Potter. I will see you expelled for this. The image roared, right before it was blasted into paste by a spell from Harry. Galadriel stared, and Harry, after a moment of euphoria, Harry subsided, looking very sheepish as her gaze bore into him. No. Yeah, I suppose that isn't very, mentally sound as I had hoped. Harry answered with a grimace. I apologize, it was just the first thing I thought of. I will put that down to your normal attempt to use humor to not talk about deeper issues, Galadriel answered, shaking her head. Think of something more constructive to do with your time here, Harry, you will find it goes far faster than time on the outside world, regardless. But before that, I believe I have someone else I should introduce to you. Galadriel had felt that presence almost the moment she had begun to probe Harry's mind, feeling the magic of the world of Arda pulsing through him, changing him. The presence of one of the beings most connected to that magic. The obvious one to discuss such things with Galadriel by the powers beyond the sea. With a gesture, the fog around them receded, and from out beyond the trees a woman stepped. Well, she was a woman physically. But there, the similarities ended. She was a vision, a revelation of beauty and poise that made even Galadriel pale somewhat in comparison. She was not as tall as Galadriel, coming up only to the Lady of Lothlorien's shoulder, but her hair was the blackest night, making even Arwen's hair seem bland in comparison, falling down her back and chest in loose ringlets. Her eyes were luminescent, literally glowing, her face so perfect that any artist in this world or Harry's original would have wept, begged, and committed murder cheerfully for the opportunity to try and capture it in carving or painting. Her lips were full, quirked into a somewhat sad smile, but one that was, despite its obvious grief, also welcoming at the same time. And, although it somehow made Harry feel a little dirty to think of it, her body was much like that of the Mayor Arian, except for the fact that it wasn't completely made out of fire as it was for his patron. Harry knew a broad outline of Lady Galadriel's history and the history of the elves. He understood who he was seeing here, and after getting over his shock and pushing through the feeling her presence evoked, he bowed his head lightly to her. Mayor Melian. I would have thought Arian or all would be the one to help in this, if the help of an Einar was needed. Melian smiled faintly at the use of the word Einar rather than the more specific Mayor or Vala. Where precisely Arian placed in the power structure, such as it was, between the Mayor and the Vala was quite an ephemeral topic, although it was one that was completely beside the point at present. While Arian will perhaps be able to help Galadriel during the day as she works on your problem, it is nighttime Harry Potter, and her powers during the night are much diminished, both in application and sense. Harry nodded, understanding that to mean that Arian might only be vaguely aware of what was going on, and unable to do anything about it one way or the other. And all. He grinned suddenly. Wait, let me guess. When it comes to issues of the mind, he's no help whatsoever. From my interactions with him, he seemed almost dwarfish in his bull-headed approach to anything outside of his own craft. Melian did not laugh, but her smile at least remained where it was, which Harry would count as a win. Something of the sort. In truth, Harry Potter, while all of us can in some small fashion influence events or discern the minds and thoughts of others, we have never been able to outright control the minds and hearts of others, nor do any wish to do so. The need to control, order and organize things as we feel they ought to be is a slippery slope for beings like us. One Morgoth slid down even before Arda was made, and one Sauron and many of his other followers also fell into. For the first time since they met, Harry saw Galadriel's expression twist into a wrathful one, her face a rictus of hate and loathing. Not that this surprised him, knowing what he did about Sauron and his history with Galadriel's family. Finrod was the eldest brother of Galadriel, who had been king of Nargothrond and head of the siblings, the sons and daughter of Finarfin, who had left their father behind in order to follow their kin across the waves. Eventually they had to cross the Helcarax instead of the ocean, but afterward, Finrod became a great king, leading his brethren and their house in creating a new realm. Of all the house of Finwë, he had been the tallest, fairest, and beloved by all, even being the first elf to reach out a hand to man when they came into Beleriand, becoming the lord of the houses of man who would later be named the Edain. But this did not mean he was immune to the disaster of Dajir Bragollach, when the forces of Morgoth routed the combined might of elves, men, and dwarves. There he was saved by a human, the father of Beren. Eventually, Finrod would be pulled into Beren's quest for the Silmarils thanks to an oath he had made to Beren's father. In this journey, Finrod eventually came face to face with Sauron while wearing the magical guise of an orc. Eventually he fought and slew a werewolf that came for Beren, slaying it with his hands and teeth. Yet in doing so, Finrod was mortally wounded, and he died in Tolingar Hot, a fortress that he himself had built decades before under the name of Minas Tirith. So Finrod fell, joining Galadriel's other two brothers, Agnor and Enar. Both younger brothers had fallen in the Dajir Bragollach. To say she loathed Sauron was an understatement. Indeed, her hatred of Sauron was perhaps only eclipsed by her remembered anger and hatred towards Fëanor. Thus, she would ever be his foe, for all her lack of martial prowess. Letting Galadriel have a moment to herself, Melian continued to address Harry. Regardless, we Ainur had no part in creating the minds of men or elves. Those came from Iluvatar himself. Nor have any of us delved so deep into the healing of the physical brain as elvish healers have. And most of them have only healed other elves. It is only the healers here in Middle-earth which have delved into the brains and minds of others. So I, as the representative to my masters, have to apologize. Until Galadriel began to push the magic of Arda back out of your being, we had no idea we were doing more harm than good. I would have preferred you lot ask permission before messing with my brain, but I can at least understand why you felt it was needed. I also remember the pain I felt meeting with Manwë and the rest, and then their rummaging about in my brain. Not all of which was caused by the damage I'd taken in the caves under Goblin Town, Harry answered, shaking his head. So, are you here to help Galadriel? Not directly, at least not at first. Melian looked over to Galadriel, her eyes brimming with affection and so much approval that Harry knew if he had been the recipient of that look, he would probably have begun to cry a bit. Happy tears, but still, tears. You are in good hands with Galadriel. No, I am here to help direct the magic of the world away from your brain for a time, and then only allow it in at Galadriel's word. Then it will become a joint project, the likes of which I have not taken part in since the creation of my and my husband's realm here in Middle-earth ages past. Her wan smile widened then to the point it could really be called a normal smile, shaking her head slightly. I am actually looking forward to it. Harry nodded and looked over at Galadriel himself when she spoke. For now, Harry, why don't you start on some project or other? I wish to speak to my Pengaloa, teacher, for a moment. Nodding, Harry knelt down into a meditation pose, and the fog around them began to take shape under his directions. Soon an extremely large sandbox appeared in front of him, along with a full runic etching set in a random twig. Cocking their heads thoughtfully, Galadriel and Melian spent a few seconds looking at what Harry was doing. But when they understood the purpose of the large box of sand, Galadriel and Melian turned to look at one another. It has been quite some time since the two of us could speak face to face like this. Sendings like our last discussion are just not the same, Galadriel said. You well understand why I personally have rarely contacted you even with a sending rather than this more substantive contact, Melian answered, even as she let the taller woman hug her gently. I do not blame you, it is not your fault or mine how this occurred. And of all of us you had reason to retreat, Pengaloa, Galadriel answered, her voice compassionate. I would no doubt wish to leave the shores behind if my sealborn passed on to the halls of Mandus. And I know something myself about the greater pain within you. Melian was a mayor who served Vanna and songbirds were her particular treasure. She loved songs and the forests of Yavanna and had, in the dawn of the world, often travelled through them, singing to the birds or blessing the trees. When the march of the Eldar to the west began, Elwi, a king of the Teleri, came upon her, and at their first meeting, both of them had been ensnared by the other. How long the two of them dwelt in solitude, not even any of the Vala could say, but it was long even as trees reckoned things, for many grew around them as they stood there, entranced with one another. Long his people had searched for him, and when they came upon him, they found him changed, yet still the king they knew. Together, Melian and Elwi created the first real realm of the Sindar elves on Middle-earth, those elves who had begun the journey to the west yet never reached the ocean. Melian wove around their realm a veil which would hide it from all those who with fell intent, while Elwi, now named Thingol, gathered his folk under his banner, becoming king of all Sindar, the elves of the Teleri who stayed in Middle-earth. It was through Melian that eventually the blood of the mayor entered both elves and men alike from her daughter Luthien the Fair, and her marriage to Burin. But Thingol eventually died, slain in base treachery by the dwarves of Nogrod when they became enamored of the Silmaril he had been given by Burin, then fit into the necklace thereafter known as Noglamir. And then later Luthien, who had been reborn as a human, had passed on forever along with her husband. In an effort to move on from their shared grief at that, Galadriel's forced her voice to come out with a somewhat rueful tone. It is strange to think that I have lived longer than the ages you and Thingol were wed. That I have led my people for nearly as long as he was king. She then went on more hesitantly, looking over to where Harry sat, then back to Melian. Has Thingol come back as yet? Do you dwell with him now beyond the Western Ocean in peace? Melian shook her head, the bottomless grief within her now clear for anyone to see. No, he has yet to be reborn. A part of me feels it will be soon, but it is not yet. Now it was the mayor's turn to be hesitant, as she looked at Galadriel. Galadriel, my Nalemo, student, you have heard the call of the West. You know that you and the other elves of Middle-earth, you are declining, your Fia overcoming your physical forms, and your Fia themselves becoming weary of Middle-earth. While the ban might still be in place for some, it has never been in place for you, as it was never in place for your brothers. You could return to the Blessed Lands. You, at least then you would be with your daughter. The ban of the Noldor had been set in place when the Noldor under Fëanor had sworn his horrible oath to reclaim the Silmarils come what may on the names of the Vala. It had been then anointed in blood during the kinslaying. But Galadriel and her siblings had not taken that oath. Although moved by the words of Fëanor, they, and their household, had wished more to journey beyond the Blessed Lands to carve out their own kingdoms. More than that ambition, they had been moved by love, wishing to stand with their cousins. And although Ynir and Angrod had taken part in the kinslaying, they had also been among the first to come back to themselves after, and to help end the violence. They continued on, and then when betrayed anew by Fëanor, headed north, crossing the Helcarax with the main host of the Noldor. And yet, despite the fact that she could return to Aman, where the Noldor were now ruled by her father, to bask in the might and majesty of the Vala, Galadriel shook her head firmly. No. I will not return to Aman. My reasoning for being here is still the same, regardless of the tragedy that befell Sealbrain. I wish to rule my own lands, to explore and grow as an individual beyond merely being a princess of the Noldor. My willpower is undiminished even if my Fia is weaker. And my husband is here, in these lands. Sealborn never evinced any interest in journeying thusly, and I will not leave him behind. Not if any choice is left to me. Melian smiled her sad smile at that but nodded. Understandable. And in point of fact, it is probably a good thing. Although we Mayor and Vala have been slow to recognize it, young Harry's arrival has changed things dramatically, well beyond what even Manwë and Varda together could foresee. So perhaps it is a good thing that you remain here. Galadriel nodded at that. One cannot add a note to the song without the song itself changing in a fundamental manner. To that, Melian, known as the greatest singer of all Arda, simply nodded, and soon both of them turned to their work, disappearing from Harry's waiting room. The fog returned, and the sounds of birds grew louder in the distance, as Melian began to push back against the magic of Arda, and Galadriel began her work. Oh! Despite only being ascending, Melian's presence could be felt by those who were most attuned to the world and the magic within. From where she was watching Harry and her grandmother, Arwen blinked in surprised shock, shaking her head. I believe that the Vala, or at least a spirit from beyond the Western Ocean, has reached out to help my beleg Naneth. What do you mean? Toriel asked in confusion, not able to sense anything. There was a faint tingle to her skin, perhaps, but that was all she could sense. It is something I can barely sense myself, but I think a spirit is here that was not here before. And Arwen leaned over Harry, causing Toriel to twitch just a bit as Arwen stared into Harry's face. I think that the spirit in question is helping beleg Naneth push out the magic of Arda from within Harry Potter to let her work on his brain. It is a very odd sensation, one I cannot think of the words for, a lack of something that is always supposed to be there. But it is not a bad thing. No, indeed it might be a good thing. Arwen turned away from the bed, nodding over Toriel's head. Somehow, I do not think my grandmother's worries about needing to watch over Harry's physical form will become an issue. Arwen paused then, noticing a faint tinge of relief entering Toriel's eyes. She cocked her head thoughtfully, looking at the much younger elf, feeling a bit amused to think such a thing of someone else. While Toriel was less than a fifth her own age, Arwen had long been the youngest elf in Lothlorien, and before that one of the youngest in Rivendell. Is there something troubling you? Toriel looked up at that, and frowned faintly, before deciding to just outright state it. I have never been one to care over much about appearances or beauty beyond that of nature. But when I met you, I feared that your beauty would snare Harry. I have not seen any sign of it, yet I feared it. I apologize for that. There is no need. I know I am attractive, as such things are measured by both Sindar and Noldor, Arwen answered matter-of-factly. I have had several single men seek to woo me, but I have never been interested in such. Particularly since many of them were a literal age older than me. Toriel laughed at that, and Arwen smiled. You need not fear. Your bond with Harry is easy to see, and despite the time not matching up to it, I feel it might be to the level where it cannot be impacted by outside forces. Nor would I be interested in breaking up what is obviously a love match even if I had the power to do so. Thank you, Toriel smiled in reply, a great weight lifting from her shoulders as she sensed the sincerity in Arwen's words. I would like to get to know you better in the coming days, if you wish it as well. I do. Having a friend younger than myself will be quite nice. All too often I am the youngest in the crowd. Perhaps had I known that there were even younger elves, and children too as you mentioned them, in Torienda Edalos, I would have travelled there long since, Arwen answered with a chuckle, shaking her head. But since Belegnanath requested that I help in writing up a treatise on poultice and other healing practices in common to send to Erebor and the Beernings, I have some translations to do. Be well Toriel, and remember, if you sense that Harry needs water the carafe over there is still full. The magic within will keep Harry asleep for as long as need be. Toriel nodded, and as Arwen walked off, watched as the black-haired elven woman easily insinuated herself into a song that had been going on in the background all along. Like many elvish settlements, music was simply a part of every day, lauded and listened to by any who wished to turn their mind hither. As she walked, Arwen's voice rose in an incredibly well-trained alto, coming to take over one of the main parts so smoothly and easily it would have struck any human as a planned move. It was a sign of mastery of music and voice that Toriel could only shake her head at. She had never aspired to be a singer, not since the moment she had seen a member of the unseen host draw and fire a bow, the singing of the bowstring a far greater, more alluring sound than most music could ever be. But even Toriel could see that Arwen's voice was magnificent. With a shake of her head, Toriel moved to Harry's side opposite where Galadriel sat, laying her finger gently on Harry's lips. If they became parched in his sleep, she would know he would need more water and was close to waking up. Although perhaps with the spirit that Arwen believes has come to Galadriel's aid even that won't be needed. She glanced across Harry's body at Galadriel, shaking her head slightly. Who would ever have thought I would be here, in Lothlorien, watching the Lady of the Woods healing my man like this? Life certainly has changed since I led that patrol to capture the trespassers. Toriel smiled widely now, rolling the term my man around in her head, and finding she quite liked the sound of it. Indeed, as she sat there, the dreams she'd had of traveling the world before meeting Harry seemed all the closer, all the warmer, knowing she would do so with him beside her. Come back to me Harry, hale and whole. We both have a lot of exploration to do. She paused then, and in a very human gesture, raised a palm and slapped her face lightly. And that sounded dirty even in my mind, Harry is corrupt. I'm going to stop now. Good grief. With that, Toriel got comfortable in the chair, and closed her own eyes, more than willing to spend time in elvish dreams as she waited for Harry to wake up healed once more. As per normal with her dreams, Toriel found herself in the woods of Mirkwood, a bow in hand, a quiver full of arrows at her hip. And at first, all seemed well. The dream was very obviously a mix of memory and imagination. The background was from her memory, and her quarry was a group of spiders, if ones that gleamed oily blackness. While that was not so unusual, the fact they spoke with Thranduil's voice for some reason might have struck most as odd. For Toriel, however, that was typical fare, really. However, after she slew the last one with an arrow, the feeling of the dream started to change slightly. There was a spell on the wind, a feeling in the air almost that told her that something had changed. No longer was Toriel the hunter. She was now the hunted. Toriel couldn't quite tell why she thought that. Nothing in the woods around her had changed, and even in a dream, Toriel knew it was still her dream, it had not become a joined dreamscape like the time Galadriel had reached out to her. But it was as if there was simply a presence in the air, a hint of some bigger predator out there. Instantly, Toriel broke off her own hunt, quickly moving through the woods as quietly as possible, taking to the trees occasionally and backtracking, leading whatever creature was out there trying to hunt her a merry chase. Then she changed direction randomly, racing away through the trees, emphasizing speed rather than silence. Yet not once through this movement did Toriel lose that feeling. Whatever was after her was intelligent, knew the woods as well as she did, and was just as quick. But I am not normal prey. Very well, if this creature is smart enough to trail me so well, let us see if I can turn the tables on it a bit. With that, Toriel began to deliberately move through the forest in such a manner that used her knowledge of it to her best advantage. After all, the forest was based on Mirkwood, not just her imagination. Soon Toriel came to what she wanted, a small stream deep enough for her to wet her feet up to the ankle with a small series of rocks on the other side, overgrown with weeping willows on both sides. Toriel entered the stream, pausing there and moving both upstream and down, leaping out onto the rocks at the end of each half-loop. Wiping the wetness away from the grass, she then moved onto the rocks. She spent several moments then pulling her feet up onto the rock and removing any sign of her footsteps, before slowly and carefully moving through the fronds of the weeping willows, and then climbing up a nearby tree. So slowly did she move that not a single leaf was out of place or damaged in her passage. There, Toriel hid herself amidst its boughs. Any hunter would assume that Toriel had taken to the stream, either going downstream or upstream as she had left tracks, and as Toriel knew she was currently scentless, she always was in her dreams, it was only sight and sound that would give the game away. Toriel waited there, watching the fronds of the weeping willows, waiting for her quarry to either appear along the stream, or pushing through it. She heard movement before she could see anything, the whinny of a horse of all things, a chuffing noise as it was pulled to a halt. A horse moving so silently through these woods? This was not a rhetorical question, as Toriel had never met a horse that could move through the leaf-strewn forest of Mirkwood quietly. Even deer made more noise than this horse had been up to this point. Further, there was no sound of rein or bangle, simply the horse. And the creaking of leather, perhaps. For a moment, that was all she could hear, as the beast's master paused in place, no doubt looking around him thoughtfully. Then, the clouds above moved, allowing the light of the stars and moon to shine through, and Toriel barely held back a gasp as she beheld who had been hunting her. At the same moment, he had turned towards her, and his voice rose flavored by amusement. You have good instincts, young elf, and reacted promptly and well to understanding that the nature of your hunt had changed. But to avoid any further complications, perhaps you could come out of your hiding spot and deal with me face to face. Toriel obeyed without even about it, coming out from the woods to stare at the hunter, Arome. One of the Vala, Arome was known as one of the staunchest opponents of the Greater Darkness, a hunter of evil things who never relented, never gave up the hunt or his anger at their despoiling of Arda. Arome had been the one to first find the elves in that long-distant past, and to lead them to the shores, although it also occasionally left them to hunt the creatures of Morgoth that even in those days still populated Middle-earth. Your pardon, hunter, but I did not expect my opponent to be you tonight. Nor should you have. And if a feeling of wrongness enters your dreams, it is never a bad thing to be cautious. Arome said, chuckling very quietly, the kind of chuckle that could be lost on the wind, the brushes of leaf upon leaf. I tend to try and keep my touch upon the people I interact with as silent as an arrow on the wind, so it is good that you noticed anything at all. And yet, while his chuckle was quiet, and he had been incredibly silent in his movements, in raiment and the feel of him, Arome was very definitely standing out at present. He wore what looked like a specially made set of full-plate armor, gold-colored, but not shining as brightly if it was really gold, the armor ending at his shins and elbows. He wore a pair of black riding boots that came under the armor under his greaves, while his forearms were bare, his skin seemingly giving off a silver gleam. So bright was it, Toriel could barely make out the grip of the long spear in his hand, thin, but with half its length the metal point, wickedly barbed. His helm too was of the same metal, seeming to meld into the armor at the neck, yet it moved from side to side easily. The helm was a full-face helmet, leaving only his eyes uncovered, eyes that glowed a fell blue light, offsetting the silver his body gave off. Behind him now as he stood on his own feet was his horse, Nahur, which looked almost ghost-like in comparison to its master. Then again, Arome seemed to bend the dream around him, becoming the most real thing in that dreamscape. And on top of that, there was this feeling, a feeling of ready wrath, of violence barely constrained. It was like the Vala was a bowstring pulled taut, ready to be loosed, or a dagger poised to plunge into an unsuspecting animal in an instant. Still, I cannot believe that this is happenstance for a usual thing, your presence in my dreams, Toriel intoned, shaking her head as she stared up at the far taller Vala. And, as proud of my own abilities as I am, never would I have believed that my abilities on the hunt would warrant the presence of yourself in my dreams for whatever reason. It is not usual, and you are correct. As superlative as you are on the hunt, on tracking and striking unseen, and as often as you have praised me for your skills, I would not normally be able to appear in front of you thusly. With an abruptness that startled Toriel, Arome turned away, leading her off and very obviously expecting her to follow. She did so, and within seconds, they were elsewhere in Toriel's dream realm, the start of her hunt on the spiders. This part of the dream was the most like her memories, a memory of a specific battle against the spiders, not even a day after she had returned with the rest of the elven army to Torienda Edalos. She had gone on a solo hunt then, slaying several spiders from ambush, as they had encroached far too deeply into elven lands. Arome seemed to grunt in approval as he saw the 2 dead spiders where she had left them, pulling out one of her arrows she had left in the corpse. I could not retrieve them yet, as I was forced away by the other spider's quick reaction to my first ambush, Toriel hastened to explain, somehow feeling as if she was being remonstrated with. But Arome simply shrugged his massive shoulders, and Toriel noticed for the first time that all his metal armor moved almost like a second skin, not just the neck area. I was not commenting. Do you know my philosophy? I do not believe it is called a philosophy per se, honored Vala, although it is known that you hunt the dark creatures, orcs, goblins, trolls, and other nameless beasts from the sleep of Yavanna. This was after Morgoth had shattered the 2 lamps. It had not ended until Varda created the new stars to hang in the sky, which became the first things the newborn Eldar, the firstborn, saw. Yes. That is it. To always hunt the darker creatures out there, to defend those who cannot fight such on their own. I had never wished for us to retreat across the sea, I had never wished us to give over rulership of Middle-earth to humans, elves, and dwarves. Not until the last creature of Morgoth was accounted for. And when he returned, when he proved to be unchanged, I was all for riding out instantly, slaying both him and the creature that he had found to aid his destruction of the 2 trees. For a moment, Arome's eyes dimmed with memory, his hand gripping the shaft of his spear so hard the wood creaked, and Toriel wondered if he was seeing that scene again in his mind's eye, seeing the destruction of the trees, their draining by the creature Ungoliant. The 2 of them had come upon the trees, Talpirion and Laurelin, during a festival that had called most elves and spirits away. Destroying the trees, they had then been encased in an impenetrable darkness, heading to Forminas, where Fëanor, his father and sons had retreated. There, the first murder done in Amon occurred. Finwë stood before Morgoth, unafraid of his darkness unlike the few others there, and Morgoth slew him before stealing away the Silmarils. Then the Vala shook himself and seemed to stare down at Toriel with interest. Even now I wish to hunt. To be about the world beyond the blessed lands, and slay the foul creatures left behind cursed Morgoth. Then my wrath might lessen. But I am constrained by the words of the Lord Manwë. I cannot personally roam this world any longer. But I can influence and warn, just like others have done before me. And you have chosen me? Simply because of my proximity to Harry, I suppose? Toriel asked, uncertain how she felt about that. On the one hand, it would be something very silly to get angry about. But on the other, Toriel would have preferred to be known for her own merits, especially by her patron deity. Your proximity and relationship with Harry is part of the reason. He has shaken all of the Vala to a certain degree, and though many are still very leery, some of us wish to be slightly more proactive than we have been in the past. But your closeness to Harry was the final factor for me choosing you to relay this information to. Otherwise, I might have reached out to Legolas, Arome admitted. But he also has his duties as king, and he cannot go searching into the shadowed corners of the world for the creatures that are our rightful prey. But I can. And Harry and I have already made plans to travel the world and explore. Yet that still does not tell me why you are here. You should know me well enough to know that I would be doing that anyway, Toriel declared, her earlier moment of pique disappearing. Arome snorted at that, shaking his head. You are correct on both scores. He fell silent then, staring out into the shadows of the trees, probably seeing far more at night than even an elf like Toriel could, for all that he didn't actually seem to have eyes rather than 2 bright green pinpricks of light where they should be. Things are stirring beyond, he said abruptly. That abruptness took Toriel back for a few seconds, but when the words actually registered, she paled. Harry said that Lord Manwë and the others had examined him, examined his memories for any sign of the great enemy, and they had not seen any. Nor had they. If we had, we would have sent instructions to Mithrandir and our other servants to remove him, Arome answered bluntly. If we had not seen fit to turn him into a gibbering vegetable, able to no longer serve his dread master, anyway. Even an unwilling pawn is still a pawn after all, and best removed. Toriel blanched further at that, but Arome went on. No, it's not the great darkness that stirs, but something else. You have fought her children, and we were just talking about her most horrible act on this world. You know who I speak of? Toriel stared at him, a shiver going through her body as she looks down at the dead spiders. I thought that it was known by the wise that Ungoliant had eaten herself long ago. Perhaps. Perhaps not. It is almost impossible for me to tell if it is that creature herself, or some of her daughters and sons. We also indeed long thought she had disappeared from Arda, Arome practically snarled, a voice full of wrath and injured pride. Something is still out there, hidden to even Manwë's sight. What it can be, what impact it will have, I cannot tell you. But it will perhaps be up to you and Harry to combat whatever it is. After all, it is his arrival here on Arda that caused this in the first place. Arome was not being entirely truthful here. He wasn't lying, he was simply withholding information. Manwë and the others were still very leery about Morgoth returning, knowing that if he did somehow return from his long exile, he would be terrible and powerful indeed for having spent so long in the void. Who knew what strange powers or abilities he could have discovered there? It was why all was reinforcing the door of night. It was why Manwë and Varda were watching the walls of the world so closely. And yet so far there had been no stirrings in the void. That was part of the point of the void really, it never changed. But none of them, not even Varda, in who the light of Elevator himself could be most clearly seen, could discern anything there. No, the only movement in the shadows was here, in Middle-earth. Further, all of the Ainur were disturbed to this day by a single fact: even now, none of them had ever learned where Ungoliant came from. Not even Manwë, Varda, Ulmo, and Manduz, the ones who knew the most of Arda and Elevator himself, knew. She had not been a spirit, some mayor twisted by Morgoth. Rather she had been twisted already, a separate darkness than his. From where she came from no one knew. Certainly, she had not been here before the song. But neither was she part of it. Much like Tom Bombadil was to the firstborn, so Ungoliant was a mystery to the Ainur, if a far more villainous one. Nor was Arom actually telling the truth as to why he was appearing in front of Toriel. Indeed, when the first stirrings of something fell moving in the darkness had been discovered, Arom had thought to hunt it down himself regardless of where it was, ignoring the rule of Manwë that the Vala needed to let Middle-earth and its denizens to their own devices as much as possible. That rule after all was more of a guideline than an actual hard and fast law, given their sending Olerin and the others to Middle-earth. I see. I cannot say that it is something that this knowledge was chosen to fill me with joy. But neither is it a duty I would shirk away from even without your warning. Do you have any idea where we might find this quarry? Some of them will be beyond your reach. For others, Manwë and I can sense movement in the far north, something ageless stirring there, unconnected to Sauron and his machinations. But others will have joined forces with Sauron's darkness. Make no mistake, whatever else, he is still the great threat to Middle-earth. Do not miss the target for the shadows, Arom warned. I see. But even Harry could not assault such as Sauron now that he has retreated into his fortress at Mount Doom. I trust you don't think that Harry and I alone will be enough to deal him. No. Perhaps if more of Sauron's power was involved in his own physical form, but it is not. For a moment Arom looked frustrated, shaking his head. But that makes him all the stronger, you see. Toriel nodded at that. And Arom went on. To that end, as your prospective lover is being healed of both the damage dealt to him by the void, and me and my fellows' lack of knowledge of the human brain, you and I will be training in here. I will not teach you further on how to use bow and arrow. You are at the limits of what an elf could do with such anyway. And you will find an able teacher in combat in Sealborn. But I will teach you about hunting the spiderkin. They are far more dangerous than the lesser spiders you have dealt with in the past. I will also tell you about the other creatures of Morgoth just in case my thoughts on what is stirring out there is wrong. Including some creatures that, while they had not been seen for millennia, might still be out there somewhere. Toriel frowned for a few moments more, then shrugged her shoulders, allowing a chuckle to escape her. That sounds like an excellent use of my time, frankly. And given what Harry has said about his own life, and how trouble seems to find him so often and so easily, I can almost guarantee that he and I will run into numerous beasts and monsters long thought dead. Better to be armed with knowledge before doing so, I think. Good. Arom chuckled at that, and with that, they began. Oh. Weeks then months passed as Toriel remained mostly in elvish dream, learning about the various creatures of the greater enemy that might still be out there. This was a depressing number, not so much in total amount, but in variety. While there were only a total of 20 to 30 monsters unaccounted for, Morgoth had been incredibly inventive in how many experimental beasts and monsters he attempted to create in his first rise. It was only after his return to Middle-earth that he narrowed it down, after the elves had come and defeated him in the Battle of Dajar Aglareb. And the vast majority that still survived to the War of Wrath, when the Ainur finally crossed the sea and made war upon him, died then against the might of the Mayor and the hosts of Vanyar, Teleri, and Noldor from beyond the sea. Surprisingly, Toriel didn't learn as much in terms of history as she had thought she would from Arom. For one, he was completely uninterested in history that didn't touch on his own portion of the wars against Morgoth. For another, none but Ulmo and Manduz, and Melian, admittedly, had truly concerned themselves over much with Middle-earth after the Noldor had defied Manwë and brought their doom upon themselves in following Fëanor. Having loved the firstborn with an almost childlike infatuation, the Ainur had been greatly disillusioned by this act. This, and worry their war against Morgoth would cause more damage than Morgoth on his own, stayed their hands. And while Manduz and Ulmo still continued to watch events in Beleriand periodically, that was a big difference from taking an active interest in what was going on there. So, what was known of that time to the Ainur was second-hand for the most part. The only one who had any direct knowledge of that time, Melian, did not speak of it much. Every memory she held of Middle-earth was tinged by grief at her dead husband, who still rested within the halls of Manduz. And, worse, of Luthien, whose spirit had passed beyond Arda, never to be seen again. But in the realm of hunting, both in terms of combat and silent stalking, Arome was a master beyond any dream of competence Toriel had ever dared to have. And so Toriel learned. She learned about trailing someone over a desert, an environment she had barely heard of before, let alone seen. She learned about tracking creatures over plains, up sheer mountain faces and over ice. Toriel learned about weaknesses, where various monsters could be struck or stabbed, what weapons to use, blunt force or piercing. That had come as a surprise to Toriel, that some creatures were more susceptible to taking internal damage from a hard strike as their chitin was too tough to pierce. It was a fascinating time, and every few days she would wake up, and have a meal with Arwen. For their part, Arwen and Lord Sealborn had been astonished that another one of the Einar had reached out to Toriel. One of them taking responsibility for a large majority of the problems Harry was facing with his brain made sense. But in this day and age, a direct sending from a Vala was something to be lauded. This revelation renewed the Galadrim's connection to the Vala in a way that had not occurred in ages. For several weeks after that revelation, songs were sung to the Vala, starting and ending with Varda. The Lady of the Stars was the favorite of all elves regardless of race. And of course, Sealborn took this warning seriously. Members of his own Ranger Corps, the Ever-Seeking, who had not been called up to serve with their more active fellows, began training and practicing once more. Patrols out from Lothlorien now scoured the area around their realm, out to the edge of the comparatively small segment of forest that was Lorien, and further out even to the foot of the mountains beyond, turning back only at the outskirts of a small lake the dwarves of Moria had called Mirror. Sealborn also sent out several of his people as messengers to Legolas along with the notes Arwen had created to share with the dwarves as congratulations for resettling Erebor. If the goblins of the mountains somehow did start to push back out into their now empty hovels, it would be good for Mirkwood to have a better trained military. Further, messages were also sent to Rivendell. Normally that would be done mind to mind by Galadriel, but Sealborn could not perform that magic. Rather, a band of 5 elves would head south to the Gap of Rohan and then up north from there to Rivendell. Such was the danger of Moria that the faster route of going straight north was deemed ill-advised. In particular, Sealborn himself led an expedition to Dol Guldur. This was the only expedition that Toriel joined, several weeks after her arrival. Marching along in the back of the column, Toriel had tried hard not to smile at the thrill of it. Surrounded by elves she had not worked with before, but being led by the Sindar legend that was Sealborn was utterly amazing. Ahead of her, she could see Sealborn now, moving across the land so swiftly the pace was pushing her hard, pausing only occasionally as they pushed through the trees, having crossed the river almost the moment they set out from Karaz Galadon and now pushing into Mirkwood, which had been called Greenwood the Great when the world was young. They had made excellent time, unburdened by any heavy weapons. Full 100 elven warriors, with a force of 10 ranging out around them as scouts, coming in occasionally to report, or lifting their voices in a series of bird calls to tell of terrain ahead of the main group. Thankfully for Toriel, the bird calls and hand gestures that Ever-Seeking used were similar to the unseen host of Tori and Daedalos. They used fingers instead of whole hands, but the gestures themselves were the same. So, when one of the ranging scouts came back and wordlessly held up his fingers in an X shape, and brought them down to his mouth, she knew to be quiet. The entire host paused, crouching down, spreading out. As they did, they all pulled bows off their backs, fitting arrows to them and looking expectantly back the way the warrior had come. The scout raced to Celeborn's side, whispering into his ear. Sealborn slowly nodded, then held up a hand in a circle motion with a fist, raising his voice into the call of a hunting hawk, calling 4 times. Within moments, the elves had faded out into the woods around them, each of them finding individual hiding places in a wide semicircle, blending into the wood as only trained elven warriors could. What followed was perhaps not the most perfect example of what Harry had called hit-and-run attacks that could ever be. After all, when one side of a battle uses that tactic, they were usually using it against a more numerous opponent. This time, it was the elves who had a major advantage in numbers. But it was easily one of the best prepared ambushes that Toriel had ever been a part of. The first time the group of 18 goblin war riders knew of their presence was a hail of arrows coming at them from nearly every direction, a single arrow from each elf. The one lone warg which somehow still lived after taking 2 arrows to its flank tried to escape back the way it came, only to die to the arrows of 2 other scouts. They had been called back by Celeborn's earlier cry which had also told them from which direction to approach the ambush point. Toriel waited until Sealborn signaled the clear with a single shout of, "Done!" to move forward, being among the first to examine their victims. She retrieved her arrow, the fletching just slightly different than those of the Ever-Seeking, plucking it out and then crouching down next to her victim, frowning thoughtfully as she turned the goblin over, nose wrinkling at the scent. A moment later, one of Celeborn's officers was kneeling beside her. "Tell me, do they wear the same markings and accoutrements as the group you and the human ran into during your trip down to our fair land?" There was a tiny bit of disdain and censure in her fellow Sindar's voice, but Toriel ignored it. Either it would go away as the older elf interacted with Harry, or once her love woke up, he would prank the man into fleeing in fear. "Ah, How easy, and good it feels to think of Harry as my love. Shaking off that pleasant thought, she nodded, holding up a patch of leather armor she had cut out all the goblins' clothing. They do. Look, you can see they are prepared for a long journey, given their packs, and this mark of an eye? It is the same one Harry and I saw on that group of warg riders. It is not one I have seen before, but I presume this means they came from Mordor. Undoubtedly, although it is not a symbol I have seen before. When I fought under Gilgalad, Sauron used a clenched, mail fist, Sealborn frowning faintly. I had thought that our campaign to root out the spiders within this segment of Mirkwood had been enough. But if they are still sending out patrols to Dol Guldur, it is evident that is not the case. So, it is not just a normal patrol then. You think that they could be looking to repopulate the place? Toriel asked, shaking her head. So quickly after Sauron was forced to retreat. Sealborn shook his head. You assume, as did the wise at the time, that his retreat was not planned, that it was made in haste. But Sauron was one of Morgoth's greatest commanders for reason, he planned ahead. I do not doubt that by the time he was forced to give over in Dol Guldur that he had long since begun work in Mordor and brought together a host of orcs and goblins to protect his realm. For a moment, Sealborn looked southeast, his arms crossed in a surprisingly human gesture as his face blank of all expression, thinking deeply. If he has, then any chance of outright victory has slipped past us. Surely if the realms of elves and humans and even dwarves come together and... Toriel began, only to stop as Sealborn shook his head. It was not an abrupt or angry gesture, rather there was a profound sadness in the gesture. No. While I appreciate the thought, it is not possible. For one, there is no set communication between any of the elven lands and humans any longer. The humans go their way, and we go ours. Such it has been since the fall of Arnir. More, many of my folk would outright refuse to work alongside dwarves, as would I. And second. Sealborn sighed a little, gesturing around them as the rest of the host began to move off. While the warning from Arom has served to galvanize me and my folk, it will not last. Our energy, our desire to care about what happens beyond our borders has lessened tremendously since the days of the last alliance. He looked at the far younger elf with a bleak, hard gaze. And do not mistake the Battle of the Lonely Mountain for the kind of campaign you would face if you tried to break into Mordor. If the Black Gate has been repaired, it would take an army of hundreds of thousands to break through, and the losses would be steep indeed. Losses that my folk could not sustain and would be unwilling to even attempt. I would be unwilling to even attempt it. Toriel frowned at that, and not for the first time wished that her fellow elves were a bit more like humans in how they regarded loss, challenges and the future. Not that she could blame Sealborn. Not for being so leery of the idea, and not with the idea of working with the dwarves. After all, she well understood that his uncle's realm of Doriath had been destroyed by the dwarves. And he has a point, I suppose. I doubt even humans would be willing to raise the army we would need to break into Mordor even now. Then what can be done? She asked aloud. We will aid the Dúnedain. We will keep watch on Mordor and send in scouts. Never far through the mountains of Erd Lithui or Efelduith. But enough to make certain we know if Mordor has readied its forces for an offensive. Sealborn frowned at some secret worry then, before gesturing Toriel to join the rest, and they moved on. Later on in her stay in Lothlorien, Toriel would come to understand more about the folk there, Noldor and Sindar alike. For one, she would learn that there were no elven children around as there was in Torrhienda Edalos. For another, the population was actually a little smaller than she had first thought as well. Although it was hard to estimate, she estimated the population of Lothlorien was barely larger than her homes. Further, while the Ever-Seeking was several times as large as the unseen host had been, the main army, those men trained to fight in stand-up battles, was only 1,000 strong. Those 1,000 were all veterans, and the one time Toriel watched a group of them train she came away astonished at their level of coordination and the small unit tactics they practiced. But still, there was only 1,000 of them. And when attacking a fortress, most of those tactics and skills would be negated anyway. For now, however, here in the woods of Mirkwood, she simply bowed to Celeborn's greater experience, and the group continued on their way. The Ever-Seeking kept going day and night, as elves could when unburdened, and soon, as dawn broke on the 5th day out from Karaz Galadon, came within sight of Dol Guldur. There, Sealborn waited, spreading out his troops in every direction searching for anything unusual or any movement, be it spider, orc, or goblin. They found a surprisingly large number of signs that a group of goblins had been here since the last expedition Sealborn had led up to the outskirts of the Dread City. We never went in. With my wife still exhausted from her ordeal of driving Sauron out, it did not seem a good idea at the time. Now, I believe that was a mistake, Sealborn admitted grimly that evening as he called his officers and Toriel together. The young elf was quite odd to be involved in this discussion, and as was the way of wisdom, she stayed silent throughout the meeting as the officers reported what their people had found. Signs of goblins, lots of them. Entirely without wargs and coming in from the west, from the direction of the Hithalar, or Misty Mountains in common. That could only mean one thing: the goblins of Moria still had sufficient numbers to send out these expeditions. The why of it was in question, however. We will discover that inside, I believe, Sealborn murmured. A journey I am not looking forward to. His officers, several of whom were at least as old as he was if not as experienced or well known, all chuckled, while Toriel stared out into the forest as dawn creeped across the land, shivering. For the touch of dawn did little to dissipate the dread she felt here. A raw evil had sunk into the land here, spreading for leagues beyond Dol Guldur. Dol Guldur was not the fortress's original name. Aman Lanket had been at one point, the naked hill, for no trees grew upon it. In the past, it had been the site of the capital of the Sylvan Elves of Orifer, when Mirkwood had been known as Greenwood, and the taint of Sauron had yet to be felt in these lands. The elves however had been driven out 3 times by Sauron. Not by war, but rather his influence on the lands. Twice as he warred against Gilgalad in the first and second wars of Sauron and the elves. Wars which only ended in victory for the elves when the men of Numenor came to their aid. Of course, the second time, the Númenóreans had fallen into decadence and arrogance, led by the mad despot Ar-Pharazôn, who in his arrogance decided to capture Sauron and bring him back to Numenor. Which eventually led to the destruction of Numenor by Iluvatar. But that was an entirely different tale. The third time that the area had been abandoned had been on the heels of the War of the Last Alliance. By that point, the elves of Greenwood did not have the numbers or will to resist when the darkness began to creep into their woods once more, and Thranduil, then king upon the death of his father, had led his people permanently north, putting thousands of leagues between the former capital and their new home. Now, as Toriel and the rest of the small host moved up the hill to the distant fortress, Toriel had to struggle to see anything that denoted her people had ever inhabited the area. Where before the naked hill had been green with grass and the gardens of the elves, now it was black and ruined. The very land had been changed, becoming blacker with stones and debris from the hidden forges. Where before there had been no outer wall to the city, now one rose high above them. In groups of 15, the elves moved into the fortress, spreading out slowly, all of them now being affected by the feeling of wrongness in the air. Indeed, it was all Toriel could do to concentrate on the real terrain around her, for fear of jumping at shadows. Only Sealborn seemed immune to it, and even he looked around very warily indeed. Such is the weight of Sauron, that even now that he is gone, the very ground feels wrong and almost evil. Sealborn knew this, and quickly began to break his people up into groups. Several of them, who during times of peace worked as stonemasons or architects, he set to the task of pulling down the outer walls. I realize my wife could probably do a much better job of this, but we will do what we can to make this fortress useless to the enemy. He then rattled off a dozen names, and older elves in the main stepped forward, along with Toriel. While the rest are guarding the area against sudden surprises and seeing to the destruction of the outer area of the fortress, we will delve into its dark heart. I wish to know what the goblins were after. Some of that they found quite quickly. On the first floor of the large tower overlooking the pits and the main mustering ground there were several rooms devoted to what looked like making poultices or experiments of some kind, a mix between the kind of things that wouldn't be out of place in Radgast's home or a brewery, coupled with a lot of glassware. Take samples of whatever is here. Arwen or my wife might be able to discern something of what has gone on here, Sealborn ordered. Leaving 2 men to that work, the rest of them made their way deeper into the fortress as Sealborn talked quietly with the others about how they could go about destroying something like this. There was only so much they could do by knocking down buttresses or columns after all. Many of the larger segments, particularly the area where Gandalf had seen segments of the army coming together, they could bring down. But that would leave a veritable warren of passages, side passages and tunnels. The deeper they went the more nervous all of the elves, even Sealborn, became. Being deep underground like this in an enclosed space, that was not pleasant for any elf. Even Toriel, found uncomfortable, and she had explored Erebor alongside Harry and Dis. But the search was fruitful, as they discovered what looks like large cages, which had been opened at some point in the past. Sealborn took one look at the chains within, and intoned grimly, "Trolls. At least 3 of them, perhaps as many as 5. Toriel and the other rangers moved around the area for a few moments, piecing together what had happened here. 5. They were left behind for what reason I cannot say. And then, the goblins came in. They broke down the door. They didn't have the keys," Toriel said, gesturing to where the gate to the large cage had been taken off his hinges. The goblins then turned on one another and killing at least 9 of their number. Feeding them to the trolls. One of the other rangers said distastefully, gesturing down to where several gnawed-on body parts had been left scattered across the area. Thereafter, they prodded the trolls out of their cages, and presumably out of the fortress, another member of the Ever-Seeking intoned. "So, the goblins and Moria will now have access to trolls." Sealborn shook his head slowly. "If the dread creature within Moria could not already create such, I doubt that having samples will allow it to. Rather 5 such will simply make Moria more defensible. Not that anyone in their right mind would ever dream of trying to reclaim it from the creature who conquered it in the first place." Toriel looked at Sealborn in confusion, but be it his general distaste for dwarves or a simple unease with the subject, he said no more. And soon enough, the group of explorers rejoined the rest of the host. For several days the elves worked around the clock trying to destroy what they could of the fortress, but this proved to be far harder than any had hoped. They knocked down the outer gate and were able to fire several of the wooden supports for the tower, the inside of which became uninhabitable. Much of the wood within the underground segments was also set alight, but this did very little damage to the fortress in total. As this became clear to everyone, Toriel had a suggestion, and spoke up for the first time to Sealborn and his officers as they were debating whether or not they had done all they could. If we cannot destroy this place, could we not set traps and snares throughout? Make it so that if the forces of Sauron do try to come back, they will have to pay for the privilege. While the others all looked a little askance at the idea of using traps trickery like that, it smacking too much of something the enemy would do, Sealborn simply nodded thoughtfully. Good point. Traps and snares are just as good as ambushes after all. That revelation seemed to appease his officers, and the forces got to work. By the time they left Dol Guldur 2 days later, there were several thousand traps strewn throughout its interior. Further, Sealborn decided to ask his wife to reach out to the eagles of the mountains. The beasts of Manwë could perhaps be asked to keep a watch on Dol Guldur, which would endure far longer than any attempt by the elves to keep a watch on it. Eventually, even if they were only within sight of the place, an elf would need to leave, overwhelmed by the dark miasma of the territory. But an eagle could keep watch from afar. With that, the expedition finished its mission, and headed back to Karaz Galadon without further incident. Where Toriel's lessons began again. Oh! When Harry next opened his eyes, he was surprised that the trees above were not as gold as he remembered the Malorn trees had been when he had initially laid down. He mumbled that for a few seconds, then added, that means something, but at the moment, it's beyond me what. The seasons have changed from autumn into winter and spring, Harry, since I began my work upon your mind. Galadriel's tone was somewhat rueful, and Harry blinked as he turned his head slowly, as if his body was no longer used to moving, to look at where she sat in a chair beside the lounge he had laid out on. I had not anticipated how difficult it would be to work on your mind, but it is finally finished. While I cannot say that your dreams will always be peaceful, your memories will no longer attack you, and your mind is entirely repaired once more. Your human perceptions, mind, and way of looking at the world have not been altered beyond incorporating new senses into them. New senses? Harry said, trying to rise and failing the first time, getting it the second time. Human bodies were not meant to simply lie still for months on end, and everything creaked and groaned as he moved, standing up slowly and stretching in place. Indeed. I think you will never be able to sense the world around you as much as Mithrandir or myself, but you will be more susceptible to it than most elves. I will teach you how to use those new senses over the next few weeks, I believe, Galadriel agreed, watching him closely to ensure that his body had not taken lasting injury, having sat so still for so long. Thankfully it seemed as if he had not. Thinking quickly, Harry knew one way to test Galadriel's opinion on how his brain was healed once more. Remembering the pain of removing a memory to share it with Toriel in his pensieve, Harry raised a finger to the side of his head, closing his eyes briefly and then pulling the finger away. At the end of his finger, a long silver wisp of memory wafted in an unseen breeze for a moment. Harry blinked, smiled, and slowly returned the memory to his head. Well, there's no way to see if I still retain all my memories. After all, how would I know if I was missing any? But at least that didn't hurt at all. Which is a very good sign, Lady Galadriel. Galadriel looked intrigued at what he was doing, and when asked about it, Harry explained about the pensieve. This caused Galadriel's eyes to light up in interest. Such a thing would be an amazing creation, Harry Potter. Even I can see the military applications of it and the social one as well. The self-deprecating comment made Harry roll his eyes a bit. While she was no warrior, he was certain that Lady Galadriel had been involved in the planning stages of at least a few small-time campaigns over the centuries, or ages. However, you wanted to measure her life. And now they came to it, Harry could see her point. With the pensieve, a commanding officer could see through his subordinates' eyes and get a better feel for the lay of the land than any officer before. Teaching other officers would also be much easier. If you want, I can work on creating a pensieve for you and Sealborn. Harry went back to stretching for a moment, grunting as he worked out his shoulders, neck, and back in particular. His legs at least didn't seem as badly creaky as the rest of him, but they did feel really weak. Hell, everything feels weak. I think I lost a lot of muscle. But I would request a few days to get my body back into some measure of shape before starting on that or teaching you and Sealborn runes if you wish to learn them. I certainly do wish to, although I doubt Sealborn would be very interested. Galadriel smiled faintly. My husband tends to leave magic and so forth to me. I wonder why. Harry quipped before jumping up and down a bit as Galadriel laughed at his joke. He felt good. His mind was perhaps clearer than it had been since the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. He could also feel more of the world around him than he was used to, the direction the wind was blowing from and the wooden plank underneath his feet. Turning to look across the lounge sofa, he smiled tenderly at seeing Toriel there. Her eyes were closed, her hands clasped around unstrung her bow. She has been here every time I woke up briefly to take some lembas from Arwen or Sealborn. I do not know what Toriel is doing in her dream, but it is a sign of her devotion that she has sat so long beside you, Harry, Galadriel murmured, watching as Harry reached out a gentle hand to run a finger down Toriel's cheek. Treasure her. Oh, you can better believe I will, Harry answered. The tender gesture caused Toriel to stir slightly, and Harry kept on gently stroking her cheek until she woke up, looking around and then up at Harry with a smile on her face that rapidly grew as she realized it was Harry who was standing in front of her, looking barely worse for wear except for the beard that had grown on his face. That was so startling that the first thing Toriel did was tug at it and say, "That thing must go, Harry. While I like the dwarves well enough, that does not mean I wish to kiss someone trying to emulate their gross facial hair." Galadriel's laughter caused Toriel to blush faintly, not having realized she was there. "Yes, well, I will get rid of my beard presently. But, while your being here while I slept is touching, Toriel, I have to question why. You never struck me as someone willing to sit still for that long." "I am not," Toriel answered dryly. "But as to what I have been doing, I have much to tell you, Harry, and you, Lady Galadriel. Indeed, I believe Sealborn also has something to speak with you about." Soon, the two couples and Arwen were seated around the same table Harry had sat at before his healing. Or rather, most of them were seated. Harry was moving around the area doing some exercises as Galadriel ordered him to work out the kinks in his body. Many of them would have been recognizable by someone in Harry's past world who did yoga. Others were more straightforward, push UPS, sit UPS, shoulder exercises, arm twists, etc. While he was doing that, Sealborn and Toriel explained what had been happening since Harry had been placed in his healing sleep and Galadriel had bent to her work. The news that Sealborn had once more led an expedition to Dol Guldur, and this time into the Dread Fortress rather than its outskirts, caused Galadriel to frown. After several centuries of being the site of Sauron, the land there was certain to be fouled beyond belief. Thankfully, none of the elves had taken hurts along the route, for if they had and then entered that Dread Fortress, it was undoubted that such wounds would have been affected in a fell manner. She gazed down at her head where Nina once more rested on her finger and slowly shook her head. "I have expended quite a bit of my energy on healing Harry, and I was barely recovered from my earlier exertions against Sauron. Give me at least a week, I think, and then, I will tear the foundations of that fell fortress apart," she said grimly, a flash of fury appearing and then disappearing from her face. "I would never condone destruction for its own sake, but if there is even a slight chance that Sauron will try to reclaim that fortress, it makes far more sense to expend effort now rather than deal with it later." Sealborn nodded, grateful his wife was willing to be proactive. Few elves would be willing to be so in this day and age, and unlike his folk, he could not order her to do so. But given their most recent victory against Sauron, it made much more sense. He was also somewhat entranced by his wife at the moment. Galadriel practically glowed, and it was not simply the satisfaction of a job well done, of a master having performed some difficult task in her craft. Rather, it was as if the light of Aman, the light of those who had been in the presence of the Ainur, had been rekindled within her when it had been slowly fading over the centuries since Melian had passed beyond the ocean to the west. "I'll help," Harry said from where he was exercising. "I might not be able to do as much large-scale destruction as you can, but my spells lend themselves to violence far more than your magic does, milady." Galadriel nodded in thanks to that and then looked over to Toriel. "The rest of the news that Arom left with Toriel disturbs me slightly more. The idea that there are still monsters from the time of Yavanna's rest is extremely disturbing. Almost as disturbing as the fact that the spirit below Moria is once more awake and active, if only in a small manner." She did not say that line aloud, however. She knew that doing so would probably act as a goad to someone like Harry, intrigue him enough to investigate. And that was the last thing she wanted. Even Galadriel did not know what manner of creature had overcome the dwarves in Moria. All she knew was that Durin-Esbane was monstrously powerful and was not Sauron. But regardless of the nature of the creature, fighting such underground, without a trace of sunlight, would badly reduce Harry's strength. "Are you concerned with how close Moria is to your territory here?" Harry asked, showing Galadriel she had been quite correct in her assumption. Thankfully, Sealborn shook his head. "No. Regardless of anything else, the goblins of the mountains have always been more susceptible to moving in daylight. They can do it, obviously, but they are easily routed if faced with any kind of conflict during the day. Their organization is also non-existent compared to the forces of Sauron I faced during the War of the Last Alliance. No, whatever power is there would be very difficult to assault in his lair but will probably not ever reach out very far from it. If we can but scout along the foothills and send aid up to the... I believe you call them the Bearnings." When Harry nodded, Galadriel and Sealborn smiled faintly as if at some old memory before Sealborn went on. If we can send aid up to them and keep the way between Mirkwood, Erebor, and Rivendell open, that will be enough to curtail the strength of the mountain goblins. That, and perhaps destroying the fortress of Gundabad in the far north utterly. Toriel looked over at Harry speculatively. Arom did mention that at least some of what he felt was stirring was in the north. Yet. And Thorin also mentioned something about ice drakes. It is certainly an idea, although I think Gondor would be just as interesting, Harry answered, and Arwen shook her head in some amusement as Toriel and Harry exchanged smiles at the idea of traveling again, reflecting anew that Harry was definitely not her type. Well, she admitted mentally, beyond the power of his eyes. They are so expressive. I can definitely see why Toriel is interested in such. But his attitude is far more combative than I would prefer. An idea that is a few winters in the future, Sealborn said firmly. I have seen enough of you, Toriel, to know that you can look after yourself with a spear or bow. But I have yet to see you wield a sword. Nor have I yet to see Harry here do anything similar. It would be ill of us to allow my wife's investment of time to be so misplaced, Harry. In other words, he's interested in teaching someone else how to sword fight after several thousand years and is just as interested in investing his time in you before you go out gallivanting on these explorations of yours, Arwen translated, causing all of the elves there to chuckle quietly and Harry to laugh loudly. The next day, Galadriel walked Harry through a series of mental exercises and began to help him organize his mind as many elves could. From then on, Harry showed her some more of his own magic, including the Patroness spell. Galadriel was instantly fascinated by it and, within a few hours, had begun to learn about it as much as Harry had. And then she began to create her own. This spell alone could be a magnificent tool in my hands, with Nina to lend me power. Even if Sauron comes against our Vale, I could see him off with something like this. I might even be able to destroy some of his lesser wights entirely, Harry, Galadriel said enthusiastically, practically grinning in delight, an expression that Harry had never thought the poised, controlled Galadriel would ever show. You're talking about the ring wraiths, the Nazgul? Yes, I think that spell would have a nasty effect on them. I think it would dissipate their corporeal forms, at the very least. If you can trap them in one place, encircle them with the Patroness fog and then close with a fully corporeal Patroness, you could even destroy them. Although that would be very hard to do. Agreed, and unfortunately, I don't think I could do it far afield. Still, when face to face with one. It is certainly possible, Galadriel answered, gesturing to one side to where a giant swan waddled around, twisting its long neck this way and that as it looked around before slowly dissipating into particles of light. I also think I could do more with the projection and shape of the spell. Something to think about in the future, I think. Harry shrugged his shoulders, and the discussion turned to Galadriel's method of magic. Several days later, she walked Harry through using his new senses to discern the nature of the world around him, to detect anything dark or influenced by Sauron or similar beings for the first time. Eventually, she would teach him how to project his mind afar, although she warned Harry that such a technique took centuries to master. You will first be able to push your senses out further, to see in a wider area around you, perhaps to the level of an elf on a clear day with nothing to get in his or her line of sight. But after that, it will take centuries for you to get to the next level, to where you can project your thoughts and mind further, to perhaps even create a mental connection as I did to you in the past. She then shrugged, adding, that is unless you can find a Palantir. That was a device of the Númenóreans that allowed them to both see afar and speak to one another from hundreds of thousands of leagues apart. It allowed even the least of their commanders to do so easily. One such as you would be able to do far more. Galadriel had compared Harry now to the ancient Númenóreans several times during their conversations in these days. To her, Harry was human certainly, but now human evolved, more even than the Númenor at their height. Not only would he be looking forward to a lifetime as long as that of an elf, but he retained all of his human aspects. His mind is truly unique, she reflected, incorporating the changes that the Vala believe necessary for humans to truly live as long as Harry could retain his magic and his original personality. On top of those lessons, Harry began to teach Galadriel about his runes, what they could do, how to use them and, most importantly in his mind, how dangerous they could be if you made mistakes. Thankfully Galadriel took all of this in stride, and within a month of starting, she was up to etching her first runes. Their discussions on this score were also quite interesting, although using runes like this was not something Galadriel had ever seen an equivalent of among elvenkind. The closest she could think of that elves had ever done was in creating some of their weapons and in the forge that Celebrimbor had devised to create the Rings of Power. Galadriel knew the Númenóreans and dwarves had experimented with runes or even used runes extensively, but not in such interesting ways. True to her word to Sealborn, however, Harry's days of exercising and training were quickly interrupted by an expedition to Dol Guldur. Surprising Harry somewhat, Galadriel made no special preparations for this, trusting that her husband had already scouted the terrain between Karaz Galadon and Sauron's former fortress to ensure that there were no dangers. She simply joined Sealborn and a force of 100 of the ever-seeking Harry and Toriel for the journey. Noticing Harry's bemused expression as they left the outskirts of Karaz Galadon, Galadriel chuckled. Harry, It might not have occurred to you, but I am not defenseless. Indeed, if I wished, I could make this journey without issue on my own. But as I would prefer to do my part to continue my folks' willingness to go beyond our own borders, a larger expedition is necessary. After the group crossed the Anduin, Galadriel showed this was indeed the case. She easily kept up with the others, although she in no way looked as if she could easily disappear into the woodlands like the ever-seeking or Toriel could. She still moved as silently as the other elves did, though. The two of them talked extensively about what they would do when they arrived at the forbidding fortress, while Galadriel also occasionally told Toriel about what it had been like when the elves had inhabited it. She knew quite a bit about that time, as Orifer had respected Sealborn and Galadriel highly, often journeying to their lands in Lindon and Lothlorien when they moved there. Yet the reality of the fortress was far less grandiose and pleasant for Harry than Galadriel had described, and although Toriel had warned him, he still wasn't prepared for the difference between the area Sauron's spirit had contaminated and the rest of Mirkwood. The impact of the feeling on Harry was almost as much as when he was dealing with the Barrow Wights, and his scarred hand began to throb abominably before they were even within sight of Dol Guldur. The closer they came, the worse the pain became. Thankfully, Galadriel had known this might be the case and had brought along a salve specifically for Harry to work into his scars. It helped with the throbbing, although not nearly as much with the pain, which was part spiritual in nature. Regardless, the group entered the fortress quickly, whereupon the ever-seeking and Toriel moved ahead of the rest of them. They all remembered where they had laid out traps before, and now had to disable them. This took them the better part of the day and night, while Harry helped as best he could during the day, and retreating out of the area at night with Toriel and Galadriel, who knew nothing about traps, for company. The next day Toriel and the others finished their work quickly. Then, Sealborn, Harry and one of the better architects among the ever-seeking entered the underground segments of the fortress, having worked out a specific plan to destroy this place. The exterior of the fortress wasn't the problem. The interior, the warren of caves and galleries underneath, were. Even Galadriel would have trouble destroying that portion of the fortress. So Sealborn and Harry moved through the fortress with two of Celeborn's best architects, looking for weaknesses. They didn't find many that hadn't already been smashed, but this ended the moment Harry used a bombarda on a portion of a ceiling. The architect, who had yet to actually introduce himself, stared at the rubble, then said quietly, "I do believe we have gone about this a little too delicately." Harry laughed loudly at that, while Sealborn simply shook his head. "Leave it to a human to discover a magic that is so easily destructive." "Say that to Arian and her death ray," Harry snorted, and Sealborn chuckled, remembering Harry's tale about the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. The three of them headed down to the lowest level first, and from there, with a prepared shield array to protect them, Harry used his spell to bring down 3 more roofs. Each time it went off without a hitch, bringing down large segments of the underground caves one after another, blocking them off with debris, although the 4th time, a larger than average section crashed down, nearly striking the trio with shrapnel if not for Harry's shield spell. Staring at the blue energy wall in front of him, Sealborn raised a hand to touch it before thinking better of it. "I must say, these shield stones of yours are fascinating, Harry. I don't suppose I could interest you in creating a few hundred of them, could I? It will be exceedingly boring work as well as time-consuming, so that would be a no. I'm more than willing to make up a few as I did on this expedition simply because I still don't trust my reflexes just yet. But you're asking me to manufacture them in mass. That's not going to happen." Harry answered quickly, shaking his head. "I might be technically immortal now, but that for certain is not how I would prefer to spend my time." Understandable, if somewhat saddening, Sealborn chuckled once more, shaking his head. "Spending time around Harry is somewhat amusing. I can see why my wife likes him so much. And this is the kind of thing that my lady wishes to learn. Among other things. Although don't ask me how long it's going to take her. Given how quickly Galadriel was able to pick up some of my spells I've shown her, I hope she can learn quickly, but runes and regular magic are two different things." Harry trailed off as they came to what looks like a room simply devoted to nothing much. There was a weird out-of-place giant mound of mud dominating the room, and lots of muddy footprints on the grounds, so many it was as if dozens of orcs and goblins had come and gone from this room. But that was it. "What in? This would be one of their spawning areas," Sealborn announced distastefully. "I know not why, but mud is somehow more conducive to birthing creatures of the greater darkness. With the spirit of Sauron living here for so long, the very ground would give birth to the creatures he willed it to, a sign of the evil that the great enemy wrought into Arda itself. It is undoubtedly cleaner than the other fashion in which orcs and goblins can repopulate themselves, but it is a sign of a far, far greater evil. I wouldn't call it greater, except perhaps in terms of scale. But I understand your opinion," Harry said grimly, remembering what he had been told about that topic before. He very deliberately pointed his finger at the roof, and intoned, "Bombarda." He didn't have to say the spell aloud, but it certainly gave him more satisfaction. As did the sight of several dozen tons of rock coming down from the ceiling, squishing the mud pile flat. The group had begun at the lowest level, bringing down ceilings and occasionally smashing walls one after another. By the time they were finished, the whole area was grumbling a little. It didn't stop after the last spell, and all three men looked at one another as the final bit of ceiling began to crash down in front of them. Do you think we might have overdone it? The chief architect asked dryly, as he turned and began to run back down the corridor. Within seconds, Sealborn and Harry were beside him, the human pushing himself hard to keep up with the elves, but considering the fact that the destruction of the ceiling was now starting to follow them, with large cracks appearing directly above them and bits of stone falling behind, he certainly had enough motivation. Harry could however admit to a bit of jealousy as Sealborn spoke in reply, his voice laconic rather than harried or breathless from the sudden sprint. When it comes to Sauron, one can never be too certain, a fact that has undoubtedly come back to bite our collective rear far too many times in the past. Since we now have the ability to do at least this job properly, I would prefer to do it well. Humans have a saying, Harry huffed, breathing in deeply after every word as he raced after the other two. I wish I could put this down to still not being back to full health after so long not moving, but I wager that a lot of it is just because they are elves and I'm not. There is no kill like overkill. The disapproving glares he got for this bit of human witticism amused Harry greatly. Soon, they were outside. There was a cracking boom from behind them, dust and bits of debris following after them as they came out of the interior of the fortress. The trio found that the other elves had all vacated the interior of the fortress's interior, and that a large segment of the tower had also been shattered while they were within the hill beneath. The architect looked in that direction, nodding his head sagely even as the rest of the tower began to groan under its own weight. I knew my calculations were right. It was the weight of that portion of the tower collapsing onto the ground that caused that miscalculation below. Sealborn gently took the man by the shoulder, directing him towards the nearest hole in the outer wall of the formerly formidable fortress. Indeed. However, let us be off now, so that my wife might complete our work here. Given how goblins can work with stone almost as well as dwarves, even the destruction we have wrought could be undone with sufficient time and effort. It will take a special touch to make certain. Galadriel met them at the base of the hill that had once been called Amanlak, looking around sadly before looking in their direction. Are you all finished then? Harry nodded, while Sealborn went on to explain what they had been up to within. When they were done, Galadriel asked Sealborn to make certain that everyone was well away from the hill. Harry stood with her, watching, ready to protect her from any debris or whatever from what she was going to be doing, and also equally fascinated to watch her work. Harry had yet to see Galadriel do any large-scale magic, and he wondered what her magic would look like in comparison to his or Gandalf's. Once Sealborn returned and said that all of their people were accounted for in the forest behind them, Galadriel began. She held up her hand on which Nina gleamed, her hand raised like a claw facing upward. From above, the wind began to blow, going from a barely felt breeze and then accelerating rapidly as the ring began to glow white, so white Harry feared it must have been actually heating up. But Galadriel showed no sign of pain. Rather, her face was twisted into one of concentration. Above Dol Guldur the wind picked up more and more, the speed of it rapidly growing to a point where it became a hurricane, and then continued to go even faster, to the point where the wind literally seemed to shriek in agony. From the bottom of the hill, Harry hastily used a sticking charm on his feet and those of his companions just in case, wondering idly what a shield spell would do to a wind-based attack like this. He need not have bothered. Galadriel's control was such that even this close to her target, the only effect to Harry, Toriel, Galadriel and Sealborn was a very stiff breeze. And as Harry watched, Galadriel slowly twisted her hand until it was pushing downwards, and the tornado descended. It encapsulated the entire top of the hill, and if the noise of the wind had been horrendous before, that was nothing compared to now. As Harry watched through the tumult of the wind, the outer wall began to be torn asunder, first, large chunks pulling away here and there from the already destroyed segments, and then large bits of it being simply ground to dust. The stone resisted Galadriel's assault, but it still gave way. The already badly undermined tower collapsed utterly. Then there was a loud booming crash, heard even over the sounds of the wind, and segments of the wall began to collapse inward as the entire hill shuddered, so much Harry, Galadriel, Toriel and Sealborn felt the ground shiver under them. Bits of the exterior of the hill well below the fortress fell inward, leaving small caves and holes barely large enough for a man's hand scattered everywhere, the results of the damage that Harry had already caused inside now taking its toll as everything crumbled inward. Galadriel kept the spell going until the last segment of the outer wall had collapsed. And then, she released her clenched fist, flexing her fingers, as the light of the ring of adamant began to fade away slowly. In accordance with her will, the tornado slowly began to dissipate, first rising back into the sky, then slowing down until it finally disappeared entirely, leaving the bright blue sky above completely unmarred once more. The damage to the fortress was total. Harry would be surprised if there was one stone on top of another up there, and it was very obvious even from here that the damage to the underground segment of the fortress, the greater segment, had been just as complete. I might have been able to do something on a similar scale with enough preparation and calling on Arion, but it would probably have wiped me out, Harry reflected. I remember reading about some destructive spells back in my old world, but even they would struggle with destroying something made of so much possibly magically reinforced stone. Not that Harry was going to show his awe in front of Sealborn or Galadriel, although Galadriel could probably tell. Still, Harry had an image to maintain after all. So, you elves do know about there being no kill like overkill. What was with your earlier look, Sealborn? Sealborn laughed at that, while Galadriel smiled faintly, and laid her hand, the hand that was not still glowing like a miniature star, on Celeborn's arm as he held it out to her. Truly, a good day's work, I think. Now let us leave this place. The fortress is destroyed, but there is nothing I can do here to cleanse the ground of Sauron's taint. Not even your patroness spell could accomplish that, Harry Potter. Harry frowned as the three of them turned to join the rest of the elven force, many of whom bowed family towards Galadriel as she joined them. She simply smiled faintly at them all, and continued to walk beside Sealborn and Harry as the elves surrounded them and began to make their way away from the fortress. I'm not saying this didn't need to be done, but if we can't clean the taint from the ground, doesn't that mean that eventually it will still spawn orcs or goblins? No. Not unless orcs or goblins come here and make it their home again. It is their presence or that of a greater evil nearby which will start the process, which will call to the taint within the ground to begin to spawn more of them. No, with the fortress destroyed, there would be no reason for them to come back here, Sealborn answered. Harry frowned at that, thinking militarily that there probably was. But then again, the reasons Harry could think of offhand could be better done in smaller, more diverse packets of watchers and skirmishers. If Sauron was going to rebuild his forces in Mordor, he didn't really need an exterior outpost like this any longer. Seeing her young friend still looking a little out of sorts, Galadriel interjected. Further, even that would take years, decades even to start. Only if Sauron or one of his ring wraiths came here, could that timeline be accelerated to the point where it could become dangerous. And if one such does come, I will feel it even from Lothlorien. She smiled slightly at Harry. And thanks to learning your patroness spell, I could give a Nazgul a very, very bad day. I could send my patroness here from afar to drive them off at least. And if possible, as I said before to you, I could even, with help and protection, come close and try to use the spell to destroy the ring wraith. Before, Galadriel had enough magical power to easily destroy a ring wraith's physical body. Yet the spirit would simply return to its master, to reform again. But the patroness gave her the means to destroy its spirit, to cleanse it utterly from Arda. That was a gift that Galadriel knew was at least the equal to her help with Harry's damaged brain, if not more in the long run. That makes more sense, Harry said, before turning aside as Toriel joined them. She took his hand, and the two of them moved off away from Galadriel and Sealborn, who smiled after the young couple, as the journey back to Lothlorien continued. Oh. Several days after their return from Dol Guldur, Harry also trained with Sealborn after he and Galadriel returned from destroying Dol Guldur. This began about a week and a half after Harry had woken up for the first time, when Arwen, who had volunteered to help with his physical exercises, had deemed him physically fit enough for more arduous exercises. You look pleased, Harry opined, looking across at Sealborn. The two of them stood in the middle of a training area on one of the Telain. It was so wide that it could have done for a pickup game of football, Harry reflected. A small entranceway into one of the trees sat nearby, where Harry had been directed to take a training sword from, one among numerous others hanging within. At one side were a series of wooden dummies, crafted so that an operator could move segments of the dummy to attack or defend. Celeborn's faint smile widened, and he gestured to Harry to stand across from him. I am indeed, my young friend. Although I will keep my reasons for such to myself. Be it because of her fear once more being renewed by contact with Melian, or because she was so enraptured by what she was learning or the work she had done on Harry had been so fulfilling, Galadriel had surprised Sealborn last night. Elven courtship and marriages were not like human marriages. Over time elvish lusts and desires began to diminish. Their love for one another was far more constant, but it was more a love of the fia, the soul rather than of the body, the hroa. The night previous, Galadriel had decided to replay their youth a bit. That had almost alarmed Sealborn at first, but once he was infected with her interest, he had certainly enjoyed himself. Not that he would ever dream of sharing that with anyone else. For now, let me see what you have learned already of swordsmanship. You have mentioned several times that you took lessons from Thorin on the road. I want to know how much you will have to unlearn. Scowling a bit at that shot at his dwarfish friend, Harry raised the practice sword, taking a stance that Thorin had taught him. Then, when Sealborn indicated they should begin, he attacked quickly. A strike to the shoulder was deflected, a slash was dodged, and then Celeborn's sword was up, flashing into his face. If not for his reaction time and speed, Harry would have lost the bout right then. But he was able to duck under the next strike, going on the attack quickly. However, within 2 more passes Harry found his sword smashed out of his hand by a blow he barely saw coming, his leg kicked out from under him. A second later, the tip of Celeborn's blade tapped gently against his chest. I see you have much to learn. Your footwork was so-so, but only so-so. Further, your entire style is based on that of a dwarf. You have far longer reach than them, you don't need to get in so close. Nor do you need to worry so much about protecting your head and shoulders. Rather you must protect your entire body. After the first strike, you are far too immobile. You will need to learn to move, to dodge, and to shift from side to side, not just backwards and forwards. A blow dodged is far better than a blow defended, Celeborn observed critically. I have to know Celeborn, Harry grumbled as he pushed Celeborn's blade to one side and rolled to his feet, standing up warily lest Celeborn attack him as he did so, just for a lesson on when not to let his guard down. Is there something beyond general antipathy towards the dwarves in your stance towards them, or is there something personal there? I was in Manigreth, when the dwarves killed my king. I survived their sack of our land, if barely. I have never forgotten, nor will I, Celeborn said, his eyes flashing, his smile turning thin and dangerous. I will retain an open mind if I must toward individuals, but as a race? The dwarves will never find a friend in me. Scowling, Harry nodded at that, realizing that there was little he could do to change Celeborn's mind. He could argue that the dwarves of Erebor were not the tribe who had attacked Doriath, but he didn't honestly know whether or not that was the case. The dwarves of Nogrod had after all been themselves attacked by Byrne and his folk and had never been heard of again even among dwarves. This implied that they had either been wiped out, or scattered and joined the other clans. And what clan they had been originally he had no idea. Now, let us begin again, Celeborn ordered. And for the next few hours, Harry got used to the impression of being disarmed and put on his ass more than he was happy about. Of course, despite all the time he spent training and teaching, Harry did spend time with Toriel. While she was busy working out with Everseeking, she still made time to come by and have every meal with Harry, or Harry sought her out occasionally when she was busy. And more than once, as spring turned into summer, summer into autumn, and autumn into winter, they had romantic moments. One such moment took their relationship physically a little further than had previously been the case. Toriel and Harry had agreed to leave Kara's Galadon for a bit of alone time. They had brought with them some food that cooks of Galadriel's household had generously prepared for them and travelled further northwest along the Nimrodal River until they were practically at the edge of the territory the Galadrim claimed. There, they had a picnic, debating once more on whether or not they should head north right away, as in follow the misty mountains upwards, or head to Erebor first, and then straight north from there. Or even if they should do that at all. While Harry was interested to see what the frozen north was like, and perhaps hunt down some of these beasts of Morgoth, he was equally interested in Gondor and Rohan, the two best-known human nations that existed up on Middle-earth. Fact that there were only two such still disturbed Harry a bit, that the remnants of Beleriand had not evolved into a country again beyond the Shire was strange. But nonetheless, Harry did want to see Rohan and Gondor. Think about it. If we head to Erebor, hopefully Thorin will have finished creating some armor for the two of us. Which would be a major boon, I think, he finished dryly. But if our own didn't indicate that the dangers in the north were any immediate threat, then meeting and interacting with the folk of Rohan and Gondor would be fascinating. We might even meet Gandalf moving among them again. It's their nations that are the closest to Mordor. By this point, Harry knew that most of the strength to resist Mordor, if such a thing was needed, would come from humanity. For all their strength in magic, the elves lacked the will and numbers to fight a war on the scale that would take. Lothlorien was arguably the strongest of the four remaining realms of elves on Middle-earth, but it barely had 5,000 Everseeking and 1,000 frontline warriors. And it was also losing strength over time. Since Harry had woken up, 80 elves had made the decision to leave Lothlorien and make the journey to the Grey Havens ruled by Círdan the Shipwright. And the Teleri who made up the majority of that realm had never gone to war beyond their walls. Toriel had also mentioned how even the mainly Sylvan and Sindar elves of Torienda Edalos fought the urge to journey to the west, and indeed many had made that journey over the decades. Mordor will not be moving anytime soon. There is a great difference in the force needed to defend a realm of such size than to attack others, Toriel demurred, having had that conversation with Celeborn a few times over the past few months. Further, Sauron himself will need to gather his strength. I do not doubt that no matter how much planning he had made beforehand, being driven and then harried from Dol Guldur will have sapped him. No, it will be years before he can reach out from his realm to assail the west. Maybe, but we do know he arrived in Mordor at least, Harry argued. If we had any way to slay what amounts to a demigod, I would argue that sneaking into Mordor to do just that would be a very good idea. And yet it would also be impossible. I do not doubt your powers or abilities, Harry, but even you could not slay such as Sauron, and any attempt to do so would cause enough noise and violence to bring his orcs and goblins down on top of us. Further, you are making the assumption we could even get there in the first place. I do not, Toriel shook her head wryly. Sighing, Harry conceded the point with a nod and a pat on Toriel's thigh, which was currently bare, given the way her small skirt had risen up. Toriel tensed a bit at the touch, but not entirely from embarrassment, and after a moment, she let Harry's hand remain where it was, instead continuing the debate. So, I think that at present, the best we can do is twofold. First, Go out into the wild places and put to use the learning I have had from Arom to hunt down any fell beasts that Sauron could eventually call to his aid. And 2. Continue to teach Lady Galadriel your runes, so that she in turn can teach Mithrandir and others, thus spreading their knowledge. How is that coming, by the way? Slowly. Her carving skills are excellent, but it takes her some time to really take in what I'm teaching her. Part of that is undoubtedly the fact she's the first person I'm teaching from the very start, Harry admitted with a sigh, flexing his fingers on her thigh even as he turned to look into the Nimrodal's waters at their feet. That distracted Toriel a bit, but she knew that was part of their game here, and she reciprocated the act, placing a hand on Harry's legging and beginning to make circles with her fingers. Oh? So, you think the problem lies in you then? Not really at all. Harry shivered a bit at her touch, and his fingers began to move on her thigh in turn, his head leaning sideways to rest on Toriel's shoulder. Back in my old world, my friends and I were all taking the same class, so knew most of the same material. Galadriel's essentially learning several new written languages, each of which with their own rules on sentence structure. Rules that, if not followed, result in either boom or poof rather than simply a sentence that makes no sense. Toriel chuckled at that. She had seen Harry show Galadriel both boom and poof occur several months back when Galadriel announced she felt ready to move on from using the sandbox Harry and a few elves had created. Boom meant a small-scale explosion, enough to seriously injure anyone in proximity. Poof meant the destruction of the stone used as a backdrop to the runes as the magic overwhelmed its physical structure with nowhere to go. Yes, I recall Lady Galadriel and Arwen's faces when they saw that. I think that is when Arwen lost interest in studying them for now, and I doubt Lady Galadriel has been that surprised in literal ages. The sound of Toriel's laughter delighted Harry as it always did, and he turned sideways to lay a gentle kiss on her neck. But despite feeling a sharp desire to let Harry's ministrations continue, Toriel wanted to continue the conversation. She raised her other hand from where it had just set down an empty wine glass to gently push Harry's head away from her neck. Which leaves us with only hunting down monsters as a means to do harm to the forces of darkness. Harry pulled back, pouting a bit but also holding back a snicker at how Toriel and many of the rest of the folk he'd met in this world could reel off lines like that without being embarrassed. But then again, lines like that are way closer to the truth here in this world than they would normally be in my old one. Dementors and specific spells notwithstanding. Unaware of her love's thoughts, Toriel went on. I would rather travel north if we are going to Erebor in the first place. I have seen winters here and in the forest of Mirkwood, but I've not seen the lands of ice and snow. I suppose the question is, do we wish to be around other people, or strike out on our own for a time? Okay, you've convinced me. Having more time on our own would be very nice, Harry said, a look in his eyes that caused Toriel's smile to turn sultry almost, if such a thing could be said of an elf. I will start to put some work into our tent and our other traveling gear then. There are a few things I want to try out that could be very useful even beyond having all of our gear in my pouch. Not all, Toriel cautioned. We should always have some equipment on hand, some food, emergency weapons, and so forth. Even elves can be ambushed, Harry. Harry nodded, and the debate shifted to how they would go north. Here Harry won out, saying they should stop in at Erebor first before going on rather than going straight north. Armor is going to be useful, after all. And I think staying near the Misty Mountains or any areas previously occupied by goblins or orcs is just asking for trouble. When Toriel agreed, Harry decided that was enough serious discussion for now. Good. Now, I'm done talking for a bit. With that, he leaned in, kissing Toriel hard on the lips, instantly deepening the kiss as Toriel's mouth opened in a gasp. Soon, their tongues were dueling, as Harry's hands moved to slowly push Toriel back down onto the ground. But soon Toriel was taking part just as ardently, one leg ground around Harry's waist, pulling him against her. They spent the rest of the afternoon and evening making out. By the time they returned to Khazad-dûm, their lips were slightly bruised, but both had smiles you would have to use magic to remove. This sight drew some stares from a few elves they passed, but most had the decency to not notice. And if Toriel's shirt had come undone and Harry's was entirely off, that was no one's business but their own. Another year passed by thusly, with Harry's days filled with training and teaching, and occasionally pranking. Alas, most of the Galadrim took the same route as those of Rivendell did, simply enduring rather than pranking in turn. Galadriel and Arwen though did not, and more than once Harry found his food tasting of compost or his skin turning different colors as they took to pranking him back in turn. Arwen also joined Galadriel in teaching Harry about her own brand of magic, which had much in common with Radagast's area of expertise and learning from Harry in turn. And then, as summer came around once more, Harry and Toriel decided to leave. While Harry had a lot more to teach, Galadriel had finished learning all the runes and knew enough to get by, and even start to integrate a few into defending Lothlorien, while Arwen had learned enough to be taught by her grandmother in turn. With the use of the large sand tables Harry had helped build, she could also now teach others to a certain extent. Arwen, Galadriel, and Sealborn bid them farewell at the outer edge of Khazad-dûm as morning passed into afternoon. Arwen spoke quietly to one side with Toriel, having become good friends with the younger elf, despite the two of them having very different personalities as Galadriel, Sealborn, and Harry spoke together. They did so in very different tones. Sealborn was wryly sardonic, teasing Harry about wanting to leave just as their training was getting to a good point. Galadriel in contrast sounded worried about his leaving, ruffling his hair and reminding him to be careful out in the wider world and reminding him to look before he leaped, and more homilies. Is this what having a big sister is like? Harry thought, taking her words in good humor, while warning Sealborn he would look magnificent in neon pink. And yes, Galadriel, Toriel and I will watch over one another, never fear. See that you do. I have come to care for you, Harry, just as much as I do Mithrandir, and I do not have so many dear friends that I can afford to lose any, Galadriel admonished. Indeed, I can trust Mithrandir to watch over himself far more I can you with your past record of strange adventures. In his time with the elves, more of Harry's adventures in his past life had come out to Galadriel and even Toriel. Many a night as Arwen rubbed salve into his still-scarred hand did Harry regale them, and, indeed, several dozen other elves of Lothlorien with his adventures in his past life. The tales of magic and mystery fascinated all the elves, although his description of human cities in his old world horrified them all. I can't really argue with that, particularly since Toriel and I will be searching out these beasts of maybe Ungoliant, Harry grumbled. While he understood the importance of Arom's intervention and treating with Toriel, he didn't think the beasts would really have that much of an impact immediately, much like he had been convinced that Sauron would be unable to act offensively. He would have preferred to get to know more men of Middle-earth. Still, if Toriel wanted to hunt them down, he was more than willing to go with her as they explored the world together. And it isn't as if you have not gifted us tools to keep us safe. Indeed, the Galadrim had loaded Toriel and Harry down with gifts. Training swords for both, throwing spears, several quivers full of arrows, feathers for fletching more, and 2 daggers, one for each of them was but the start, although they were very different. Toriel's was a single-bladed long dagger that could be used around the camp as well as a weapon, as she already had a series of smaller daggers. While Harry's was a simple punch dagger, its tip wickedly sharp, but the blade barely larger than his closed fist. Food in the way of enough lembas for both lovers to sustain themselves for months. A bottle made of wood that Galadriel and Arwen between them had crafted to treat any water placed within of whatever poisons it might contain was a gift many kings would be jealous of. And on top of that, there were gifts for each of them in turn. Toriel received a cloak which was enchanted similarly to the ones used by the ever-seeking. It wasn't as good as Harry's, but it was perhaps the best that the elves could create in this age. Harry in turn had been gifted a brooch made of silver and gold threaded around the emerald he had found in the barrows. It was enchanted in some manner that Galadriel was quite mysterious about, simply saying it would give strength when it was most needed. True, but not all the gifts in the world will matter if you still attempt to solve every problem like it is a wall you must slash apart, Sealborn chortled, jibing at both Harry's way of dealing with problems in the past and the way his sword style had looked before Sealborn began to correct it. Galadriel smiled at her husband's wit, resting her hands on Harry's shoulders as he looked her in the eye. This was much easier than it had been when he arrived in Lothlorien, for the magic of Arda had not only just changed his brain in various ways, but his body too. For all his body had been sore and creaked through disuse after he woke up, it had become better in various ways over the years since. His hand-eye coordination was even better, becoming equal to that of an elf as he got used to it. He was also a bit taller for some reason, now topping Toriel by 2 inches although still several inches short of Galadriel's own height. He hadn't had a lot of muscles at the start of training with Sealborn, being wiry rather than bulky. But over the past year, Sealborn had pushed him so hard physically he had added quite a bit of muscles to his shoulders, legs and core. Galadriel noticed all this anew, and smiled faintly at the work her husband had put in on this young man who they had both come to love. Be well, Harry. You and Toriel both have too many people wishing to see you again to be lost in the wilderness, whatever you might face. I won't forget. After all, with Toriel to look out for, I can't be so quick to put myself in danger. A light slap to his back showed that Toriel had finished her conversation with Arwen, the older, black-haired elf still flushing a bit at whatever had been said. Who is going to look after who? Harry turned with a smile, grabbing her hand and pulling Toriel into a hug despite her mild protest at being in front of Galadriel and Sealborn. Both older elves looked on, amusement dancing in their eyes while their faces tried to show disapproval. We'll see who has to save who, I can almost guarantee it. And with that, lady, lord, I think it is time we leave. After another round of well wishes, Harry and Toriel turned, heading out into the woods. For a time, Galadriel and Sealborn stood watching them, not looking at their granddaughter as she finally composed herself from whatever joke Toriel had told the normally poised girl. Finally, they turned away, heading back towards Kara's Galadon. As they did, Galadriel shook her head slightly. If they had only waited another few months, I would have gotten that young elf's parents down here. Hopefully, they will stop in to meet with the young king on the return journey at the very least. No parent deserves to hear about their daughter's relationship secondhand after all. I think they will beleg Nainath, Arwen announced. Toriel and I spoke about that, and while it is not her main priority, she does wish her parents to be there when she and Harry Wednesday. Arwen paused then, her voice becoming a mumble that Galadriel very carefully did not react to. Where in their courtship that wedding might occur is up in the air however. I have never heard the term horny before, but now I don't think I will ever forget it. Oh. As the trio of Galadrim reached the outskirts of Kara's Galadon, Harry and Toriel had reached the shores of the river Anduin. Here they finally faced the real choice, cross over and then head back north and east to Erebor or follow the river south into the fields of Celebrant and then into Rohan or elsewhere. But after a conversation interspersed with several kisses, Harry once more prevailed over Toriel's desire to see the forest of Fangorn and the horse of Rohan. I promise we will get there eventually, Toriel, Harry said, having actually been moved by Toriel's talk of deep valleys and hidden dells where no elf had walked since the breaking of the world. But armor comes first. As does exploring the north. I know Harry, but allow me my Sindar foibles. Forests will always call out to me, Toriel replied with a breathy little laugh, still recovering from the most recent kiss. But come, let us be on our way once more. Nodding, Harry helped to create a rope bridge with his magic, crossing the river. From there, Harry and Toriel began to travel once more, racing across the land to the east and north. To Erebor they would go, and on from there. End chapter. Well folks, there we have it. 2 semi-large time skips, combined into one chapter. It has now been the better part of 2 years since Harry and Toriel left Erebor. This, I think, is how I will be dealing with time skips. I will set up what Harry is learning, or what he and Toriel are doing, and then skip through to the end of it, interspersed with interesting moments. That, and travel times. I will intermingle travel times with explanations about what Harry is done to their travel equipment as well as romance. But this will let me speed up the passage of time significantly. I will also punctuate it, I think, a time or two anyway, with excerpts from Bilbo and the Shire. After all, this is a very different Bilbo than the one who returned to the Shire in the books. His impact on Frodo will also have been different. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this. Chapter 21. Howdy all. Seeing Istaman has yet to get back to me with Stallion, let alone Cindy, I decided to post this here for you all first so you have something to read. It hasn't been edited, and I won't have time if I want to try and get a similarly sized chapter for Heroes out, let alone go over Stallion if Timon does get it back to me. Especially since I will be doing a favor for a family member that will take around 5 hours on Friday. Ugh. If anyone thinks they have enough WoW knowledge to try and take over work on DA for a month, contact me via PM here. Otherwise, send your thoughts to Timon to empower his ability to read faster and deal with RL issues, LOL. Chapter 21, Sometimes, those traveling hit potholes. On the morning of the 3rd day out from Lothlorien, Harry decided he could get used to waking up with Toriel hugging him to her chest like a teddy bear. It turned out that Toriel became a cuddler at night, something he had not really anticipated from an elf. Cuddling while awake, yes. That seemed a natural part of their courtship, something they both deeply enjoyed now that they were away from other people and could be open with their affections. Not that they couldn't hug or hold hands, but being around other elves was somewhat stifling when it came to more than that. But Toriel sought out his warmth and body at night was a surprise. But despite her death grip around his upper body and how deeply she seemed to sleep, Harry quickly learned that any noise nearby that her brain didn't register as natural or coming from the forest would wake Toriel instantly. Indeed, when he had to extricate himself from Toriel, to go to the bathroom mainly, he found her awake and waiting for Harry to return. However, they'd had a particularly intense make-out session last night. It had ended with both of their shirts coming off and Harry exploring Toriel's upper body for the first time without any cloth impediment between them. It turned out that in this world, bras had yet to be invented, and Harry had found himself extremely glad of that. Now, as dawn light began to filter into the tent and through Toriel's red hair, which covered his back and the side of his face, Harry once more took in the view. From far closer this time too. Looking down, he could take in the shapes of her large apple-sized breasts, rising and falling as Toriel breathed in, her breath seeming to have far longer intervals than a normal humans would be able to sustain. Each fleshy hill was firm, standing high and proud on Toriel so much so that even though they were sleeping on their side at present, they barely seemed to feel gravity pulling them sideways. Beyond that, Harry had been amazed to find that elvish nipples could come in colors unknown to man. At least, he had never heard of someone back on Earth having a light green tinge to their nipples, which only came out when they hardened from arousal. Or the cold maybe, Harry acknowledged, but I doubt elves actually feel that. I certainly didn't see any sign of them needing to dress up for winter during our time in Lothlorien. And just look at how they go around without boots all the time. Despite that minor surprise, Toriel's babs looked utterly magnificent to Harry's eyes. I know I saw them before during that disaster when the company was trying to escape, but having Toriel let me see them, and even play with her breasts like last night is another thing altogether. Seeing that Toriel didn't seem to be in a hurry to wake up that morning, Harry decided to be a little daring. Leaning forward just a bit, Harry kissed along the inside of her breast. Hearing the change in her breathing as she began to wake up, he waited a moment before moving to Toriel's nipple. Lightly licking that hardened light green nub caused Toriel to gasp. Now awake, Toriel gently tugged at his hair, pulling Harry away from her nipple before running her fingers through it in apology. That is a little too far as a means of waking me up, my love. Then perhaps you should have put your shirt back on last night, Harry answered cheekily, causing her to gurgle in laughter. Then, to his surprise, Toriel pulled his head back into her chest. Obligingly, Harry began to kiss and nibble at her breasts again, causing Toriel to let loose a low moan. He kept at this for a few seconds as Toriel got used to the sensations, before at another tug at his hair, Harry moved up to her mouth. Both broke off from the kiss as the noise of thunder and lightning reached them from outside the tent. Harry rolled to one side and Toriel stood up with all of the grace of her folk, going from laying down on her side to standing up in one smooth motion. Moving to the tent flap, she shook her head at being able to stand upright in what the outside world would see as a single simple sleeping tent for one person. We still need to crawl in and out, but that is a small price to pay. I still cannot get over this tent, Harry. I know you worked on it while we were with the Lady Galadriel and her folk, but even so, your space expansion runes are amazing to see in action. Thank you. I like to think I do good work when I put my mind to something, Harry answered modestly, laying back down on the large pillows that served them in lieu of a bed. That had been Toriel's preference, something that she shared with many elves. They tended to prefer large comfortable pillows rather than formal beds. Above where he lay, the portion of the tent's interior directly above the pillows were marked by a painting of the nighttime sky visible when it was dark out. That had been a contribution by several of the elves in Lothlorien who had delighted in the work and sharing the glory of the stars from the years of the trees with Toriel and Harry. That was the name of the first age of the world, before the creation of the Anar and Ithil, the sun and moon. They had only been created after the death of the trees. Telperion and Laurelin had been destroyed by Ungoliant and Morgoth, and even then, 50 years went by before Arion first sailed Anar into the heavens above Middle-earth. Harry was often confused about the first age. Elves seemed to switch between what they called long years and regular years, and it was quite confusing as he couldn't get anyone to explain what a long year was in terms of a regular year. Even Lady Galadriel hadn't, saying that the true nature of the long years changed one year to another. Still, Harry was grateful for the work the elven painters had put into his tent. Even though he knew it had been more thanks to the request of Lady Galadriel than for Harry or even Toriel. Around the sides of the tent elsewhere, which, much like the rest of the interior was much larger than it appeared on the outside obviously, were little packets and pouches that could be clipped down so that what they contained wouldn't move. Fletching tools for Toriel, along with spare bowstring and a pouch containing several hundred arrowheads to further extend their supplies from the full quivers in Harry's mokeskin pouch. A chisel for when Harry was working on runes and several dozen flat stone discs for the runes themselves. A spare dagger, bits of wood, the 2 daggers they had been given by Galadriel and other small things. There were also 2 elven cloaks and a fur-lined undershirt for Harry, made from animals who had been harmed in some battle and were on their last legs, according to the hunters who had brought the fur in. Unlike what most humans and even dwarves thought, the elves did sometimes eat meat, but only from animals were already dying for the most part. Fish though? Toriel was not alone in her tendency to eat fish like a hobbit ate mushrooms. All Sylvan elves did, and even many Noldor. The cooking equipment and the bag containing it rounded out the tent's interior, although there was no place inside the tent for a campfire, nor the fish or meat. Those were contained in their own separate pack. As for the lack of fire, Harry couldn't figure out a way to ventilate the tent without damaging the structural properties of the space expansion charm. And his one experiment with cooking inside with the tent flap open had been rather foolish. Yet the amazing tent barely took Harry's notice away from Toriel as she bent down to look outside the tent, poking her head out of the tent flap and presenting her rear to him. Although still clad, that rear was most enticing, as were the long extremely well-formed legs that led up to it. Especially as she only wore a pair of what would have been called boy pants back on Earth. Here, they served forest elves like her as nightwear while out in the forest. Looking back over her shoulder, Toriel smiled faintly, thrilled beyond anything she had ever thought she could experience at the awareness of Harry's eyes on her. Being wanted like that, the passion she could feel in Harry was not something that would normally occur in elvish courtship until well after marriage. But Toriel delighted in it, as she had practically everything they had done. Oh yes, we needed some alone time, Toriel thought with amusement, remembering her last conversation with Arwen. Well, it looks as if it just started raining. My prediction was off, alas. I thought it would have hit last night at some point, but... Toriel shrugged, which did enticing things to her rear. I am a master of woodcraft, but the wind and weather are the domain of Manwë, and he sends us what he will, not what we wish. Toriel turned away from the flap. Instead of sitting down next to Harry, she straddled him, her legs going to either side of his waist as her rear settled into his lap, leaning her forehead against his. The two of them simply stayed there for a moment, staring into one another's eyes, lost as their fear wound around one another. Then a lightning strike nearby broke them out of the momentary paralysis and Toriel tilted her head, leaning in to kiss Harry hungrily. However should we spend the morning? She whispered. Later that day, Harry continued his training in how to move through a forest as Toriel did. This was difficult in a forest recently drenched by rain. Sound was relatively easy, but leaving no traces behind when the ground was wet like this, was much harder. But Toriel firmly believed that leaving tracks behind you was stupid, regardless of what you were doing. And considering the goblins the pair had dealt with on their trip to Lothlorien, Harry was more than willing to go along with the lessons, despite knowing that Dol Guldur had been dealt with. Especially when the company was so good. The two lovers had crossed the river Enjuin the first day out from Karazgaladon and within a day had entered the southernmost portion of Mirkwood, which had previously been controlled by Dol Guldur and the fell power residing within. But with the fortress utterly destroyed, the death grip that the forces of darkness had on this portion of the forest had also faded. Not a day had gone by without Toriel commenting on how the forest felt cleaner to her, the air moving more naturally, smelling not of musk and decay, or the leavings of spiders, and goblins and orcs around here, but of pine, wet leaves, and the trees themselves. Even animals have begun to move back into this area of the forest. That is an excellent sign for its future recovery. Harry had nodded, although he hadn't noticed any animals just yet. And indeed, they had planned for the trip thinking there wouldn't be any animals to supplement their diet going forward. Thus they had spent a day on the river itself, as Toriel fished and Harry preserved the fish for later use. The rain continued to come down intermittently for the next few days, and one time, Toriel, who was the most experienced, was calling the shots on how fast a pace to set, called a full halt. The rain will not be letting up, and may worsen. I can feel it, the drizzle is going to become a flood soon. We had best find some place to set up camp for the night. I will bow to your greater expertise, Harry answered easily. It isn't as if we're in any rush. Within a short amount of time, Toriel's prediction proved accurate. The rain, which had just been drizzling, suddenly began to pour down from the sky. It was as if Manwë and Ulmo were conspiring to flood this portion of the world ever so slightly. Thankfully, the lovers had set up the tent on a small hill by that point. There, Harry used drying spells on pieces of wood, quickly making a fire and cooking a stew before transporting the stew into the tent right before the rain began to fall in earnest. The two of them sat together, pulling the pillows out of their normal place in the tent to lean back against as they watched the rain through the tent flap. I remember a rain like this happening in my second week of being a member of the Unseen Host. North of Tori and Aedalos, the trees are so large that you can take shelter in the lee of a tree, cover yourself in a blanket and not be hit by any of the rain, Toriel said. Indeed, instead of being a bother, the rain felt almost like music playing on the leaves. One of my fellows began to sing, a song of the olden times when the forest spanned much of the land, and one could walk from Tori and Aedalos to the Blue Mountains and never leave the shade of the trees. Harry nodded, taking a bite of stew as he listened to Toriel try to hum a portion of the song, before failing, her memory not up to doing it justice in her words. I don't know if I can ever see the world as your elders did in those days. My own world has few places which haven't felt humanity's touch. Although, I will say that enjoy exploring the world as it is now with you by my side. That line might have sounded almost saccharine to another human, too sweet to be believed. Or said more to get a laugh than a romantic response. But Toriel smiled happily, hearing the truth in Harry's words, leaning her head against his shoulder as he went on wryly. And I can't say that I have any good memories of being caught in the rain, which makes me thankful that we're here warm and dry in our little tent. I'll never get over how we used to practice Quidditch in the rain and the cold, although I'll admit that rain and heat is much better. Quidditch? The flying game, yes? You've spoken several times of it, although I don't believe you mentioned rain before in conjunction with those stories, save for that one game interrupted by the horrible Dementor creatures. Toriel shuddered a bit, thinking those creatures sounded like something that the great enemy might have created in the first age of the world. And to know that there had been hundreds of the creatures back in Harry's old world was horrifying to her. I did mention that story, didn't I? Harry mused, remembering that conversation between him, Toriel, the Lady Galadriel and Sealborn. It had happened after Harry had taught Galadriel the Patroness. No, that wasn't the only time I was forced to play in horrible weather. In fact, we didn't just play in horrible weather, we trained in it. Oliver Wood, the captain of our team, was a maniac when it came to Quidditch. From there, Harry explained more about his time on the Quidditch team which he had only touched on before this. Toriel replied in kind, telling about how the members of the Unseen Host were trained to move in all types of weather without leaving a trace, including snow. Even elves needed to be trained in such things, something Harry took some comfort in. And not just hard-packed snow either, but newly fallen snow. Leaving no trace in that kind of material is extremely difficult to learn. But once you do, it can become second nature. I really don't think you should expect these plodding human feet to be able to do what yours can, Harry quipped, staring down at his own well-made leather boots, and Toriel's feet, which did not have anything upon them. She smirked, wiggling her toes at him, and Harry chuckled, reaching down and taking one of her feet and tickling it, causing her to shriek and try to pull away. The flirting continued the next day even though the rain did as well. It wasn't as heavy, and they could see for quite a ways through it. It was also warm. Summer hit this portion of the world hard that day, so much so that Harry didn't want to be in his cloak to protect himself from the rain. Toriel had much the same thought and they put the cloaks away into Harry's bag with the cooking equipment. Toriel carried the tent in its own backpack along with a dagger at her hip and bow over her shoulder. The two of them walked together, still scanning the surrounding areas for trouble, but mostly lost in one another. Not a league went by without them stopping and kissing or simply holding one another. And at one point, Harry was even allowed to get his hand underneath her skirt, as Toriel leaned her forehead against his shoulder, shuddering at the sensations he wrought with his fingers, her words coming out in a loud moan. "Oh, my love, my heart." Later, as the rain began to pass and they broke out from the forest into the flatlands beyond, Harry learned more about fieldcraft from Toriel. How to hide his footprints was but the start. How to always be aware of his surroundings and set up a camp that would be unseen by any near or far, regardless of terrain, were just as important. They couldn't practice on all terrain, but by the third day of sitting up a camp under Toriel's stern injunctions, Harry felt he had it down at least in scrubland and grassland, which was not easy. Luckily, the term rolling hills could be easily used to describe the terrain they were going through right now. Grassland marked out with a few shrubs, large rocks and bushes as far as the eye could see, but the eye could not see very far because the terrain here was not flat. Rather it was a series of small hillocks, with tiny streams hidden making the ground wet in surprising places. At one point, Harry looked up from where he was cooking to see Toriel staring east, her face showing an expression of curiosity. "You see something you want to explore?" "No, nothing like that. I am simply remembering the tales of the early days of the elves in the Far East. Since the breaking of the world, my folk have never wandered eastward. Especially since the last war against Sauron, any thought in that direction has faded horribly. We know that to the Far East, the land was cracked there as well, and that one continent became two, as we have spoken of before. But out there somewhere is the ancestral birthplace of my people, Quivinan, the place we dwelled in before we began to migrate west under the guidance of Arom." Harry nodded, remembering that Arom was the hunter, one of the Vala devoted most to hunting down the creatures of Morgoth. And that during his time having his mind healed had reached out to Toriel, training her further as a huntress. Looking at her now, Harry could well understand why. Toriel looks almost like she is poised like a bowstring ready to charge forward on the hunt, he thought wonderingly, losing himself once more in simply looking at her, before shaking his head and addressing her words. "I remember our previous conversation on that far east of the inland sea called the Sea of Ruin, right? But if the land was really broken in two, it might be impossible to find Quivinan. I know, and I also learned that the dwarven houses of the Stiffbeards, Ironfoot and Blacklocks reside there, locked in a state of constant skirmishing with the Easterlings. But even if we just go as far as their holdings, it'd be fascinating to explore there." Toriel grinned, turning to look over her shoulder for just a moment before turning back the way she had been looking, gazing afar once more, seeing Harry knew for leagues beyond where Harry could see. To wander once more in forests untouched by Sylvan or Noldor hands, to perhaps find some lost dwelling of the Avery? That would be amazing. When they awoke upon Middle-earth, the elves were originally divided into 3 clans. Back then they were called the Minyar, Tatyar and the Nilyar. All of the Minyar, half of the Tatyar, and a little less than 2/3 of the Nilyar were convinced by Arom to journey to the west, becoming known as the Vanyar, Noldor and Teleri, respectively. But those who stayed, most of whom came from the Teleri, were called the Avery and were not counted among the Eldar, never empowered by living among the Vala and Maiar in the Blessed Realm. Little was known specifically of their history among the surviving elves. But it was speculated that many, perhaps most, had eventually fallen into darkness under the reign of Morgoth, and perhaps become twisted into the first of the orcs. But some of them met the first men to awake, helping them to journey west, teaching them what they could of woodcraft and culture. For that alone perhaps everyone alive today should be thankful, for if not for men, specifically Eärendil, the age of Morgoth would never have been broken upon Middle-earth until too late for the elves who lived there, given the fear that the Vala had in further damaging the world they had wrought in Eru Elevator's name, and the sadness and betrayal they felt at the Noldor leaving Aman. Yet that had been thousands of years ago, well before the breaking of the world. The world was changed now, and as Toriel said, the lands to the east were dominated by the Easterlings. Men who had apparently given themselves over to Sauron. It would probably be impossible for them to go there, or Harry would say that if they didn't have access to elven cloaks and his magic. As it is, well, if we wanted to turn our hands at spying, I doubt that anyone but Sauron, or maybe the Nazgul if they revive too, could spot us. Harry set that thought aside for now and slowly rose to his feet. He moved around the fire pit and behind Toriel, putting his arms around her and leaning his chin on her shoulder, staring in the same direction she was. "I do not know where it comes from, perhaps it is the equivalent of what Sealborn once called the sea longing of the Teleri, but my lady does enjoy the idea of traveling quite a bit. And who am I to gainsay her? If you want to, my lady, journeying in that area would be amazing. Probably dangerous too, but I think we could handle that. My word, but the list of places we wish to explore is getting longer all the time, is it not? Toriel answered teasingly, leaning her head sideways against his. Why should that matter, we have all the time in the world. He asked, squeezing her tighter. A few years with the dwarves, a year or so exploring the north before deciding yes, it's cold and miserable and we've hunted the monsters our own wanted you to, a few years traveling into the human realms. And then why not travel toward the east? There were a lot of reasons probably why they wouldn't be able to, and both lovers knew that. First and foremost, as Harry had just been thinking about, Sauron was out there to the south in Mordor rebuilding his power base. While at the moment there was little Harry could do beyond spreading the knowledge of his magic and runes as he had to Galadriel, one of the reasons they would be traveling would be to slay other monsters and dark beasts Sauron could call to his service. That was the mission Arom had given Toriel. And even if she hadn't been given that mission, neither Harry nor Toriel were the sort to simply keep on traveling once Sauron rose to power again. It was only a question of when. But it was nice to dream. Toriel chuckled, before her nose wrinkled, and she pulled away from Harry to look over their shoulders at the fire. That is a pleasant thought for the future, my dear. But for now, I believe our meal is about to burn. She laughed as Harry twisted around, releasing her quickly and racing back to their fire pit with a curse. That night the lovers stayed awake, sleeping outside the tent for once. They stared up at the stars above, their arms around one another, the stars clearer here than they had been back in the forest even on the best nights. And as Toriel sang a song of thanks to the stars, Harry bowed his head in thanks as well to Elbereth Gildhoniel, Lady of the Night. Later the next day, the two of them crested a small hillock and paused, looking ahead of them in surprise. They saw what looked like a small copse of trees on the horizon. Hey! That sticks out like a pimple on a nose. I wonder what those trees are doing here. Toriel's own nose wrinkled along with the rest of her face as she stared at Harry. That is a most strange phrase. What is a pimple, and what does it have to do with your nose? Harry stared at her, then sighed. Right, elves. You probably don't have those, do you? Setting that strange conversation aside, Toriel raced forward, flitting across the ground as only an elf could, causing Harry to sprint to keep up. He could, but he noted absently that while Toriel still left no sign of her passage among the grass, looking over his shoulder, he could see that he definitely did. By the time he caught up with Toriel, she had already flipped herself into the branches of one tree, laughing in delight. They are so old. Look at them. They are as old as the oldest of trees in Mirkwood. And I can feel the touch of elves still within them. They remember our language, our touch. Harry lost her entirely among the foliage above, but he was more than willing to assume she was right at home. With that, he began to look around, noting tracks of animals, including one which might be to a bear. A big one, although not to the size Bjorn had taken on during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. He was about to tell Toriel but yelped in surprise as she swung down from a tree behind Harry, landing lightly, smiling and leaning in to kiss him. Then she was pulling away, taking his hand and touching it to the trunk over a gnarled piece of trunk that could serve as a handhold. Come. I have taught you how to climb, and this is a view you need to see. Moments later, Harry had to acknowledge that Toriel was right, the view up here was magnificent. Then, as Toriel moved off to further explore the woods, Harry stayed where he was, leaning against the tree staring out over the world as he reached out with his senses into that world as he had been taught by Lady Galadriel. Soon, Harry felt the tree respond, its mind, such as it was, opening up to him. He could almost feel it, feel how the tree viewed the world. The tree's thoughts were slow, ponderous, and slow to change most of all. But it was strong too, with deep roots and strong boughs, and after a moment, Harry could feel himself pulled deeper into the connection. Shuddering, Harry quickly pulled his mind away from the tree, shaking his head. No thank you. I might have a lifetime to live that a tree might envy, but I'd prefer my thoughts remain human, thanks. With that in mind, knowing that Toriel would be busy exploring the little copse of trees for a while, Harry pulled out his rune crafting materials and began practicing. He was still there as night fell, but to his surprise, Toriel asked if they could push on instead of make camp. The stars are so bright tonight, Harry. A night like this calls me to be up and doing. Harry shrugged. He wasn't tired, something he had gotten used to on the journey down to Lothlorien and had luxuriated in since his mind had been repaired and fully integrated into his changing body. Of course, my lady, Harry said, taking one of her hands in his. Just remember, my eyesight isn't as good as yours, particularly at night. Toriel laughed again, that light chiming sound causing Harry to smile and turn. She pulled into a light kiss and again pulled away, gently tugging his arm. Come then, oh blind one. I will lead you through this night. You know, that could be taken entirely different direction. Harry drawled, causing her to blush. Near dawn, however, they paused for a time, then went forward more slowly, wary of the area in front of them. Here, where Harry estimated they should start to see signs of a river rather than the small streams and ponds they had seen previously, they had come upon an area of hills. Real hills rather than the tiny bumps in the land they had been dealing with. Moreover, these hills were somehow nasty looking. They were filled with jagged rocks, and as they closed, they saw dozens of small and even a few large areas that looked like they could be caves. Still Harry pressed on, heading north and slightly west as determined by Harry's point me spell towards the lonely mountain. But even as they made their way through the rocky hills, no trouble came to them. Still, the area gave both of them a negative vibe. Soon, as Harry predicted, they began to hear the sounds of a river. A mighty one too, on the same scale as the river Anduin. Climbing up a sharp series of boulders, they saw the river Silduin far below, winding through a canyon between the rocky hills. Called the River Running in common, the river lived up to its name, rushing strongly from its source in the Sea of Rune in the east and thence north and west to Long Lake, one of the two rivers that fit into that body of water. Toriel stared, never having seen a body of water moving so fast. It dwarfs the King's River in Mirkwood, and even the River Anduin didn't have a current that was visible from so far away. Indeed. Unless we wish to fly across via my magic, we may need to journey along the bank to find a place where it slows down, Harry agreed. He then smirked at his lover teasingly. But at least that will allow us to rebuild our supplies of fish. Although I have no idea what kind of fish would swim in a river like that. At that, Toriel grabbed his arm and began to pull him along. They had run out of fish and some herbs they had been given in Lothlorien the day before. They still had a lot of lembas, and the bread of the elves would sustain them regardless, but Toriel would admit to being somewhat spoiled by this point when it came to meals. Harry's cooking was just that good. Come, I think I saw a easier path down towards the river this way. Laughing, Harry once more allowed Toriel to pull him along, and they found an area between the rocky hills where the ground evened out, allowing them easier access to the river. There, the answer to Harry's question about what fish would swim the river running was quickly answered: big ones. They looked somewhat like pike the size of Napoleon fish, only with larger heads and more fins sticking out in odd places to Harry's eyes. They were mean too. Toriel quickly tried the trick she had in the river Anduin, murmuring to the fish and simply pulling them up by the gills. These fish did not respond well to that, nearly biting her hand before she could pull it out of the water. They are not evil, Harry, but vicious and too hungry to listen to me. Well, there's always magic, Harry answered philosophically. An Oxio spell shaped like a net followed his words, pulling 3 fish out of the river to flop nearby, their large jaws snapping at the air as Harry and his lover watched. I've never seen fish like these, unfortunately. They might even be poisoned, which would be a problem. For you, anyway. Poison was not an issue for Harry after his adventure in his second year in Hogwarts. I need to experiment a bit, see what is edible and what isn't. Can you look around for a place for us to cross? Harry gestured across from them now, to the sheer rock face that dominated the other side of the river across from them. That looks tougher than I want to deal with, and frankly. He looked up at the top of the rock face, shaking his head. Something about going up that way bothers me. I too. Indeed, now that you have said it, the area around here feels foul. Not as if it is currently inhabited by foul things, but as if they had recently moved on. I dislike it. I will travel further downstream, searching for both tracks of any kind, and a way across, Toriel said, now serious. The feeling had been faint before, but looking up at the far side of the river, it was much stronger, although still nothing like it had been when they had traveled through territory near Dol Guldur. Perhaps a troll, or some community of goblins or orcs made their homes here before being called to Sauron's service. Maybe, Harry answered with a nod. And I'm grateful I'm not the only one sensed something off about this area. Indeed not. I had thought to say something before, but it was so faint, I thought it but a shadow of some evil long past before we came down to this point, Toriel said, scowling at making such a mistake, as she looked around, pulling her bow off her back as she did, tying the string into place. Should I return here at eventide? No, Harry said, suddenly decisive. I'll head back up the way we came and skirt further west and north around this area. I'll work with these fish before I leave the rocky area behind and meet you along the riverbank. He hefted the fish, shaking his head with a wry smile. After all, I don't have to do my experiments here. And if I leave the refuse from my tests with these fish elsewhere, it might throw off anyone in the area. Toriel heard the change in Harry's tone and smiled. He leads in battle as I lead in travel. I like that. I will follow your lead in this, my love. No longer simply taking their time and traveling lazily, the two split off, with Toriel moving quickly and silently through the rocky terrain following the river. Behind her, Harry retraced their steps just as quickly, although not nearly as silently. When they met up again, Toriel reported that she had not seen any trace of tracks on this side of the river. I could smell troll, and trolls would not cross such a river as this, According to what I have been told of how they act when not directed by orcs, trolls get extremely confused and scared once they cannot see their feet touching the ground. And the river running isn't clear enough for them to do that. They might have been living directly upon it at some point, hence why that specific area felt so foul to us, but they seem to have migrated away. Harry frowned thoughtfully. True. Trolls do tend to travel to where they think they'll find food. And from what I remember of the 3 trolls Thorin and the rest of us ran into, they can get a little angry with one another if their diet becomes too predictable. That matches with what I was told of them. That, and precisely how omnivorous they were. Toriel said, trailing off with a shudder of revulsion. It was well known that all the foul races created by Morgoth in the Second Age of the World ate anything they caught, be it animal or person. Indeed, they seemed to delight in the doing. Did you find anything else? Harry asked. An easier place to cross the river. He gestured to the river, where it was still flowing far too swiftly for him to want to even attempt to get across in the same manner they had the river Anduin. Or are we falling back on the magical solution? Magical solution. It is like this as far as I traveled today, and at a run that was quite a ways. Even if I did have to return to join you once more, my slow companion, Toriel teased, eager to move past the topic of trolls. Besides, from what I know, the river running keeps its speed for its entire length. Companion? Is that what I am? Harry answered, his head hanging low theatrically. Just a person you bring along to cook for you and keep the camp. There was only one response to that Toriel could make, and she made it, leaning over and giving Harry a kiss on the lips. Harry returned the kiss, but Toriel's eyes widened when his hands moved up to grip the back of her head. Keeping Toriel's head still, he threaded his tongue into her mouth. It wasn't the first time they had done this, it was just the timing that threw her off, and then she was being pulled into Harry's arms, and twisted around to lay Toriel on the ground as Harry leaned over her. There she began to whimper in delight as he began to kiss her even more ardently, all thoughts of trolls and other troubles leaving their minds as they once more lost themselves. With the suspicion and worry of what will lay out there forgotten, the two of them had a quite pleasant time by the river, although they still built the fires so that the smoke would not rise very far. And that night Harry laid out his protective runic arrays for the first time since they had left Mirkwood behind on their lazy journey. Toriel returned the next morning from taking care of her morning ablutions to find Harry staring at the river, his portion of the camp already cleared away. She wordlessly moved over to finish her portion, tamping down the ashes from the fire, removing the pit's rocks, and cleaning up to make it seem like no one had ever stayed there. Thinking of what specific method you will use to get us cross, my love? She asked once she finished, feeling a thrill at the words my love. The grin Harry showed as he turned around to face her told Toriel H felt the same, and Toriel idly wondered if this was what it was like for purely elven couples. She doubted it. The feelings and emotions might be the same, but I doubt they have the flashes of raw passion, Toriel thought with some amusement and a certain amount of smugness, although she would never admit to it. She had come to take quite a bit of delight in that aspect of their courtship. Actually, yes, Harry said to her question, breaking into Toriel's thoughts on the relationship. I'm wondering if we should try to freeze the water and then cross, rather than fly. I remember how you reacted when I floated you across the river Anduin. Toriel shuddered, looking a little green at the memory. Being in midair like that had not been like being mid-leap at all, because she instantly lost any feeling of being under her own power. That, combined with how long she was in the air, had been somewhat scary to Toriel, although again that was something she would never admit to anyone else. If for very different reasons. If you believe you can freeze a portion of the river for a time, we could sprint across it fast enough to get to the other side before the current tore your ice apart, she said, deliberately upbeat about the idea. Either that, or we can do it slowly, use a series of ropes to create a rope bridge across. Maybe, but I don't think I'd trust that. We had enough trouble crossing that way when we had to cross the river Anduin. This river is much faster, and there are those fish to consider. True. Toriel winced. Given their hunger, I do not think they would leave us alone. Even me, despite not being creatures of Sauron or the greater darkness. Nodding his head, Harry turned back to the river. Holding his hands over the water, he began crafting the spell he wanted in his mind. Glacis. But as he pushed his magic into the water responded. Magic surged through it, the ice shattering even as it began to form along with Harry's spell, causing Harry to quickly pull his hands away from the top of the water. That would be no. Harry shivered. Ulmo, or perhaps one of his surrogate mayor, definitely do not like someone messing with their water magically. And since I wish to remain on good terms with all of the Vala, I do not wish to push things. That confused Toriel for a moment. After all, she had seen dozens of times that Manwë did not care if Harry used spells that impacted the air. But then she remembered a portion of her history lessons, which had originally been taught to the Eldar by the Vala in the lands to the west in Aman. From a time long before the Firstborn awakened. I think it perhaps smacks too much of the great enemy, my love. Wait, what? Harry looked at her in confusion, then shook his head. This is another one of those long ago things, isn't it? Oh indeed. In fact, this tale is older than even my people remember. In the dawning of the world, the clash of powers, specifically the clash of destruction embodied in Morgoth and the power of water embodied in Ulmo, created snow and ice. We were always told that Ulmo began to take delight in such uses of his power, and in the beauty that could be created with it. But I do not think that equates to letting someone else mess with his waters as you put it. Then that only leaves flying across, my lady. Harry said teasingly. Then I suggest you get to work on that flying contraption you've been trying to make, Toriel answered back primly, but to her dismay, Harry simply grinned, and pulled out the broomstick she had seen him working on for the past few nights from his expanding pouch. Lined with runes near the straw tufts, and elsewhere along its length, the broomstick wasn't finished as the wizards and witches in his old world would term it. But it was mostly finished. I'm not good enough to hide them, and I can't get them small enough to put all the runes hidden underneath the straw. But I think. Harry let the broomstick go, and watched as it hovered in midair. It will get us across the river. And maybe after that too. I'd dearly love to take you flying with me. Toriel just shook her head, but moved over behind Harry as he got onto the broom, hugging him from behind around the waist as he pushed them off of the ground, and slowly they began to ascend, before Harry twisted them around, almost as if he was on a horse, in Toriel's mind, and pointed them across the river. Or, as their whirl through the air continued, there came a noise like a sizzle, and Toriel twisted her head around and down to look past her rear at where the rooms were. Her eyes widened, as she saw the runes sizzling where they were carved into the wood. Harry, there's something wrong with the runes. We're on fire. There's something wrong with our speed too. Damn it. I knew a few of the runic arrays built into broomsticks were proprietary, but I didn't think. I believe we're going to be making a more precipitous landing than I had hoped, my lady, Harry said, frantically pushing the broomstick forward. Get ready to jump. Toriel quickly unwound her near-death grip around. A second later, grass was visible underneath them and she leapt to one side. Harry tumbled the other way, his legs releasing from the broomstick, grunting as he hit the ground. But they hadn't been all that high up, so both were fine. The broomstick continued flying forward for another yard before disintegrating and exploding simultaneously. The straw at the back of the broomstick exploded in every direction, a loud crackling booming noise that caused Toriel's eyes to widen and remember that there might be trolls about, while the front of the broomstick simply disintegrated, turning into so much ash. Okay, I can understand why it exploded, that is somewhat normal if you mess up a runic array or overpower it in this world. But why did one end explode and the other simply come apart like that? Harry mused from where he lay on the ground, propping himself up and staring at where the destruction of the broom had occurred. I know not, but I think we need to perfect some means of crossing rivers like this if we travel in the future. For I will not do that again. Toriel growled, shaking her head. If the river was even one more elven length longer, we would have been in serious trouble. Harry nodded morosely before throwing off the momentary annoyance. Getting to his feet, he looked over to where Toriel was already standing. Back to the drawing board with that one, yes. For now though, we are across. He cast the point me spell again, and a stick in his hand pointed in the direction towards Erebor. Shall we go? Toriel nodded, shaking her head at Harry's attitude but smiling unwillingly at his upbeat attitude. For 3 days and 3 nights the trip proceeded just as it had before this, with both of them pushing on through night and day, taking little breaks whenever they wished to rather than setting up formal camp, both of them a little too energized to want to take full lights off any longer, and with the weather as clear and as warm as it was, there was no need to. Further, as they traveled Toriel would often stop and stare to their east, frowning pensively and saying aloud that she could still somehow sense that something evil had passed this way. What then would be, however, they did not learn until the 5th night out from the river crossing. In the dead of night, Toriel paused, holding up her hand. She was several steps ahead of Harry at that point, but Harry stopped and looked at her, before she pointed forward. There are fires out there, and the sounds of combat. Oh! Not even 2 leagues ahead of where Harry and Toriel had stopped for the night, another band of travelers had also stopped. But this was not a pair of lovers, or even a family on the move through this strange terrain. Instead, it was a group of dwarves, several hundred strong. With them were more than 3 dozen ponies as beasts of burden, all burdened by heavy packs, along with many of the dwarves themselves. There were even a few carts among them, each with wooden sides and roofs. The dwarves were well organized. The carts were in the center of their camp, completely surrounded by a series of other tents. Among the tents here were 4 large fires, each equidistant from one another, and torches had been set up around in a circle. Beyond that, patrols roved around the camp comprised of soldiers as the civilians began to set out cooking equipment and seeing into the animals. But like with most dwarves, the difference between guard and ready-made militia was very small. Every dwarf in the caravan moving around the camp were armed. Alas, all of that simply made it a larger target for the trolls. The majority of trolls were not mindless beasts, as the 3 that Harry and Thorin's company had fought near the Shire showed. They were able to speak, to plan, and work together, if with some difficulty. They weren't bright by any means, but trolls knew their strengths, and knew how to go about filling their stomach, which was both a primary goal in life and a never-ending process. Further, while they had a certain amount of fear for fire, they didn't fear anything that dwarves could do to them. Thus, 9 mountain trolls who had migrated north from their previous hunting grounds after getting bored of fish had gleefully attacked the moment they saw the fires in the distance. They came in from the southeast, coming out of the darkness and simply running forward, ignoring the sounds of the dwarven scouts signaling their coming. As the camp responded, the trolls reached the edge of the camp before any of the close-in patrols could reach them. One troll was slower than the others to rush into the tent area and a dwarven patrol charged at it before it could join the others in the camp. 6 dwarves against 1 troll was a losing proposition, and the troll flattened 3 before the others retreated, but instead of pulling away, they fired crossbows at close range, then as the scouts attacked, charged in again with hammer and axe. Where humans would have panicked and maybe broken at the sight of trolls charging into their camp, the dwarves had closed ranks. And as Harry and Toriel came within sight of the fight, it became clear to them that the dwarves were giving about as good as they could. 1 troll was on the ground, a long spear in its guts, and its hamstrings hacked to ribbons. Several dwarves were dead on the ground around it, but others were already moving to finish it off. Ahead of the troll, a cart had opened, letting Toriel to see one of the dwarven ballista there. Further away from where Harry and Toriel were approaching the camp, the troll which had turned to fight the patrol that came at the trolls from behind was also being swarmed, the sound of crossbows and shouts coming from that segment of the camp. Another was down to one knee amidst the tents along the edge of the camp for some reason they could not discern. Several dwarves were actually climbing up its back, hacking and smashing with hammer and axe. Deeper into the camp though, things were not going so well. The majority of the dwarves had formed up into a solid wall between the charging trolls and the 2 carts, neither of which seemed armed with the ballista that had already fired its bolt. But the 7 remaining trolls had hit their line by the time Toriel and Harry reached the camp, and the dwarves were being trod underfoot. The trolls were now sporting a few cuts and lots of bruises, along with dozens of crossbow bolts, and one more seemed to falter as the twosome reached the edge of the camp, but the rest were running rush-out over the dwarves, massive clubs smashing dwarves away in punches and feet stomped other dwarves into the ground. One had even broken through their ranks entirely, closing on a cart despite all the dwarven warriors could do. That was about all that Harry could take in at a glance, but it was enough. Circle to the right. Stay in the darkness, aim for their eyes or the backs of their knees, those are the only places trolls are vulnerable. Bring them down to size if you can and let the dwarves finish them off. Although this was in no way her first battle, Toriel followed his orders, knowing that in close she was no match for a troll unless she got exceedingly lucky. Pulling back slightly she disappeared into the darkness beyond the scattered fires. But the darkness, and indeed the difference between the darkness and the fire-lit battlefield was no impairment to an elf like Toriel. A second later, her first arrow flashed out from the darkness beyond the fires. Several of the dwarves' torches had been knocked to the ground, spreading quickly. As she did so, Harry took his own advice, moving left and launching a spell towards one of the trolls. His new magical abilities which he had gotten from connecting through Arian to the world at large couldn't be used at night. That just means I need to fall back on my old powers instead. One troll died surprisingly quickly. An overpowered bombarda spell hit the back of his neck, breaking it, causing the troll to flop to the ground. Its limbs still moved for a time until they realized that they were no longer taking orders from its brain. See that? Harry stared. When I fought those 3 trolls near the Shire, they barely felt my magic. That should have gotten his attention, if that. Did the spell just hit it at the right angle or something? In getting the troll's attention though, the attack worked well enough. The 2 closest to Harry's fist target turned, casually swatting aside dwarves to stare at where the attack had come from. What were that? Toss something out, another troll answered, putting the thought into action instantly as it grabbed at a dwarf who was a bit too slow. The dwarf was then hurled through the air out into the darkness, cursing and screaming as he went. But Harry had already moved on. Racing towards where one of the other trolls had broken through the dwarven line and was now reaching for one of the carts that had remained in the center of the camp. From the cart screams came, feminine screams to Harry's ears, but he set that aside as he came within range. A cutting spell lashed into the troll, cutting into his shoulder. Giraffe! The troll snarled as brackish blood flew, but the troll wasn't hurt that much, the spell only making a light cut on its shoulder, although Harry undoubtedly knew that it would be incredibly painful for the troll. Like a paper cut going across your entire shoulder. He followed that with several more cutting spells, still moving forward, using what cover he could as he closed further with the trolls, knowing the sword of Gryffindor was a sure kill weapon. He also cast an illusion spell forward, the same he had used back with Thorin and company. Suddenly there were hundreds more dwarves around, and the trolls were smashing at nothing occasionally when they brought their clubs or fists down. What's going on? One troll cried out, suddenly looking a little worried, whereas before none of the still fighting trolls had seemingly been thrown off by anything going on, including their own losses. To trolls, less trolls around meant more food for them. But now, seeing the lack of anything happening when they brought their clubs down threw them off immensely. This didn't matter to the troll nearest the carts though, who had turned back to the cart. Prodigo! Harry hissed, the spell flashing forward. The troll's hand bounced off the shield, and it snarled in confused fury. Several dwarves tried to take advantage, charging forward from every side, but the troll killed two before bringing its club down on an illusion. The next second, Harry attacked again, ducking out from behind a tent. Another series of cutting spells flashed out, drawing it further away from the cart as the troll howled in pain, turning around once more to face its tormentor. Harry's spells were doing enough damage on their own, but 10 long bleeding cuts across the troll's back and shoulder were enough to make anyone ignore what was going on around them. The troll caught sight of Harry and instantly raised its club, charging towards Harry and ignoring his previous opponents or even victims. Rag! It smashed aside and even trod down several dwarves and dwarven illusions, but one dwarf had enough sense of mind and speed to dodge to the side. A pickaxe's pick point flashed out and was able to penetrate the troll's hide at the back of the knee. One of the dwarves it had knocked down took this opportunity to rise to his feet, and stabbed, catching the troll in the side of his knee. A look of almost comical shock crossed the troll's face as his leg stopped working between one step and the next, causing him to fall flat on his stomach. The troll tried to push itself upright, but several dwarves were already on it, hacking and battering. As they did, Harry idly noted that these dwarves seemed to favor hammers more than Thorin and his folk. Few swords were in evidence as well. By this point, 3 other trolls had faces and legs only a porcupine could be comfortable with from the number of arrows Toriel joining the multitude of crossbow bolts. But her arrows were just not doing anything, much like the majority of the crossbows of the dwarves. It was a very lucky shot that could actually draw blood. The beasts were moving and attacking so randomly that she had failed to put a single arrow into their eyes. Just as the frustrated thought came to her that perhaps she should close as Harry was, Toriel watched as one of them lifted a dwarf to its face and bit the dwarf's head off, ignoring the helmet entirely. But in so doing, it turned fully around towards Toriel's current position. An arrow flew before in an instant and this time it struck true, sinking deep into the creature's eye. And finally, her arrows had an impact. The arrow burst the eye, sending blood and pus everywhere. Graf! Me I. The troll screamed, as it dropped its former victim and raised its gore-splattered hand to its face, lashing out with the club in his other hand in every direction, clearing dwarves away from it like they were bowling pins. But it did not see one of them running up to its now blind side. His pickaxe turned to bring the pick into the back of its knee, much as the other dwarf had done to the troll which had tried to attack the carts. It screamed again, falling to his knees and turning around, trying to grab at its attacker, but he had already moved away. Another dwarf stood there however just out of range of the troll's arms, and yet another crossbow bolt flew. At close range, the crossbow had more penetrating power than Toriel's bow did from afar, and this time, the quarrel sunk into the troll's neck. Blood gushed, and the young dwarf quickly retreated, as 2 more took his place. Once more, crossbows twanged with an almost metallic sound, and the troll finally fell, blood gushing from 2 more perforations in its neck. The dwarves had finished off all of the wounded trolls by this point, and Harry moved in toward the 5 remaining trolls. They suddenly found themselves completely surrounded by the unknown attackers from out of the dark and their previous victims as more trolls charged in from where they had finished off the wounded. Crossbow bolts flew from every direction and the dwarves once more began to organize as shouted orders came from various throats. Harry could almost see the fact that they might be losing this fight percolate into the trolls' brains, and one of them grunted out, "Oof it!" to his fellows. He grabbed up a dead dwarf and turned racing away from where Harry had slain the one troll that had made it into the center of the camp. Harry saw this, and noted the troll's route would bring to close to him. Leave it for now then, concentrate on helping the dwarves against the others. Illusions and concussion spells. The others stood for a moment, still fighting the dwarves off, then Harry's spells began to hit them. Not aiming at any one troll, Harry used Bombarda and illusion spells. The first caused troll clubs to shatter along with a few bones, their bones proving easier to break than their skin when it came to his magic. But even that happened only when he could hit the troll at just the right angle. Once more, the troll's magical resistance was incredibly annoying to deal with. The illusions around their feet did just as much to distract the trolls from the real dwarves though, and that helped the dwarves overcome 2 more. At close range, their bolts actually penetrated enough to cause debilitating wounds, slowing one of them down a bit for the few dwarves who closed through the illusions of their fellows. The trolls were still fighting, but they were trapped now. Seeing that, Harry gestured down at the ground, and a wall rose up in front of the fleeing troll, which it crashed into and through. Still, that was enough to cause it to stumble, letting a few nearby dwarves swarm over it like a bunch of hyenas taking down an elephant. An instant later that same troll took an arrow in the eye, as Toriel appeared out of the darkness directly in its path. It continued forward, flailing around long with a massive club about as tall as a tree, but she rolled under the blow, coming up and launching another arrow into its other eye. Eyes can't see, I can't see. Thoroughly blinded, the troll flailed around blindly. One enterprising dwarf got under its reach. His hammer swung, and the side of the troll's knee caved in. It fell, and both Harry and Toriel turned their attention back to the trapped foursome. They were still fighting hard. One was now using a dwarf to smash others around, the blood of its makeshift weapon and victims alike splattering everywhere as the dwarves around it groaned in dismay and revulsion. The other trolls were content to use their fists and feet, but were still doing a lot of damage. As Harry and Toriel raced to engage them, there was a loud, wuvung noise. The same ballista that had fired before they arrived had finally been reloaded. The cart turned around to face towards the trolls. One of the trolls gurgled as the giant arrow took it in its side, penetrating almost to the point of the tip poking out its opposite side. The next second, Harry dashed through the dissipating remnants of his last illusion spell. Harry was there a second later, coming up behind it. A single cut from the sword of Gryffindor caught one of the last three in the thigh. Fall back. Concentrate on the others. Harry shouted in common. The dwarves ignored him. After all, how could a tiny cut like that be enough to finish off the troll? But then their eyes widened in confusion as the troll screamed, grabbing at its thigh with both hands before toppling to the side, dead. The poison that can help bring down a dragon will certainly be able to help bring down the troll, Harry shouted again. Make way. Now understanding what he was up to, the dwarves obeyed, letting Harry close with a second troll before it or its sole surviving fellow could react. At the same time, Harry cast a spell into the air. Solaris. I should have thought of using this spell earlier, blast it. An overpowered Lumos blinded the two trolls. Both raised their hands to their faces, screaming in agony. And a moment later, the battle was over. The ballista fired again, taking one of the last two trolls high in its chest while Harry closed on other troll unimpeded. As the last troll gasped out its final breath, Harry sighed, shaking his head as he gave vent to his earlier thought. Damn it! I forgot how susceptible the creatures of Morgoth are to sunlight. I should have done that earlier. Hell, it should have been the first thing I did. From now on it will be the first thing I do in any fight with these creatures. Do not go down that road, my heart. Learning from mistakes is one thing, but it can be taken too far. Simply remember in the future, Toriel advised, shaking her head. As for myself, I think I will need more arrows when we get to Erebor, Harry. I went through more than 30 in this one battle. And they were far less effective than I would have liked to see as well. I realized back in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain that trolls were tough, but having so little effect on this battlefield until I was able to get a few arrows into the troll's eyes annoys me. She smiled winsomely at Harry, going so far as to actually wink at him as she took his hand in hers, knowing that Harry was prone to brood about his own mistakes too much. I don't suppose you could do something about that, my heart. Maybe? I could simply overpower a few runes so they would explode as normal in this world, Harry mused, his building brooding thoroughly derailed. That's not exactly safe to be around, though, and you couldn't really say that the arrow would explode on impact either, that would take some very precise timing. For anything real, I could only get a few runes small enough to be put on an arrowhead, and the shaft is far too thin, unless I roll it. Hey! I don't know what bending runes around like that would do to the magic is supposed to contain. Let me think about it for a bit. Toriel nodded, while Harry reflected that most would probably been very happy to have gotten not one, but 3 trolls in the eye in the midst of such a chaotic fight. But his lady was not most people. Shaking that off, he turned and raised a hand towards one of the dwarves, who was now making their way through the wrecked camp towards him. From the light of the nearby fires, the dwarf was looking at them both warily, with some amount of disdain mixed in as well. Greetings elf, human. What brings you here? The dwarf asked in gruff, almost rusty-sounding common. Several other dwarves had also come forward, forming a ring around the two as if to fight Harry and Toriel if need be now that their mutual enemy was dealt with. Nearby, the rest of their folk were already organizing themselves, seeing to any wounded, pulling aside bodies, and putting out fires. My name is HarryPotter, and this is Toriel. I don't suppose you have any dwarves of Erebor among you, do you? We are well known among the folk of the Lonely Mountain, Harry said, underplaying it significantly for the moment. This close and without the battle to concentrate on, Harry could these dwarves did not look like any dwarf he'd seen before. Being armed mostly with hammers instead of the habitual axes, swords, and pickaxes of Thorin's folk, their armor was also not quite the same. Instead of chainmail or heavy plate, these dwarves wore leather armor or scale mail of a kind that Harry had seen only a few times before. Although the make of the armor Bilbo was given was very obviously of much higher quality even if you set aside the fact that it was made of mithril. Their weapons were also double-handed, and Harry saw a far greater proliferation of crossbows than he would have expected to see among a band of dwarves this size. Those crossbows were also far more mechanical looking than anything Harry had seen previously. He had never studied crossbows, but he could see several large gears in various places along their length which possibly helped give the crossbows striking power. Then, there were the dwarves themselves. First, the dwarves' skin was black, the black of a people who spent a lot of time under the sun, which was not something Harry was used to seeing in dwarves, to say the least. Even the most outdoorsy of them, Keely and Boffer, barely had a tan compared to most humans Harry had seen, let alone the entirely black of skin of these dwarves. Harry could also see now that they all kept their beards in the same manner. Shorter than most dwarves Harry had seen keep their beards, these dwarves also braided their beards into 5 or 6 braids draped down their chests. Each braid was marked with a few golden circlets along its length. Even here, the dwarves showed a certain amount of conformity, with only 1 or 2 Harry could see having their golden circle in different places than the others. The heads of those dwarves who had lost their helmets were shaved almost bald too. This was all very strange to Harry's eyes. Harry had rarely seen any dwarves before this who had their beards done in the same manner as one another. Indeed, Harry knew that dwarves took a lot of pride in their beards, not just in caring for them but in their uniqueness. Family members could get away with imitating their elders, but having an entire warband wear their beards in the same manner was highly unusual. The discs in those beards were also the only gold in evidence bar a small ring of gold set into the helmet of the dwarf who had addressed Harry and Toriel. Among a band of this size, there should have been a lot more gold in evidence in the way of rings or forearm bands. If nothing else, the goldsmiths among them would ear such things to show off their craft. Instead, Harry saw jewels worn in bronze or copper bracelets. Their clothing also seemed lighter underneath the armor they wore. That too was highly unusual, and maybe pointed to their homeland being to the south and southeast, where would be habitually warmer all year long. Several of the dwarves were also wearing what looked like watches, the first watches that Harry had seen in this world. I saw a clock in Bilbo's place, and a few hobbits walking around with pocket watches, but not wrist watches like this. And come to think of it, those carts look very well made too, and are those gears there? From where he was standing Harry could see something that looked almost like springs on the carts. Further, much of the construction of the bottom half of the carts was metal. And now he came to look at it, the back of the cart with the ballista, the closest to his current position, had even more mechanical devices built into it. Is that how they wheeled it around to face the trolls? I wonder what the rest of them do. Regardless, while he knew the dwarves he could see was a small sample size of the larger group, it was still unusual to Harry's eyes. He all this in as the dwarf who had spoken turned to his fellows, speaking in their own language, which sounded a little more lilting than most examples of Husdul Harry had heard before this. These dwarves are definitely not of Durin's folk. The leader, if such he was thanks to the gold around his helmet, turned back to Harry, staring at Toriel. You claim to be known to the mountain and the reborn kingdom? Rumors here tell of a human traveling with the young king, but it made no mention of an elf. That would be because I was not present for most of their adventure, good dwarf. Yet how I met them and why I am now in Thorin's good graces as well as traveling with Harry is a long tale. Perhaps you would prefer to set it aside for now and allow us to help you with your wounded? Toriel asked, trying to sidestep the thorny issue of how exactly she first met Harry and the rest of the company for now. No. The dwarf barked, glaring at her now, and then gesturing Harry away. We thank, he said, the word coming out as if it was almost foreign, practically poison on his tongue. You for your help, but we do not want outsiders within our camp. The phrase non-dwarves was so loud in his tone that it was nearly physical force. Harry frowned, knowing that dwarves were standoffish at the best of times, but not to this extent. Not after they had fought together anyway. Might I know the reason, good dwarf? I count Thorin my close friend, and if you are indeed traveling to Erebor, then... Again the dwarf barked out a negative reply before mellowing slightly. If you believe you can help our wounded, we will allow it, but you will not go near our carts. Move over to the outer edge of our camp and we will bring the wounded to you there. Harry's eyes widened in realization then, putting the dwarf's attitude together with the sounds of feminine screaming from before. Dams! They have womenfolk with them. That was shocking to Harry, who well understood how much the dwarves of value to their womenfolk, and how rarely they travelled. But he remembered one of the things Thorin and his sister, Dis had been talking about when he and Toriel stayed in the mountain for a few days before leaving to travel to Lothlorien. One of their princesses, maybe? For the dynastic marriage Dis was going to oversee? Dwarven women normally retained the right to marry whoever they wished. It was the women who drove courtship among the dwarves, giving their favor to their choice among the menfolk who outnumbered them 4-1 or worse. But kings occasionally had to marry to create alliances, and Harry had known that would be the case with Thorin. Although even there, it was Dis who would make the final say in who he married, regardless of what specific alliance the marriage might bring to Erebor. Making certain there would be peace within the royal household and that the woman and Thorin were compatible, meant more in terms of securing the future of their house than any material goods could. That all meant that these dwarves would be even more protective of the dams they had brought along, their princess and a few other women to advise her than normal. He nodded quickly, saying that bringing the wounded over them was fine. Simply point us where you want us to start working away from the camp. Although, could you at least tell me why you are going towards Erebor in such strength? Are you a diplomatic party of some kind? Dwarf stared at Harry, then over to Toriel, once more looking very reluctant to interact with them at all, but he nodded. We are of the Stiffbeard House, the kingdom of Hazard-Fulder. And we are traveling to open trade negotiations with the Reborn Kingdom in the north. Harry nodded, as Toriel's eyes widened, understanding what this might be, and precisely who at least one of the women within the central-most cart might be. A prospective bride for Thorin, as I suspected. Well, my knack for finding trouble helped out immensely here. I would like to talk to you further about your lands, not. Harry hastened to add as the dwarf's eyes flashed and his grip tightened on his hammer, any secrets or information like that, simply about the weather there, and your wars with the Easterlings. It is known that you and the other eastern clans of dwarves fight those folk incessantly. And I certainly know which side of that war I would come down on. The dwarf stared up at Harry, his craggy face narrowed in suspicion for a moment. Whatever he saw there apparently was to his liking as his brow smoothed and he nodded. That we can do. Abruptly the dwarf turned away, barking out orders before looking at Harry and Toriel again. We will bring out the wounded to you. Do you wish to see serious wounds or not serious? What aid can you actually give? Our own healer is among the dead, as are his 2 apprentices. While I am no Tharkan, I have spells which can close small wounds, other spells which can make certain wounds do not become infected, and can kill pain, Harry announced, looking for a place where they could set up a healing station of some kind. We also have medical supplies with us, not a lot, but some. I am also a dab hand at sewing, Toriel offered. The dwarf jolted at the drop of Gandalf's dwarfish name, but didn't address it or look any more trusting. He simply nodded brusquely, and then turned away once more, marching into the center of the camp. Several of the other dwarves stayed where they were, watching the 2 strangers warily. Seeing that, Harry sighed, shaking his head and looking over at Toriel. Well, I suppose some dwarves are just like that. I rather think that you can find all manner of dwarves, just as you could find all manner of humans and elves, my love, she replied with a chuckle. Still, let us do what they say for now. Regardless of their standoffishness, there are still wounded to see to. Harry couldn't argue with that, and the pair of them moved towards the outer edge of the camp where they would set up their aid station. Oh! At the same time that Harry and Toriel were trying to work with the dwarves to the betterment of the dwarven wounded, Gandalf was actually living up to his name, traveling the world. Most of the time he didn't have a specific goal, but right now, he was traveling with the long-term goal of speaking to the rules of Gondor, who was called the Steward of Gondor ever since the last of the kings of Gondor had died. In this case, this was Lord Turgon, who was named after the king of the original Gondolin, the last and greatest bastion of the Noldor on Middle-earth. It was a sign that in Gondor, the history of the world was still taught to the nobility. That the blood of Numenor still ran in their veins. Gandalf had started this particular journey after speaking for weeks with Elrond, and then Círdan the shipwright, getting the impression of their people towards the fear that Sauron might rise again in the future. While his personal power was sharply curtailed, and it was hoped that it would take years for the Nazgul to reform, there were still physical threats out there, the orcs of Mordor, and, as Saruman had discovered, the Easterlings who had ambushed him could also be working with Mordor. His conversations on that score had not pleased Gandalf, although he had known going into them that the power of elves to fight Sauron had waned badly since the last war of elves and men. Only the elves of Mirkwood could even field a small army, and that army, inexperienced as it had been mauled in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Sire Dan would never order his folk away from the havens. And Elrond lacked more than 100 elves trained and experienced in war. To hear that Sealborn had sent trainers to help the survivors rebuild was something, but not enough. Lothlorien though had surprised him. Although they too lacked the numbers to field a full army, to hear that those within had found strength in a renewed connection to the Vala and begun to look beyond their borders was gratifying. Gandalf had determined then to speak with Galadriel on his way back from Gondor, but for now, he had other things to do. Specifically, Gandalf wanted to scout into the land called Ithilien by those who had once lived there. Lying closest to Mordor, this realm was on the other side of the Imenmuil following the river Anduin south from Lothlorien. Those nasty marshes had long been contested land between the few Rohirrim who came into this realm, scattered marsh-goers and goblins who made the area their home. It was nasty, but no bugs bothered Gandalf, and he was able to go through without being discovered by any. But the land of Ithilien, the land between the Fel Duath of Mordor and the river Anduin, was in a way, worse. This territory was started out thin in the north before spreading to the south, almost like a boot that had been flattened above the ankle. It had long been ceded to the orcs and goblins. The fall of Minas Ithil, the easternmost fortress city of Gondor, had made the rest of the territory indefensible. It had been captured. The creature Gandalf now knew to have been at the Witch King of Angmar. Between him and the line of the kings of Gondor had laid a bitter enmity, and they had warred together incessantly, but it was the dark forces which had the mastery of the field, leading to the death of the last king of Gondor, Ernir. At the time, Gandalf and Saruman had advised the king against his war with Minas Morgul. They told him the elves could not help, having given too much of their strength in the north. They had helped to wipe out Angmar after it had defeated the Númenórean kingdoms of Arthedain, Card-Olan, and Rudor, the remnants of once proud Arnir, kingdom of Elendil the Tall. But Erner was a hot-headed young man who loved combat and warfare like most men would love their wives, and he had tried to challenge the Witch King during the Northern War only for Glorfindel to stop him, saying the Witch King was beyond his ability to kill. This time, Erner had not heeded their counsel. The war had ended poorly for Gondor, which lost control of this land even though the orcs and goblins had lost much of their number. The first steward of Gondor, Ecthelion, took command of Gondor then in the name of the king. He did so because no claimant could be found who had a true, clear claim to the throne, and the nobility of the realm feared another civil war. They had already survived one such in the kin strife, and refused to see such again. Ecthelion decided to retreat over the river Anduin. They pulled back, concentrating on guarding the bridges over Osgiliath, which were the only ones on the river. So wide was the Anduin after it moved past the city of Osgiliath, the capital, at the time, of Gondor, it could not be bridged by anyone. Further upstream, the river widened again for a time, the wide area controlled by Caer Endrys, a fortress set onto an island in the center of the river. After that, the land became marshy, impassable for any large force, before a traveler would come to where Entwash joined the Anduin on its seaward journey. During this military retreat, the peasants which remained there after 5 decades of warfare had mostly fled by then, leaving the land of Ithilien to the orcs. Not that such creatures had done anything with it. Ithilien was mostly farmland and forest land, and orcs had no need for either. By this point, the forests had regained much of the terrain lost to farms, and woods of all sorts could be found here. Ithilien was still a contested land to this day, with bands of doughty men out of Gondor hunting and being hunted in turn by orcs and goblins. Gandalf also knew that this land was watched by the Dúnedain, the last descendants of Númenor left in the north. We should have been here with Erner, the both of us. But Durin's folk awoke the nameless doom that same year and I hastened there to give what aid I could to their people as they fled while Galadriel renewed the defences around Lothlorien. Then the orcs of the north were pouring forth once more, causing trouble for not only Rivendell, but nearly everywhere occupying Saruman and Elrond both. None of use were here to aid Gondor or Erner in their time of need. Shaking those thoughts off, Gandalf turned away from where he was looking at the dread fortress, hidden underneath one of Harry's runic arrays once more. They have proven to be magnificent gifts, and Gandalf idly wondered what Saruman would make of the one array that Gandalf had left with him to see if he could construct his own. Gandalf had not begrudged him that research, had the best chance of recreating Harry's abilities in that area, and furthermore that Harry would not begrudge them the knowledge. No. There is no chance of the might of men reclaiming that fortress now. I knew it was guarded in strength, but so much fell power built up after so short a time? Truly, Sauron always planned to retreat from Dol Guldur. We were duped entirely to believe anything different, although perhaps the timing of his retreat was somewhat forced thanks to my investigations, and rescue thereafter. Could the captain of the Nazgul be quartered there? It would explain much. No, for now, we cannot win through into Mordor through strength of arms. Deactivating the runic array around him, Gandalf waited a few moments, his senses both physical and not probing the world around him. When certain he was still not being observed, he turned away from the fortress and began to trudge off, heading back to where he had left his horse, which had been given to him by Saruman after he had left his fellow wizard several months back. He had learned all he had to from this journey. The enemy lacked offensive military power, yes. And from Saruman's report, Sauron himself would be unable to stretch his influence very far for decades more. But his fell captain still possessed a physical body and the will to use his powers, and that was enough. No, we have no ability to strike at him, as I feared. We must build up our own strength, and in that area, Harry's runes will help immensely. I really must get in touch with that young man after this journey, and convince him to teach either myself or Saruman for a time, which must be set upon the borders. The peaceful watch as Gondor calls it has come to an end. It is time for the watch to become an armed one. Several weeks later, Gandalf rode his horse into Minas Tirith. Above him, pennants flew in the wind, and the light of the sun sparkled off the black walls of the city, made of the same material used in the constructions of Orthan. All around him, rich farmland spread, with men and women working the fields. And in front of him, leading into the city, houses large and small lined well-made, clean streets. Men and women alike could be seen going about their business, while children raced hither and yon. There were more people in that one glance than in Lake Town entirely, and it was but a small portion of the city Gandalf rode through. The city was built on a hill called the Hill of Guard, a portion of Mount Mindalluin which thrust out from the rest, dominated itself by a massive outcropping of rock that split the city in half. The winding path through the city had to go through tunnels cut through this solid thing of rock 5 times. 7 concentric tiers had been cut out of the hill leading up to citadel at the base of that rocky outcropping, hundreds of feet above the plain below. Each level was divided further by its own wall and a gate with each gate facing a different direction. A formidable defense adding to a naturally defensible position, which served now as the capital of Gondor. Thankfully, Gandalf had been here many times over the centuries, with only Saruman having more to do with Gondor than he. Many of the soldiers here knew him and waved him by cheerfully. Even some citizens saw the Grey Rider and waved at the mysterious but always affable traveler. Seeing all this and the magnificence of the city did Gandalf good after so long to the east of the Anduin, and he exchanged greetings and smiles with the folk as he considered the history of this city and Gondor in general. After all, much in the coming centuries would rely chiefly on this nation's strength. Originally named Minas Arnir, the city had once been one of the main cities of Gondor, a fortress city much like Minas Ithil, constructed to create a defense against the wild men to the west. Osgiliath, set between the two fortress cities, had been the capital, built to either side of the river Anduin. That city now marked the border between where the people of Gondor still lived, and Ithilien, the land that Gandalf had been travelling in before. Founded by the ruling house of Númenor, those who had not given themselves over to evil and fled Ar-Pharazôn's rule, Gondor had been founded by Isildur and Anarion, the sons of Elendil the Tall, who led the faithful way from doomed Númenor. Finding other smaller colonies of Númenorians who had fled before the final fall from grace, the two sons of Elendil found them more than willing to join together as a single nation. The two sons ruled together, bound by love and duty to one another and their father as High King in the north, where Elendil ruled Arnir. Isildur first built Minas Ithil to threaten Mordor, planting there a sprig from the White Tree of Númenor. Anarion built Minas Arnir, and then together the brothers saw to the creation of Osgiliath, the capital. Alas, Minas Ithil did not last long after Sauron returned to a physical form after the breaking of the world. He burned the White Tree, and it was only Isildur's courageous act that allowed even a seedling to survive. Anarion held the realm against Sauron, winning some battles and even pushing the fell forces of Mordor back, but would have ultimately been destroyed if Elendil and Gil-galad had not led the army of elves and men to relieve him. Although Gondor itself had come through the wars relatively intact on the western side of the Anduin, High King Elendil died. Isildur later joined him in death in the Battle of the Gladden Fields. And while the succession in Gondor was clear, as Isildur had made Anarion's oldest son his heir, Arnir, the northern kingdom, grew estranged from the men of the south. Both nations grew in strength through the centuries, with Gondor spreading east, pacifying and bringing the wild men into their reign, creating entirely new provinces, and warring with the Easterlings and Haradrim of the south occasionally. But while Arnir eventually broke apart, Gondor did not. Its eastern realms grew in strength, with new cities being created, protected by the kings of Gondor and their strongest vassals in Dol Amroth and the former colonies of Linhir and Pelargur. Alas, that was long ago. The golden age of Gondor began to wane during the rule of Aetonator in the 1200s TA, Third Age. Gandalf admitted to himself now, as he rode through the streets of Minas Tirith, that he should have done more back then. He should have been able to convince Aetonator to do more with the power he had inherited. But he did not. Then like three great blows came the kin strife, such foolishness to overthrow the king simply because he had northern blood, as if that blood was not as pure as that of Gondor. And after the Great Plague, Saruman, Radagast, and we did our best, but the plague was so devastating. And then the last blow to end Gondor's age, the Wainrider invasion. Though the nation was eventually victorious thanks to Saruman's aid in hiding Ernil's host as it marched north, it lost control of the northeastern territories. And then came the death of the last king. Since the death of the last king, Ernir, the stewards of Gondor had ruled, their oath being to rule until a king could come again. It still remains such to this day. The stewards saw their rulership of Gondor as a duty, rather than a privilege, and one they took in honor of both the people and the king. In Gondor there was even a belief that in some distant day, a king would return to claim the throne and rebuild Gondor to its prior glory. The stewards of Gondor had been a mixed lot in Gandalf's opinion, much as the kings before them. But most of them were of good heart and mind, and many had proven to be incredibly good captains of men, leading their people against the power of the orcs, the Easterlings, corsairs out of Umber and the Haradrim, who were their most dangerous foes. There was still strength in Gondor, easily the strongest nation in Middle-earth in terms of size and military power. At the steward's direction, armies thousands strong marched, and Gondor, with its firm ally the nation of Rohan, represented the majority of the military power that Gandalf would set against what he feared was the growing power of Sauron in the decades to come. Turgon himself was an aged man in his 80s, and that was old indeed for most men. Yet the blood of Númenor, though mixed with that of lesser men, still ran strong in the men of Gondor. Although his body was slowly fading away now, there was nothing wrong with Turgon's mind, and he listened intently to Gandalf's news, shaking his head as he finished. You did not need to tell me to not try to attack Minas Morgul, Incantus. Incantus was Gandalf's name among the Gondorians. It meant man of the west in their language. Raising a palsied hand to his face, Turgon slowly kneaded his nose, chuckling darkly. Peaceful Watch you called it, but never was a name so foolishly given. While we have been at peace with the Haradrim for the most part, the orcs have ever been an issue to the north and east. And over the past year, corsairs have begun to step up their raiding on our coastlines. Their black ships are fast, too fast for us to catch most of the time, and swarm any ship or settlement they can. Our navy is doing its best, but they have faced some setbacks over the past few months. I had hoped to set our might against them solely. The knowledge that the orcs of Mordor might soon make trouble for us closer to home here in Minas Tirith as well is not a welcome one. Yet surely Turgon, there is still strength in Gondor. And you have the riders of Rohan to call upon. I will be stopping in there to speak with King Fengel after I leave here. They in turn can look to Saruman for help. He can stand as a strong bulwark against the Dunlendings, letting Rohan take a larger portion of watching Mordor. Rohan, Fengel and I have not communicated for nearly 2 decades now. We have both gone our own ways, been troubled by our own issues. Yet perhaps you speak correctly, renewing our friendship might allow us to stave off the troubles you see ahead. Still, the timing of this troubles me. Gandalf frowned, and Turgon shrugged. Why are the Corsairs making so much trouble now? How have their numbers grown so large after they? The timing is suspicious. Ah, I had not made that connection. Gandalf's frown deepened as he considered the Corsairs. The Corsairs of Umber had once been men of Gondor, the navy who followed their Lord Admiral Castamir in his attempt to overthrow the ruling King Erner for his mixed blood. The Corsairs had fought several wars with Gondor over the years, with Umber changing hands several times, the last one being during the Wainriders' invasion, where Umber had been reclaimed by the Corsairs. Always making common cause with the Haradrim, who had at one point been conquered by Gondor, the Corsairs were a constant thorn in the side of the former Númenórean nation. Now, any attempt to wipe them out had the Haradrim marching into Harandir, the southernmost province of Gondor. Gandalf knew that the Haradrim longed to revenge themselves upon Gondor, but that was a thing of pride and statecraft. The Corsairs simply loathed Gondor for all the wrongs done to them. Never understanding that Castamir was in the wrong. Not just for the fact he overthrew the rightful king for such a specious reason, but also for his cruelties and the iniquities he created during his brief reign. You fear they might be another group of men who have bowed to Mordor then, like the Easterlings. Gandalf did not ask about the Haradrim. There he had no knowledge with which to base any guess on their actions or reasons. And while it was known they were cruel in warfare, it was said the Haradrim were also firm but fair to their own folk. Gandalf had even heard that they had rebelled in the Second Age against Sauron's attempt to recruit them into war against the Númenóreans, long before he and his fellows arrived in Middle-earth. Later though, as Númenor fell further under the twin influence of arrogance and Sauron, they fought against them in turn, before being conquered by Black Númenóreans, those fell men who worshipped Morgoth but who had survived the destruction of the Great Island. Umber, which later became the home of the Corsairs, was conquered by them, and they ruled Harad until overthrown. Yes. And if so, and if they can somehow coordinate, no watch on Mordor will be enough. They will pull us in different directions, and eventually tear us apart, Turgon answered grimly. Indeed, before you came, the Corsairs were becoming such a problem that I... He was interrupted by his seneschal coming in, bowing deeply to the 2 older men. My lord, your son is here and wishes to speak to you and your guest. You know he is due to depart in the morning on the Great Circuit. Send him in, Turgon ordered, smiling faintly, before explaining to Gandalf, who looked confused. You have been gone from Gondor over long, Incantus. The Great Circuit is what I call our survey of our lands, where we go to every city and fortress within to observe how they are all doing. It is the work of years, and this time, my son will lead the Great Circuit. The man who strode in was tall, taller than the steward by a good foot and a bit more. His hair was brown, falling straight down to his shoulders, which were broad, reminding Gandalf almost of Beorn though a bit shorter and less stout. His eyes were clear, focused, and he stared back at Gandalf thoughtfully as he bowed to both men. Father. You keep interesting company this evening. Has it been so long? I am sorry, my son, talking business always takes longer than you might wish. Still, let me make introductions. Gandalf meet, Ecthelion, my son. Given my own age, I can no longer take to the field, and my son has become of my strong right hand, Turgon said proudly. Rumors and hearsay tell me of you, Incantus. I am interested to know the truth, not of those words, but of the individual they attempt to portray. The middle-aged man said thoughtfully, stroking his small goatee for a moment. On the one hand, rumor would say that you come with fell news and death. Yet on the other hand, dread words can simply mean warnings in time of danger. The warning is not the danger itself, even if foolish men wish to see such a connection. Ecthelion, rightly called Ecthelion II, looked at Gandalf silently for a few seconds, judging him. Then he smiled faintly. The even more foolish will see the messenger as a danger himself, without seeing the warning for the good deed it is. Gandalf smiled faintly, standing and bowing from the waist to the far younger man. It is good to meet you, Ecthelion. I have heard tell of your martial abilities, and sagacity both. I do come with word of further trouble, alas, but also with offer of help and friendship. Ecthelion looked between the 2 older men, and then abruptly turned away, grabbing a nearby chair and dragging it over to the small table they were sitting at. Sitting down, he leaned back, crossing his hands in his lap calmly. It seems then, that I have come to speak to my father at a most opportune time. Once more, Gandalf told the story of what had occurred to the north, how Sauron's guise of the necromancer had been torn asunder and how he had been driven out of Dol Guldur by the White Council. Then he spoke of how the power of the orcs and goblins in the north had been shattered in the Battle of the Mountain. But he warned Ecthelion as he had his father that Sauron had seemingly planned to retreat at some point, and how Mordor might well rise in further strength in the years to come. Say decades rather. While he made no attempt to remain there, we men of Gondor have crossed the river into Ithilien. I do not doubt that there are more orcs and goblins within Mordor than we would like, but they will not have the numbers or organization needed to wage war upon us for many decades yet, nor the will if you are right of how Sauron's spirit was weakened. Would we could make war upon them, but you are correct in that Gandalf, such a move would be foolish in the extreme. The mountains there would funnel us into the passes as they always have, and the orcs would cause us 5 for every 1 slain on their home ground. The middle-aged man mused, then looked at his father sharply, gesturing to Gandalf. As you no doubt trust this man's words, father, did you tell him of our concerns about the Haradrim and the Corsairs making full alliance? In the past the Corsairs often raided them just as much as if they could get away with it. But we have heard no reports of such for the last 20 years. That and more, my son. With the rising of Mordor, we might well see Sauron's hand in the Corsairs rather than just the Easterlings. Our concerns on that score were bad enough, but to think that they might be in league with the dread enemy is far worse. All the more reason then to gather further worthy men into our service in the days to come, Ecthelion said, as if continuing an old argument. But instead of arguing back as Ecthelion obviously thought he might, Turgon simply nodded. You're right, my son. I will help to organize that. There are men living in the north, men living in the northwest, well beyond our shield that know not of the danger. Yet they might have some strength of arms and will. But you must turn your sight to the great circuit. It is the perfect opportunity to see to our defenses without rousing concern among our folk. The man stood up, as if suddenly finding himself with too much energy, and began to pace, his hands clasped behind him. And there we come back to the problem of whether or not the Corsairs are working with the Haradrim. We cannot be strong everywhere, father. And I do not think that a defensive war entirely favors us either. You might not be strong everywhere, but you are already apparently looking for allies. Keep doing so. And if it is information we lack, I will get it for us, Gandalf said firmly. I will go among the Corsairs. Do not ask me how, for I do not know yet. But I will do so, and will find out if they truly are in league with the dread enemy, or are simply opportunistic. The Haradrim too, although that will be more difficult. Upon my return, I will go north. While Erebor is too distant to aid you, as it grows in power it might be able to send help to the dwarves' kingdoms in the east, who also make war against the Easterlings, who we know are allied with Sauron. For a moment, pain crossed the old man's face, but he did not share the reason behind that pain to the 2 men of Gondor. How could he explain the bond between those Mayer chosen to enter Middle-earth and help the people of Middle-earth against Sauron? How could he explain that 2 beings who he would call brothers were gone, somehow defeated in the east, without his or the others understanding or knowing what happened to them? All that is left is to hope their spirits returned across the ocean to Aman, but even that is doubtful. For now, I would advise that you strengthen your borders, and continue your recruitment policies. They sound good to me, Gandalf said. The land of Gondor is still powerful, still free of internal strife, of banditry and other issues which might plague other lands far beyond the borders of Gondor and Rohan, who we were talking about before you arrived, Ecthelion. Renewing the friendship with Rohan would be an excellent idea. Ecthelion nodded at that, and then said something that shocked both listeners. Perhaps my own son should be sent there to learn the ways of the riders of Rohan. We could exchange sons for a time. I understand that King Fengel has a son older than mine, but still learning. Let him come here, and let my son go there for a few years. This makes sense to me. It will take us some time to set up, but that is all right. It will take you some time to finish your survey of our landward defenses. See to them first. We already have captains we can trust to watch the south and the coastlines, if not to better our situation there. But not our eastern approaches, Turgon advised. The watch of Osgiliath must be strengthened first and... Later that night, before the 3 men were to retire, Gandalf asked the other 2 to halt as they all made for the doorway. I have something to show you. A portrait of a man who might become a staunch ally in the days to come. Color me intrigued. Ecthelion said musingly, not sitting back down, instead stretching and cracking his shoulders and neck, holding out his arm to aid his father. And who this paragon be? Gandalf wordlessly handed over a portrait he'd had made in Rivendell of Harry, done by memory from one of the elves of Elrond's house. This is Harry. He is a wizard like me. Only not. His powers and abilities are very different from my own, and... Gandalf smiled a little wintrily. He prefers direct action far more than I do. Regardless, he may well eventually make his way to Gondor, by himself or with companions. And if he does, I would urge you if you meet him, to listen earnestly to whatever he says. He was instrumental in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, and before that in the death of the dreaded dragon Smaug. He might be just as much help to you and yours as he was to the dwarves. You see. Seeing break. The dwarves were still being standoffish the next morning despite Harry and Toriel having stayed up all night to help with their wounded. But in the light of day, Harry was able to tell quite a bit more about the dwarves. Much of the observations he had made of the dwarves the night before proved accurate, the likeness of their clothing, their beards, the fact that they used double-handed war hammers for their main weapons, and the lack of jewelry. He could make out more of their features, though. The stiffbeards seemed to not have as large noses as the longbeards, and more than one of them seemed to have given themselves a ritual scar on their cheeks. Those wounds were too uniform and strange in shape, a spiral cut, the pinkness of which stood out starkly on their black skin to be from actual battle. Their boots were also uniformly made of some kind of snakeskin, although there wasn't quite as much uniformity in boots as there were with their beards. I have to wonder which came first, the way they keep their beards currently and the conformity to it, or the name of their house. I get the impression though that last isn't because they are poor, and not just because this is a trade delegation. I think that these dwarves dedicate themselves to other skill sets rather than blacksmithing, mining, and so forth that we've seen among Thorin's folk, Harry said aloud. Have you taken a look at those carts of theirs? Cogs and springs and what remind of the shock absorbers I saw on bikes back in my old world. You've described bikes and other mechanical things before, but I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize what you call cogs and springs, let alone the other term. We elves do not make use of such. Although I will say, I am fascinated by how many watches these dwarves have. I had never even come across the concept of such before we met. Telling the passage of time via mechanical means like that is something that would never occur to me or any elf in Mirkwood, Toriel said thoughtfully, before concentrating on something more notable. More importantly, their crossbows are also mechanical. They fire those at our rate and with a respectable striking power too. Do you have any idea how they work? Sorry, no. I'm a wizard, not a machinist. Harry shook his head then as several of the dwarves looked towards them, their eyes narrowed over their beards and under their helmets. Helmets which were strapped underneath their chins, and looked to be quite heavy on the top of the head and to the sides, with what looked like full face coverings. I wonder, scale mail below the head, but protection of the head being that much heavier? Something like that would be useful fighting people much taller than them, who strike down at their heads. Something like a horseman armed with a saber, maybe? Like those pictures I've seen of cavalry from the Napoleonic Wars. Shaking off that thought, Harry spoke again, this time in common. Best not talk about it any more, love, unless we wish to overstay our welcome before we are ready to leave. The dwarves seem to be quite annoyed with us for speaking in Kenya. Rather two-faced of them as they are all speaking Husdol, but I suppose we can provide a better example. Toriel answered with a tart tone, before turning back to finish the meal Harry had prepared for them, reflecting internally, that yes, she was now well and truly spoiled by Harry's cooking. While she still didn't eat as much per meal as Harry did, she tended to savor each and every bite despite Harry's cooking being so unusual compared to that which she was used to. Most elves perfected each individual segment of the meal, and rarely needed to bring different flavors together to make a meal memorable. But that was precisely what Harry did, and it made his food just shy of overwhelming to her taste buds. What is our plan going forward? Should we stay with these dwarves, or push on? They sent out scouts ahead of them before the battle last night, and while the remainder couldn't give them enough warning of the trolls to let them set up a proper defense, I still want to hear their report before we decide anything. Although I'm leaning towards pushing on. While I'm interested in the art of these dwarves, I'm not so interested enough that I want to put up with their attitude towards us any longer, Harry admitted. Kind of you to say that it is we, rather than only my presence which is causing the negative reaction, even if that is closer to the truth, Toriel said, smiling wanly at Harry. I knew that Erebor had a somewhat caustic relationship with my folk even before the dragon attacked. But I had hoped that those houses which had not been directly involved in that or any of the previous altercations between dwarf and elf would be able to look past their distrust of us. The Stiffbeards were not involved in any of the previous wars between our folk as far as I know. Actually, I said that because I don't think it is just you, Harry said to Toriel's surprise. Though they might have heard of me from rumor, I've heard a curse word in Husdol and the word for human in Husdol connected far too often for it be just you. I think the fact that I don't look like an Easterling helps almost as much as the fact rumor of my friendship with Thorin has reached them. Without those things they probably would have attacked us without a second thought even after we helped them in the battle against the trolls. You mean saved them from the trolls? Do not sell yourself short, Harry, you often try to downplay your own abilities like that. Without you, the dwarves might well have faced ruin, Toriel remonstrated Harry mildly, reminding Harry that while the dwarves were still fighting, they hadn't been able to stop the trolls from bull rushing straight through their camp. Regardless, I doubt you will be able to get much information out of them. Perhaps they will mellow once they meet Thorin or one of the others who can vouch for us, but until then I doubt it. I would be all for moving on, and that quickly. Harry nodded, and left Toriel to clean up the meal, reflecting that they had worked out a great way of splitting up the work around camp. Toriel found the camp and dug the main fire pit while Harry either put up his runic arrays or the tent, then cooked. Then Toriel would be in charge of cleaning up the fire pit and utensils, setting them aside for Harry to put away while Harry took down the tent. They hadn't bothered putting up the tent last night though, sleeping out on the ground with only their cloaks to cover them. And wasn't that funny, when we had to shout at the dwarves to tell them where we were? We've used the cloaks so often I'd forgotten that they are incredibly good at hiding us from other people. Almost as good as my invisibility cloak, Harry chuckled to himself as he waited for one of the watching dwarves to come over towards him. Good dwarf, if you could get your leader, the person we talked to last night? I'm afraid he didn't give us his name. My companion and I wish to know about your travel plans, and if he is willing to answer some of the questions I had asked him last night. The dwarf muttered something under his breath in the Stiffbeard's lyrical version of Huzdul, nodded and marched off. The tone of his muttering though made Harry very clear that whatever he had been saying had not been complimentary, but the dwarf was soon back with the leader, whose habitual scowl did not lessen at the sight of the elf and human. Your work was, well up to standards last night, the dwarf began without preamble, giving out what to a human would seem faint praise, but which seemed to be heartfelt from the dwarf, who still didn't introduce himself. But while rumor tells of you being a true friend to the risen king under the lonely mountain, you're not our friend Harry of family Potter. And we have learned to be wary of both humans. Humans reaching out to us in friendship especially. Harry frowned at that, rubbing at the lightning bolt scar on his head, causing the dwarf to stare at his hand. Harry's scarred hand no longer bothered him at all, but they still looked pretty bad. The great enemy has almost always afflicted the most hurt to his foes through causing betrayal or the corruption of previously good folk. Are you talking of something of that nature? If it were possible, the black-skinned dwarf would have paled at even that oblique mode of address, and he took a step back, clenching at a necklace around his throat barely visible through the beard as he mustered, Mahal's works protect me. That was the first sentence any of these dwarves had spoken that Harry was made able to make out in full, and it sounded almost like a benediction to his ears. That doesn't seem a good sign for how these dwarves have fared against Sauron and his plots in the past. Yes, and there again no. The dwarf answered after a moment. Once we believe was caused by the great enemy. Other times were caused by simple human greed or loathing of our folk. And so we loathe men in turn. Very well. If I cannot convince you of my good intentions, and if you are not willing to take my word for my friendship with Thorin, then you will take his once we meet at the Lonely Mountain. My lady friend and I are heading there and will probably spend a few seasons there. The dwarf looked keenly at him, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the golden circlets in his beard. To Harry's surprise, each of them made a distinct sound. There wasn't much variation, but there was enough for Harry to notice. I know dwarves can hear the difference between one piece of metal and another, I wonder if those sound almost musical to them. Harry didn't notice another dwarf responding in like kind, tapping two of his golden circlets with a metal-clad thumb. To Harry's ears it sounded like just the clink of metal. But to the dwarves it might have meant something different. Whatever the case, the dwarf paused for just a moment before addressing Harry's words. Rumors about you tell that you are also something of a runesmith. Perhaps if the son of Thror vouches for you in front of us, we may. He paused then, almost unwilling until the same dwarf clanked his metal-clad thumb against the same beard ring several times, still unnoticed by Harry or Toriel. And when he spoke, the dwarf's words came out as if he was pulling out his own teeth and trying to sell them to Harry. We may be willing to provide some information in exchange for access to new runes. I have had several lessons from Thorin and my lady friend about valuing the work of my own hand and mind more than I had previously. So if it comes to that, a trade of information rather than simply you giving me a broad overview and thanks for my help against the trolls, we will have to write up a formal contract. As Harry had hoped, those words seemed to soothe the dwarf. As different as he and Thorin's folk might be, contracts still seemed to be a magical term to them. The dwarf nodded agreeably. That would be more than acceptable. Once the new king or his advisor, the one called Balin, vouches for you. Harry nodded, then glanced over to one specific part of the dwarf camp. There, the dead from the previous night lay, covered by the blankets they had previously owned. Harry had seen the dwarves going to great pains to match the blankets to their owners the night before, taking it as a sign of respect. A dwarf's goods, either made by their own hands or bought by their own sweat, were incredibly important to them. A few older dwarves were moving among them, ritually removing the gold bands from their beards. All bar two were set aside with the rest of the dwarf's gear in a black bag, then tied shut and marked by a white cord. On top of the white cord one of the dwarf's gold bands was placed, somehow identifying it to the other dwarves. As Harry watched, one of the older dwarves going through the dead took the last beard ring in hand and snapped it open, causing Harry to realize this beard ring at least closed with a clasp, rather than simply being a loop of metal fit over the beard braid. A maker's mark, perhaps with some other bit of identifier added on? I know that Thorin and the others were able to identify who owned various tools in Erebor. The band was then placed in a small, well-made box of some strange white wood carried by one of the dwarves in an almost ritual manner, outstretched, the top open to show the inside was lined with fur. There were 103 dwarves in the caravan at present able to go about their regular duties or work for the caravan. The night before, there had been 179. The dwarves had been able to save the lives of 12 of their fellows, while Harry and Toriel had saved another 17 more. The rest had died fighting the trolls. That box might not be big enough to hold all the clasps. Harry thought sadly, although intellectually he knew the dwarves had been very lucky that he and Toriel had heard the battle going on and decided to join in. A thought occurred to Harry then, and he addressed the dwarf in front of him. Will you bury your dead here, or will you in some way try to carry them with you to the lonely mountain to be buried there? And if you want them buried here, would you accept some help in digging their graves? Why, so you know where to go to loot the bodies. Sorry human, but we will leave nothing for you and yours. Growled one dwarf nearby. After a moment of silence, he was shouted down by their leader and several other dwarves. For once, the looks directed at Harry were not suspicious, but rather conciliatory, and the dwarven leader actually apologized for their younger fellow. The reason for this was perhaps the fact that most of the dwarves here, despite themselves, acknowledged that they had needed Harry's help the night before. Or perhaps it was the face that Harry was now wearing because for the first time in a long while, Harry was truly infuriated by what someone else had said about him. His suddenly wrathful expression, the power that suddenly began to leach out of him as if he were Gandalf when he cowed the dwarves back in Bag End, showed this. Seeing this, Toriel came up from behind him and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. At that touch, Harry's anger dissipated with the wind, and he breathed in deeply, before saying simply, "We will speak no more of that. But if you wish to throw around such blandishments, then you do not need my aid. Toriel and I will see you in Erebor." With that, he turned abruptly around, took Toriel's hand in his, raising it to his lips and kissing her on the fingers, before, still holding her hand and ignoring the shocked, appalled looks of the dwarves moved back to where their equipment remained. It was clearly evident to Toriel that the dwarves were not just reacting to people being affectionate with one another in public. Rather, they were sickened at this show of romantic attachment between elf and human. Let them. I think both of us are done with these particular dwarves for now. They will have to work hard to get into our good graces after that insult. The two of them wordlessly got to work, ignoring the dwarves, most of whom were now looking at one another awkwardly, or glaring at the one who had spoken up, knowing that they had angered the wizard. Thankfully not to the point where he would take it out on them, yet most dwarves there knew angering such a being was not a good thing. Those who were able to see ahead hoped that this incident did not ruin any future agreements that could be made with Harry, if he truly was Thorin's friend like in the tales of the reconquest of Erebor. Not 20 minutes later by the watches of the dwarves, the unusual pair were off, leaving them well behind. Oh. The two of them travelled through the rest of the day, not speaking, but enjoying being away from the distrustful glares and standoffish dwarves. Harry's anger at the insinuation that he was a grave robber disappeared by the time they had covered a little over a league away from where the dwarves had stopped, and by the time 3 leagues were passed, the two of them were once more lost in one another, their fear wrapping around one another again, pulling them further down the road of their courtship. They stopped several times, simply slowing their walk to a crawl, and turning to look at one another, or laying her head on his shoulder. Or, as became more common as the sun began to wane, stopping to have a little make-out session. While their souls might be merging and changing one another as would be common among elves, the human side of Harry demanded a certain amount of physical affection, and Toriel was more than happy to respond to such. But despite that, the two lovers agreed to speed up their journey from then on. The journey straight east from Lothlorien had been idyllic, which was why they had gone the circuitous way they had after months of being kept elvish standards of propriety. But now, they were running out of even the last of Harry's spices, and both of them had reached a point where they wished to interact and be around other people again, so long as they were not the stiff-bearded dwarves. And Harry was eager to see what Thorin and the rest of the company had made of Erebor in the year or so since he was last there. With Harry's point me spell leading the way, the two of them turned their feet directly towards the distant lonely mountain, and the kingdom therein. The scrubland they were now moving through allowed them to push on easily, with no real impediments to their progress other than the weather, which occasionally dumped torrential rains down on them. While the pair were more than willing to put up with it considering it was still quite warm out to Harry's mind, they had to deal with a few small mudslides and areas that became just too muddy to move through. But 5 days later, the world decided to remind them that trolls were not the only troubles out there, and this land, the land south of the Lonely Mountain and east of Mirkwood, was mostly uninhabited for a reason. The reason being, that it was far too easy for war bands of goblins to make their home out here, an area unclaimed by any real kingdom between the realms of the dwarves and the rest of their brethren. Harry paused next to Toriel on the top of a small ridge, staring out into the distance at what Harry could not say. Even now, with his body having been changed to something more like Gandalf's and an elf's combined, he didn't have the eyesight to match Toriel. "What do you see out there?" "Dwarves fighting goblins," Toriel said, pointing unerringly towards one area that looked set between two distant hillocks just on the lip of the horizon. "The dwarves were moving without torches, and I cannot tell from here who ambushed who or who has the upper hand. But..." She turned her pointer finger to the right, and then up again to point at the top of another hill, one larger than the one they were standing on that rose slowly at the back of one of the hillock. It probably gave whoever was up there a decent view of the battle she had just described. "I believe there are more goblins up there. At least I see movement up there, and, yes, they are goblins. I see no dwarven reinforcement. Bar you and I, at least." Harry nodded at that, and then made a circling motion from where she had first pointed up to the top of the hill. "Do you think you can lead us in a way that they will not see us coming? Seems to me that the best thing we can do is to ambush the reinforcements before they hit the dwarves. It is nighttime and we both have our cloaks. Even without your invisibility cloak to call upon Harry Potter, that is well within my abilities," Toriel stated tartly. But she did allow Harry to kiss her in contrition for questioning her skills before turning and racing off. Harry quickly dashed after her, grateful for the time spent keeping up with Toriel before this. The two of them soon neared the battle enough for Harry's merely human ears to make out the sounds of combat. The dwarves seemed to be in fine fettle, one of them shouting orders to the others, and Harry could now make out at least 6 or 7 distinct voices. A few of them were even raised in battle song as they fought the goblins. It had none of the strange magical power Harry remembered feeling in the forge in Erebor, but it seemed to keep their spirits up. Toriel led them on a circuitous route around the current battlefield and towards the hill where she had seen other goblins beginning to amass, and now, Harry could actually see the battle occurring below them as they raced up the taller hill. There were at least 15 or 16 goblins fighting the dwarves, their numbers hard to make out even this close thanks to the tumult. But these were goblins, not orcs. Goblins were around the size of a dwarf, and strong for their scrawny appearance. But none of these goblins seemed to be wearing any armor, whereas the dwarves were all wearing the light chainmail that Harry had seen used so often from the dwarves of the Iron Hills in Erebor. The dwarves lacked shields, but they could see as good in the dark as their opponents, and were more than holding their own. But if not for Toriel and Harry's arrival, that might not have remained the case for long. Because barreling down towards the skirmish was more than 80 goblins. Again, it was hard to make out their exact numbers given how close they were to one another. Yet Toriel had led herself and Harry right to a position flanking this new force. Now at Harry's nod she began to lobby arrows into them. For his part, Harry took a moment to use a sonorous spell on himself before shouting in Husdol, "Harry, this close eye, dwarves." It wasn't very good Husdol, and he had gotten the sentence structure all wrong. And yet the dwarves all still heard him. While none recognized his voice, the name Harry spoken in common was something they did recognize. The tales of the conquest of Erebor was still being retold every other night in most homes within the mountain. Almost all of them closed their eyes, and the two that didn't, simply raised their hands to cover their eyes for a second, ducking behind boulders or falling to the ground. "Lumos!" Harry bellowed. Even as the goblins began to respond to the arrows striking them from their left flank, a new sun appeared in the sky above the battle already going on. Harry's Lumos spell had changed since giving his allegiance to Melian and the Vala. Before it would have been a pure, almost artificial-looking white light and would give off little heat. Now, even at night it blazed with the power of the sun, the cleansing light of Anar. Created by the last fruit of Laurelin, the golden tree of Aman, the sun was anathema to all dark creatures, and Harry's spell had taken some of that power within itself, burning bright orange and red. Bright and almost painful to look at for even humans, the goblins to an individual screamed. Some of them fell to the ground, covering their heads and burying their faces into the ground, certain that death had come upon them with the light of day. Others ran screaming out into the darkness, only to be picked off one after another by Toriel's arrows. "We cannot let even one survive to bring tales to others." Harry quickly began to attack in earnest, lashing out with cutting and piercing spells as he moved forward to engage with his sword. Below near the bottom of the hill, the goblins the dwarves had been fighting were dealt with quickly. Now, they charged up into the still screaming mass of goblins that had been about to descend on them in turn. While further away from the sudden blaze of light, most were in just as much pain, and worse was the fear of the sun, causing them to cower in place. But further away even than that second group of goblins, a few had remained behind on the top of the hill. Now they had the smart idea of rolling boulders down towards the ongoing battle, uncaring of whether or not they crushed friend or foe. Harry saw them coming and was able to deflect one of them away with a hasty shield spell which shattered at the impact of the boulder, but did send it rolling to the side of the dwarves. 2 more of them barreled down into the battlefield, causing the dwarves to stop their halt. They quickly split, shifting to either side to avoid the boulders, almost as if they had faced something like this before. Underground and hill fighters, right, should have expected that. More of the goblins were crushed by the boulders and now more began to flee, overcoming the near paralyzing fear of the sun to act to save themselves. One of the dwarves barked out an order, and two of his fellows fell back, pulling from their back bows and arrows, joining Toriel in shooting at any of the goblins that tried to escape. Still more of the goblins from the top of the hill began to descend now. They knew that it was either fight or die at this point, and a cornered animal would always fight. But Harry did not give them any quarter. The next boulder they attempted to roll down the hill exploded, as Harry had been watching for it, the pieces of shrapnel shredding many of the goblins around it. He then charged up the hill, leaving Toriel and the dwarves to finish off the goblins who were still dealing with the miniature sun that had exploded over the battlefield. 3 of the dwarves quickly joined him, and together, they hit the remaining goblins trying to come down the hill, slaying several and pushing them back into what Harry was astonished to see was a small extremely well-made cave entrance at the very top of the hill. "Bring it down, or go in after them," he said, blocking a goblin's sword with his own for a second, before parrying quickly, slaying the goblin, then ducking and dodging around several more, cutting them into pieces. "Thank you, Sealborn," he thought, almost dancing among the goblins as his blade flicked out. Sealborn had taken to training Harry whenever Harry was not busy with Galadriel learning from and teaching the Lady of Lothlorien. And while he would never put himself forward as one of the best swordsmen of his people, he didn't really have to. The fact that he had survived for so long spoke for itself, and he had quickly realized that not only was Harry almost as fast as an elf, his reflexes were actually a little bit better than most elves. And he had a sword that could kill with a single's touch. These factors contributed to creating what Sealborn rather euphemistically called snake sword style that emphasized dodging. Instead of going for a blow that would kill or at least maim, Harry's style emphasized aiming for small, usually unprotected portions of the body. After all, even unarmed people rarely remembered to protect their hands or forearms from strikes that looked as if they would mostly miss. This used both Harry's speed and the poison of his blade to the best effect. The goblins were the first to truly face it. Judging by the screams dying from the poisoned blade, the goblins did not like the lesson. "By the axe of my father, no. You never rush after goblins into a goblin cave," said one of the dwarves, shaking his head, and looking sideways at Harry. His voice was calm even as he deflected a goblin's sword from his throat, lashing out with an axe and carving the goblin in twain, before using the haft of the axe to block another sword strike. The metal-reinforced banded wood of the shaft blocked the blade easily, and a punch caught the goblin in the center of his chest, breaking bones and sending him gasping to the ground, where another dwarf finished him off with a negligent blow of the back of his axe. "My father told us tales of your prowess in bottle Harry Potter, but I was not among those who fought in the War of the Lonely Mountain. It is good to see that rumors at least to this extent of court held some truth." Harry looked over at him for a brief second as his current opponent convulsed, foam coming from his mouth and tripping 2 other goblins. When he took a good look at the dwarf by the light of the nearby Lumos ball, he began to laugh, before turning back to the work at hand. "It is good to finally meet you, Gimli Gloinson. Although I dare say that at least in the beard area, the image I saw of you when your father boasted about you did not do it justice." Gimli, son of Gloin, groaned loudly, slapping a grabbing at his beard with one hand and tugging furiously in annoyance. And nearly missed a rusty dagger trying to embed itself in his side. The dagger broke though against his chain mail, and a backhand shattered that goblin's jaw, hurling him aside. "Is my father still showing that picture around? I swear that my mother told him to stop, it's so embarrassing. A parent who is so easily able to tease his son giving such a thing up." One of the other dwarves said, laughing as he smashed a pickaxe into the head of one of the goblins as if he was a particularly recalcitrant bit of stone that did not want to yield. Soon, the other dwarves joined them, and what little fight remained went out of the goblins facing them by the cave entrance. The last of them fled inside, shrieking in fear still from the Lumos ball. Gazing into the darkness of the cave, Harry shook his head, then looked over at the other dwarves. "Well, if going in after them is foolish, does anyone object to me just bringing the whole thing down?" A chorus of no's was his response, although Gimli, who seems to be the leader of this group, ordered his dwarves to circle around the top of the hill, and to signal if they heard anything from underground. As Harry watched, Gimli also knelt, placing the side of his head against the hill, before nodding at Harry. Harry went to work bringing the top of the cave down onto the rest, while the dwarves listened intently to see how deep the war end of caves went. Luckily, these goblins had seemingly lacked the tools necessary to enlarge what might have been a natural cave. The dwarves reconvened with negative reports of any further noise, and with the light of the Lumos ball above, Harry held out his hand to Gimli. "Seriously though, it is good to meet you. Your father spoke of you quite a lot. I don't suppose you could tell Toriel and I what Gloin and the others have been up to since we left Erebor."